Alex said. His thoughts moved rapidly, and he knew that his willpower was working in overdrive. Realizing that his consciousness was still split, he ended the skill, hoping to put his full brain power into the problem. He began to think out loud as Mark and Sam walked over. I've been trying to make my rituals too much like magical spells. They're not meant to work like that. They are meant to be more lasting. What if he trailed off as his hand raised and mana threads spread from each of his fingers? He reformed the ritual, using a hexagon as its base with a square in the middle. He made 3 small mana nodes around the base and nodded at its final form. This should work. Come on, please work. He looked at his mana and activated the ritual. He saw his mana drain by 30 and winced at the cost. Even with efficient rites, his class's passive skill, the cost wasn't insignificant. Did it break? Sam asked. Through his passive skill, he knew Alex had activated the ritual, but there was no effect. I hope not. To his left eye, Alex saw the ritual hanging vertically in the air. The new ritual wasn't meant to cast a gust of wind as the previous one he'd been working on. Instead, it was meant to alter mana moving through it based on the catalyst type in this case, wind. At the moment, it hung empty in the air, waiting for mana to pass through it. Alex raised his wand and put the tip in the central square before infusing his mana into the weapon. The normal 7 mana cost bolt came from the wand, but rather than the normal silent bolt of blue, there was a loud pop followed by a whooshing sound as the enhanced bolt took off. His arm and shoulder rocked back from the recoil, and all 3 of them felt a rush of wind as the bolt blasted through the center of the hanging ritual and flew off with greater speed and force than a normal bolt should. There was the barest pause in sounds as it traveled through the air and was followed by a cracking, splintering sound as it connected hard with one of the distant trees. Damn, Alex said. Mark started cheering and Sam laughed at him. Alex felt a moment of fierce satisfaction at the result. He sent another bolt through the center to the same effect. He turned to point at another tree and frowned slightly as the ritual stood stationary in the air. I'll need to find some way to anchor it to myself. Maybe I can. Hey, that's enough from you, magic boy. I need a skill, not you, Mark said while throwing his arm around Alex's shoulder. Finally, some progress. I'll have to thank Sam later for the idea. Alex laughed at Mark's remark. You're right, let's focus on you. Before continuing on, Alex pulled out the pocket watch he'd been given by Olivia to see how it was handling telling the time. The watch worked well. Its purely mechanical nature was not disrupted by the rift at all and continued to work normally. He smiled before he tucked the gift back into his pocket and set his parallel mind to work on the progress he'd just made. The trio continued through the forest for several more hours. Sam did little more fighting, but he jumped in to help bait a few of the snap vines for Mark, and Alex burned any of the root crawlers that began to move toward the group. They all completed the personal quest before leaving and heading to the rift exit. Alex pushed through the heavy door into the same training facility at the Voss estate where the New Year's tournament had taken place. As he looked through the thick glass window at head height, he caught his own reflection and was still shocked, even after being back for an entire month, to see the difference in his appearance. And that's where the fundamental difference lies. A woman's voice came from the phone. The Hunters Association wants control, regulation, and oversight. The Adventurers Guild advocates for freedom of choice, personal responsibility. Morning, Alex called. He dropped his gym bag on the floor and the scent of leather and rubber training mats filled his nose. Olivia glanced up and gave him a smile. Hey, she paused the video from where she was sitting cross-legged on one of the training mats. Her phone was propped against her water bottle. Did you see this video? Nah, but sounds like some more drama, Alex said, settling down on the mat beside her. Another hit piece on the guild. Actually, this one's pretty balanced. Olivia stretched her arms above her head. Alex smiled at her, distracted for a moment by her beauty. His eyes were most often drawn to her button nose and dark eyes, but in her tight compression shirt and with her hair pulled up in a ponytail, his eyes were drawn to her slender neck. Some journalists finally did their homework. They're breaking down the ideological differences between us and the association. As dark as it is to say, I think it looks pretty good for us that there is beginning to be more awakened crime in the safe zones. It makes the Hunters Association look like they can't control their own circus. Did you know that they're talking about pushing for mandatory scans at the checkpoints entering the safe zones? Apparently, if you're not registered to one of the guilds in the Hunters Association's purview, you won't be able to enter. Or at least need to be willing to be detained and register with them before gaining access to the rest of the safe zone. Alex lay on his back on the mat and quickly blew air from his lips, causing his lips and cheeks to make an exacerbated noise. He brought his hand up to lightly scratch Olivia's back while looking up at the ceiling. Shit, that changes a lot of things. Does that basically make us outlaws or something? This is pretty crazy. A silence hung between them as Alex thought through the repercussions of a mandate like that. It's got to be hard. I know you don't really like the Hunters Association, but I don't know what the right answer is for them, to be honest. What do you mean? Well, think of how much damage any of us could do with some serious ill intent. It's not like it used to be, where firearms were the primary concern. That was bad enough, but now there are spatial pouches and people who can cast spells and blow stuff up by simply willing a skill to activate. They're trying to position themselves in a way to regulate and monitor awakened, but the hardest part of that has got to be actually managing people like us. Alex saw her ponytail bob as she nodded to what he said. Yeah, I can see that. But she let out a sigh, and he knew it was hard for her to want to side with the Hunters Association in any way, even if it was just to acknowledge the difficulty of their situation. Speaking of difficulties, he said, changing the topic for her. You know, we've been in queue for a few uncommon and rare rifts for a while now, right? Yeah, why? Derek told me 2 days ago that there was a note in the AG system saying that our group didn't mind waiting if others needed to get in ahead of us. Because we were already so high-leveled or something like that. What? She twisted in her seated position to look at him with her eyebrows pulled together and her nose scrunched up. How does that make any sense? That's what I said. So it wasn't you who put the note in there. No. Why the hell would I put something like in a note for you guys? That totally goes against what you've been talking to me about for your goals since you got home. Alex nodded, yeah. I didn't think it was you, but Derek did say it was logged in the system that a peacekeeper put in the note, and well, you're the only one that I ever really talked to. Well, she stood up and offered him a hand. I can ask around, see if anyone's heard anything similar or who might have made the note. Don't mention it. Olivia's serious expression melted into a mischievous grin. Besides, I need you focused for our spar. Can't have you distracted when I show you how much stronger I've gotten. Alex laughed. Oh yeah, still got a ways to go to catch up to me. We'll see about that. Olivia's eyes sparkled at the challenge and she moved to the center of the mat. Better quit slacking off. I'm closing the gap. Wait, seriously. He focused and used the scan function of his left eye. Name Olivia Santoro. Unbound. Class Nightblade level 18. Primary stat, agility. Secondary stat, intellect. Most used ability, shadow step. Non-hostile humanoid. Level 18, wait, when did you get that title? How did you get that title? There was a lot to unpack in her visible status, and Alex was reeling. Olivia laughed, hey rude, you shouldn't scan my status like that. It's still crazy to me that you can get so much information. Most of the other guild people can't at this point. Alex sputtered for a moment. Seriously, how did you get the Unbound title? Did you go into the Epic Rift? He felt his heart twist a bit as she nodded energetically. Yes, a team of us were sent in to see if we could make contact with that leader you mentioned to Alana. She paused and looked at his face, maybe not hiding it as well as I'd hoped. Alex adjusted his facial features quickly. I know it was dangerous for you in there and a lot happened in those 2 months, but it's a resource that we need pretty desperately, and if we can find a way to fight some of those monsters safely, it'll allow our peacekeepers to level faster than almost anyone else. Alex nodded. I know, sorry, it was more a gut reaction. I know you're tough and the team you guys have is great. It's just even at 20 you've got to be at least 10 or more levels down on whatever you're fighting. Be careful, she smiled at him. Of course, it really is needed, she lowered her voice. You know, the Hunters Association found a D-rank rift this week. If they're starting to pop up, we might seriously be screwed. It's hard for us to just keep up with closing the E-rank rifts before they start breaking. If D-ranks are starting to appear, it might turn into a pretty desperate scramble to keep up. Alex gulped and thought back to his first conversation with Yura, where he mentioned that if the integration was failed, Earth could be shattered and turned into a broken world. Hey, enough stalling. Let me show you just how safe I'm gonna be in those rifts. Alex pulled his wand and one of his leather-bound notebooks from his spatial pouch. Olivia's eyes narrowed as she drew both of her daggers. He was pleased that it was the pair he'd given her for Christmas, the ones he'd taken from the Shadow Serpent Sect altar back when he released Yura. The metal of the dark blades seemed to drink in what light would normally reflect off of their matte surface. Really, she twirled one dagger. The wand and what? A book. I thought we were sparring seriously. Where's your sword? Got some new tricks I've been working on. Thought you might want to see them. HMPH. Olivia settled into a low stance and started to move to the side, her movements fluid. Don't complain when I close the distance then. She'll probably use Shadow Step right away since it's her most used ability, and I'm at a disadvantage in melee with the wand. Just as he'd practiced so long ago in his apartment, Alex kept his index finger pointed along the length of the wand to help with aiming. Though now it helped him for another reason as well. He used mana thread and began to weave a quick restraining ritual beneath his feet, using the same method he had on one of the disciples during his time in Tianluo. It was finished in mere heartbeats, his speed having increased twofold with the endless practicing he'd been doing in the last 2 months. Olivia vanished in a wisp of darkness. Anticipating her to appear beside him, Alex pulsed his mana and activated the ritual under his feet while using his own movement ability to move away. He drifted backward and landed several meters away, only to realize that he'd been baited. Olivia had actually stepped to the corner of the room to his right, too predictable, she called while launching herself forward. Her high agility showed itself through her explosive movements. Stand still, Olivia growled. Her daggers blurred as she pressed the attack. Despite Alex's training with the Celestial Sect and his experience using the 8-petal steps, he quickly found that he didn't stand a chance against Olivia regarding speed and close-quarters movements. Come on, you're really fighting me while reading that book. Her nose scrunched up in the cute way it did when she was annoyed. Take this seriously. Almost got it. He thought while ducking another swipe and had to close the book for a moment to block with his left forearm as Olivia spun and sent a kick toward his chest. Jesus. Just as the last thread clicked into place, something cold wrapped around his ankle. Alex glanced down to see a shadowy hand emerging from his own shadow and yank his foot out from under him. Got you, Olivia pounced forward, but Alex was already moving. He let parallel mind end, and all of his willpower and mental agility crashed together as he formed one of the main rituals he was most comfortable with. It was formed under him even as he hit the ground. He dropped his notebook, and several loose items spilled out of the pages. He fell onto his back and placed a hand high on his chest, palm facing up toward the ceiling. A second later, Olivia landed on top of him, placing her dagger in a dangerous spot at the base of his chin. Do you yield? Alex smiled. Yield. Why would I do that? Alex pulsed his mana, and the weight-reducing ritual activated, leading to further confusion on Olivia's face. It wasn't until he pursed his lips and blew air toward her face that he saw the light of recognition in her eyes. As the small gust ritual activated over his palm, she was propelled 10 feet in the air due to her weight being reduced from the larger ritual. She flailed and managed to hold on to both of her daggers. Alex rolled back to his feet and pointed his wand at her as she landed in a heap. Do you yield? He asked in a teasing tone. Fine, she laughed, brushing herself off as she stood. But I totally had you if you hadn't pulled that wind trick. He laughed back. You can't even say that. What the hell was that shadow hand? A note of incredulity crept into his voice as he thought of the cold sensation on his ankle and through his pant leg. Isn't it awesome? I don't know, the skill is just called shadow. I can only make a hand appear now, but it's super useful for trips or in the dark. I can use it over my hand for more reach. It's so cool. Alex's smile grew as he saw his girlfriend in a similar light to one of the first times they'd ever really met. He loved seeing her passion and excitement when talking about magic and skills. Want to go again? That was fun. I've been teaching Mark and Sam so much lately, I feel like I'm going to get rusty without this kind of practice. Olivia's response was to vanish in another shadow step, this time appearing on the other side of the room. Less talking, more fighting. She flicked the light switch off and started laughing. Alex smiled as well. While she had a huge advantage in the dark, he saw the mana leaking from her clearly despite the darkness. He sent a normal mana bolt from his wand toward her to let her know that he knew exactly where she was. He saw a flash of purple and blue mana in his vision as she used her movement skill, and their second match began. Alex lay spread eagle on the training mat with his chest heaving and sweat cooling on his skin. The lights were back on, and the late afternoon sun was streaming through the tall windows of the training room. Beside him, Olivia sat cross-legged, drinking deeply from her water bottle. You know, she said between breaths, I thought I had figured you out after watching you train with Mark and Sam, but you've really been holding back on them, huh? Alex turned his head to look at her. Well, yeah, of course. Mark is so low level and Sam barely knows how to fight. They need to be learning how to fight, not getting into the weird stuff. Weird stuff. Olivia snorted and raised an eyebrow as she set her water bottle down. You mean like reading and fighting at the same time, or setting up those small rituals insanely fast? Seriously, we have one other mage here with the Peacekeepers, and it takes several seconds for them to cast the spells from 2 of his skills. Says the woman who can literally grab people with shadows. He winced as he sat up, his tired muscles protesting. That's got some really crazy combat potential, you know, especially if the area is dark. A comfortable silence fell between them as they caught their breath. Alex could feel the pleasant burn in his muscles and thought back to just a few months before and how he wouldn't have been able to train even a fraction of the time. A smile tugged at his lips as he remembered how much his muscles had burned and how exhausted he'd been after simply beating on a slime. He continued to think about his time in the rifts after the slime, and his mind went back to the time he spent with the mana spinners. The way they used their webs was unique, and Alex wondered, now that he had a better handle on his mana threads, how they could turn the mana into something solid. Originally, he'd assumed that it was a naturally created substance, as if it were a mix between an actual spider's web and what he did with the mana stone dust to give the threads a physical substance to latch onto. However, after seeing Olivia's skill, he had to wonder if there wasn't an easier way to go about making mana manifest in the physical world. If the only base that her skill needed was a shadow and mana, then it could mean he wouldn't need to continue using the mana stone dust for too long. Can you show me that shadow hand again? Alex asked. I want to watch how it forms with my eye. Olivia nodded and extended her hand. A tendril of darkness stretched from the ground where the shadow under her hand was projected onto the mat. It formed into the shape of a large hand with lines and joints that were just slightly too angular to be real, almost as if drawn on paper in a quick sketch. Alex's heavenly eye tracked the flow of mana, noting how it seemed to solidify at the edges while maintaining a fluid core. Interesting, he murmured. It's almost like you're creating a shell of solid mana, where the skill is folding the outer edge on itself a number of times, but the center, the mana within that shell, is fluid. Is this how the spiders actually made their webs? The thought boggled Alex's mind. To think of the control required to have something so thin as their webs compressed a multitude of times and still act as a shell for the more fluid mana would require more control than he had thought. The spiders. Olivia's nose wrinkled. You're still thinking about those creepy things. They were kind of cute once you got to know them. Alex defended, but then laughed at her expression. You think a bunch of large spiders are cute, and you had the audacity to think I was crazy for calling Valthurian cute. This caused Alex to laugh harder as he remembered the first time she'd come to his apartment to meet the little mana worm. Man, I'm so excited to see his advancement. He sighed for a second as he watched the mana within the shadowy hand move. Seeing his interest, Olivia directed the hand to move and flex in various ways. But seriously, their webs were incredible. They managed to make something both physical and magical without using a physical anchor like the mana stones that I've had to crush up. I'd love to figure out how to replicate that. Well, Olivia said as she ended the skill and stood up, what if they did have a physical anchor? Like, couldn't they produce something in their bodies? Normal spiders produce webs from their body, right? What if the mana spinners have the ability to create something as a physical anchor from their body? You just didn't notice it because it seemed natural. She gave a dramatic shiver. Don't expect me to help with any spider experiments. She stretched and rifled through her bag to find her phone. She checked the time and cursed. I'm a bit late. I've got to shower, change, and head to meet up with my team. This was great practice, though. Yeah, it'll be nice when we can do this at the guild headquarters, Alex said. It feels weirdly personal to just come over to Alana's house to spar, train, and hang out with you. Olivia gave a short laugh and hugged and kissed him on the cheek. Come on, I'll walk you out to your car. No, don't worry about it. Don't be late to meet up with the other peacekeepers. You can head to the locker rooms, I know my way out. I want to chat with Alana anyway. You're still coming over tonight? Yep, she said as she turned and made her way to the back of the room where the single metal door led into the locker rooms. I'm excited for the Rift event to start tomorrow. I'm glad they could spare you for the first few days. Alex called after her. It'll be nice to have the entire group together and in a Rift. She smiled and waved as she walked through the back door. Alex let out a breath and rocked himself up to his feet. It was a great feeling to have sparred and tried out some theories he'd been working on with the new use of the wand rituals. He shouldered his gym bag and headed out of the training facility. He wanted to catch Alana before heading home. One of the men exclaimed, and two others stepped forward protectively. Alex saw through his eye as mana gathered around the more slender man's head. There was some quick whispering between him and the shorter man. The entire group seemed to be of Asian nationality, but Alex couldn't tell where from by their appearance or from the language they spoke. Excuse me, Alex apologized and glanced up at Rylan for some assistance. I'm just passing by. The tall blonde man stood silent for a moment, the gears in his head clearly turning as he thought through the best way to handle the situation. Mr. Park, this is Alex Moore. Earlier you asked who I lost to in our tournament. This is the guild member that took the trophy home. There was some more quick whispering before the shortest man in the group stepped forward and extended a hand toward Alex. They shook and he spoke to Alex in a foreign language. Barely a beat passed before the taller man spoke up, the one that he'd bumped into. He says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. We're happy to be here and see the strength of our future allies." Alex put a smile on his face and realized that he'd stepped into something he wished he wouldn't have. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Mr. Park." The translator took over and conveyed his words, but before the man could respond, Rylan spoke up once more with a charming smile on his face. "We were just talking about our guild's team's event that starts tomorrow. Alex here will be leading a team of his own in the competition, right?" "I will," Alex said. He paused for a moment before letting himself be pulled into an awkward and formal conversation where he wasn't quite sure what to say or share. For several minutes, the diplomat used their translator to act as a middleman and speak with Alex about his experience in rifts and how he enjoyed being in the guild. Rylan played the gracious host, smiling and assisting more than once to direct the conversation when Alex might stumble. Finally, Rylan gestured to a nearby guild member and spoke up. "Would you please escort our guests to the conference room? I'll join you shortly." Rylan's polite smile vanished. "Don't mistake political necessity for friendliness. I really don't like you. I hate people who get lucky and think that they have it made or belong anywhere near me." Lucky. Alex's attempt at friendliness cooled. "Yes, Lucky." Rylan stepped closer and lowered his voice. "You stumble into an epic rift, somehow survive, and everyone acts like you're special. You got lucky in finding a rare healer who follows you around like a lost puppy, but luck runs out. I've spent my entire life working to be exceptional in my social connections and work. All of that experience has carried over into this new life, and you think that a few months of fumbling around with the least desirable kind of magic after a lifetime of mediocrity makes you my equal. He shouldered past Alex, and the force of it sent Alex stumbling back a step and into the hallway wall. The casual display of his strength wasn't lost on either of them. Keep coasting on your luck, keep playing mentor to your puppy, but remember this, your progression will plateau once your luck runs out. Mine won't. Ryland's voice carried as he walked away. The team's event should make that perfectly clear to you and everyone else in the guild. Alex clenched his jaw. The familiar burn of anger rose in his chest, but underneath it was a disappointment not at Ryland, but at himself for actually believing that Ryland might be different than he'd thought. Should have known better. He's been putting on a front the last few weeks, just pretending to be a nice guy. Still, something about Ryland's words nagged at him. He felt like a lot had fallen into place for him despite the dire circumstances he'd had to live through to obtain it all. Even worse was that he did feel like his progress had slowed greatly since returning from the Celestial Rift. That's intentional, though. I want to help the others grow stronger. Even though he knew that the words were true, they rang hollow after the exchange with Ryland, feeling more like an excuse than the goal he'd hoped it would be since returning home. He turned and walked out of the Voss estate. The note on their status had been lifted, and he didn't feel like it would do any good to go to Alana and talk while he was angry or frustrated. With the team's event starting the next day, he'd be able to help the others grow stronger. Right then, he needed to think about what came next and how to continue growing his own strength. Alex's boots dragged across the front steps of his fancy mansion steps. He looked down at his shoes as he trudged up the stone stairs, unable to pull his thoughts from Ryland's words at the Voss estate. Your progression will plateau once your luck runs out. Mine won't. Alex made a frustrated sound as the words rung through his head. He grimaced as he thought back to his original thought about wanting to help his friends, and he knew it was true, but didn't lessen the sting of feeling like he was going to start falling behind if he didn't start progressing again. He went to open the heavy wooden door, only to have it open in front of his hand before it even made contact. Stumbling, he paused for a moment, then noticed Edwin standing on the other side of the door. Master Moore, he greeted. Samuel is waiting for you in the living room. I believe he has something that he's excited to share with you. Moving to the living room, he thought back to Ryland's smirk and the shoulder check that he'd taken in the hallway. His mind couldn't help but daydream about how he could have responded differently in the situation to at least come out more on top. He'd been so surprised by the larger warrior's change in attitude and demeanor that he hadn't even been bracing for the physical contact. If it had been a punch, would I even have reacted quickly enough? An idle, more childish part of his brain thought through how he'd like to have slipped the shoulder bump or stuck his foot out and tripped the larger man. Then he would have been able to look down at Ryland and make his own snarky comment. The worst part of the situation was that Alex didn't feel like Ryland was all that wrong. He hadn't gained a level since returning from the Epic Rift over a month ago. Sure, he'd improved a few skills here and there, but his overall power had remained largely the same. The team's event shouldn't even matter that much. Ryland clearly thought it was a competition for his team to win, but Alex hadn't been thinking about it like that at all. His focus was on helping his friends grow stronger, making sure they could handle themselves, and trying to get the group to work together. He hadn't even put much thought into how they might win or place high on the board. They were just going to try to get into the rifts that they could and gather points while helping everyone progress. So why does it bother me so much? Alex, Alex, Sam's excited voice cut through his brooding. The teenager practically bounced up from the couch and over to Alex. His face lit up with an enthusiasm that was hard to ignore in the normally quiet young man. Something amazing happened today. Before Alex could respond, a blue window materialized in front of Sam as he shared the system window with Alex. Congratulations, Awakened. You have reached level 30. You qualify for advancement to D rank. Upon accepting this prompt, your race will be upgraded, and your physical and magical form will undergo enhancement. Access to epic rarity classes will be unlocked. Your body's affinity for mana will increase. Do you accept? Yes, no. Alex felt a complex mix of emotions surge through him. The pride he felt for Sam Ward with a hint of jealousy that he quickly tried to suppress. Sam was looking at him with such excitement, clearly seeking his approval and sharing the moment of triumph with him. Don't be that guy. He deserves this. That's incredible, Sam, Alex said, forcing a big smile on his face. He stepped forward and pushed his hand through the glass-like window to ruffle the teenager's hair. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to accept it? This is a huge step forward. Sam smiled and dismissed the window. I just wanted to show it to you. Also, Edwin and I were talking before you got home. He has read up on this even more than I have. I'm going to accept it now. Nice, do it, Alex said, the teen's nervous excitement rubbing off on him. There was a pause, and Alex knew Sam was navigating his system window. Alex took a step back and wanted to witness the advancement through his heavenly eye, interested to see if there was mana involved in the process. The effect was immediate and spectacular. Golden motes of light materialized around Sam's body, swirling in complex patterns that reminded Alex of a more complicated version of the motes he saw around his own body during a level up. But something was different. He could see the lights around Sam. Normally, the motes of experience, regardless of if it were from a kill, a level up, or a token, could only be seen by the person who they were for. Can I see them because of the heavenly eye? That made little sense to Alex. He hadn't seen Sam level up his rejuvenation earlier in the week. Master Moore, Edwin's voice came from the doorway to the foyer. I can see the lights as well. How peculiar. The golden particles began to spin faster, lifting Sam several inches off the ground. Most of the motes spiraled up to his head and then fell lazily down like snow. Sam looked around with wide eyes, and his shaggy hair and green sweat shirt lifted around him, floating as if underwater. Slowly, all the motes pushed toward the surface of his skin and held there for a moment. They caused Sam's skin to glow a bright and golden yellow and moved along with his arm as he lifted his hand in front of his face for a better view. Without warning, the lights exploded outward and floated at varying distances around Sam in a sphere. It caused Alex to take a step back, though there was no damage done to any of the surroundings. Sam gasped as the golden lights hung, suspended like a small cosmos around him. He hung frozen in the middle of the round lights, suspended, and just as he opened his mouth to say something, most of the lights rushed together in a stream and directly into his chest. Those that didn't join the stream, about 20% of the total motes, all shot directly up and through the high ceiling of the living room. The entire process only lasted seconds, but when Sam's feet touched the ground again, there was something distinctly different about him. I feel Sam rolled his shoulders and his eyes were wide with wonder. Everything feels clearer somehow. I feel lighter, like I've been wearing heavy clothes my whole life and just took them off. Edwin cleared his throat. If I may, Samuel, I recently read an article about rank advancement, the one we were discussing before Master Moore arrived. While this transformation doesn't directly increase your stats, it fundamentally improves your body's ability to handle physical and magical energies. You'll find yourself more naturally resilient, and your future training will yield better results. Sam looked at his hands in amazement. So I'll get stronger faster. It's more that your body is now better equipped to handle the increasing demands of higher stats and magical abilities. This is particularly important as you'll soon be choosing to evolve or advance your class, which will cause you to gain more stats. Alex watched the exchange, trying to focus on Sam's joy rather than his own feelings of stagnation and thoughts of doubt that Rylan has fanned to life. His friend had earned this moment, and Alex wouldn't let his personal frustrations taint it. He spoke up, reminding Sam of something they'd spoken about a week before. Remember those advanced rituals I was telling you about? It's making more and more sense why they want people to wait to use them. Now, I guess with your new and improved rank, your body will be more receptive to get actual gains from the body-tempering rituals. Sam's eyes lit up further. Oh man, I forgot about that. We'll need to put some thought into what you want to do, though. They don't look pleasant. Almost all of them look like some sort of mental or physical test, and stopping halfway through could ruin the potential to do it in the future. The warning seemed to temper Sam's excitement some, though Alex saw him gripping his hand and making a fist. I want to try one of them, Sam said firmly. I'm sure it'll be hard and we can take some time to pick one, but I want to get stronger too. I feel different now. Better. I really don't know how to explain it. He flexed his hand again while looking at it closely. It's like everything is more real somehow. Alex nodded, thinking that he had a good idea of what Sam was trying to describe. His mind drifted to Val sleeping upstairs in his office. The mana pearl had been sitting in his spatial bag for over a month now, waiting for the right moment or in case something better appeared on the auction house. Maybe seeing Sam was the push I needed. Come on, Alex said suddenly. I want to show you something. Sam followed him up the stairs as Alex led the way to his office and opened the door. Val was curled up in his favorite spot on the cat tree behind the door, at head height. His translucent fins rippled gently as he slept as if pulled by some unseen current. Alex put his hand down by his side and reached into his personal spatial pouch while willing the mana pearl to his hand. Is that Sam's voice dropped to an excited whisper? Are you going to use the mana pearl? He lifted his hand and the orb glowed with an inner light, casting soft blue reflections across the wooden floor. Even in his sleep, Valthurian's fins twitched at the presence of such concentrated mana. Yeah, Alex said softly. I've been holding on to it, waiting for the right time. But seeing you advance today, he trailed off, a slight twinge of guilt mixing with his feelings of anticipation. Val would likely become stronger than him after this evolution. But isn't that the point? We're a bonded pair. He's my companion, and just like my strength is his strength, his is also mine. Damn, why am I feeling so greedy? I owe so much to my friends, and they are the entire reason that I pushed so hard to make it out of the rift. Without Valthurian and Sam, I wouldn't have gotten out anyway. They deserve everything I can give them and then some more. He took a step toward Val's sleeping form. Hey buddy, wake up. I've got something for you. Valthurian's eyes fluttered open, immediately focusing on the pearl in Alex's hand. The mana worm's head stretched up and out, his fish-like nostrils twitching as if smelling the mana radiating from the material item. Mana, Val asked hopefully, his body slowly unfurling from his perch. Alex couldn't help but smile. Better than a mana stone this time, buddy. Way better. He held out the pearl and Val circled it curiously before opening his mouth and gently picking it up with his teeth. Val's eyes went comically wide, and he zipped around the office in excited loops with the pearl glowing between his jaws. Good mana. Valthurian's voice was giddy with excitement, and Alex winced at the internal volume shared between their link. Val, you need to eat it, not just carry it around, Alex said as he tried not to laugh. His companion did another loop around his head, and he turned from left to right to try to keep him in his view. Val paused mid-flight while hovering in place as he considered the statement. Then he tossed the pearl up in the air and caught it in his mouth, swallowing it whole. The effect was almost immediate. Val's usually graceful movements became wobbly, and he started to drift sideways like a balloon losing air. His fins waved lazily, and his eyes had a distinctly unfocused look. There was a keening in Alex's mind that reminded him of Val's early method of communication, sounding like an animal calling out underwater. Slowly, words came through in a slurred voice, room spinning. Sam tried to stifle a laugh as Val attempted to right himself, only to do a slow backward somersault instead. You okay there, buddy? Alex asked while reaching out to steady the worm. Val's response was a happy but drowsy purr that reminded him of a happy cat. Then he slowly began to drift upward, weaving back and forth like a leaf falling in reverse. He made his way to the highest platform of the cat tree, occasionally bumping into the pillar before managing to curl into a tight ball. Alex and Sam shared amused looks. Well, that was Sam started. Something. Alex finished, shaking his head with a huge smile. They could just barely see Val's curled form at the top of the cat tree, but what caught their attention were the two golden motes of light that began to drift lazily around his form. They were visible to each of them, similar to Sam's transformation. Every few seconds, another mote would appear and float slowly through the air before absorbing into Val's sleeping form. How long do you think it'll take? Sam whispered, watching another light materialize. The article I read said it could be a few hours or a few days at the most, Alex replied. He watched the motes of light, and a part of him wanted to use Feather's step to jump up and watch the process more closely. His evolution isn't instantly like your rank advancement was. But the end result is supposed to be really similar, since they're both essential advancing the race, but since he's a creature, it'll be tracked in the system as going up a tier. Sam nodded, still studying Valthurian. What do you think he'll turn into? Alex remembered the mental image Val had shared with him last week, that of a massive building-sized creature that had made Alex's heart skip a beat. I'm not sure, he admitted. But the article said he can only change small amounts each evolution, so I hope it's not too drastic. I like the way he is now, and I'll miss it if he can't ride on my shoulder anymore. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the motes that slowly appeared and disappeared. Alex, Sam said hesitantly, I know you haven't leveled much lately, and I was worried you might be. Hey, Alex cut him off gently. My goal has always been to help my friends get stronger. That includes you, and it includes Val. He smiled genuinely this time, and a memory rose to the surface of his mind. Besides, remember what Yura said, about taking time to build a proper foundation. You spent a lot more time using your skills, and gaining your experience mine all came to me really quickly. It's not bad for me to stay here and keep training for a bit longer. Sam's eyes lit up with recognition. Oh yeah, he said, rushing to gain power could cause problems later, that it's better to really understand what you have first. They both thought back to one of the first conversations that Yura had with them when Alex had arrived in Tianluo. Alex nodded, feeling some of the day's frustration ease. Exactly. And speaking of mastering things, he grinned. The team's event starts tomorrow, and we should probably see what that new D-rank body of yours can do. What do you mean? Mark's probably still in the gym. Want to go surprise him? I bet he'd love to see your advancement firsthand. Alex's grin widened. Plus, you've got to be one of the first people to advance to D-rank. That's huge, Sam. We should celebrate with dinner after a workout. We can talk to Gabby and make whatever you want for dinner. Sam groaned at the idea of being put through a workout, but Alex could see the excitement in his eyes. Really, a workout is your idea of celebrating. Well, it won't all be a workout, but we should test out your reflexes, your endurance, even your balance. They took one last look at Val's sleeping form before heading out. As they walked down the hallway, Alex found himself genuinely excited about the team's event starting. Maybe he wasn't advancing as quickly as before, but he was watching his friends grow stronger. That's its own kind of progress. Mark's SUV idled in the small lot off to the side of the safe zone checkpoint. Alex looked from the passenger window at the busy area as the chilly morning sun reflected off of the reinforced barriers that guarded the entrance to the city. There was a steady stream of people and vehicles flowing through the big gates, occasionally being asked to stop as he saw someone step up and activate an ocular skill to scan them. He's running a bit late, Sarah said from the back seat. I hope he's all right. This looks like a nightmare. Is this going to be the new rush hour traffic? Mark said as he watched the lines. I feel like there's a lot of movement right now as people get settled. Eventually, most people that are in the safe zone will stay in there. Alex commented. Olivia joined in from her spot in the far back. What we really need are some more people willing to set up shop outside of the safe zone. It's ridiculous that most people just up and abandon their lives and are cramming inside of this safe zone just because the government said so. It does feel weird to feel a bit like an outcast. Alex agreed. I'm glad Edwin and Gabby were willing to register with the Hunters Association to at least get a permit to enter. I don't really want to yet unless I have to. Olivia grunted in agreement, and Sarah rolled her eyes. You would think he gets some sort of preferential travel treatment, right? Everyone seems to love the fact that he's a healer. Cut him some slack, Mark said while drumming his fingers on the steering wheel to the beat of the music. Kid probably had to dodge his mom trying to stuff him with a fourth breakfast. With how quiet and thoughtful Sam could be, Alex sometimes forgot the fact that Sam was so young. Almost half our age, and he's already been through something more difficult than teenage me ever would have thought of. I like Mrs. Grant, Sarah said. Speaking of food, we should grab something when we hit the road. It's probably going to be a long day. Gabby packed us some lunch. Mark pointed down to his spatial bag where he'd stashed a small cooler with food. How much of your space did you take up with food? Sarah asked with a smile. There he is, Alex interrupted as he spotted the teenager's sandy blonde hair in the line exiting the safe zone. They watched as Sam approached the exit and pulled out a large laminated pass. He held it up for the guard to inspect, and they saw the man smile and wave Sam through after a quick scan and verification. Sam jogged toward the SUV, his backpack bouncing against his shoulders in time with the smaller pouch at his hip. Sorry, Sam said as he climbed into the middle back seat. Mom wouldn't let me leave without showing her the guild notification about today's event. Then she wanted to go through the packing supplies one more time, even though I told her we've all been packed since Saturday. Mark turned around in his seat, grinning. Dude, you've got a pretty sweet deal. Hospital sponsorship, a special pass for the safe zone, and unlimited mom food. Meanwhile, the rest of us are stuck outside the castle walls. It's not that great, Sam mumbled, but a smile tugged at his lips just from Mark's delivery. The hospital is pretty great, and they found another healer. One of their doctors awakened and got a trait related to cleaning wounds, but he's still really low level. But I like it out here more than in the safe zone. The city was already too busy for me now, it just feels really packed, and our neighbors at the assigned housing are really noisy. There was a pause and Sam wrinkled his nose at Mark. Also, what do you mean the castle walls? We literally live in a castle now. They all laughed and Alex caught Sam's eye in the rearview mirror. How are your parents handling everything? Better, I think. Dad's still not too happy about me being with the guild instead of the Hunters Association, but Sam shrugged. They do like you guys a lot, so I think that makes them feel better to know I'm with you. Also, the hospital sponsorship helps make it seem more legit to them. Speaking of legitimate, Olivia said, we should get moving. It's the first day of the team event, and I don't want to be late for the start. I'm sure we'll have to deal with the media some when we get there. Media. Sarah asked, looking up from her phone. Guild's making a big push for positive coverage. They're trying to show everyone they're taking action about the rift situation. Olivia's tone was a bit more professional as she spoke on her peacekeeper duties and the guild's plan. There will be interviews and coverage of the teams heading in, especially since the whole point of the event is to close rifts and prevent more breaks from happening. Good PR. She tossed in the last sentence with a shrug of her shoulders. Mark pulled away from the checkpoint and merged into the lighter traffic, pulling away from the safe zone. Hey, maybe we'll get famous. This would be way cooler than being a social media influencer or something. Alex groaned and Sarah quipped, you've got the ego for it. Hey, Mark said while tapping the brakes and causing everyone to lurch forward. As his friend's banter filled the car, Alex found himself running through their strategy again. They'd practiced and planned, but this would still be their first actual test as a team. His mind absently reached out to Valthurian, wishing that he was with them. But Val needed the time to complete his own advancement, and Alex knew that the rift they'd been assigned to would be safe for the most part. Everyone remembers the formation we practiced, he asked during a lull in the conversation. A chorus of affirmations answered him, and he nodded happily. He tried to ignore the flutter of nervous energy in his stomach. It's just a common E-rank. Mark and Sam have already been in one with me and worked well together. Olivia is constantly in rifts harder than this. Sarah is the only one I'm still a bit worried about. Even though he knew this, he glanced at his friends that had become his team and couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility. Mark caught his eye and nudged him with his elbow. Relax, dude. We've got this. 20 minutes later, they pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned supermarket. Through the windows, they could see the store had been completely looted, and the top of a rift portal was visible around the building's right side. The parking lot bustled with activity. News vans with satellite dishes dotted the perimeter, and a handful of reporters stood before cameras, gesturing at the tier in reality behind them. Looks like the guild really went all out, Sarah observed as they grabbed their few normal bags from the trunk. There's Channel 4-7, and is that national news? Mark shouldered his pack with a grin. Think they'll want my autograph. I think they'll want you to be quiet, Olivia said with a grin. Mark made an ooh sound and tried to grab onto her backpack, but she smoothly stepped out of reach. Alex scanned the area, counting at least 4 other people who appeared to be awake in teams. They were standing in groups and most carried larger bags and had their weapons and other gear on display. Benefits of having spatial bags. I bet to them it looks like we're really unprepared. One group had 2 people willing to showboat for the cameras. They were showing off their weapons or demonstrating a skill with a small burst of mana that he could see even from that distance with his heavenly eye. There was one other team acting more serious about the whole thing, and Alex could recognize some of their gear as enchanted or system granted. They were standing by an event tent that was set up and talking with 3 people in white jackets. 3 peacekeepers stood at a folding table near the corner of the building closest to the rift entrance. They wore expensive-looking winter jackets that looked like snowboarding jackets to Alex, though they had a patch on the chest and shoulder that matched the guild logo. So fancy, Mark said, clearly noticing the uniform-like jackets as well. That's Jamie, Olivia said quietly to Alex. Glad he's here. He's been a peacekeeper even longer than I have. He won't let the media interfere with the safety of the event. She broke away from the group and approached her coworkers with a nod. Sam shifted closer to Alex as a report's gaze swept their way. We don't have to talk to them, do we? No, Alex said while flicking Mark, who was grinning and waving at the cameraman. We're here to work, not try and get any sort of recognition. They made their way to the registration table, where Jamie was speaking with the other team. There were 2 younger-looking peacekeepers to his side, handing paperwork out to those in the first team. Olivia, Jamie said warmly, good to see you. These must be your teammates. You must be Alex and Sam. The man stepped forward as he introduced himself and shook Alex's hand while giving Sam and the others a nod. You guys have some heavy hitters on your team. I'm surprised you're at such an entry-level rift. You'd get more points by going to one of the higher-rated ones. Olivia shrugged and glanced at Alex. I think this is good for us to start with. It's what we were assigned to, but that's fine. Mark and Sarah are still lower-leveled, and it'll be good for us to all practice together as a team. Jamie nodded and shrugged his shoulders as if the details weren't any worry to him. After the last of the quick introductions were done, they moved off to the side to create space for the next team to check in with the peacekeepers. Olivia, one of the younger peacekeepers, called after them. Yes, Jamie is giving a brief rundown of rules and safety before we open the rift. All right, we'll be here. The girl nodded before moving off to the next group to pass along the word. Can we get out our gear now? Mark asked while looking around. Yeah, it'll be best to go in there ready for anything. This will let us check over our gear one last time, too. Everyone nodded in response and let their normal bags rest on the ground while they began to reach into their spatial bags and remove their field gear. Alex felt like a few eyes turned toward their group, which was still in normal street clothes. One guy with a clearly magical staff actually smirked at them, thinking they were unprepared for the rift. Mark reached into his spatial storage first, pulling out sections of gleaming armor. Sarah, mind helping me with the straps? You're hopeless, she said, but moved to help him with the breastplate. The metal caught more of the light from the sun, and Alex noticed the smirking mage do a double take. While Sarah helped Mark, Sam began pulling out his own equipment. Alex watched him set his staff to the side and pull out several mana potions to check their contents. He smiled at Alex before putting them back into the pouch. Both of them still full? Alex asked. Sam nodded. Yeah, they provided it if I needed any while at the hospital, but I've only needed that once. Better safe than sorry, Mark called over while holding his arms up and still as Sarah adjusted the final strap and pulled him backward. Besides, your parents would kill me if I let anything happen to you. Speaking of better safe than sorry, Alex said, you've got the consumable necklace. Sam pulled the silver chain from beneath his sweatshirt to show it to the group. Right here. Though Mark says I won't need it since he's going to be the best tank ever, Sam's impression of Mark's voice was surprisingly good. Hey, you've got it wrong. I am the best tank ever, not going to be the best tank ever. Mark hefted his warhammer for emphasis, nearly hitting Sarah in the process. Watch it, crazy, she scolded while stepping back to check her own gear. She pulled out a small recurve bow and clipped the quiver to her belt. Of their group, Alex was most worried about Sarah. They'd spent some time training with her on how to swing a sword and block some basic strikes, but in the end, she really didn't want to be in melee or stab anything. They wanted to get her with a wand or staff to keep her safe, but when she gained her most recent skill and seen how much of her meager mana pool it took to use the skill, she had offered the idea of learning the bow. It feels a bit rushed to have her in here still experimenting with things like this, but she isn't always going to be in the field with us. She's already so busy with her work. I'm just glad she could make it. Bringing the Christmas present, Alex asked. Sarah nodded, though her expression was uncertain and he could see her mouth pull into a thin line. I've been practicing with it some at work. The ability to manipulate an aura from a distance is useful, but she glanced at the other teams. Maybe not best to try it here, not until I'm more confident with it. I wouldn't want to mess something up. I saw you practice with it yesterday. You were great, Sam said. Alex smiled, but he understood her hesitation. He knew she felt a bit out of place in this kind of environment, especially compared to the experience that everyone else in the group had. He reached into his own spatial bag and drew out his leather notebook. He opened the front page and checked the list he'd made 2 days before and double-checked that he'd packed everything he'd needed for various rituals. He held the book in his offhand as he reached back into the pouch and removed his wand, placing it in the small leather holder at his hip. No upgrade, Sam asked, eyeing the wand. I thought about it, Alex said as he adjusted the front of his well-crafted robes. But this one works well with the new rituals, and we need to focus on teamwork more than raw power right now. Olivia was the last to gear up, but her efficiency showed her experience. It only took her moments to transform from the casual street clothes into something more combat-ready. Her light armor, that was placed over tight winter underclothes, was dyed a dark black with hints of purple in the creases. Alex could see the daggers he'd given her for Christmas disappear into various sheaths with practiced ease. Looking around at his fully equipped friends, Alex couldn't help but smile. The transformation was unreal. The sight of them switching from street clothes into their mismatched medieval and magical weaponry, all while standing in a supermarket parking lot, thoroughly confused his sense of what was normal. The mage with the staff was now pointedly looking away from their group. Teams, gather round. Jamie called out, his voice carried across the parking lot. Safety briefing before we begin. 5 teams formed a loose semicircle around the peacekeepers, with the cameras and other reporters also huddling in to hear what needed to be said. Alex counted numbers and saw that teams ranged from a trio of what looked like college students to a group of 8 wearing matching colors and stitched patches on their arms. He gestured to the 2 younger peacekeepers beside him. All 3 of us will be monitoring different sectors. With 5 coordinated teams in here, we don't expect the closure to take more than a day or 2. Before you enter, please grab a sulfur flare from one of the peacekeepers and keep it on you. This is to be used in case of an emergency, and only if your group needs help or someone is gravely injured. There was silence from the gathered group as it sunk in for some people that this situation was dangerous and more than just a PR push for the guild. Jamie made eye contact with each team and after receiving a nod, told them that the team's event officially started in 10 minutes. If there were any further questions, it was the time to ask. Alex leaned over the small hand-drawn map that was laid out on the folding table under the tent. Several others stood to either side of him, and while he was hoping for more information, the drawing didn't show too much. He moved away from the table to return to his team, standing a short distance away. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Alex looked around the abandoned supermarket parking lot. News vans crowded between old shopping cart corrals, and dirty patches of half-melted snow were piled up in the corners of the lot. Alex found it surreal, standing there in his robes while reporters did interviews and moved back and forth, only casting an occasional wary glance at the blue portal. He had to assume that the rift opening near the portal contributed to its looting and complete abandonment, but it looked like it hadn't been doing very well even before the new year. The entire situation boggled his mind, and he was surprised to see such a shift in what was accepted and publicly tolerated. Just a few months ago, when he'd stepped into his first rift, people had been fleeing the scene in a panic, and then law enforcement had shown up and blockaded the entire area. News outlets were shut down and not allowed to record in the area, and the only source of media was from people posting online. Even then, what was leaked was seen as fake or doctored video for a growing conspiracy theory. Now, some of the most reputable reporting sources were on site and interviewing the present adventurers as if they were professional athletes. It's amazing what people can accept as a new norm and adjust to fit their current lives. He knew that there was more to it than that, but as he looked back and forth at the gathered groups, he was impressed by the general population's resiliency. Just as his thoughts were drifting to his family and how his dad might be handling taking the changes, a woman wearing elaborate robes approached him at the same time he walked up to the rest of his group. She carried a staff that had a small red crystal set into the top of the wood. Heading in soon, she asked in a serious tone. We should coordinate paths so we can avoid getting in each other's way. Alex felt his friend's eyes turn to him and fought the urge to look to Olivia for help. He cleared his throat. We haven't really talked about it yet, but I think we'll take the left side. There was a ridge on the map they have up there. We'll probably follow that. The uncertainty in his voice made him wince internally, but the woman just nodded. Works for us. We'll take the central path. I'm Maya, by the way. Alex, he replied, offering his hand. She shook it and smiled at them all. Good hunting. As Maya moved back to her team, Olivia nudged Alex's shoulder. For someone with such high willpower, you looked ready to bolt there for a second. Willpower doesn't help much when you have no idea what you're doing, Alex said with a weak laugh. He scratched the back of his head. I mean, I can be determined or use my quick thinking all day long, but that doesn't mean I know which decisions to make. You do fine in combat, Sarah pointed out, adjusting her quiver awkwardly. That's different. I've trained for that, lived through it a few times now. But this. He gestured vaguely at the surrounding scene. The news crews, other teams, the Rift, and even their own group leading, making a tactical decision or deciding what we're all going to do. Making decisions for you guys instead of asking everyone what they want to do. I feel like I'm making it up as I go. That's literally what everyone does, Mark said, adjusting his shield. You think she knew exactly what she was doing. She's probably just as nervous. Alex shrugged and looked for a way to change the subject. He looked over Sam's head toward the shimmering blue portal and nodded toward it. Ready, he asked his group of friends. After receiving nods all around, then let's. Wait, Mark interrupted, fumbling with his spatial storage. One more thing, Sarah groaned, if this is another. Team photo, Mark called while lifting his phone from the pouch. Come on, first official mission, we need to document this. Sam bounced over and his enthusiasm was infectious. He moved his staff from one hand to the other so that it wasn't hidden behind Mark. Where should I stand? You're like a puppy, Sarah muttered, but she was already moving into position. Sam's eyebrows came together in a frown and Mark laughed. Our team mascot, the healing puppy. He threw his arm over Sam's shoulder, causing the much smaller team to bow under the weight. I am not the mascot, Sam said with some embarrassment. That's Val for sure. I'm not standing here all day, Olivia warned, but she took her place next to Sarah. Her attempt to look annoyed was undermined by the smile tugging at her lips. Alex looked at his friends on the screen of Mark's phone as he held his arm out. He felt a good deal of his anxiety melt away as he joined them in the center of the photo between Mark and Sarah. Mark held up his hammer with a huge grin, and Alex felt Sam poke him in the side with his staff. Everyone chuckled as Mark snapped way too many pictures, the loud clicking sound making it all too obvious. Everyone say, team's event, Mark called. Only Sam said it, his excitement making Sarah laugh mid-eye roll. Olivia managed a tight smile, clearly uncomfortable with such a public spectacle. Mark checked his phone screen for a moment before beaming. Perfect. That's going on the wall at the new house. We are never doing that again, Olivia stated flatly, but Alex caught her fighting back a proper smile. Together, they regrouped, ignoring the onlookers, and stepped through the rift's entrance. The transition was smooth, almost unnoticeable, except for the slight tingle of mana across their skin and the momentary loss of weight. Then the new world opened up before them, and Alex heard Sam's quiet wow. The blue windows popped into Alex's vision, and rather than dismiss them, he used a trick that he'd been working on in the last week. He focused his attention on the blue windows and mentally pushed them to the right of his vision. The windows shifted without noise or complaint, though Alex could only do it when he pushed his intent toward the windows. So far, no one else in their group had been successful in recreating the feat, so he assumed it had to do with his willpower. With the blue screens out of the center of his vision, he did a quick scan of their surroundings and made sure that they weren't at risk of being attacked. When he saw they were safe, he looked to the quests, nodded, and dismissed them. Personal quest, cull crystal wolves. Slay 10 crystal wolves at any level. Rift quest, shatter the resonating crystals. Destroy all 12 resonating crystals within the rift. Alex blinked as his eyes adjusted to the strange light of the rift. Above them, the night sky was bright with ribbons of blue and pink waves. Their boots crunched in snow that seemed to glow, though he wasn't sure if it was from magic or from the reflecting stars and lights overhead. He glanced at the others and saw most of them looking around the surroundings, which made him happy to know that they'd likely followed the standard guild advice of dismissing the quest windows first and ensuring the area was safe. Any surprises with the quests? Olivia asked. Nope. A cull quest in the crystals that Jamie told us about outside. Alex answered. Mark hefted his hammer. I'm guessing my hammer will be better at smashing crystals than those stupid vines we were fighting last week. Alex waved them to the left. Let's start moving to that ridge and get out of the way of the entrance. Other teams should start coming in any second now. Right, Sarah said seriously, gripping her bow tight. Formation like we practiced, Alex said, feeling a bit foolish for taking everything so seriously. He pushed the thoughts away hard, being more aware than most just how dangerous the rifts could be. Now's not the time for all of this second guessing. Get your shit together. No one said anything in response, but they all moved into the appropriate positions like they'd practiced at the house. Mark led the group, with Alex and Olivia behind him to either side. Sam stood behind Alex and Sarah walked next to him, behind Olivia. This had the four of them in something of a square, with Mark as a point out front. Mark started out their walk with his shield raised, though he lowered it after a few dozen meters. The environment was peaceful and looked truly magical. This place is beautiful, Sarah said before the entire group tensed as a howl echoed across the meadow. It didn't sound close, but the timing was eerie. A flash of movement caught Alex's eye, and he instinctively raised his wand to point in the general direction. He stopped when he saw the white rabbit bounding past them, a trail of white, blue, and purple light trailing behind its tail as it moved. Mark chuckled after noticing Alex's reaction, and Olivia snorted as well. Are those the crystals we need to break? Sam pointed over the small ridge at a huge floating crystal. It was the general size and shape of a pickup truck if it was standing up vertically. It glowed a pink purple that made it stand out from the white light of the surroundings and the blue light from the sky above. I think so, good catch. Let's head that way, Alex said. Olivia, you can peel off and start scouting in that direction when we get to the tree line. Got it, she said. They closed the distance to the floating crystal and Olivia moved away into the shadows of the trees with shadow step. Alex glanced over to Sarah and saw her edging closer to the center of their group now that the other pillar of her side of the formation was gone. He was about to reassure her when a growl cut him off. 3 wolves came out from behind a cluster of dull crystals that were spread across the ground. Their bodies were partially covered in pink and purple crystals, similar to the one that they were heading to destroy. Alex was a bit surprised to see that the wolves were on the smaller side. They were only slightly bigger than a fox, and he quickly scanned them, wanting to make sure that they were the creatures that he thought. Crystal Wolf Level 4. Class None. Hostile Creature. All 3 of the wolves were level 4 or 5, and Alex was relieved that they would start out against the lowest range of monsters in the rift. All right, Mark, you're up. Mark let out a whoop while loudly knocking the side of his hammer against the front of his shield. Through his left eye, Alex could see Mark release a wave of barely controlled mana. While it wasn't the same as pushing for a skill, they had theorized that while drawing the attention of the animals and releasing his mana in a burst around him, he could begin to direct the system towards some kind of taunt skill. For now, it actually didn't do much, but it wasn't that big of a waste since Mark wasn't doing anything with his mana, anyway. Alex split his focus with parallel mind, letting one part of his consciousness begin weaving a ritual in the air for his wand, while the other monitored the approaching enemies and the fight as it started. The skill had become invaluable since he'd gotten it, allowing him to do 2 things at once, which he felt was never more valuable than in moments like this. 2 of the wolves charged at Mark, their crystalline growths glinting in from a combination of the strange lights in the sky and an inner glow. The 3rd wolf, however, darted to the side, circling toward Sarah's position. Left, Alex called out, but Sarah's arrows were already flying. She missed as she stumbled back from the approaching wolf and let out a strangled cry. Shit, she muttered while knocking another arrow. He could see her hands shake, and the wooden arrow shaft bounced twice off of the side of the bow. Her next shot also went wide, and her growing frustration was evident in her quick mumbles and curses. Olivia materialized from the shadows behind the wolf, but Sarah had already released her 3rd arrow in rapid succession. Olivia had to dive sideways to avoid it, losing her position for a clean strike. Damn it, sorry, Sarah called out. Through his normal vision, Alex watched Mark handle the wolves. He showed no fear as his large frame and muscular arms wielded both shield and hammer with shocking ease. His kite shield kept the beasts at bay as he watched for openings to strike. Though a few attacks slipped through his defenses, they left only minor scratches and glancing blows. Even though Alex knew they were superficial wounds, it was hard for him to see tears appear in Mark's clothes and small patches of red begin to bloom on the snow at his feet. He was doing great, but... Sam, Mark called while taking a step back. Could use a quick heal. Time to help a bit. Alex released a bolt of mana from his wand, enhanced by the small wind ritual he'd prepared in the air before him. The blue bolt passed through the hanging circle and took on a swirl of power and potential that crashed into the crystalline side of the wolf. There was the sound of muted, breaking glass as more red blood peppered the white snow. The wolf on Mark's left crumpled instantly, the level difference between them too great for it to survive the empowered shot. Sarah finally found her rhythm, and as the wolf paused to look between her and Olivia, sent a shot directly into the monster's shoulder. Olivia didn't waste any time and stepped forward to hamstring the beast, preventing it from retreating or repositioning. The wolf went down quickly under their combined assault. Sam, Alex said, you've got to stick to the position unless called. Mark is your primary focus. He's got to know where to find you. Right, sorry, Sam said, hurrying back to his spot. The last wolf fell to Mark's hammer, and a brief silence fell over the group. Sarah was staring at her bow, jaw clenched and hair slightly disheveled from her initial stumble in the snow. That was Olivia started. Rough, Sarah finished. My aim was horrible. I can't believe I came here thinking to use this after a few days of practice. She held up her hand horizontally and looked at it as it shook slightly. We'll improve, Alex said. Mark's tanking was solid, and that last combination between you and Olivia worked well. We just need to another howl cut through the air, and the group all turned in the general direction it had come from. Work on it as we go, Alex finished his own statement. Same formation, but Sam, remember. Stay centered, I know, Sam nodded. Alex was happy to see that Sam didn't look upset or even frustrated. He knew Alex wasn't being hard on him, just trying to help him improve. I was worried that he'd think anything I said to him would be me getting mad or being too critical. I'm glad to see he sees it for what it is. Alex began weaving another ritual as they moved closer toward the hanging crystal, waiting to see more wolves step in their path. They had a long way to go, but at least they were learning. And no one died. That's a good start. The morbid thought popped into his head unbidden, as he realized it was his greatest fear in this entire situation. But after the first fight was out of the way, he realized it wasn't something he should be immediately worried about. The rift they were in was well within their means to complete, and between Alex and Sam, the team shouldn't ever be in any real danger. Alex crouched behind a natural crystal formation on the ground, using it as cover. Peering around the side, he watched the last floating crystal in the distance. The aurora above had intensified over the past 2 days, casting brighter lights and stranger shadows across the snow. Small, clear crystal growths had begun to spread across the ground, making the terrain a bit more hazardous. More than the terrain, the wolves had changed and evolved. It hadn't occurred to them at first, but the monsters and world within the rift slowly changed with each crystal pylon that was broken. Where the rift had started as a serene winter landscape with weak monsters and pretty lights, it now seemed to be a jagged and hard winterscape. The crystal wolves, which had once been the size of foxes, had grown in level and size with each of the 12 objectives. Maya moved closer, her red-tipped staff making soft indents in the snow as she used it as a walking stick. Jason says there is some movement on the left, she whispered. 2 packs are circling. How many? Alex asked, scanning the area through his heavenly eye. He was reminded once again of the difference of natural mana in the environment within the rifts compared to Earth. It had increased with each broken crystal, but now that they were down to the last one, the world was awash in colors. 7 total. He said they were levels 10 to 12. Maya gestured to the groups left at the nearest pack. A wolf emerged from behind a snowbank, its head low. The size difference was still shocking to Alex, as the wolf's shoulder easily reached up to his waist in its altered form. He scanned the wolf out of reflex and saw that it was level 12. They had jumped up another level after shattering the previous crystal. Glancing over his shoulder, Alex saw Mark standing ready. His shield was on his arm and half raised toward the wolf with his hammer gripped in the offhand. Sarah had an arrow already nocked, and Alex noted the difference in her stance and demeanor compared to how it had looked on Monday when they first entered. Sam stayed behind Mark and close to Alex. We'll draw most of them since Tim is a higher level than your tank, Maya said. Your team can make for the crystal while we keep them busy. She looked at her own group, spread out in defensive positions. Think you can handle any that break through? They're going to try to close on you when you make your way to the crystal. We can manage a few, Alex replied. He'd seen how well Maya's team worked together after running into each other the day before. They should be able to hold. Maya tapped her staff twice in the snow. Ready when you are. Alex nodded and turned to his group as Maya walked away to her own team. All right, Maya's team will start the fight. We move as soon as they draw the wolves' attention. He met their eyes. We're almost done here. You guys have been doing great. Same formation as before. I'll help as needed, so don't worry about the numbers, just focus on catching what you can and practicing like we have been. Mark, you're on point. Sarah, watch our backs. Sam. Stay centered, Sam finished with a smile. I know. Alex smiled and shook his head. You've been doing much better with that. I was going to ask if you can throw a rejuvenation on their tank as we head out. The heal over time will likely help them a lot since they don't have a healer. Sam nodded with a serious face. Got it. Olivia, stick to the shadows, but stay close. We don't know how many might circle around, and we'll need you to crack the crystal if we're tied down with too many wolves. Right on. Everyone nodded and gathered their courage for a final push. Alex watched his friends, pleased at the progress that had been made in just 3 days. The sound of Maya's staff striking crystal rang out across the area, signaling her team to begin their push. They moved forward, spreading out to draw the wolves' attention. Alex watched the pack turn toward them. Now he whispered to his friends. The group moved quickly through the snow, keeping low and using the scattered crystal formations for cover. Sam pointed his staff toward Maya's team, and Alex could see it glow a brilliant green as his mana traveled through it as he cast his nature affinity healing spell. 2 wolves broke away from Maya's team almost immediately. They charged toward Mark with crystal-covered claws and shoulders. Mark called out with his normal voice as they approached, moving between Alex and the second wolf as well. His positioning is getting better. He didn't use his new skill, though. The first wolf met Mark's shield with a thunk and the sound of crystal scraping metal. The second wolf slowed its charge and circled to his right, but Sarah's arrows forced it to keep its distance. The wolf's crystalline hide deflected her first 2 shots, but the third found purchase in its shoulder. Alex began weaving a ritual while keeping his eye on the fight. Sam kept his position and sent a preemptive heal toward Mark, ensuring that any scrapes and cuts were healed as he took them. The healing kept Mark stable, but Alex could see his friend's arm trembling slightly after blocking a few blows. The level difference is still just too large. He gained 2 levels, but these monsters were still double his own. Alex did his best to hold back from helping his friends. They had asked him to help less and less as the previous 2 days had gone by, and he had to trust that they'd ask him for help when they wanted it. Olivia stepped from a shadow and slashed at the front wolf's hind leg, preventing its continued assault on Mark. A third wolf emerged from behind a jagged crystal formation, moving to flank the group. Sam called it out, and Olivia moved fluidly, shifting her weight and vanishing again as she stepped through the shadows. It took Alex a moment to see her, as she gained elevation by stepping into the shadows of one of the trees above the wolf. She dropped from the tree with 2 daggers in her hands and landed on its back, striking a vital point at the back of the head. Push forward, Alex called out, seeing a good opening. The floating crystal loomed closer, but he heard Maya call out in alarm as the largest wolf they'd seen yet burst through their defensive line. Its head was nearly as tall as Mark, and Alex's scan showed it as 2 levels higher than the other beasts. It charged them as it noticed they were making a beeline toward the crystal pylon, letting out a roar that reverberated off nearby formations. It began to run toward the group, looking like it would hit their side, either aiming for Sam or Sarah. However, at the last second, Mark appeared and let out a shout. Through his eye, Alex could see the mana explode outward in a thin wave that covered about 10 meters in any direction. As the mana washed over the large wolf, it turned its charge toward Mark and ran into him at full speed. Alex nodded, knowing that by defending the team, Mark had likely activated his trait and gained a small blanket increase to his stats. I guess it's a good thing he saved his taunt after all. The wolf collided with Mark's shield, and there was a moment of resistance as Mark held, and his feet slid on the snow before he went flying and rolling several feet across the ground. Sarah's arrows bounced harmlessly off the wolf's crystal-covered hide, finding almost no flesh on its entire body. Olivia appeared to help Sarah as another wolf tried to circle behind her, leaving Mark alone on the ground with the larger beast. Alex saw his team being pressed and made a quick decision. He split his mind with parallel mind, activating the ritual that he'd already formed that floated in front of him, while allowing his second mind to use mana threads to prepare another, different ritual. He pursed his lips as he activated the first and blew into the back of the mana formation, activating the wind ritual. Releasing several wind-enhanced bolts from his wand, he sent the first into the side of the large wolf that loomed over Mark. It struck its body with a blunt impact, and the sudden pressure pushed it off balance long enough for Mark to get back to his feet. The other 3 shots of high-pressured wind crashed into the floating crystal. The shots cracked the crystal's surface, and Alex lowered his wand as he finished preparing the second ritual. With his wand holstered at his side, he reached into the spatial pouch at his side and pulled out a small bag of prepared ritual materials. Olivia, help Mark, I've got the crystal. The dark-haired woman nodded, changing her direction from the crystal to aid their tank. Alex jogged forward to get closer to the pylon, before tossing the ritual materials into the vertically floating concentrated heating ritual. Pulsing his mana, he felt a large amount of it drain from him as it activated. The ritual lit up, and a small pillar of concentrated, heated air burst from the ritual circle. While it was pointed away from him and his group, the area began to heat up, and the snow on the ground around the crystal began to melt rapidly. As Alex watched the large pink crystal heat up from the center, the cracks that he'd made in it began to glow more red than pink before it completely shattered. The sound was loud enough to make Alex flinch and cover his face from the small shards that broke off from the main body as the pylon fractured and fell to the ground. The remaining wolves harassing Maya's group fled. Alex watched as his team finished off the large beast, with Olivia and Sarah coordinating their attacks while Sam kept its attention. Well, Mark said while panting, that was a bit easier than I expected. Don't jinx it, Sarah muttered. Seriously, who says that? Olivia said as she wiped off her dagger. Alex laughed. I'm not sure things would have turned out well if it was much harder than that. These things were already double your level, Mark. Mark shrugged in response as he looked at the scratches on the front of his shield. Dang, that last one was really strong. My arm is going to be numb for a while. Sam, Maya called out from a short distance away. Their group turned to see Maya kneeling over her team's tank. Shit. Their group rushed over just as a system window appeared in front of their faces. Alex dismissed it and focused on the situation. He took a bad slash as the large one broke through. You're a healer. Please help him. God, Maya said fervently. The scene looked bad, with Tim's red blood spread and smeared across the snow as he tried to move, and his team had surrounded him to protect him from the last few wolves before the crystal was shattered. Alex was impressed as he watched Sam switch into a serious healing mode. He knelt down next to Tim and looked at his leg. Hi Tim, do you remember me? The grown man nodded and gritted his teeth. Good, I need to look at your leg, but I promise you I'll be able to heal it. Okay, it's going to hurt for only a few more seconds, then you'll be back to walking around. No problem. Sam's voice was calm and Alex saw Sarah step up as well. Do what you need to, Sam. Tim, can you look at me? Sarah knelt down next to his head and held out her hand to touch his shoulder. Maya looked uncomfortable by the number of people beginning to surround the man, but as soon as Sarah made contact with him, Tim grew calm. His tense face and muscles relaxed, and he looked at Sarah with wide eyes. What is that? Just one of my skills, don't worry. It is just helping you calm down, and Sam will have you patched up in no time. Her smile was genuine, and Alex felt his heart swell to see his friends work so well to help a group of fellow guild members. Sam checked the man's leg before nodding and grabbing his staff. He held the head of the staff over the leg and put his free hand behind the one that gripped the staff. His open palm, flat against his hand, began to glow as he sent mana through his body and into the staff. It changed to a deep and beautiful green as he sent the healing touch skill through the staff and into Tim's leg. Sam smiled at the man and stood. Alex could see him waver as he stood to his feet. Maya collapsed onto Tim with tears of relief and thanked Sam over and over. The young man looked nervous and scratched his head while leaning on Alex. It's all right, I'm happy to help. They talked, and most of them were surprised as several blue portals appeared next to them. Even though Alex knew it was part of what happened when Rift Quest was complete, he was still surprised to see it for the first time. It's crazy that an exit just appears next to you whenever it's finished, no matter where you are in the Rift. He pulled up the previously dismissed system windows. Congratulations, Awakened. You have completed the Rift Quest, Shatter the Resonating Crystals. You have one Rift Quest reward available. Rift Quest complete. All resonating crystals have been destroyed. Warning, Rift collapse imminent. Exit through provided portal to return to planetary integration. The feeling in the air was ominous after reading the second half of the system prompt. He knew from the articles that he'd read to prepare for the event that the rift would take an hour or more to close completely. The aurora above began to twist, and the light dimmed almost immediately, reminding Alex of household lights on a dimmer. Time to go, Maya called out, helping Tim to his feet and wiping her tears from her face. Mark looked up at the sky. Whoa, check that out. Less watching, more moving, Olivia said, pushing him toward the nearest portal. Alex made sure his team entered the nearest portal, walking through last. They stepped through and emerged together, back in the parking lot of the supermarket. News crews had already begun to gather, but guild representatives kept them at a reasonable distance. All right, wait until we're somewhere a bit more private to accept the quest rewards, Alex said. He felt things were moving rapidly, and peacekeepers stepped up from the groups exiting the portals to congratulate everyone. Maya's team gathered their gear, while Alex's group celebrated their first rift completion. Olivia was the only one of their group who had seen a closure happen before, so they chatted excitedly about the phenomenon. Sam was practically bouncing as he described the final fight from his perspective, talking about how cool Mark had looked when standing his ground against the last wolf. Good work in there, Maya said, offering her hand to Alex. Your team did really well. When they catch up in levels, you'll be a powerful group for sure. Maya's team came over and thanked them all, several exchanging contacts and AG usernames before splitting off. Late January sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows that led to the courtyard at the center of the U-shaped building. The modern living room was open with high ceilings, and the couch, living room table, and TV, all in the corner of the room, were depressed 2 steps into the ground. Slowly, things were changing around the comfy living space, and Alex was beginning to feel like it was his home, rather than he was squatting in a house that was far too nice for him. On the floor in front of the flat screen sat 2 gaming consoles that Mark had brought over. The couch had several new plush throw pillows and large blankets that Sarah had gifted to him, saying she wanted something comfortable there when they all watched movies. Edwin, at Mark's suggestion, had secured several minimalist back frames for pictures that he planned to fill with group pictures and selfies. Alex sank deeper into the corner of the couch, enjoying the feeling of the soft pillow and the smell of the coffee next to him. He watched Mark with a smile as he sprawled across the sectional. Past his friend, he could see clearly through the glass windows and through the courtyard. Gabby moved in the kitchen in a rhythmic manner that made it clear to him she was listening to music, despite not being able to hear the noise. Still can't decide what to do with it. Alex asked, watching Mark flip a skill token between his fingers. Mark caught the token in the air. 3 levels in 3 days and this beauty on top of it. He held the crystal-like chip up to the light that streamed through the windows. Can't say I'm disappointed we closed that rift. It's definitely a shift from how they were doing things just a few weeks ago, Alex said, though he couldn't keep the satisfaction from his own voice. You're right, though. Getting extra experience from completing the Rift quest, not to mention 2 system rewards from finishing both quests, feels really good. He gestured at the token and thought of the mana stones sitting in his spatial pouch. Could have kept it open longer, Mark pouted as he sat up. That sort of defeats the purpose of the team's event. I think we're going to need to close more rifts rather than keep them open. If more are constantly spawning, and soon they'll be spawning at D rank, it seems like the system is trying to hint at something by giving us additional experience when the Rift quest is completed. Yeah, I know, Mark said as he stepped the token on the table and stared at it. The sound of sock-clad feet shuffling across the solid floor drew their attention to the entrance. Sam stood there, wrapped in a blanket that was supposed to be kept on the couch. Despite the obvious exhaustion on his features, there was an unmistakable energy about him that made both men sit up straighter. "You're up early," Mark said while checking his phone. "Thought you'd sleep till lunch at least, with that kind of late night at the hospital." "Yeah, don't push yourself too hard. We just finished up the rift the day before, and then you spent like 12 hours at the hospital yesterday. Wasn't it you who told me last week that resting is important too?" Sam's tired expression broke into an excited grin. "Couldn't sleep anymore. Guys, you're not going to believe what happened last night. The hospital people decided to start paying you a ton of money for all your help in magical life-saving," Mark said, scooping his skill token off the table. "Huh?" Sam said, confused. "No, they already pay me." "They do? How do they pay you?" "Edwin helped me set up a bank account, and my parents co-signed on an account while we were in the safe zone." "Oh, he's all grown up." Sam glowered at the large Polish man and waved his hand. "Look, that's not important. I got offered my class advancement." There was a moment of stunned silence before Mark and Alex both jumped up from the couch and rushed over to Sam to congratulate him. "Dude, that's amazing." Mark wrapped an arm around Sam and hugged him close while jumping up and down. With Mark's height, Sam's head only came up to the lower part of his chest, making the staggered jumping look comical to Alex. "What does the system notification say? Did you already pick the advancement? Did you get something epic?" Alex grinned at Sam's breathless laughter as Mark let him go and stepped back. "Come on, sit down before Mark keeps asking questions. And yeah, tell us everything." Sam practically bounced to the couch, exhaustion momentarily forgot. "I didn't pick anything yet. I wanted to read it and do it with you guys, kind of like the rank advancement." Alex and Mark both nodded. "Well, here it might just be easier to show you." There was a brief pause as Sam willed the system window to become visible to them. "Congratulations, Awakened. Verdant Healer Novice is ready for advancement. You have reached the threshold of your primary class. Would you like to advance or evolve this class?" "Advance." This class stays the same and advances to the next proficiency tier, improving the benefits from the class and granting a new skill in the same tree. Class preview: Verdant Healer Journeyman Level 1. Evolve. This class changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. Class preview: Epic Rarity, Druid Novice Level 1. Advance. Evolve. Whoa, Mark breathed. "I didn't realize that it showed you the class preview," Alex said. "That's amazing. Verdant Healer was your uncommon pick, right? Now you got offered an epic rarity class for the evolution." Sam nodded excitedly. "I know. Edwin said last week that normally, evolutions only offer to jump one rarity. I knew I had unlocked epic classes since I went up to D rank, but I was worried since my current class is uncommon that I'd only get offered to evolve to rare." "Well, it's a no-brainer, right?" Mark said excitedly. "Just the stat gain alone from that will make it worth it to start back at the bottom of Novice, right?" Alex and Sam both agreed, thinking the same thing. "Where is Edwin?" Alex asked. "It couldn't hurt to have him here and just go through everything one more time before you make your choice, Sam. That was part of the reason I wanted to wait. He was still sleeping when I got home this morning." Alex hopped up and went to go find Edwin, only to have him turn the corner at that exact moment. "Master Moore, how can I help?" The sudden appearance startled him a bit, but he recovered quickly. "Great timing, Edwin." Sam got offered his class advancement. Edwin's eyes lit up with interest as he walked closer to the couch with his arms behind his back. "Congratulations, Samuel. Do you feel prepared?" Sam nodded but also shrugged his shoulders at the same time. "Yes, but I just want to make sure. You're better at this than me." The butler's eyebrows rose slightly as Sam showed him the system window. "An epic evolution, very impressive. That's not normal, right?" Mark asked, leaning forward. Sam was saying that normally the classes just jump one rarity. Why wasn't he offered a rare class? Typically, he would be offered a rare class. Edwin nodded. "However, the system takes into account one's experiences and achievements." "That does make sense," Alex said. "Sam, you have a title for literally being the first person from our planet to enter an epic rift. Also, you're the highest level of anyone I've seen since we've been home. If it's tracking things like progression and what you've done to earn your levels, you certainly would be up there." Sam fidgeted with the blanket, and a bit of color rose to his face as he smiled. "I just wish I could see more information about the Druid class. I looked up the name online last night when I couldn't sleep. There were a lot of different things that normal fantasy and stuff shows. I want to stay a healer, but the nature magic aspect sounds amazing." "He never talks this much. He must really be nervous to ramble like this." "The system operates largely on intent," Alex said thoughtfully. "I doubt it would offer you something completely opposite to your goals. There are some druids in games that are tanks, but you haven't done anything like that since I've known you. And if your goal and intent is to keep growing as a healer, then I don't think it would give you a class that pushes you away from that." "What about my current skills, though?" Sam asked. "Well, I lose Rejuvenation and Roots of Restoration. They both work really well with my trait." Edwin shook his head and spoke up. "Skills, once learned, belong to you, not your class. The class merely granted them to you at level 10. You'll keep both skills, and the Druid class will likely grant you 2 new ones suited to its nature." Sam's head came up, and Alex could see some of the tension leave his body. Speaking of classes, Mark interjected, what's the deal with his stat points? Sam would be jumping from uncommon to epic. That's huge, right? Indeed, Edwin said as he straightened. It was clear to the trio that the man enjoyed lecturing and teaching. Common classes grant 2 stat points per level. Uncommon 4, rare 8, epic 12, and legendary 16. Samuel would triple his stat gain per level by choosing to evolve. Then why would anyone ever advance instead of evolve? Mark asked, confusion written across his features. Evolutions aren't always offered, Alex said, remembering something he'd read on the forums. Or at least not evolutions to a higher rarity. It could be an evolution offered at the same rarity, precisely. If evolution to a higher rarity is offered, it's often the optimal choice, Edwin elaborated. Advancement increases your gains by 50% per tier. With Samuel's current uncommon class, advancing to journeyman would increase his gain from 4 to 6 stat points per level. Then it would go from 6 to 8 points if he were to advance again to adept down the road. He unclasped his hands and held up a finger. But by evolving to epic, he would be getting 12 points per level instead. Sam's eyes widened and the blanket fell from his shoulders. It looked like he was about to fall off the couch with how far forward he was leaning. Well, feels a bit obvious what I should pick then, huh? Sam asked. The other 3 men agreed. And like Alex said, the system knows what you want to be. A druid fits perfectly with your healing abilities and your connection to nature. Just look at your garden out there, dude. Sam nodded and the determination was clear in his eyes. All right, I'm going to do it. There was a pause as Alex and Mark sat on the couch, looking at the younger man, and Edwin watched on with a passive interest. Before anything happened with Sam, however, a massive surge of mana rolled through the room. Alex was on his feet in a moment, scanning the area and worried that they were under some sort of attack. Sam yelped in surprise, his own mana sensitivity allowing him to feel the change in density as the wave passed by them. What was that? Alex looked up at the ceiling. Val, he said softly. He reached out through his bond and could feel something changing. I think he's finishing the advancement. He looked at Sam. Can you hold off on accepting the evolution for a minute? I want to make sure he's all right. Yeah, the option isn't going anywhere right. He posed the last part as a question to Edwin. When the butler shook his head, the group all moved quick up the stairs and to the cat tree in Alex's office. Alex was the first to rush into the room and was greeted by another wave of mana as it pushed out through the room and caused his left eye to swim with shades of blue and white. He looked up at the top level of the cat tree and saw Valthurian's coiled-up form glowing a brilliant gold as the motes of light condensed near his body. The others joined him in the room and watched on in fascination as the small worm's body floated into the air and began to change with each pulse of the golden white light. The piranha-like features of his face elongated into an elegant snout, and his brow became more pronounced. The fins pulled into the body and bunched to an area a few inches below his head. In a particularly large flash, causing Alex to shield his eyes, wings began to unfurl from the same area the fins were pulled from. A final pulse of mana and light pushed out from the companion, and everything returned to normal. Valthurian floated above them in his new form, and Alex did his best to blink rapidly and take in the sight. Huali, Mark said, looking up with his jaw hanging open. Val's serpentine body retained its beautiful blue coloring, but now it shimmered with an opalescence that reminded him of the white streaks through the blue mana pearl he'd consumed. Dark blue, bat-like wings sprouted from new shoulder joints, disrupting the previously slender form. Small blue and white feathers sprouted around the joints, creating a contrast with the darker color of the wings. Val, Alex said, waiting for some sort of reaction. The newly evolved creature turned to face them, and Alex's breath caught. Gone were the somewhat comical fish face and pug-like eyes. Val now had an almost regal appearance, with a head shaped like a lizard and golden eyes that looked like a lesser version of his own left eye. Even from the distance they were at, Alex could tell that they weren't the same complex pattern of the heavenly eye, but the light golden color was far different from the black they had once been. Look, wings. Val's mental voice was stronger and clearer than Alex had ever heard it. He did a quick loop around the room, his new wings flapping slowly as his form moved gracefully in a circle. With his wings stretched, Alex could tell that his companion had grown in size as well as form. He's got to be at least 5 feet long now, and wingtip to tip is close to the same. I'm stronger, much better, can have Oreos now. Mark burst out into laughter. Well, some things never change. Alex looked over his shoulder and saw Edwin looking uncomfortable as the large worm flew around the room and stretched its new wings. I guess he's not a worm anymore. He's beautiful, Sam said. Val preened at the compliment, then swooped down to land on Alex's shoulder. The attempt was clumsy, and his left wing flapped wildly, smacking Alex in the head several times before he could settle. The position was more awkward than before, with Val settling to stretch out the left wing to hang down in front of Alex. Alex, Oreos. Alex smiled and reached into his spatial pouch. He held out a small chocolate cookie and looked closely at his companion as he gently stroked his new snout. Yeah, buddy, you can have one. You definitely earned it. Okay, so Mark said, reaching out to stroke the creature along its spine while it eagerly ate cookies. He's totally a dragon, right? Like you can't even pretend he's not at this point. Alex sighed. Yeah, there's no denying it now. That looks like where he's going. He looked at his companion and shook his head. He pulled up the bond's status window, interested to see how things had changed. Passive skills, magical resistance tier 2. What's an amphipter? Alex asked as he read Val's status window. I've never heard that term before. Did you say amphitheater? Mark questioned. Like those outdoor concert places. Edwin cleared his throat. An amphipter, if I recall correctly, appears in European heraldry as a serpentine dragon with wings but no legs. The general description matches Valthurian's new form quite precisely. He studied Val with renewed interest. They were often depicted as guardians of sacred places. Val preened at Edwin's words and somehow managed to look even more smug as he balanced on Alex's shoulder and looked down at the humans. He looks awesome, Sam said, still staring in wonder at Val's shimmering scales. Alex turned to Sam, only able to turn his whole upper body, careful not to disturb Val's perch. Sorry that I interrupted your moment, bud. Ready to do your evolution now? Sam hesitated. Actually, I was thinking maybe I could wait until tomorrow. See if my parents could come over for it. Dude, that's perfect. Mark's face lit up. We can make it a whole thing. Like celebrate both your class evolution and Val looking cool instead of goofy. Val's head snapped around and it was actually possible to see his brow crease in his new form, not goofy before. Mark was already heading for the door. I'm gonna talk to Gabby about food. This calls for a proper celebration. Alex watched Mark bound down the stairs before turning back to Sam. You sure you're okay waiting? I'm sure it can't be easy to hold off on something this big and you worked hard for it. Sam nodded and gave a small smile. Yeah, I'm sure, my parents. They were, you know. I think it'd mean a lot to them to be here and be a part of this. Alex felt a surge of pride at Sam's maturity. If their positions were reversed, he wasn't sure he'd have the patience to wait. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone buzzing in his pocket. Pulling it out, he checked the notifications that were lighting up the screen. Mom, your father said he saw you on the television. Please call us. We would like to have a family dinner. The warm atmosphere in the room suddenly cooled as Alex hesitated. His finger hovered over the screen. Finally, the urge to dismiss the message and pocket his phone won out. The TV appearance his parents had seen was probably from the recent Rift closures. Since the guild had worked with local media stations, he should have anticipated something like this. Of course, they'd want to chat if they're seeing me and my friends from college suddenly praised as heroes. He felt his brows come together as the sour thoughts surfaced in his mind. Luckily, they were brought to a dead halt as a small head bumped into his own. Want mana, Val said aloud, breaking the moment. Alex laughed, reaching for his spatial storage. You're going to get fat. And perfect size, Val insisted as he opened his mouth for the mana stone that Alex held up. Perfect everything now. And so humble, too, Alex muttered, but he was smiling as they all headed downstairs to help Mark plan a small celebration for the next day. The dining room was more elegant and formal compared to the rest of the house, though Alex was excited to have an occasion to use the room. The large oak table was set with dishes that Edwin had arranged and Gabby was preparing to fill. Soon, they would be seated, and Alex could smell the appetizing mix of garlic and onion wafting in from the kitchen. Above, the modern light fixture cast a warm glow over the room, which did a lot to change the room from feeling quite as stuffy or sterile as it might with bright white lights. Instead, the warm light worked well with the dark woods and large front windows of the house. As Alex looked over the scene, a feeling of nervous excitement washed over him. This gathering marked the first time that they were using the dining room space for any sort of actual event or large evening meal. Although this was beginning to feel more and more like home, Alex, Mark, and Sam usually took their meals in a more relaxed setting at the counter in the living room or on the couches. When studying, Alex even took back-to-back meals in his study on the second floor. The more formal dining room reminded him of how much he still had to embrace in his new life, especially with a professional chef in the other room cooking their meal. Despite the drastically different setting, the idea of everyone sitting around the table took Alex back to his typical family dinners at his mom's house. It won't be anything like that. Alex shook off the thoughts when the quiet of the room was broken by the sound of the front door opening. Mark bounded in first, a broad grin plastered across his face as he scanned the room. Whoa, look at this setup. Fancy. He stepped into the dining room, taking in the table setting. Man, whatever Gabby is making smells fantastic, he added. Right, Alex replied. She got excited when you said it was to celebrate Sam. I think she said she was going to use some herbs he's been helping her with. Nice, Mark said with a genuine smile as he waved to Edwin, who moved into the room. Good evening, Mr. Thompson. I trust your workout was satisfactory, he said. She has yet to arrive, though I believe someone is on their way up the driveway now. Alex shared a look with Mark before he shrugged. That trait is almost scary. It gives him all kinds of intuitive feelings if he's doing something in service to the house. Edwin nodded before moving to the front door and bringing in Sam and his parents. "Whoa," Sam said as he walked in and handed Edwin his jacket. He had to lean forward to stay where he was in the foyer and look to the left, into the dining room. "You guys really didn't have to do all of this." Edwin accepted Sam's parents' jackets as well before guiding them the small distance to the dining room. They both said nervous hellos as they entered the room and took everything in. "Hi, good to see you guys again," Alex said as he stepped forward to shake Mr. Grant's hand. "Glad you guys could make it." Mrs. Grant clasped her hands together in front of her waist and glanced at the table's setting. "This is lovely. I hope we don't stick out too much in this beautiful home." Mark waved his hand dismissively, eager to put them at ease. "Not at all. You should have seen Alex's apartment just a few months ago." Alex laughed. "This is still a big adjustment for me. Trust me, you're not out of place, at least not compared to the rest of us. Make yourself comfortable. I think Sarah and Olivia should be here soon, and then we can get started with some food, or Sam can advance whenever he wants." Mark stood and walked through the foyer to the living room to turn on the TV and some background noise before the group all sat down and got some of the initial awkward conversation out of the way. They talked about the weather and the trip from the safe zone to the mansion, pleased that there were no issues at the checkpoint. Just as the conversation was slowing to something more comfortable, Olivia strolled through the front door, guided by Edwin. "Hope I didn't keep you waiting." "Not at all," Alex replied, returning her grin. "You actually beat Sarah, which is surprising. I thought she was supposed to have the day off." He got up to give her a hug, and she took the seat next to his as the conversation started fresh with Olivia. "Well, right now, I bounce between acting as something of a bodyguard for Alana, who is one of the people in charge of the guild, and just taking contracts," Olivia said with a smile as she pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "What are contracts?" Mr. Grant asked. "They're just specific tasks that any of our leadership can put up for grabs. Most of the time, it's a specific objective, like going into a rift and just grabbing some materials. Sometimes it's just to protect someone new in the guild and allow them to gain a few levels, though those only really pop up when the guild gets someone new that they think is going to be important. Like our Sammy," Ms. Grant said with a smile, causing Sam to groan and put his head in his hands. "Well, similar, but honestly, ma'am, Sam is higher level than all of us. But yes, his role as a healer makes him really valuable, though lately I've been taking boring contracts to go and help watch over the new guild headquarters that they're building." They continued small talk, and it wasn't long before Sarah also joined them, and she apologized for being late. "I had a last-minute meeting with Director Matthews, and it ran a bit longer than it was supposed to." "Everything okay?" Mark asked. "Yeah, it was a big meeting, but honestly I'm not sure why I was there. I think the director just likes to hear what I saw in some people's auras after the meetings are over." She waved. "Let's talk about it later. I don't want to talk about work. We're here to celebrate Sam and Val." She smiled and gave Sam a hug and greeted his parents before taking her own seat. "Wow, this is all really nice," Mrs. Grant said softly. She rolled her shoulders as she leaned back in the comfortable chair and rested her forearm on the chair, reaching for her husband's hand. "Wait until you taste Gabby's cooking," Mark said with a cheeky grin. "You say that like you're proud and help her do anything in the kitchen." Sam jabbed back. Mark laughed, but Alex saw how Mr. Grant's eyebrows rose in surprise at his son's response. "Hey," Olivia said, pulling his attention away from the conversation. "Where is Val?" "I'm surprised he's not still strutting around with his wings like he's a peacock." Alex rolled his eyes before pointing to the window behind him. Olivia turned her head and frowned. After a moment of looking out the window and then at the curtains, she laughed. "What are you doing, Val?" The curtains moved, and in his normal vision, Alex saw the distortion he'd begun to recognize as an illusion skill breaking. In his left eye, he'd seen his companion since he'd entered the room, as the patch of mana made it quite obvious that he was camouflaged on the red curtains. He got frustrated because with his wings, his create lesser illusion skill is now not strong enough to change his entire body to look like something or to hide it. So he's been practicing all morning on different places to hide and use the skill to try and get it to level up. It's only a bit from advancement. "Ah," Olivia said, eyeing the worm as it flew around the room. Can I even think of him as a worm now? He's an amphipter, but there's no way my brain is going to swap to thinking that. Do I just start thinking of him as a baby dragon?" He watched as his companion made a lap around the room, and Sam's parents gasped. The teenager hopped up and excitedly began telling his parents about the advancement process and how much Valthurian had changed. The small gathering settled into the comfortable atmosphere, and Alex watched on with a growing sense of contentment. Seeing his longtime friends, girlfriend, and the Grant family all together and getting along so well together gave him a sense of family dinner that he'd never had before. His thoughts were interrupted as Sam announced, "All right, I'm going to do it. I can't wait anymore." He smiled sheepishly as most of the eyes turned to him. "It's about time," Mark called. The room fell quiet as they saw Sam concentrate on the air in front of him, navigating the personal system windows. Unconsciously, everyone leaned in, excited to see the evolution. A minute passed, yet nothing changed in Sam. He sat quietly, his expression focused and his eyes moving back and forth. Is something supposed to happen?" Mark asked, breaking the silence. A few chuckles rose from the group, but Alex could tell that Sam's mom looked on edge. "Just give him a minute," Alex said to the table. Finally, Sam broke into an excited grin. "It looks awesome. I love the class." He could hardly contain his joy as he half stood up from the chair and looked at his parents and Alex. "I've officially got an epic class. I'm a druid." "Wait, that was it?" Olivia asked, slightly confused. After a few heartbeats of silence, the excitement around the room ignited. "Dude, that's amazing," Mark cheered, jumping up and high-fiving Sam. "Way to go, Sam," Olivia exclaimed, covering her earlier reaction with a loud cheer. Between his green sweatshirt and light complexion, the red that rose onto Sam's face from everyone's excitement and attention was all too visible. Alex, sensing the moment's momentum, turned to Gabby, who had just entered the room. "Could you bring out the food now? And maybe you and Edwin can join us." "Absolutely. It'll be ready soon," Gabby called back with a wave as she headed back into the kitchen. Edwin followed, offering a nod of acknowledgement as he held the door open for her. As everyone began enjoying Gabby's meal, the atmosphere grew warm and festive. Conversation flowed easily as people discussed the delicious food, their laughter lightening the mood further. Mark and Gabby's natural enthusiasm and outgoing personalities drew everyone into animated discussions and storytelling. As they grew to the end of food, Sam was pulled into a semi-private conversation with his parents at their end of the table regarding his class and future plans. Alex, Mark, Olivia, and Sarah shifted to more pressing topics while the two members of the house staff listened with interest. Mark asked Sarah what had kept her late at work, and as soon as she answered, Alex winced internally, knowing that it would likely lead to some back and forth between the two women. Alex nodded and felt a bit of guilt rise in his chest as he realized that he'd been ignoring most of the news and international state of affairs. But if the US was struggling to keep up with rift breaks and was moving to such things as safe zones, he couldn't imagine how some of the poorer, less organized countries were handling things. "Isn't that just another way for them to control everything?" Olivia replied skeptically. "Sounds like they're trying to duplicate what the Guild is already doing with the AG app. At least they're sharing the information. The Guild keeps it all behind a membership paywall. That kind of information could save lives and shouldn't be kept from the public." Sarah shot back quickly. A tense silence descended on the group as Olivia bristled at Sarah's words. Both of their expressions became stiff, and Alex saw his girlfriend's face begin to darken. He knew that those kinds of implications hit close to home for her. Alex sighed as Olivia set down her silverware and pushed her chair back. The clatter caused the conversation around the room to stop and the mood was broken. "I'm just going to help start clearing the table or something," she said, while grabbing her plate and moving toward the kitchen. Alex started to stand to follow her, but Gabby excused herself politely and waved Alex down. "Please sit, boss. I'll start cleaning as well and chat with Miss Santoro in the kitchen. You stay," Gabby said as she followed Olivia into the kitchen. As the door swung shut behind her, Mrs. Grant turned to Sarah, her expression softening as she changed to topic. "Sam mentioned that you like to play music." Sarah nodded. "I do. I grew up playing the violin and have recently started to pick up the flute since it was a gift from Alex at Christmas. Would you play something for us?" "I'm still figuring things out," Sarah said hesitantly, "but I can use the music to influence auras in subtle ways with this special flute. Maybe I could try to play something a bit upbeat." "Why not?" Alex said encouragingly. "You've sounded great the last few times I've heard you." "Yeah, you really picked it up fast," Mark said. Mrs. Grant clapped excitedly, and Alex couldn't help but to use his heavenly eye to scan the flute as Sarah pulled it from her purse. She must have the spatial bag tucked into the purse. "That's pretty smart. Maybe I should start carrying around a normal backpack or something." He activated parallel mind to allow one half of his mind to focus on the best ways to carry his spatial pouch around and have it look normal, while the other used his eye to look at the flute and stay present in the conversation. E-rank item Lumina flute. Rarity uncommon type, instrument. Enchantment aura harmony I. He loved how the dark gray wood looked, though he knew it differed from the dead trees that he'd seen on the dark side of the rift, where they had not allowed any mana to flow. This wood seemed very conductive to certain types of mana, especially as Sarah began to play. She took a breath and began to play, filling the room with a gentle, uplifting melody. Edwin got up to turn the TV down that had been on in the background, allowing everyone to enjoy the melody Sarah was playing. "Wow, that's so nice," Mark said as he swayed slightly to the rhythm. "We could totally get you to play for money or something. I feel like I just drank a cup of coffee in happiness." The lighthearted jest broke through the tension, and Mrs. Grant listened attentively. Everyone sat a bit straighter and felt more awake than the previous food coma they'd been slipping into. "You really have a gift," she murmured after Sarah finished. As the music faded, conversation resumed with an air of nostalgia. Mrs. Grant shared stories of her own musical past, and before they knew it, Sarah and Sam's mom were deep in conversation about the complexity of melodies and different kinds of music. Soon after, Sam's parents decided to excuse themselves for the night, thanking everyone once again for their hospitality and pride in their son, telling him to come see them after the weekend was over. After they left, Alex, Mark, and Sam began talking about how they planned to tackle their next rift for the team's event. With Olivia and Sarah both working the next 2 days, they had decided to contribute as a 3-man team for a quick rift over the weekend. "I wanted to ask you about your class," Alex said, taking the opportunity once the Grants had left. "You mentioned the Druid class. Do you want to tell Mark and me the skills it gave you?" "Of course," Sam said excitedly. "I wanted to show you guys earlier but didn't want to get too into it with my parents. Here, let me share the status windows. Druid Epic. The Druid is a nature-bound magic user who draws power from the natural world. They excel in supporting allies with healing and regeneration, while also controlling the battlefield with plants, weather, and animals. Druids adapt to their surroundings, using their connection to nature to protect, heal, and destroy. Balance is a core principle of both nature and the Druid. Primary class stat, Wisdom. Secondary class stat, Vitality. Tertiary class stats, Constitution. Flourish Novice Level 1 allows the Awakened One to channel mana into plants over time to heal damaged flora, accelerate growth, and enhance natural properties. Effects are gradual and require sustained care. "Whoa," Mark said, rocking back in his chair. "That's awesome, dude." He held out his fist to bump it with Sam as Alex kept reading. "This is great, Sam. Did it not give you a passive skill, though?" Alex asked. The grin that spread across Sam's face let him know that there was a second skill granted by the class. "Oh yes, I just wanted to save it for last. It seems so cool." There was a pause before a new, enormous window appeared in the air between them. Spiritual Communion Tier I. Choose a spirit of nature to commune with, gaining passive bonuses based on your choice, and a token totem to nurture the bond. Option 1, Bear Spirit. The bear represents raw power and resilience. They weather storms and stand firm against adversity. Over time, the Druid may discover that this spirit encourages them to become more steadfast, enduring, and ready to take on even the toughest challenges. Option 2, Raven Spirit. The raven is a symbol of sharp wit and knowledge. With the raven spirit, the Druid becomes more attuned to their surroundings and uses their mind to work their way through problems. They may learn that the raven aids in clarity of thought and the ability to act quickly and decisively. Option 3, Turtle Spirit. The turtle embodies a steady presence in the face of adversity. There's a quiet wisdom in waiting and a quiet strength in not rushing. Over time, the Druid may come to realize that this spirit helps them remain composed and resilient in both body and mind. Option 4, Wolf Spirit. The wolf is a creature of the pack. Their main focus is on survival through unity and family. While the Druid may not always fight alongside others of the pack, the spirit of the wolf shows them that the hunter's greatest strength and resilience come from their group. Option 5, Stag Spirit. The stag is the embodiment of swiftness, grace, and beauty. Over time, the Druid will discover that the spirit of the stag helps them find fluidity in both body and magic, allowing them to act quickly, especially when they're in motion. Mark whistled, and Alex's eyebrows came together. "That's more complex than I've seen a skill description so far." Alex dismissed his parallel mind skill to put his attention on Sam. "But based on the class description, it seems like the whole flavor of the class is based on this. Hell, even seeing the option descriptions, I'm guessing this is where the versatility comes from." The teenager nodded and agreed. "They all seem like they could be strong, so I want to take my time and think through my options." "Man, there are so many possibilities," Mark said excitedly. "Oh, there are so many theory crafting options. Hold on, let me grab my laptop." He jumped up from the chair, almost knocking it over in his haste as he jogged out of the dining room and to his bedroom. Alex and Sam both laughed as he left, and Alex read the skill again. Alex," Sam said tentatively. "Yeah, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about yesterday, too. It just got a bit hectic after Val changed." Alex refocused on the young man as he realized he was concerned about something. "What's up?" "Well, while I was at the hospital on Wednesday, someone came and offered me a job." Alex tried to keep his brows from coming together in confusion. "Okay, was it not obvious that you were already working at the hospital because of your age or something?" "No, they knew I was there healing. They offered me, well, a lot of money. They want me to go and be a private healer for them and their family." It took a few moments for Alex's brain to catch up. He was so caught off guard. "Well, what did you say?" "I just told them I wasn't that interested," Sam said, trying to read Alex's face. "Well, that's good. Did they seem weird? Why did you turn it down?" "Not weird, really. They seemed nice enough at first, but they kept pushing. The offer was a lot of money, and I was thinking about helping them out just because he seemed a bit desperate," Sam admitted. He looked off to the side, but Alex prompted. "They wanted me to work for them, like, right away and only for them. Even after I said no, they kept insisting. The hospital staff had to intervene and remove the guy when he wouldn't take no for an answer," Sam explained as his voice lowered a notch. Alex felt his chest tight, and he knew that must have been hard for Sam. especially with none of us there to back him, but I'm sure he felt like someone was trying to pressure him again like in Tianluo. I'm glad he's stronger now, and it turned out differently this time. That sounds like a bit much. I'm glad the staff helped out. It's great they want you, but that's a lot of pressure. He paused as he thought through the situation. It all comes down to what you want. The choice is really yours, bud. Yeah, I mean I appreciate the attention, but I want to figure out where I fit in all of this, Sam said while fidgeting with the edge of the table. You guys mean a lot to me, and I don't want to leave, especially not just for some money. Some of that tension left Alex's chest, replaced with a sense of protectiveness for the smaller teenager. All of that is understandable. You've grown a lot as a person in the last few years, Sam. You've been through a lot and come out the other side. Now you're one of the strongest people in the world, Alex said encouragingly and nudged the blonde boy's shoulder. You have some crazy potential, especially with healing. It makes sense that people would want to tap into that. But you shouldn't feel you have to choose one path just because it seems appealing right away or someone's pressuring you. I know, Sam nodded and took a breath. I just want to make sure I'm making the right choice, you know. If I learned anything from old man Jing, it's that money has power. I could protect and help my family with that, and I could help with what you're doing here. You know, Alex nodded, impressed at Sam's sense of logic and how well he was handling the situation with his time in the rift. It was a mature side to the teenager that he had seen little of. First, he was skittish and healing, scarred from his time of abuse. Then he rebounded quickly, and Alex found Sam was often trying to emulate Mark's energy and attitude. Now there was a serious young man sitting in front of him, talking about helping and healing others and turning down personal recruitment offers while thinking of his future and what he wanted. The smile that slowly spread across Alex's face couldn't be contained. What? Nothing, I'm just proud of you, dude. Before they could keep going with the serious conversation, Mark burst back into the room. Got my laptop. Time to figure out all the druid things. Their chat faded into the background as Sam's earlier worries hung in Alex's thoughts. He felt a sense of relief and optimism as they shifted back into discussing the next rift. He knew Sam was on the edge of something big, both in his path to power, as Yura referred to it, and his life choices. Supporting him through the transition was one thing Alex was determined to do. The last rays of sunlight had recently faded, leaving Alex's estate bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Rather than light spilling in through the windows, it spilled out from the dining room window and into the early night. Alex could see how the light beams spread across the front lawn from his seat. Alex rose from his seat and told Sam and Mark he was going to find Olivia. His muscles were pleasantly tired from the workout he had done earlier in the day, and with a full stomach he felt content. The evening had gone well, and everyone was impressed with Sam's gains. There was only the smallest feeling of jealousy, seeing his young friend continue to progress while he couldn't seem to shake Ryland's words from the week before. He made his way into the kitchen, where he found Olivia helping Gabby organize leftovers into containers. Hey, Alex said, leaning against the counter. Want to take a walk? It's chilly out, but actually feels pretty nice. Olivia looked up, and a smile played across her face. Trying to escape cleanup duty. Don't listen to her boss. This is my job. I keep trying to shoo her out, but she won't have any of it. Olivia shrugged, and Alex smiled. Some fresh air will be nice. I've been cooped up inside most of the day. Come with me, go on. Gabby waved them away with her wooden spoon. Edwin and I have got this covered. I mean it. They stepped onto the front porch where the chilly evening air enveloped them. Olivia shivered and gave him a skeptical look. This feels nice to you. She walked back into the house and grabbed a jacket. As he leaned against the railing, a vibration in his pocket caught his attention. Reaching for his phone, he found a text from his dad on the screen. Dad, your brother said he needs to talk to you. Call him. Alex frowned before scoffing. If Jake wanted to talk, he should be texting or calling me himself, not using Dad as a go-between. He dismissed the message without a thought and tucked his phone back into his pocket as Olivia rejoined him. Aren't you from even further north? I thought this would feel like spring to you or something. Alex teased, letting the irritation of his family dynamics roll off of him. No, being used to colder weather just means that I know how to prepare for it better. Alex chuckled, and they looked around the porch and front yard. The wraparound porch had stone steps leading down to the roundabout drive. As they descended the steps to walk around the house, Olivia spoke up. This was really nice, she said as she bumped her shoulder into Alex and grabbed his arm. Must be much better than those stuffy family dinners you told me about. He let out a snort and debated telling her about the text he'd just gotten. Instead, he just gave a short answer to move the conversation along. Yeah, no passive-aggressive comments about career choices or being compared to the favorite child. They circled around the grassy side of the house and picked one of the several paths that led further to the back of the property. The grounds were immaculate and well kept. Crickets had begun to chirp in the woods nearby as they wandered along the pebbled path. I still can't believe how well Sam did today and how well that class fits what he wanted, Olivia said. Did you see his face when he finished reading the evolution? Like a kid on Christmas, Alex agreed. Actually, he looked more excited there than he did on actual Christmas morning. He chuckled as he remembered Christmas wasn't all that long ago. The team's really coming together. We just need Mark and Sarah to gain the levels at this point. You've made incredible progress, too. We all have, Olivia replied, and she stepped closer to him and let her arms slide around his. They walked like that for a moment, arms linked at the elbow and moving through the curated grounds. The carefully maintained hedges and trees led them further from the light and toward the woods. Neither seemed to have a destination in mind, content to let their feet carry them where they would. Speaking of progress, Olivia said, as they walked, you wouldn't believe what happened at Alana's the other day. A group of new recruits came and asked me to show them some combat techniques. Why would that be surprising? He raised an eyebrow and looked down at her, though as they moved closer to the woods, he saw more in the shapes of Gray and Mana from his eye. You're a peacekeeper and really strong to them. You probably seem like a total badass. That must have felt good, though. It did, she admitted. Apparently word got around about my help in one of the recent peacekeeper contracts for Alana. You know, the one where I had to step in for Pete after he got hurt. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Yeah. Though I think they were more impressed that I did it alone, but when I tried to tell them about the difference in levels, they didn't really seem to hear me. She paused for a moment. The guild's been pushing us hard lately. More Rift access for us, but more training and missions too. Sometimes I feel bad that I'm not here as much. Alex shook his head. Don't. The priority access alone makes it worth it. If I'd known peacekeepers got privileges, I might not have turned down Alana's offer. He said the last bit jokingly, and Olivia used her already tucked elbow to nudge him. It's not all perks, all right, Olivia said in an exaggerated manner. There's a reason they're pushing us so hard. Have you noticed the checkpoints getting stricter? They reached the edge of the woods where the path split into different directions. Alex chose the only one that he'd explored before, knowing that it would lead to a small clearing in the woods. Yeah, it's getting harder to ignore, he said. The team house feels like an oasis sometimes, but he trailed off. But it also feels like we're cut off. Olivia finished for him. Exactly, and we haven't even done anything wrong. It's just he gestured vaguely with his free hand. The moderators are working on it, Olivia said. They're trying to find a balance. Did you know the police departments are making another push for awakened recruits? The guild's trying to stay ahead of getting completely cut out of the safe zones, but it's getting more and more restrictive. I remember that being part of the president's speech before Christmas. Well, it seems like the push has become one of their primary focuses. I guess when crime in the safe zone starts to go from petty theft to super-powered robbery, they need some people who can handle that kind of threat. Alex nodded and rocked his head from side to side. It's hard to be mad at them sometimes. It seems like such a big step, but considering that is what they have to deal with, how is it working out with what the moderators are trying to do? It's complicated. The guild wants to maintain good relationships with law enforcement, but they also want to protect awakened rights and not get pulled into their umbrella themselves. Some moderators are working on ways to get around the checkpoints, but they're trying to keep everything above board. How would they even do that? Olivia shrugged. The most reasonable answer would be to hire unawakened or get people who are awakened but don't plan to participate in combat to register with the Hunters Association and the safe zones as sort of liaisons. Then they would be the ones to go into the city as needed. Alex grunted, noting that would still make them feel like outsiders. They reached the clearing that Alex had remembered, and he stopped walking. The stars were clearer there, away from the house lights. A fallen log sat at the edge of the space, but otherwise the clearing was mostly clear, if a bit overgrown. Can we talk about something else? Alex asked suddenly. All of this political stuff, I'd rather talk about us or something else. Olivia smiled and squeezed his arm as she too looked around the clearing. Us, huh? Yeah, he said, thankful for the cover of darkness. He led her toward the log and reached into his pouch to remove one of the sturdy outdoor blankets that he'd gotten and kept rolled up. He undid the plastic buckle that held it together and unfurled it to its maximum size on the ground. Hey, I didn't even think to ask, Olivia said as she watched him move. It's pretty dark back here. How can you see? I have my shadow affinity and a passive that makes seeing in the dark a lot easier. Does your eye let you see in the dark? Not exactly. But I can see the mana around us, and there is something of a pattern to it. What does it look like? She held up her hand between them when he turned back to her. It doesn't shine like a light, but at the same time, the different colors do look like they are lit up. So the blue of my mana will look bright but won't cast a light on anything around it. So my right eye is a bit useless right now. Does that make it hard to see? A bit. It can make seeing the terrain a bit hard, but I got used to that in the caves before, and it's a lot easier now that I have mana thread. I can let one go across the ground right in front of me and see as it moves across the ground if there is something that might trip me. He looked around himself. My hope is to use a lot of threads eventually, like the mana spinners did. I'm only one level from advancing the skill. Wait, he held out his hand. Take your jacket off. Why, it's freezing out here. Humor me, he said with a grin. She grumbled something Alex couldn't quite hear, but she took her jacket off and crossed her arms in front of her. Alex smiled and reached out with a mana thread to twist the blue strand into a circle on the ground around them. He started with a larger ritual than he'd made in some time, letting it cover 10 meters. The structure was a larger and weaker version of the heating ritual that he'd learned, with the base shape made up of a hexagon to distribute the heat evenly around the entire ritual circle. He dropped a small pouch of prepared materials into the central node and pulsed his mana through it to activate the ritual. Olivia gasped as the air began to warm up. He wasn't finished, though, and allowed a second thread to snake from his fingers and form another larger and weaker version of his most used ritual lately. The wind ritual that he'd been using to empower the mana bolts from his wand was now turned into a large and silent fan that helped to slowly churn the evening air. With a circular center and 3 triangles around the outside pointing clockwise, making the central structure more complicated than most of the basic rituals he used, he almost impressed himself. The modified ritual would take the gentle, cool evening breeze and cause it to circulate around them before continuing out the other side or up into the night. The thought had been to keep the air moving around them rather than allowing the warm air to feel stagnant. The result was exactly what he'd hoped, and he breathed a sigh of relief as a nagging part of his mind worried that he'd make it too strong and cause the wind to turn into something of a tunnel around them. Show off. Do you know how amazing that eye looks in the dark, by the way? She asked as Alex took off his coat and they settled on the blanket. The gold really stands out, almost like it's glowing. Alex touched the skin near his left eye self-consciously. Really, I've only really looked at it a few times. I feel like that's not a good thing if our life is about to be filled with combat. A glowing eye seems like a liability. She snorted. I feel like its benefits far outweigh the negatives. True. Alex leaned his back against the log. Really, she said as she leaned her head against his shoulder. It's beautiful. There was a quiet pause before she added, in a totally intimidating and manly way, of course. He snorted and added his final touch to the impromptu romantic setting. I'm going to make some lights. She sat up and looked around just before he activated Mirage. Small motes of soft golden light bloomed around them. He kept them simple in favor of creating a dozen of the small globes, pulling inspiration from recently seeing Sam and Valthurian's advancements. Olivia reached out and idly touched one, though her finger passed through it with only a slight distortion of the illusion. She looked down at the shadow her hand cast across the blanket, and she sighed happily. Alex watched her for a moment, allowing his thoughts to wander before speaking. Can I tell you something? When she nodded, he continued. Seeing Sam evolve his class today, I'm happy for him, really happy. But it also reminded me that I have made no actual progress lately. Not in terms of levels anyway. Alex. No, 1 second. I've been thinking about it a lot, especially after what Rylan said. But I've also been thinking about other things I want to do. It can't always be about growing stronger, and I think that I need to be okay with letting Mark and Sarah catch up. It's just harder than I thought. Olivia's eyebrows came together. Rylan, what did Rylan say? Alex realized he hadn't actually told her about the odd interaction the week before. He puffed up his cheeks and blew out some air. I don't really want to talk about it, but he just showed some of his true colors. I know everyone thinks he's turned some sort of new leaf lately, but I think it's just a mask. The moment we were alone, he got all hostile and insulting. I can't tell if he's trying to be some sort of super villain or he's just a competitive asshole. Really, that's serious, Alex shrugged. I mean, I don't think I'm blowing it out of proportion. He was with some dignitaries or something and was actually sort of nice. I thanked him and tried to say something, and he just snapped back once we were alone, saying all this stuff about me plateauing and about him crushing us in the team's event. She let out a small laugh. Does he not realize that we're not trying to win or anything? He joined her in the laugh. Well, no, I guess he just assumed we'd be trying to win, but I don't think he realizes that Mark and Sarah are so low-leveled. The goal has always been to really just focus on them. Well, I'll keep an eye on him. From what I've seen, he really is trying to play nice with everyone in the guild. If it's a mask, it's a good one. He grunted in response. What are some of these ideas you have, though? Well, there are a lot. There is one that is pretty big and would push me forward in power massively if I could figure it out. What is it? Well, just before Sam and I left Tianluo, I used my class skill and got some insight into how to improve a ritual. Yura talked me through it, and he was explaining that part of the rituals, how I was taught in the basic manual, was wrong or maybe just explained as a shortcut. Anyway, if I can figure out how to use catalysts properly, or what I can use in those nodes that doesn't require me to use materials for every ritual, it could go a long way, especially in variability. Sounds really promising. What's stopping you? Well, I think I need to learn something to go in those slots. I've been meaning to look more into normal spell casting, but I don't think that will work. I thought it might be runes, but those also seem pretty complex. I'm not sure that they could just stand by themselves in the nodes. Runes might work, but to make them work, I need to dive deeper into more complex ritual structures. And then before I start actually trying to mash totally separate magical schools of thought together, I will probably need to create a workshop or something that's explosion-proof. I was thinking about paying someone from the guild or trying to figure out how I can do it myself and change the mother-in-law suite out in the backyard into a sort of bomb shelter workshop. There was a long pause, and Alex realized how much he'd been rambling, just letting his thoughts spill from his mind. Suddenly, Olivia burst into laughter. He felt a flash of embarrassment before he also let a smile creep onto his face. She turned to face him fully, looking up at him in the warm light. "You know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing someone who's planning for the future. Someone is building something to last. That's growth too, Alex. Different from Sam's and Ryland's, sure, but just as important. You'll get back to those levels soon, and you'll be stronger for the work you're doing now." Maybe, he said, looking at her face and admiring how pretty she looked. The soft golden light from his illusions caught her dark hair and made her brown eyes look hazel. Even in the dim lighting, he could see the light dusting of freckles across her button nose, something he hadn't really noticed before. Her cheeks were flushed slightly from the cold air beyond their warm bubble. "Different isn't bad," Olivia said. She was quiet for some time before continuing. "You know, before the rifts, I wanted to open a little bookstore cafe. Nothing fancy, just somewhere cozy where people could grab coffee and browse books. I even had a name picked out." She laughed softly. "Sounds silly now, doesn't it?" "No, it doesn't," Alex said, his voice quiet. "It sounds perfect, actually. Very you. I always knew you were a nerd. Hey, you've had your nose in a book more than me lately." She turned back to face him and she smiled up at him. Alex felt his heart speed up as she leaned closer, and when their lips met, it was soft and he felt his head swim. The kiss was short but left him feeling a rush. When they pulled apart, Olivia's smile was mischievous. "So," she said, breaking the tension with a playful tone, "about that workshop of yours, exactly how many explosions are you planning on causing?" They talked late into the night, their conversation flowing easily between future plans and teasing banter. Alex mentioned plans about hiring someone or learning to make more permanent rituals, which he could use to increase the security around the property, and Olivia insisted she should get to test his security measures once they were in place. Alex had argued that she just wanted to test her shadow abilities, and the counterpoint was that if they could stop her, they could stop most anyone. The golden lights continued to float around them, and the warm air from his ritual kept them comfortable as they sat close together, neither wanting the evening to end. Alex stifled a yawn as he shuffled into the massive kitchen. Even with his sleep resistance passive, he felt tired after staying up late into the night with Olivia. He squinted against the light that streamed in through the glass windows of the courtyard and winced as Gabby greeted him with her normal early morning energy. "Good morning, boss." She dragged out the first part of the sentence. "Coffee." Gabby paused and looked at him. "You don't normally drink coffee. You feeling okay? Just tired?" "Between my willpower and one of my skills, I almost never need coffee anymore, but I love the stuff. I just want to have a cup to sip on." "Ah," she nodded knowingly. "All right, you just go relax in the living room, and I'll bring it to you in a minute." "Alex," he groaned as there wasn't even the slightest pause between his reaching out and the response. The little beast was already awake, and if the feelings pulsing through their connection were any indication, currently bolting from his office down the stairs to find him. There wasn't even time to sit up before the companion's wings could be heard, and he was hovering in front of Alex. "Hey, buddy. Good morning." "Good morning," Valthurian said. It still caught Alex a bit off guard how much Val's intelligence and maturity seemed to jump with the advancement. Not only were his sentences coming out more clearly, but he seemed to lean more toward vocalizing rather than using their bond to communicate. Heavy footsteps announced Mark's arrival before he appeared. He was wearing gym shorts and a tank top that showed off his newly enhanced physique. "Morning, dude. Sam up yet?" "Haven't seen him," Alex said while stifling a yawn, but he was pretty excited about his class evolution last night. Did he end up picking one of the passive options yet? As if summoned, they heard socked feet thumping down the stairs in a rapid tempo before Sam slid around the corner. He was still in his pajamas, but held something in his hand. "Guys, look what I got when I chose the turtle spirit." He thrust forward a small wooden totem, roughly the size of a pill bottle. The carved turtle was simple and slightly more elongated than Alex might envision a turtle, but knowing what it was, he could clearly spot the little arms, legs, and shell. The shell was the most interesting part of it, and there were some detailed swirling patterns etched into the small wooden figurine. "What is it?" Mark asked. "The system called it a token totem. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with it, but I do feel some kind of connection to it." "Is it the turtle spirit?" "I guess so." All three of them looked down at the totem in Sam's hand for a moment, unsure if something was going to happen. "What does it do?" Mark said in the same tone as before. "I don't know," Sam said while curling his hand around it, "but I know I need to keep it with me, that's really all. Maybe I'll attach it to my staff or something. Maybe put it on a necklace." The description didn't change much from the original, so I guess I'll have to try and test what the passive does. Sam shared his system window with them. Passive skills, herbal knowledge tier I. Roots of restoration tier I. Spiritual communion turtle spirit tier I. Spiritual communion turtle spirit tier I. The turtle embodies a steady presence in the face of adversity. There's a quiet wisdom in waiting and a quiet strength in not rushing. Over time, the druid may come to realize that this spirit helps them remain composed and resilient in both body and mind. Dang, it still looks awesome, Alex said. My mana thread also has a more descriptive flavor text. Normally, the system just tells you the bare minimum of what the skills does. Mark reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a protein bar. Oh great, now we've got a spiritual guru. Next thing you know, he'll be burning sage before we enter the rifts. Sam pulled the token closer with one hand while taking a playful swing at Mark with the other, which just led the big man to laugh and flex his muscles. Can't hurt me with that, turtle man. Alex rolled his eyes. Speaking of rifts, are you two ready to go for today's rift? When do you want to leave? As he was speaking, Gabby entered the living room carrying a steaming cup of coffee. The smell immediately pulled Alex's attention to the ceramic cup. Let's go soon. I'm itching to get back in there. We already took a 2-day break. I'm happy to go whenever, Sam said. All right, let's check gear and get ready to head out in an hour or so, Alex suggested. Both of the other men nodded. Meanwhile, Gabby stood there looking between the three of them. She put her hands on her hips and gave them a stern look. I know that the three of you four, sorry Val, are not about to leave this house without eating some breakfast. Before you even get there, it'll be lunchtime. All of them looked at each other. Of course not, Gabby Alex said, drawing out her name. Could you please make us some breakfast before we go, of course, and I'll pack a lunch for you to put in your little pouches, too. She nodded happily as she turned and bustled her way back to the kitchen. After she'd left, Alex turned back to Mark. How is your shield holding up? It looked pretty beat up after that last clash with the crystal wolves. Yeah. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the kite shield and held the protein bar in his mouth. Setting the shield down on the couch next to Alex, he ran his fingers over the scratch marks before removing the protein bar from his mouth. It'll hold for today, but I should hit up that equipment section of the auction house before the girls join us on Monday. Sam had already pulled out his staff and a length of cord. Maybe I could tie the totem here, right above the grip. He was talking to himself, but Alex couldn't help but give a small smile at the teenager. Before Alex could respond, Mark produced a small cloth bag from his spatial storage with a grin that made Alex groan. Please tell me that's not what I think it is. Listen, all I'm saying is the snow rift was a bust because I couldn't get to any dirt. This time, I'm prepared. Mark patted the bag of earth like it was precious cargo. You'll see, earth magic is coming my way. Alex shared an amused look with Sam, who was still fiddling with his totem. In just a week, it felt like they were already falling into an easy rhythm. The first rift had done a lot to develop Mark and his kit as a tank. By learning the taunt skill on his own, he had something of an idea of how to apply mana and intent to create a skill. This first-hand experience was great, and Alex felt like he saw a light bulb go off in Mark's head as he understood what he and Sam had been trying to talk about. With him consuming the skill token the day before, he now had a charge skill to add to the repertoire, which was something he had been trying to learn but wouldn't need to worry about anymore. While Alex felt it was a bit of a waste, since it felt like something that might be easy to get on his own, Mark seemed giddy with excitement and wasn't in the least bit put off by the system giving him the skill before he could develop it. With the rift they planned to enter that day, without the girls, Alex figured Mark would likely even pass Sarah in levels. Likely in the next week or two, he would hit level 10 and get to pick his class options. I need to make sure he's not getting carried. I don't want to hamper his class options just because I'm helping too much and he isn't able to actually tank. You guys ready to run a rift without our damage dealers? Mark asked jokingly as he put the dirt pouch and shield away. Alex gave a short laugh at the use of video game terminology, and he wondered if Mark was reading his thoughts. I'll give you as much damage as the rift needs, but I'm not going to make things easy for you. Sam, too. We need to make sure that you're getting challenged and working toward the goal of a tank if you want some good class options at level 10. Mark made a sound. Make it as hard as you can. I'm going to earn an epic class, just watch. You can't do that, knucklehead. You have to be D-ranked before you can get an epic class. Watch me. Sam looked over and held up his staff triumphantly, happy that the small totem dangled from just below the head of the staff. Hey, I can do damage. Sure you can, kid. Mark ruffled Sam's hair. Using the staff, Sam pushed his hand away. You saw me fight that plant. I can too. I saw those thorns almost gobble you up. Yeah, but I could just heal through it. Gotta keep working out in the gym to get big and strong. Both Alex and Sam rolled their eyes before they all broke to get dressed before heading to the next rift. The acrid smell of sulfur filled Alex's nostrils as he crouched behind a jagged obsidian formation. Sweat beaded on his forehead and caused his hair to cling to his face, threatening to drip sweat in his eyes. He blinked rapidly while focusing on the volcanic field ahead, where a pack of ember hounds lounged. A week ago, they'd have struggled with just one or two of these. Now his team of friends moved with efficiency and confidence. Mark stepped into the open, his new shield gleaming against the backdrop of glowing lava pools. He slammed the shield with his hammer, and the sound echoed across the mostly barren landscape. Through his eye, Alex could see a pulse of energy radiate outward as taunt activated and drew the attention of the flame-wreathed canines. Sam hung back but lifted his staff in one hand and raised his other high in the air as he activated a preemptive heal. His eyes darted from Mark to Olivia as she stepped forward to reposition. Sarah's melody drifted through the hot air, her flute seeming out of place, though it did a lot even in that pre-battle moment to bolster their spirits. Alex felt his muscles loosen, and a surge of energy flowed through him as her aura boost took effect. Alex grinned. They were working well now that there were a few battles under their belt, and it wasn't just practice in their backyard supporting their formations and decision-making. He raised his hand and began to use his threads to create a ritual around the group. A deafening roar shook the ground beneath their feet, though it didn't break his concentration. What the? The rock formations near one of the lava pools shattered, revealing a massive black serpentine form. Scales of dark copper glinted in the hellish light as a large beast appeared. The beast's red eye caught Alex's attention and his breath caught in his throat. Memories of the massive form of the firstborn flooded back. His heart beat erratically and his already slick hands began to shake. Alex, Mark's voice held a note of uncertainty. Damn, they need to get out, they can't fight it. I need to get them out. I need. Alex, Olivia's shout snapped him back. While he'd hesitated, the creature had lunged forward and swung its massive lower body and tail in a sweeping arc toward Mark. Alex activated Feather Step to try to close the distance and help his friend, but it was too late. The tail caught Mark in the side, sending him flying. He crashed into a nearby rock formation with a sickening thud. Mark, Sarah's flute faltered with a harsh note. Sam was already moving, green energy pulsing from his staff as he ran toward their fallen friend. Olivia's shadows writhed, her form blurring as she dashed between the ember hounds, keeping them at bay. A massive blue explosion filled part of his vision, and he looked over to find a crater where the beast had been. The front half of its elongated body was gone, replaced by a bloody mess at the bottom of the crater. Prick, Valthurian said before flying over to Mark and Sam. Another large beast burst from the lava, following in the wake of the first. It undulated forward, dripping lava, and began to eat its fallen companion in one large bite. Shit, they're counting on me and I froze. That's not the firstborn, you moron. Olivia, keep the hounds busy. Sam, get Mark back on his feet. Sarah, switch to offense. Alex gave out orders and was glad to hear his voice was steadier than he felt. Blue strands shot from his fingertips as mana threads dipped into the mana stone dust at his waist and shot forward to wrap around the beast's head. It thrashed, nearly yanking Alex off his feet, but he held firm. Congratulations, mana thread has leveled up. You have reached the tier threshold of an active skill. Would you like to advance or evolve this skill? Advance, this skill stays the same and advances to an improved version in the same tree. Evolve, this skill changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. You will lose levels in this skill if you choose this option. Advance, evolve. He dismissed the window and focused on restraining the beast as best he could. All of his will and intent was focused on concentrating the threads to maintain their strength and hold against the beast's thrashing. While waiting for his friends to recover, he held the beast, wanting them to get most of the experience for the kill. He used his heavenly eye to scan the creature and wanted to kick himself as he took in the screen. Magma Worm Level 11. Level 11, you're jumping at shadows, and if it weren't for Sam, Mark would be seriously injured. Get your shit together, man. Alex berated himself, and the next few minutes were a blur of action. Mark rejoined the fray, moving slower but still drawing the beast's attention. Sam's healing spells worked over time, and they'd done some immediate work with Healing Touch. Olivia danced among the hounds, using her superior levels and stats to hold off several monsters at once while the rest of the group took down the worm. When the dust settled and the fight was done, they stood victorious if exhausted. Mark leaned heavily on his shield, wincing, but a grin spread across his face. Dude, I just leveled up again. That hit was totally worth it. Sam looked pale, his mana reserves nearly depleted. Sarah's fingers trembled as she lowered her bow. Even Olivia's usual grace seemed diminished. I'm sorry, Alex said, the words tasting bitter. I hesitated. I should have. You got us through it, Olivia cut him off, her tone firm. Mark nodded, still grinning despite his injuries. Yeah, man, we all freeze sometimes, but you're all looking to me and I can't afford to. Sarah laid a hand on his arm. Alex, you're growing into this role. Leaders aren't perfect, they learn and grow like the rest of us. Give yourself some time. Sam piped up, and you did take charge once you snapped out of it. That was pretty cool. Valthurian flapped his wings and wrapped himself awkwardly around Alex's shoulders before head-butting him. Stupid Alex, his favorite stupid. Friends are fine, all stronger. There was a chorus of laughs and agreements from the others. Alex looked at them, seeing only understanding and trust, more trust than he felt like he deserved. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay, let's talk about what we could have done better while we take a break. All of us could improve. I'll go first. As they huddled together discussing strategies and what-ifs, Sam's nature's refuge bloomed out from around him. Alex was impressed that he could remain calm enough to activate the trait despite the current situation, but he nodded thankfully at their healer. Alex felt a warmth in his chest and knew that it had nothing to do with the volcanic heat or Sam's trait. He was happy that they were making progress in the team's event, but he couldn't be more proud of the progress they were making as a team. They wrapped up their debrief of the battle, and before picking up to carry on through the rift, Alex pulled up the notification he'd received mid-battle. Seeing the same text that he'd received in his battle with Zui when he was in the Celestial Rift, Alex felt his pulse quicken with excitement. He mentally selected the option to advance the skill rather than evolve it as he'd done before. Analyzing skill usage. Skill advanced, Mana Thread Journeyman level 1. Seeing that the level had returned to 1, but that the proficiency level of the skill had bumped to Journeyman, Alex pulled up the description of Mana Thread to see what had changed. Mana Thread. Create impossibly thin and tightly controlled tendrils of mana. Your control and mastery over shaping mana reach new heights. Dedication and practice to controlling multiple streams of mana have led to the proficiency increase in the volume of threads. The Awakened can now easily produce a multitude of mana threads at once. Alex let out a quick whoop of joy at seeing his skill advance and give the benefit that he'd been hoping for. He'd practiced and constantly tried to use the skill with the intent of having many threads active at once. Mark and Sarah asked him what had happened, and as he caught up with the group, he shared the new skill screen with them. There was a round of congratulations as they moved deeper into the hot and rocky terrain. The drive to New Platts had taken longer than Alex expected. Between Mark's insistence on a pit stop and Sarah's commentary on the changes to the world outside of the safe zone, they'd arrived well after sundown. But as Mark pulled into the parking lot, Alex had to admit that the bar seemed to be worth the wait. The converted warehouse looked awesome in the early night, with its bright blue neon sign and long line of activity. Weathered brick stretched up at least 3 stories, and the building's industrial look was softened by the strings of hanging blue lights that reminded Alex of experience moats. The biggest draw, though, was the sign over the entrance. Something about it drew his senses, almost like he could see the glow differently in both his normal and heavenly eye. Mana Tap, Mark read aloud as they walked across the gravel parking lot. Love the name. Though I'm still not sure why we had to drive all the way out here when there are plenty of bars just inside the safe zone near us. Because Olivia recommended it, Sarah said as he adjusted her jacket. And after the last 2 weeks of rift diving, I think we've earned a proper night out. Alex led his friends past the queue, feeling awkward as he heard the grumbles and saw pointed looks from those waiting in line. As they approached the entrance, a mountain of a man stepped forward, his massive arms crossed over his chest. Out of habit, Alex scanned the man, Trey Wilson. Level 6. Primary stat, Strength, 12. Secondary stat, Constitution, 8. Tertiary stat, Agility, 7. Most used abilities, Intimidation Novice, Strong Arm Novice, Shout Novice. He couldn't help it as his eyebrow raised upon seeing how much information he was given. He was significantly higher leveled than the man, but Alex had already scanned other, lower-level people before and hadn't seen this much information before. Is this my body the eye, adapting and catching up to my willpower? Yura said it could take some time, but I thought I'd already achieved that. He wondered, if that was the case, how much more information he'd be getting in another 10-20 levels. With his willpower's growth so accelerated from his trait, he'd soon be several times higher than anyone around him could possibly be. He kept his face neutral, though he wanted to snicker at his own childish joke. Evening, Alex said. Olivia said to come talk to you about getting in. The man's eyes narrowed, then widened in recognition. You're Alex then, you're smaller than I thought you would be. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, I'm Alex. There was a moment as the man looked at the list and nodded. This is your team, he made a show of counting them up. That's us, Mark grinned, clapping Alex on the shoulder and leaning forward. The bouncer nodded, a smile crossed his face as he stepped aside. Enjoy your evening. They entered and Alex saw Mark sizing the other man up. His friend leaned over and whispered, see, I told you I shouldn't have put so many of my free points in Constitution. He looks way bigger than me. Did you see the size of that guy's arms? Ignoring him, Alex looked at the inside of the bar when they entered. The din of conversation and clinking glasses washed over them, and he swept his eyes across the busy scene. He took in the high ceilings dotted with floating orbs that provided a steady golden light, while a few of them flickered in a way that reminded Alex of a candle. Modern music played from an overhead speaker system, and he saw that the bar itself was full to the point that people were standing 1 to 2 people deep. There were screens over the bar, which some watched, though most chatted and laughed over their drinks. There were bottles of liquor lining the shelves behind the bar, backed by a mirror and lit from below, which caused many of the bottles to glow. Interestingly, just like the sign out front, Alex noted that a few of the bottles glowed with the faintest traces of mana. Magical booze. Alex snorted, intrigued by what magically spiked liquor might taste like. His gaze shifted across the room, and he noticed several groups gathered at various tables and booths. He was startled to see a purple hawk flutter its wings and settle on an adventurer's shoulder. To his heavenly eye, he could tell that it was a magical creature, and he felt a strong desire to go and talk to the man about his companion. He hadn't seen many others with a bond, and it was amazing to know that there was at least one other in the local area of the guild. This place is awesome. Mark said, his eyes wide while trying to take everything in. Told you it'd be worth the drive, Olivia said as she appeared from the crowd next to them and laughed at Mark's facial expression. Come on, I got us a table over here. She grabbed Alex's hand and pulled him along to the far side of the room. No, Sam, Olivia called as they got to the table, raising her voice to be heard over the crowd. No, he stayed at the house with Val, Alex called back while leaning forward. What? She asked while leaning in to hear him better. No, Alex frowned and looked around. It took only a few seconds and a quick pulse of his mana to set up the sound-reducing ritual, though he didn't put the full power into it, thinking that it would be weird to be sitting in a bubble of silence in such chaos. Plus, Sarah seemed to enjoy the music as she bobbed her head up and down and looked at the surrounding crowd. Whoa, Mark and Olivia said at the same time as the sound became muted, as if being heard from underwater. No, Alex started again in a normal tone, as if nothing happened. He stayed at the house with Val. He was bummed at first, but then Mark convinced him that the downtime was good. Going from rift to rift has meant that he hasn't got to use his class skill much. Flourish, oh cool, so he's going to work on the courtyard a bit. Yeah, Alex answered while looking at the menu on the table. How did Val take it? Mark snorted and looked over at the dark-haired woman, about how you'd expect. As soon as Alex said he couldn't come, he threw a mini temper tantrum. When Alex shook his head, Mark continued. Alex just did the same thing I did with Sam, though. He gave him something to work on, and it perked the little dude right up. Olivia raised an eyebrow, and Alex shrugged. I told him that if he wanted to come to places like this with us, he would need to be able to hide if needed. I didn't really know if they would let companions in, so. And since his skill still can't hide his larger form, he's going to stay and work on the skill. Alex nodded, and Sarah offered to go grab drinks for everyone. As soon as she walked away, another large man walked into the bubble around their table. Well, if it isn't, he stopped abruptly and looked around. Holy shit, what's that? Olivia began to answer, but before she could, he took a step backward, then forward once again. His eyes lit up, and he repeated the action several more times before refocusing on the group. I'll be damned, that's a pretty bit of magic. Can you make those things permanent? It's so strange to say those words anyway. You must be the guild's rising stars. He let out a breath and adjusted his heavy frame as he held out his hand. Alex looked at the man's genuine and wide smile. He exuded an easy social expertise that Alex had always envied. Anything for my favorite troublemaker, eh? Jasper winked. You must be Alex. He extended his hand once again. Jasper Bronson, owner of this fine establishment. I've heard a lot about you. Alex shook his hand, noting the firm grip. Olivia loves to talk about you guys and Liam. Glad to finally meet with you. They all greeted Jasper, and Alex took a quick liking to the man. Regardless of his and his wife's close relationship with Olivia, he could see himself enjoying the atmosphere the man had. It was a different kind of charisma compared to Andrew, the first guild recruiter he'd met, or his brother, who he felt was only friendly at a surface level. They almost had an excess of energy, and used it for social purposes, and could steer a conversation in almost any way they wanted unless you were willing to try to match their energy. While Jasper was loud and cursed frequently, he often wanted those in the group to speak or steer the conversation before he moved on to another group. It was a great fit as a host and owner of a new bar. Come on, let me show you guys to your booth. Oh, you don't need to do that. We're just fine right here, Jas, Olivia said. Nonsense. You guys are getting the VIP treatment. Now let's go. First round is on the house. Jasper waved his hand and turned to walk out of the silencing bubble before Olivia could continue to protest. Mark smiled. I like him. He nudged Olivia as he walked out first, following the man. I knew he'd be like this. Olivia covered her face with her hands. They moved across the bar once again, and Alex waved down Sarah as she started to make her way back to the other table with the drinks. They all settled into a comfortable circular booth. Jasper leaned against the flat end of the booth. So what do you think of the place? It's incredible, Sarah said, her eyes still roaming the room. How did you come up with the concept? Well, I used to run a restaurant in the city. But when they started announcing all of that safe zone nonsense, my wife and I picked up and moved. Wait, you volunteered to move out of the safe zone? Olivia held out her hand hesitantly, but Jasper's confident voice rose over the volume of the room more naturally than hers. Of course, wouldn't trust any more of my family to this shady-ass administration. Plus, we love what Olivia is doing with the guild, and figured that there would still need to be a place to wet the tongue even if it's not in the safe zone. He used his fingers to make air quotes. Are you not concerned about the rift breaks? From his position, Alex could see Olivia stand up behind Jasper and begin moving her hands back and forth as a clear signal to end the conversation. Not going to let those airheads lull us into a false sense of safety again. If we get attacked by monsters out here unprepared, then it'll just be my fault, not the failed promise of safety from some SH muck in a suit. RIC, Sarah said, clearly put off and unsure of how to answer. Sure, we discourage the use of skills in the bar, but I'll let Trey and his boys know that this is fine. He moved away and waved over his shoulder. Welcome to the Monotap. Alex, get my number from Olivia. If you can make more of those magic bubbles, I'd love to hire you. After he was gone and Alex had reestablished the ritual, everyone looked at Olivia. What was that about? Mark asked. Alex had an idea of what the man was referring to, and Olivia's next few sentences confirmed it. I don't mind telling you guys, but I don't want this to be the focus of tonight. So I'll spill the quick story and then we move on and have some drinks and a good time. Got it. Everyone nodded and she continued. Well, before this, I was living up in Maryland with my best friend. Emily and I were friends for years, and after she split with her husband and had Liam all by herself, I lived with them to help with rent and have a place to crash. She was Jasper's daughter. Back in October, in the woods near our town, a rift was seen. At first, no one believed it was real. Then the military showed up a few days later and quarantined everything off. They wouldn't let anyone near, and after a week or two, they told everyone that it was handled and wouldn't be a problem. Another week after that, and there was a rift break. Turns out that they hadn't entered the rift at all, so none of the monsters were being culled. The break caught all of the researchers that were still on site off guard, and some of them spilled into our town. When a huge insect monster burst into our apartment, Emily died almost instantly. When the thing was trying to get at Liam in the kitchen, I grabbed a knife and killed it in our kitchen. After that, I moved down here close to the Bronsons so that Liam could be with his grandparents. That's really all there is to it. There was some somber silence, filled by the muted music and conversation from around them. Sarah leaned forward with a soft expression on her face. Olivia, I had no idea. I didn't realize. I thought. She shook her head. I'm so sorry. Both for what happened and for the times I was arguing with you without understanding. Mark coughed and then raised the bottle that Sarah had brought him. To closing that water rift, he grinned. And to 2 weeks of kicking ass in the team's event. They clinked bottles, the tension of the last few weeks melting away as they enjoyed the bar's atmosphere. As they drank and everyone felt the warm embrace of their drinks, the conversation flowed easily, and the awkward feelings from Olivia's story melted away. Alex caught Sarah looking at her intently with a considering look on her face, and Alex nudged her under the table and shook his head. She gave him a look but let the matter drop. He knew that the tension between the two wouldn't be completely fixed, but Sarah was remarkably understanding, especially when it came to people's trauma. For her, learning that Olivia's distrust and dislike of the government came from something so recent and personal, he was certain that she'd lay off some of the grandstanding. I still can't believe you managed to redirect that whirlpool, Mark said, shaking his head. Alex smiled and allowed his own thoughts to be pulled to the present while raising his hands. I really wasn't sure I could, but it was a team effort. I definitely wouldn't have been able to if you guys hadn't kept that squid off of me. Speaking of team efforts, Olivia interjected, pulling out her phone. Have you seen the latest rankings? They huddled around the small screen as he lay it flat on the table. They scanned the list of teams and scores. Alex felt an odd mix of pride and disappointment as he saw their position. Hey, 7th is pretty damn good, Olivia said to the table while squeezing his hand under the table as if she knew his thoughts, especially considering how new the team is. Seriously, that's awesome, Mark said enthusiastically. And we're improving every day. Still 2 weeks to go. There's a good chance we hit top 5 for sure. Another hour or so passed with everyone talking about their favorite adventure from the last 2 weeks. Alex was mid-laugh at one of Mark's jokes when he spotted familiar faces entering the bar. Rylan and his team walked in, their matching jackets and clearly physical-oriented builds making them look like they were military. Their confident demeanor drew a few curious glances from nearby patrons. Heads up, Alex muttered, nodding towards the newcomers. As Rylan's group made their way to the bar, Alex scanned the large warrior. He was surprised when his attempt failed. It wasn't that he saw question marks, as he did when he tried to scan Yura by accident in the cave. Rather, there was just nothing. Frowning, Alex focused and pushed his will against the wall he felt. It reminded him of the time he'd done so by pushing against the ritual schematic in his office. Wary of having such a poor reaction again, Alex didn't push as hard and did so carefully. Luckily, it took minimal effort to push through whatever block was there, and the next moment, Rylan's status appeared as if nothing had happened. Rylan Voss level 29. Class Bruiser. Primary stat Strength. Secondary stat Willpower. Most used ability Intimidating Presence. As he read the status and felt shock wash over him like cold water, Rylan hissed and stepped back from the bar. He shook his hand as if he'd burned it and looked down at the back of his hand. Alex found the movement odd. The very next moment, the man was standing to his full height and looking around the bar. He wanted to kick himself. He'd asked Alana during the New Year's party if Rylan had access to a high-rarity rift, not even thinking about the fact that he was handing the man's sister an epic one on a silver platter. Of course, he'd get some kind of special treatment. That's probably why he's been playing so nice with everyone. It wasn't long before Rylan spotted them, and a smile spread across his face as he turned and approached their table with a drink in hand. "Well, look who it is," the blonde man said. His tone was friendly enough, but with an undercurrent of something Alex couldn't quite place. "Mind if we join you for a few?" Before anyone could respond, Rylan slid into the booth, bumping his larger frame into Mark with a gentle nudge. His team followed him over after a few seconds and hung back within earshot. Alex looked down at the two ornate rings on Rylan's fingers, each bearing a sun emblem, and the one on his middle finger seemed to rest on freshly burned, red, and irritated skin. "So Alex," Rylan continued, taking a sip of his drink, "how's the competition going for the group that seems to have everyone's attention? Getting the hang of things?" "We're doing all right," Alex replied, putting on an easy smile and raising an eyebrow. He glanced at Olivia, who looked immediately tired, and Sarah, whose eyes were slightly squinted looking at the man as he slurred his words. Rylan nodded, and there was a brief flicker of frustration or anger that Alex could see in his eyes, though it was quickly brought to heel. His smile returned quickly. "Seventh, if it's still the same. Not bad for a new team, but I really thought you guys would be higher. You know, Alex, leading a team can be tricky. It takes a certain kind of person to really excel at it." Mark shifted in his seat, clearly annoyed. "What are you getting at, Rylan? You're drunk. Don't come over here and stir up shit," Olivia said. Rylan held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Was just gonna offer some friendly advice. This competition is looking tough, and not everyone's cut out for leading a team to the top. You've got a lot of leadership potential, Olivia. My sister sees it. Things may have turned into more of an argument if Jasper hadn't chosen that moment to return to their table for Olivia." "Hey guys, mind if I steal Olivia for a second?" Rylan stood, deciding that he'd said his piece. "Nice catching up." "Keep working hard, I'm sure you can catch up." He held up his hand and showed it to Alex with a raised eyebrow. "I'm assuming that was you. Hope you know it's rude to scan someone like that, but I'm sure you liked what you saw." He mouthed the word plateau, and with a final nod to the group, he rejoined his team, and even over the sounds of the bar, Alex could hear two of them laughing as they walked back to the bar. As Rylan walked away, Alex let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He looked around at his friends, seeing a mix of annoyance and concern on their faces. "Well," Mark said, breaking the tension, "I think someone needs to explain the concept of friendly advice to that guy." The group chuckled, the mood lightening once again as Olivia was pulled away with Jasper to meet some of his friends and new customers. Alex found it hard to pull his thoughts from a darker space, and despite all the talking he'd done with Olivia the week before, the feelings of falling behind were continuing to intensify. During a lull in the conversation, he shared his plan with the group. "All right, next week I'm going to be working pretty much non-stop on learning some of those advanced rituals. If I can, I'll probably try to revisit the runes, too. I remember them mentioning some concepts about activation methods. It would be amazing if I could apply some of that same theory to my rituals." He knew he should focus on one thing at a time, but since he wasn't willing to sacrifice the time with his friends and their progression for his own, he'd just need to make more time for his own. Sleep really is optional, isn't it? It just feels like such a waste of time. "Nice, yeah. Also, at the end of next week, since we'll be going into the last week, I say we take an inventory." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked. "Like we have all been getting a bunch of loot and showing each other, but the system can give some really random rewards. We should pile it all together and take a look at what we all got. I don't know about you guys, but we've all gotten close to 10 system rewards from personal quests and rift quests for the 5 rifts we've helped close in the last 2 weeks. That's a rift closing every 2 or 3 days, with a few days to rest in between. If we think about doing the same number or a bit more in the last 2 weeks, then we're going to have a huge haul to go through. Let's figure out what we want to keep and what we should sell on the auction house." "That's a great idea," Sarah said with a nod. The next moment, everyone was looking at Alex. "Yeah," he gave a shrug. "Sounds like a great idea to me. Everyone can split the profits from whatever we sell and grab the items they think will work best for them. We've been getting a lot of mana stones, too, so we can make sure Val gets his fair share." "Nice," Mark said, slapping his hand on the table and smiling. "Loot party." Jake drummed his fingers against the steering wheel of the government-issued sedan. He was stuck in the unbelievably slow, crawling traffic through the safe zone as he made his way back to the office. Construction crews worked on yet another apartment complex expansion on the side of the road, and the large machinery caused all the passing vehicles to slow even further. Ever since the president's announcement 2 months before, the city had become crowded as people from nearby counties and rural areas flocked to the safety of numbers. A year ago, the street he was driving down was the easiest way for him to cross to this section of the city. However, with the sudden increase in population, people were crammed shoulder to shoulder, and tents were set up on every stretch of grass or available space, waiting for temporary housing units to be completed. To Jake, the worst part about the drive back from a failed recruitment pitch was sitting in traffic with nothing to think about other than how differently things could have gone. It had been the same since he began working for the Hunters Association. Many people had awakened and had an inflated sense of self-importance. The small group of four, and especially the self-proclaimed Azure Flame Guild leader, had been no exception. The kid couldn't have been more than 20 years old, fresh out of college, and drunk on the power of having a trait and a few skills. His little group of four had taken over an abandoned convenience store that had been emptied in one of the earlier riots at the edge of the safe zone. They were using it as their base of operations and calling themselves a guild. Jake shifted in his seat and remembered the look on the younger man's face when he realized Jake was there as a recruiter for the Hunters Association, not some kind of enforcer there to make them bend at the knee. He couldn't believe the audacity of some people he was sent to recruit. After only getting a few levels and applying free points to their stats, they thought they were worth their own weight in gold. A group of children darted between the cars and laughed as they chased each other. Jake had already been moving so slowly, it took nothing more than a quick tap of the brakes to stop the sedan. Their parents shouted after them from the sidewalk, where a line stretched around the block, as people waited to collect from one of the local food distribution centers. The contrast between the four young would-be adventurers and the desperate people waiting in line for food was clear to Jake. While some people were awakened and had newfound strength, others struggled to adapt to life in the cramped space of the safe zone and weren't seeking anything other than safety. After 10 more minutes of driving, the Hunters Association building came into view. It had a faded brick exterior, and he couldn't help but compare it to the gleaming headquarters in D.C. Jake pulled into his designated spot and was at least thankful that his position came with it as a perk. The two guards inside the entrance barely glanced up from the phone held between them as Jake badged himself into the building. Inside, the fluorescent lights lit up the old government building and made the odd pattern of the blue and off-white carpet seem like it hadn't been cleaned in years. It was all a far cry from the marble floors and state-of-the-art facility that he'd gotten the tour of during his own recruitment. Back then, they'd offered him a position in D.C. with significantly better amenities and his own office, but he'd chosen to stay in Jersey, thinking that it would be best to stick close to his parents and potentially help Alex if he got into any kind of trouble. Some days like that day, he wondered if he'd made the right choice. Another successful recruitment, Linda called from her desk as she leaned back in her office chair. The crotchety old woman didn't even bother to hide her sarcasm, and the laughter followed her statement. Jake's manager had told him she had been working in the building since before the rifts appeared. Back then, she'd been handling administrative work for what used to be a different government agency, and found herself doing much the same thing for the newly established Hunters Association. "They'll come around," Jake said with a forced smile. He didn't believe it himself, even as he said the words, but he needed to maintain an optimistic attitude. It was part of the job. The same job that's got me driving around the overcrowded safe zone and trying to convince newly awakened to join the cause instead of going off and doing their own thing. He made his way over to his office, even though it was really just a converted storage closet with a desk crammed inside. Yet another large stack of recruitment files waited for him on the corner of his desk, and he had to restrain a groan. With the government's recent mandate that all awakened within the city had to be registered and have their skills recorded by the Hunters Association on the pretense of safety, the stack never seemed to end. While he got to pick the order in which he approached the groups and focused on those that he believed to be more important or fit with the association's ideals, he still had to make his way through almost everyone on his own. Some conversations lasted all of 2 minutes, while others took close to an hour of schmoozing and overhyping incentives. The wall-mounted TV in the break room caught his attention as he looked out of the door of his office. He read the banner at the bottom and saw it was another report about the increasing crime rates within the safe zone. He shook his head and rubbed his face as he thought about how, even on his drive back to the office, he'd seen a few people huddled around a street corner offering to sell Mana stone dust. He knew he should probably file a report against those people, but the local law enforcement and even the National Guard that were sent in were already spread thin, with a large amount of their focus being on protecting food depots and distribution centers. In the first 2 weeks of their being set up, riots and midnight raids by newly awakened had caused several of them to be completely looted, causing supplies to be spread more thinly to the normal population. Of course, the retaliatory military raids on awakened, and even some non-awakened, affiliated with those groups were swift and brutal. He let out a sigh and rubbed both hands on his face, just happy to know that his workday was coming to an end. He packed up his few belongings and slung the leather cross-shoulder strap bag over his head after filling it with a few more reports to read that evening. He said goodbye to Linda on his way out and received a tired grunt from her in response. Jake left his government vehicle in its designated spot, knowing that with the traffic, it was easier for him to walk the 1.5 miles to his shared apartment than it would be to drive. He zipped up his winter jacket as the late afternoon sun cast long shadows from the nearby buildings. He turned onto the sidewalk and began weaving his way through the packed groups of people. He walked on for a few blocks before he saw a crowd that was gathered and blocked most of the sidewalk. He considered crossing the street to avoid whatever was causing the holdup, but the sound of passionate shouting drew his attention. The creatures aren't invading, we are the destroyers of worlds. A woman stood on top of several stacked boxes and shouted over the tops of the crowd. Every rift we close is another ecosystem that we destroy. These beings have as much right to exist as we do. Jake watched as some people in the crowd nodded along, though even more seemed to scoff and shake their heads while continuing to walk past. The woman wore what looked like a hand-painted t-shirt with RRA across the front. If he remembered the flyers he'd seen earlier in the week correctly, the acronym stood for Rift Rights Alliance. "My brother was killed by one of your precious rift creatures," an angry voice shouted from the crowd. The preacher didn't miss a beat. "And how many have you killed?" "Not only are we destroying their world every time we close a rift, but the Hunters Association treats them like targets in a shooting gallery." Jake kept his face neutral as he worked his way past the crowd. People preaching stuff like this was Danger Roush had seen some of it firsthand, especially because while most people believed what she was saying was incorrect, there was no actual way to prove that what she was saying was wrong. After a rift was closed, there was no way for them to know if the world stayed intact or if it completely collapsed. At the end of the day, he'd seen enough recruitment files to know that for every person preaching peace with the rift creatures, there were dozens more awakened people with combat-focused traits dreaming of becoming hunters. Jake really didn't understand the appeal people saw with combat, even with the potential power that it could bring. He shook his head and continued walking. The street opened up past the crowd, and Jake quickened his pace. To his right, he passed another set of construction crews adding floors to an apartment complex that would almost be doubled in height since the creation of the safe zone. "Why can't we go home? I just want my room back." He looked over and saw a girl holding onto her mother's sleeve as they walked in the opposite direction along the sidewalk. "This is home now, sweetie. Remember what we talked about. We are safe here." His thoughts were pulled once again to the Azure Flame Guild and their stolen convenience store. While some people were in the safe zone simply trying to survive, others were out playing hero. His eyebrows came together as his brother's face popped into his mind. Not the face he'd grown up seeing, slightly chubby and free of facial hair, but the hardened and serious face of a scarred warrior that had appeared on the news almost a week ago. He knew that the gap between awakened and regular citizens grew wider every day, and he wasn't sure if his recruitment efforts were helping or making things worse. The side of his apartment complex, where both his and his parents' new townhomes were, came into view. He was thankful that he'd at least been able to secure a comfortable living within the safe zone. Whether his parents appreciated that effort was another matter altogether. Jake knocked twice before letting himself into his parents' townhome, positioned directly next to his own. The TV blared from the living room, and he could hear their favorite news station playing and casting a light across the hallway wall of the bottom floor. "Did you see this?" his mother called out. "They say Alex closed another rift yesterday. They're calling him a hero on the news." Jake's chest tightened as he rounded the corner and looked over the half wall behind his parents' reclining chairs. On the screen, Alex stood among a group of hunters, a few even looking familiar to him, but his brother looked nothing like the one he remembered. It wasn't just the scar across his nose and the oddly colored eye, but it was his entire appearance and bearing. They'd seen Alex at Christmas in a sweatshirt it looked like he'd lost weight, but at the time, Jake assumed it was related to work stress. Seeing him now standing in what looked to be perfectly tailored white and gold martial arts robes, and clearly in charge of a group of other competent-looking people, Jake had a hard time reconciling the two Alexes in his mind, the one he knew and had grown up with, competing in almost all things, and the one he saw praised as a hero on the TV. "Would be wonderful if he'd stop by soon," his father muttered. "It's been a while since we've seen him." "I brought dinner," Jake said as he set the takeout bags on the counter. Neither parent moved nor even looked away from the TV. "You know," his mother said, "the lady next door mentioned her son just awakened. Maybe you could use your sales pitch on him and help him get a position at your work." Jake's jaw clenched. "I need to review some files tonight. I'll see you tomorrow." He left without waiting for a response, though he doubted they noticed. In his own townhome next door, Jake dropped his messenger bag and sank down on his couch. The stack of recruitment files spilled out across his coffee table, and he knew that he really should do some work. Looking up at the small pattern on his ceiling, Jake couldn't get his brother's face out of his head. He'd always been the successful one and the one he felt like his parents could count on, but in the last 3 weeks, his parents had barely spoken to him other than asking if he'd spoken with his brother. His mind drifted briefly to the kind of life his brother might be living now, compared to the situation he found himself in. But Jake knew that tomorrow was another day, another chance to make a difference in the safe zone, and for the people who really needed the help. even if that difference comes through paperwork and persuasion rather than combat. Jake kicked up his legs and forced himself to sit up on the couch. He grabbed the first file and began to read. Alex stirred, his consciousness split between the waking world and deep sleep. Half of his mind registered Edwin's measured footsteps approaching, while the other half clung to the cozy dream his mind had conjured. "Good morning, Master Moore." Edwin's crisp and formal tone cut through the last bits of his sleep, and he let his eyes open. "How did your experiment go?" Alex grunted, fumbling around for his phone to pause the text-to-speech that had been running. He paused the playback of his notes, and with a mental nudge, he turned off the parallel mind skill that he'd maintained through the night. As his mind reformed into a complete unit, he studied his own thoughts. His tiredness left him quickly as his mind kicked up into full gear, and the half of his consciousness that had been awake and listening to study material for the last 6 hours tiredly rejoined his main thoughts. The first thing he noticed was the notification in his vision for the skill leveling up. "Congratulations, Parallel Mind has leveled up. Pleased to see some progress." He pulled up the screen to note that it had moved from 6 to 7. "It's great that the mana cost is up front. It seems like it worked perfectly," he said excitedly. "I can remember listening through my notes on the Celestial Rift and my body feels rested. I do feel kind of tired mentally. That's the longest that I've kept the skill active for." Edwin made a hymn. Noise that Alex had come to realize meant that he had something on his mind but wasn't sure if he should share it. "Go on, Edwin. Tell me what's on your mind," Alex prompted. "I worry that your mind is not meant to be running at all times. Even if it is only half of it, I don't believe that staying half awake through the entire night is going to end well." It was the use of his skills like this that could be applied creatively and consistently that he thought he would see the most amount of progress. Yura had constantly talked about how important it was to continue training over time, and he'd even heard annoying slogans and sayings like that during his time in advertising before the integration. Things like "just make yourself 1% better every day." At the time, he'd thought it was all nonsense, but he was beginning to think that they may have been onto something big. Edwin nodded while schooling his features to the point that if he hadn't already seen it, Alex wouldn't have any idea that the older man was displeased or worried. "Just past 8. Your appointment is at 10. Edwin placed a cup of coffee on the nightstand, and Alex couldn't hold in the smile that came with it. "All right, lay it on me then. I need to jump in the shower, so you've only got a few minutes." Alex stood with the coffee and moved to the large master bathroom connected to his room. Edwin followed as he asked, "Her son wants to meet. She said that he is very interested in Awakened now that there is so much information coming out. She worries for his safety but knows that you are more powerful than most. She wants to see if you will answer some of his questions and maybe sign something for him." "Sign something? I'm not a celebrity." To a child it might seem otherwise. "Okay, sure. She's a great worker and always really nice. I'd love to meet her son if she wants." Edwin nodded and moved on to the next topic. "The construction has begun on the mother-in-law suite. It should be finished in 2 to 3 weeks' time. The guild was most amicable in sending over 2 of their novice enchanters to help work on the enchantments for the construction." "Great," Alex answered as he took off his shirt and glanced at himself in the mirror. "I'm looking forward to an actual workshop." He looked back into the mirror and took in his appearance. His brown hair was longer than he kept it before the integration, but still generally well kept. Some stubble was beginning to grow on his jaw after not shaving for several days, but what drew his attention the most was not the now toned muscles he sported. Instead, it was his face, always the face. The scar drew attention before anything, as it was a relatively straight line from under his left eye, across his nose, and 2 inches past his nose and onto the right side of his face. From there, his eye was naturally drawn to the mismatched colored eyes. Specifically, the abnormally light-colored heavenly eye was attention-grabbing. The black center seemed out of place compared to the yellow coloring of the rest of his eye, and the deep orange starburst pattern that ringed the iris made it almost mesmerizing to look at. He knew that if he were to lean close to the mirror and inspect the pattern, small specks could be seen, reminding him of a miniature cosmos. "The last note for the morning is your finances. I attempted to mention it last Saturday before you went out to the Awakened establishment with the others, as it was the first of the month, but I think it important that you look over these, Master Moore. While I can keep your books as head of the household, you are responsible for ensuring they are done correctly and you are pleased with how I've handled them." Edwin extended a ledger and Alex looked down at it. "The money from the guild came through." Edwin nodded and continued to hold the book out. "Yes." The monthly payout was larger than we expected. Alex gently pushed the notebook back to Edwin. "I will look at it. You're right, it's something I need to do, but I'm about to shower. Would you put it in the locked drawer of my desk?" Edwin straightened and put the book behind his back once more. "Of course, Master Moore. Do enjoy your shower. I believe Mr. Thompson is downstairs and chatting with Chef Cruz." After Edwin left, Alex stepped into his shower. He marveled at the pressure and how the temperature of the water didn't dip or change at all once set. The wide, heated floors with a stone base, glass walls, and ceiling rain like water faucet were about as far from his old shower as possible. After showering, he felt refreshed and thought about the rest of his morning. He'd been reviewing his notes from his time in the Celestial Rift, finding Yura's teaching to be more useful than almost any of the manuals he'd read through before and since. That's exactly how I ended up hiring this guy from the guild. Hopefully, it's not a waste. He dried himself off and shook out his hair before walking down to the kitchen. Mark sat at the island with a large stack of pancakes in front of him. He looked up as Alex entered, grinning around a mouthful of food. Seriously, you hired a tutor? Mark asked, syrup dripping from his fork. Since when do you need help learning any of this magic stuff, and will they even know more than you about magic? Alex shrugged as he snagged a piece of bacon from the side of Mark's plate. Maybe not about magic in general, but definitely about enchanting. And since when do I need help? Since I got tired of reading theory books. You know me, I learn better when someone shows me what to do. Sarah was the one to recommend it and gave me a contact of someone she knows, from the Hunters Association. When Alex nodded, Mark wrinkled his brow as he chewed. Are you supposed to be doing that? Aren't we like against them? Alex rolled his eyes. You've been spending too much time with Olivia. She's your girlfriend. Mark pointed at him with a fork. I know, but she sees things in black and white. Everything is definitely a gray area right now. Hell, the guild started all of this by scraping the internet, recruiting in secret and deleting posts. I'm not saying that they were wrong, but it has always been a bit shady. Sarah seems to like what the Hunters Association is doing, and I trust her too. I can't imagine that they are evil incarnate or trying to control everything. Mark held up his hands. All right. Anyway, from what I remember in college, you definitely learn better with some hands-on work, and it has nothing to do with being rich enough to hire private tutors now, Mark said. Hey, if I'm paying someone to teach me, at least I'll feel obligated to show up for the lessons. Alex poured himself another cup of coffee and thanked Gabby as she handed him his own plate of food. It just happens to be that money makes it very convenient since now the lessons can be here instead of at the Voss estate. Mark snorted. Fair enough. Just don't let it go to your head, Mr. Moneybags. Gabby laughed with Mark, and Alex rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. He sipped his coffee and thought through what little he remembered from skimming the basic runic manual before. He had done a lot of his early ritual learning by himself and through the manuals, and while that had worked out well for him, he did significantly better when learning with someone. His knowledge and ability had skyrocketed from his time with Yura and the other martial masters. While his tutor from the Hunters Association wasn't likely to be a master, considering that the system integration only began about 4 months before, he was excited to learn with someone and be able to ask questions and see practical examples. Mana, Valthurian's voice came through their bond. Alex groaned aloud, which caused Mark to look over. Val's coming down. Do you have a mana stone on you? Mark looked at him with mock offense. Where is your pouch? It's upstairs, come on. I'll give you another one later. Mark seemed to think about it, all right. He reached into his pouch and removed a stone but pulled it back before Alex could grab it. But I want us to do the loot party tonight. It's the end of the 3rd week and we have so much stuff to sift through. We need to figure out who gets what and what gets sold to the auction house. All right. Alex could feel Valthurian approaching at high speed. Mark laughed and tossed him the stone. As soon as Alex caught it, he tossed it up in the air and smiled as a blue streak sailed through the air and snatched it before it could begin to fall again. Mana good, Valthurian's voice chirped, a mix of childish enthusiasm and excitement coming through. His speech was clear but still stilted, like a toddler learning to form sentences. Val hovered near Alex's shoulder, his wings flapping lazily to the point that Alex wondered if he truly even needed the wings, or if he could still hover and fly like when he was a worm. He hummed with satisfaction as the stone was held in his mouth, and through Alex's left eye, it was clear he was siphoning the mana from the stone. The hum resembled a purr from a happy cat, and Alex watched as his companion's intelligent eyes looked at the humans present. The light yellow eyes with slits looked so different to Alex compared to the large bug-like eyes he used to have. More, he asked hopefully, his tone carrying a wheedling note that reminded him of a child begging. Alex chuckled and reached out to pat Val's head. Not right now, buddy. We've got a guest coming soon. Val's snout and brows made his face more expressive, and the pout that followed was easily seen by both Alex and Mark. He turned and slowly drifted out of the room. Val, wait, be good. Val is good, Mana is good. Good Val can have Mana, he said as he moved back to the stairs. Alex exchanged an amused glance with Mark. The little Mana beast's vocabulary and assertiveness were endearing, but Alex could sense future challenges as he continued to grow smarter. Alex knew that the baby dragon's desire to be included and his increasing awareness of his own wants were a combination that would require careful handling. The doorbell chimed, echoing through the mansion. Sam, who'd been lounging in the living room, waved at them through the glass and open courtyard. From the kitchen, Alex waved back and could faintly hear him yell, "I'll get it." He raced off toward the entrance, enjoying the attempt to answer the door before Edwin could get there. More often than not, Edwin won. His ability to anticipate tasks that dealt with his job because of his trait led to Sam losing. Sam swung the door open, revealing a young man in his mid-20s. He wore a button-up shirt and khakis. There was a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, and his sandy blonde hair was similar in color to Sam's, but instead of a tousled mess, it was neatly combed to the side. He wore a pair of wire-rimmed glasses and took in Sam with a quick glance. "Hi there, I'm Evan." The man's smile was warm as he looked at Sam. "You must be excited to start learning about runes today. Don't worry, we'll take it nice and slow." "Oh, I'm not the student," Sam interrupted, trying not to laugh. He shook the other man's hand anyway, happy to make him feel more at ease. "Alex is." He pointed toward the foyer as Alex approached from the west side of the house. Evan's practice teacher's smile faltered slightly as he took in Alex's appearance. "Oh, I see," Evan stammered before extending his hand once more. "I'm sorry for the assumption," he said as he looked from Sam to Alex and back again. Evan shook Alex's hand, his grip a bit too firm, betraying his nervousness. "Evan Parker." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Moore. Just Alex is fine," he said, gesturing for Evan to come inside. "How about we head up to the office? It's set up for our lesson." Evan's eyes widened a bit and he gestured behind him at the car in the driveway. "I need to grab some books first, if that's okay. You requested quite a few and I brought extras." "Of course," Edwin said. "I'll help you with that, sir." After they'd gotten the books, Sam returned to the living room and Mark said hello to Evan as he walked through and joined the teen on the couch. As they climbed the stairs with 24 books, Alex tried to put Evan at ease with some casual conversation. "So how long have you been studying runes?" Alex led Evan into his office and gestured for him to set the books down on the large wooden desk. Recently, an extra table that would eventually be moved to the new workshop was added to the office, but the office room was spacious, giving both of them plenty of space to work and stand. Evan looked with interest at the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining both the left and right walls. The late morning light flooded into the space from the large window overlooking the estate grounds. "Make yourself comfortable," Alex said as he perched himself on one of the stools around the large table. Evan nodded and placed the books on the table, accidentally dropping one and apologizing. He stood again and fidgeted with the clasp on his bag as he laid out several materials for them to begin working. We should start with the basic principles." He pulled out a folder of notes and a few basic rune drawing tools. "Before we start, could you tell me more about how you got interested in runes? I've been looking through a manual or two, but I'd love to hear about your experience." Evan paused, caught a bit off guard by the more personal question. He pushed his glasses up his nose before answering. "Oh well, I have always been fascinated by art, and when the rifts started appearing and I found out magic was real, I started doing everything I could to get my hands on rune material. I was able to sign a contract with the Hunters Association to begin learning runes and work for them." As Evan spoke, his posture became increasingly relaxed, and Alex noted how his voice stopped shaking. "I started with basic manuals like everyone else, but there's something about runes that just clicked for me. The way they channel mana, how different combinations can create entirely new effects. It's like a language and a science rolled into one." Alex nodded and was genuinely interested. "That's great, you seem really passionate about it. I read that enchanting anything can actually take decades to learn to do. Have you had a chance to create any working runes yet?" Evan's eyes lit up, clearly proud. "Complex arrays can definitely take years to learn, especially when you think about how they all change depending on the material you're enchanting. But a simple trinket or charm is quite easy." Noticing the lack of comprehension on Alex's face, Evan clarified. "Oh, sorry. A trinket is an item with one rune in it, and a charm has a 2-rune combination. Nothing too complex, but I managed to create a basic heating, 2-rune combination on my coffee mug." He chuckled, more of his nervousness fading away. "It's not much, but it was incredibly satisfying to see it actually work." "Really? I didn't know that. I was close to giving up on runes before because I thought there wouldn't be results for a few years." "Oh no, you can definitely see results earlier than that. Just not as complex and powerful as some of the layered arrays and enchantments. It's why the Hunters Association is hiring and sponsoring so many people to join up as enchanters. They believe it's the key to moving the world forward. Magitech, they keep calling it." "That's impressive," Alex said. "Yeah, now that you mention it, I've seen something about their push for Magitech in the news, but I haven't seen any results from it yet. It's pretty cool to know that you were able to actually enchant something, though. I've read some basics of theory, so I get a bit of it, but would love if you take it from the start. I don't mind relearning anything, and it'll be great to be able to ask you questions." Evan nodded, and his demeanor became more serious as he slipped into teaching mode. "Of course, let's start with the fundamentals then." Alex grabbed one of his leather-bound notebooks from the main desk and prepared to take notes. Evan pulled out a 3-ring binder and opened it to a page filled with neatly drawn diagrams. Runes are, at their core, symbols that channel and shape magical energy, or mana, as we call it. Each rune represents a specific concept or effect. The original manual that I read worded it as a crystallized form of magical intent. Scribbling notes furiously, Alex took notes and nodded along. It wasn't until his pen and mind caught up to the words Evan had said that he interrupted the man's next sentence. There are 3 different classifications of runes, but we can get into that shortly. For now, you should know that there are several thousand runes, but even masters only learn a few dozen over the course. Oh holy shit, Alex said while standing suddenly. He didn't even register Evan's reaction as he stared at the paper and reread the last sentences of the notes twice more. Crystallized form of magical intent. He turned and grabbed his phone from the desk, quickly trying to scroll back through the notes that he'd been listening to with his skill through the night. It took a few minutes and Evan waited a bit nervously, watching Alex mutter to himself and flip through his phone. "Ha," Alex shouted. He read the notes over again and then walked back to the table. He wanted to slam his phone down from excitement. Holy shit, how did I not think of that? Mr. Moore, what are you talking about? The use of his last name brought Alex back to the moment. Oh, sorry. A few weeks ago, someone who was helping me with rituals was trying to explain something to me and I wasn't understanding it. But now I think it might be possible to use some runes with rituals. If I can learn how to make them work together, he let the thought taper off as he thought through the possibilities of putting runes in the catalyst node slots in some of his rituals. If he could do that, rather than enchanting an item, he could create an all-new kind of ritual magic, or something even better than ritual magic. Evan looked at him skeptically. I don't think. Alex shrugged. No way to know until I try, but the phrasing of how you said the manual you read talked about runes is almost identical to how the ritual manual referred to catalysts. It might be a long shot, and I might have to tinker with the ritual schematic some to make it work, but there's a chance. You can't just put a rune in a ritual though. By themselves, the runes don't do much. It's how they're engraved into an item and put in certain combinations that cause the effect to work. The actual mana movement and effects are a combination of the runes in the right position as an array. Well, what if the ritual does the actual management for mana flow and directing the magic? The runes would really just be used individually for that intent you mentioned. I'm using a shortcut now by just sacrificing stuff into the ritual to make them work. You're sacrificing stuff. Evan's eyes went wide, and he took a half step back. Just items, Alex answered off-handedly, clearly not seeing the horror followed by relief on the younger man's face. It just needs the magical intent and the concept of a catalyst to influence the ritual, then it could work. Right, Alex said distractedly, talking more to himself than Evan. What? It totally can. I just need to figure out how to make it. Alex nodded and slapped the bottom of his fist into his other palm. Oh wow, sorry, Evan. I got a bit carried away there, but seriously, if this works, our lesson is already well worth it. This could be a big breakthrough for me. The last sentence seemed to put Evan at ease, and he smiled nervously at Alex's somewhat manic behavior. Oh, okay. It's only been like 10 minutes. Right, please continue. Alex picked his pen back up but didn't feel like he could sit down with the excitement running through him. Well, Evan began after organizing his thoughts. There are thousands of runes, but they're all organized into 3 main categories. He held up a finger. First, there are control runes, which manage things like flow control, storage, and regulation of mana. He raised a second finger. Then there are primary runes, which create the actual magical effect you want, like heat, spark, or light. Most of these runes are specific in their function, and more broad primary runes like the elements themselves are much harder to learn. A third finger joined the others. Finally, there are modifier runes. These alter how the primary runes work. They can amplify effects, speed up effects, extend duration, or control the area of effect. Alex jotted this down, then looked up. So you need all 3. For a proper enchantment, yes, you need at least one from each category working together for it to be considered an enchantment. Though Evan added, seeing Alex's expression, you can create simpler effects with just 1 or 2 runes. They're just not considered true enchantments. Alex nodded along, feeling more motivated to learn about runes now than ever before. Right, you said you made a 2-rune combination, Alex asked. Evan nodded. Yes, in practical application, there are some effects you can get on the material itself that will happen if you just use a primary rune or a primary and control rune. Those are called trinkets and charms. However, in an ideal setup, there should also be something from the modifier category as well, even if it's only there to be more specific in the enchantment's effect. Pleased with the answer, Alex kept his head down and kept taking notes while glancing over at Evan's notes. He flipped to another page. One of the biggest parts of runic magic is precision and understanding. The shape, size, and even the material you inscribe the rune on all affect its function. I've read a bit about material compatibility. It's pretty interesting how different rune combinations have to be used depending on the shape and material of an object. Exactly, Evan said as he warmed up to the subject. For instance, a fire rune etched on copper will behave differently than one on stone. It's all about resonance. He pulled out a sheet with 2 simple runes drawn on it. These are the ones I'm most comfortable with and can teach you. There is a basic activation rune and a spark rune. That sounds great, Alex said. Could you walk me through how you typically teach someone to draw their first rune? I'd like to start with the easiest of the elemental runes if you don't mind. Evan smiled, reaching into his bag for a fresh sheet of paper and a stone slate. He set the slate on the table along with a piece of chalk. Certainly. Let's begin with an activation rune, though. While the elements are cool, they don't normally do anything on their own. You'll need an activation rune for every single enchantment, and ideally, it will give you an easy way to test and see if you've successfully created it. Alex wasn't sure that he needed an activation rune. The more he thought about the concept, the less he thought he might be actually enchanting things. Rather, he'd learn different runes for the sake of his modified ritual circles. If he was able to put the rune in a catalyst node, then it was more likely that his ritual would power the rune, which would then activate inside of the ritual. However, at the moment, I'm pretty limited in how I can activate the ritual circles. There constantly has to be a thread connected to them for me to pulse my mana, if I have some different ways to activate it through this rune. Alex smiled and forced his excited mind to quiet down. There wasn't any need for him to act like an impatient child with a new toy. He still wasn't even sure if the concept was going to work. But there was one important factor for any of this theory to work with what he was already doing. Actually, before we start practicing, I do have one more question, Alex said. Do runes always need to be engraved into something? Oh well, Evan adjusted his glasses. They can actually be drawn on various other materials as well. This includes paper or parchment. Those are called talismans, even if it's a 1 or 2 rune combination or even a complex 6-link enchantment. If it's a single use, then it's considered a talisman and will burn up after activation. Alex leaned forward. Single use, but they still work. Yes, but most enchanters see it as wasteful, Evan explained. You need the same precision, mana control, and intent as permanent enchantments. It takes just as much skill and effort to create a talisman that will only work once as it does to create something permanent. That's why most serious enchanters focus on engraved enchantments instead. Sorry. Alex couldn't help but smile as his excitement continued to grow. If runes could work on paper, then theoretically they would work when formed purely from mana threads in his ritual circles. That's actually perfect, he muttered. Perfect. Most people are disappointed when they hear about talismans. Trust me, this helps more than you know, Alex said, then gestured to the slate. Now let's see that activation rune. First, we'll go over the components and strokes of the rune, then I'll demonstrate, and finally, you can try it yourself on the slate. It should let us easily see any discrepancies, and you can do it as many times as you need without wasting the paper. As Evan began explaining the intricacies of the storage rune, Alex listened attentively. He thought through the strokes and lines of the rune. Both the manual he'd first read, and now Evan had both mentioned how important precision was when practicing and inscribing runes. An idea formed in Alex's mind while Evan continued to draw and explain each stroke, focusing on the width of the line and placement of the subsequent line. When he was done and prompted Alex to begin and do his best to replicate the process, Alex looked at the drawing. Don't expect or worry about getting it perfect on your first try. Seriously, the manuals recommend hours of this repetitive drawing practice every day for months. Alex studied the rune that Evan had drawn, his mind racing with the possibilities. Do you mind if I try something? It feels a bit like cheating, but I want to test it out. Sure. Alex held his hand over the binder that held the perfect rune diagram. He activated Mana Thread and let several strands fall down from his hand and used his high magical control to move the threads into the exact likeness of the rune. Wait 1 second, I want to see, Evan said. There was a moment's pause as he looked at Alex's hand seriously and focused on activating a skill. Evan's eye flashed, signifying the activation. Gasping, he looked up at Alex. How are you doing that? He leaned forward. You can see the threads. Yes, my boss said that I needed to have a skill to see mana. It's almost necessary when learning runes, so they bought me the skill manual and had me learn mana sight. But your mana looks a bit fuzzy, maybe because it's so fine, it's hard to tell exactly what's happening. What are you doing with it? Evan's eyes dimmed as the skill ran out. Alex shrugged, and when the form was finished, he moved it to his own slate. Well, since the mana is intangible, I thought I could use it to trace and not mess up the rune. Alex looked at it for a moment before smiling to himself. And actually, if I'm going to cheat, I might as well go all the way right. Standing, he moved to his desk and grabbed the spatial pouch that had been resting on the far corner. He reached within and retrieved a smaller pouch of mana stone dust. Evan's eyes went wide at the sight of the bag. Is that a spatial storage item? Alex nodded and set the pouch down on the work table before holding up the other hand and extending even more threads from his fingers. The new ones he dipped into the mana stone dust and traced his already floating image near his piece of practice slate. As the threads solidified around the outer edge of the image, he created a raised boundary, kiddie rails like in bowling. Alex smiled at Evan, who stood staring in amazement. With careful strokes, Alex traced the rune, the chalk over the slate guided perfectly by the mana thread outline. When he finished, the result was flawless, an exact replica of Evan's diagram. That's incredible, and pretty depressing if I'm being honest. They both laughed. How did you do that? I'll give you a general idea of how the skill works if you tell me some about your mana site, Alex said. He didn't feel comfortable telling someone from the Hunters Association about such a core skill of his, but he liked Evan and felt that as long as he was vague and got something in return, it could be a small show of good faith. Alex briefly explained that he had a high mana control skill and that he'd learned how to bind it into a more physical substance with a substance that's ground into dust. I thought that using it like guardrails or a stencil would help with the precision you mentioned. Evan nodded enthusiastically. That's brilliant. My skill seems to be a somewhat common one, and it's only at level 5. But I can activate it, and it allows me to see some movement of mana in a short radius around me for a few seconds. While I'm learning to enchant, it can often take a while to complete something since I need to activate this multiple times over the course of a single rune to make sure I'm doing everything correctly. But your method, the applications for this in rune crafting and enchanting could be enormous. You could easily become one of the best enchanters on Earth using something like this. Looking at the perfect tracing, Alex shook his head. Not really. This is a good tool to have so I can learn, but not really a substitute for me learning how to do it on my own. It's like tracing in art, useful for learning, but not something you'd rely on forever. And for that matter, you could just use a 3D printer to create stencils of these runes if you wanted, at least for training purposes. That's a good point. It's an incredible technique for learning, but your right mystery comes from being able to do it on your own, and there's more to it than just the portions of drawing. Exactly, Alex agreed. I'll still need to practice a lot to get to the point where I can draw these accurately without any aids. But I think this method might help me learn the shapes more quickly at first. Evan leaned in, examining the traced rune more closely. It's a great starting point. You'll internalize the shapes faster this way, I think. But yes, definitely keep practicing freehand too. Well, great, so that's it. Did I make my first rune? Evan laughed at that. No, not quite. If it just came down to this, then, like you said, we could have printers coming up with perfect runes and enchantments in no time. No, he said again, this is actually the easiest part. Next comes the part for learning a runic pattern in order to set the rune. Each rune has a different pattern of how mana must be flooded through the rune, and some are very complex. Mana needs to be flushed through the rune in the right pattern and then set. The term set is crucial and has two parts to it. The first is that you must put your intent toward the rune. You must want for it to work and succeed. The manuals say that this is often why passionate individuals are so successful in magic, and that often, even those who are mad can become world-renowned enchanters, as their belief is unshakable. The second part is a little more abstract, and there's not a great way to measure it, but it has to do with your understanding of that concept. Understanding of what? Well, it applies to all runes, but mostly to the primary runes. For this activation rune, though, it comes down to how you think of this rune as a concept. What does activation mean to you? How well do you know the etymology or scientific meaning behind the word? That sounds like it could be really personal to each case, right? My understanding of something like spark or heat is going to be different than your understanding. You're right. The manuals talk about how important this is, though, and that it will naturally grow as you use the rune in enchantments, but it's also important to contemplate the concepts and combinations that you plan to use most. So again, you need to write or engrave the rune, learn and practice its mana pattern, flush the rune, and set it with your intent and understanding. This is done for each rune in the enchantment, and the pattern of mana through the rune can change depending on the linked enchantment that it's with. Alex's head spun as he realized that the creation of even one rune was more complicated than he'd realized. Well, this might make things a bit harder to use with the rituals, but the theory remains. It could actually work, it's just going to take a lot of practice. But it reminds me a bit of the shapes Yura had me practicing with mana shaping exercises for rituals. I need to do the same thing all over again, just using some of the basic runes. Their session continued, with Evan explaining more about rune theory and Alex asking questions and taking notes. As their time drew to a close, both felt they had learned a great deal. This has been great, Evan said as he packed up his materials. I never thought about runes quite this way before and didn't think that the manual's early words were so important. Alex nodded, equally enthusiastic. Same here. Your theory work and knowledge is great. It's so helpful to have someone to ask questions and understand something, whereas the manual would just keep moving along. I'd love to continue these sessions if you're willing. Evan hesitated for a moment. Actually, I'd be happy to come back without charge. Working with you, I feel like I'm learning as much as I'm teaching. I appreciate that, Alex said, but I want to pay you, at least for now. There's still so much I can learn from you about runes. Maybe when we've covered everything you know and we're on more equal footing, we can become working partners instead. They exchanged numbers, both excited about future sessions. As Evan left, Alex could feel his excitement resurfacing. He was on to something with the use of runes, he knew it. He had a ton to learn, and safety would be key in how he moved forward, but with some extra guidance and his own abilities, he felt like he was back on the right track. He began to walk back to his office, mind buzzing with new ideas and possibilities. His train of thought was interrupted by Mark, who stuck his head into the hallway before Alex could enter his office. "Hey," Alex looked up. "Don't get too sucked into all this. We're doing our loot pile party in a bit. What time is it? Almost 6. You guys were at it for a while." Alex groaned, wanting to keep working on the runes. As he realized the time, though, his stomach growled. "I need food. Loot party." "I'm serious, dude. Eat and then meet us in the living room. In just a day or two, the last week of the event starts, and we are gonna be finished. We've been checking and sharing our loot as we go, but we should combine it all to take stock and make sure everyone is getting what they need. Sarah is on the way over, and Olivia said she'd be here before 700. Come on, get with the excitement. Loot pile party. Woo." Alex nodded and waved at his large friend as he walked back down the stairs. "I hear you, dude. Loot party." He mustered some enthusiasm and waved both hands in the air. He heard Mark laugh as he reached the bottom of the stairs and made his way to the kitchen. Alex stood in the center of his living room, surveying the transformation. After coming down the stairs, eating lunch at the kitchen counter, and swiping through social media on his phone for a bit, he heard Sarah come into the house and start talking loudly with Mark in the living room. Curious, he walked through the house and into the changed space. Multiple tables had been arranged in a rough semicircle, each with a piece of paper on it. Each paper had a quickly scribbled word on it, in Mark's messy handwriting, that designated each table for a different category of loot. He shook his head and scoffed before looking at Edwin, who was adjusting the last table. "Edwin, I can't believe you actually helped Mark with this ridiculous request," Alex said, with a tone between amusement and disbelief. Edwin straightened his coat and kept his expression neutral. "Master Moore, it is my duty to assist with all household matters, regardless of how unconventional they may be." Mark's voice rang out from the far side of the living room as he pulled some stuff out from the cabinets and mini fridge. "Oh, come on, don't give him a hard time, dude." He staggered across the room with his arms full of snacks and drinks. To top off the ridiculous image, he was bumping a whiteboard on wheels across the smooth floor with his hip and shoulder before Edwin came over to assist. "This is important team bonding. If you're gonna be the team captain, you gotta do some stuff like this for morale." Sarah was seated cross-legged to Alex's right on the couch. She pulled out her laptop and snorted with laughter. "Is that what we're calling it now?" As Mark began arranging all the snacks, he suddenly stood up straight and adopted an exaggerated ceremonial pose. "O great and mighty loot gods," he intoned, holding a bag of chips over his head, "accept our humble snack tribute and bless us with epic rewards." Olivia leaned against the doorframe behind him and rolled her eyes. "If the loot gods are real, they're probably more insulted than appeased. I can't imagine they'd want Doritos." "Oh hey, when did you get here?" Alex said as he walked over and gave her a hug. "But they're cool ranch," Mark said as he lowered the bag. There was a long moment where he stood quietly and stared with a blank look. Then he just shrugged and took a bite out of a chip with a loud crunch. Alex and Olivia walked over to the table, and Alex set his spatial pouch down. "All right, well, I guess everyone can start pulling out everything we've got. We can spread it out and start passing things around when Sam gets here." Alex reached into his pouch and began setting items on the table in front of himself with one hand while he used his other hand and some physical threads of mana to begin gently lifting the items and sorting them neatly onto the proper tables. He paused for a moment to acknowledge internally how cool it was to magically lift things up and move them around. For some of the heavier items, it required multiple threads, or one at either end of the item, to lift it up efficiently, but it was still something that would have seemed completely absurd just a few months before. Olivia, standing next to him, raised an eyebrow. "Hey Edwin, how many mana stones does Alex waste getting dust for little parlor tricks like this?" She grinned and dramatically reached out to pick up a small potion bottle with care. "You know, some of us manage just fine with our hands." Alex felt his cheeks warm slightly. "It's efficient," he muttered, but there was no real annoyance in his tone, and he knew she was only teasing. Sam entered the room with an enormous grin on his face and walking somewhat stiffly. Alex immediately rolled his eyes and covered both of his eyes with his hand. The teenager held out his spatial pouch and walked to the table before beginning to slowly unload items. All of their eyes turned to Sam as he wore a cloak that they hadn't seen before. It appeared to be of extremely high quality, a beautiful azure with gold trim and intricately designed patterns of magic across it. There was a collar that rose above the clasp and to the bottom of Sam's jaw, protecting his neck. Sam finished pulling out the 20 or so odd items that he'd received from completing both his personal and rift quests over the last 3 weeks, and he stood there, smiling and waiting for someone to say something. "Wow, great. So when do we get to start?" Sam said. Sam. "What about the cloak? Is that one of the rift rewards or a custom order?" Even though it didn't seem like it was possible, Sam's smile widened, and then he burst into laughter. Mark and Sarah looked from Sam to Alex, who was still covering his face. In a showy motion, the short cloak from around Sam's shoulders flared to life and twisted, the image distorted and shimmered as the illusion broke. Val, the baby dragon, called happily as if surprising the entire group with his grand reveal. Mark and Sarah both began to laugh along with Sam. Even Olivia couldn't suppress the grin from her face. I guess he advanced the illusion skill then, Alex said, watching as his companion, who had his eyes closed and his chin lifted in the air with pride. Yeah, and it was his idea to use his wings to become a cloak. At first he tried to put them over my head, but it just looked like a really weird wizard's hat. I've got to admit, Mark said after wiping his eye. It's actually a pretty good illusion for him. The bottom of the cloak did look a bit pointy, but it really looked like he moved around like cloth. Val, watch window cape. You what? Valthurian unwrapped himself from Sam before moving over to the large windows of the living room that faced the front yard. He flapped his wings and used his long tail to grab onto a section of the curtain before hanging upside down and letting his wings hang down limp. Then he reactivated the illusion skill and looked as if he became a perfect blend with the curtain. Mark began clapping, and after a moment, Sam and Olivia both joined him. Alex looked over to Mark and saw the large Polish man looking at Sam with a smile. When they made eye contact, Mark raised an eyebrow and nodded his head to the teen. They exchanged a silent look of pride, watching how far he'd come in just a few weeks. All right, guys, Alex said, clapping his hands together. Let's get this loot party started. We've all been accepting our rewards and talking about them or even sharing when needed. But I have a feeling this is going to be really impressive when we stop to look at everything and catalog what we've got. Next week should be a breeze if we can use this stuff to set ourselves up well enough. It's the last week of the team's event, and it would be awesome to close 3 more rifts in that time. Woo, loot pile party, Mark called, followed by a whoop and cheer from Sam. The living room buzzed with excitement as everyone finished unpacking their rewards from their spatial pouches, and Alex stepped back to watch them all. Let's get a count going, Sarah said, her fingers tapping on her laptop keyboard. How many rifts did everyone participate in? 8 for me, Alex said, which was followed by Mark and Sam quickly echoing the same. 4 for me, Sarah added as she looked up from her screen. Olivia crossed her arms. 3. Guild duties kept me busy. Sarah nodded and finished typing. So that's 62 total rewards. Geez, guys, we've been busy. As they sorted through the pile, Sam suddenly let out a whoop. Oh hey, check this one out. I forgot this was from the one we finished 2 days ago. He held up a shining ring that had small runes etched into its surface. The system called it a mana control ring. Olivia's eyes widened and she took a step forward. That's an uncommon quality item. Sam's excitement dimmed slightly, and he glanced between Olivia and the ring. Only a moment passed before Olivia saw Sam's face, and she shook her head quickly. You know what? You keep it, Sam. You did more rifts, and it was your drop anyway. Use it well, kid. That's a decent point, though, Sarah pointed out. How do we want to do this? What's our main goal here? I'd say the main goal is to get our team outfitted first. We have a decent amount of money at our disposal from the rift information sale. While I'm sure we'll get a nice payout from selling some of this, it will be more important to have everyone set first. When everyone nodded in agreement, Mark spoke up. So if it was your drop, you get the first dibs on it. Then we can just kind of vote or pass it around to whoever on the team might need it the most after that. Then from there, we can put stuff in a pile to be sold or traded in the auction house. More nods and agreements, and Alex moved to the center of the semicircle. He started working his way around the items, scanning them and sharing with the item descriptions with the group. Sarah wrote them down as he went, and he needed to take a few short breaks to give his heavenly eye a rest. Scanning so many items in quick succession started cause pressure to build in his head just behind his eye. Oh, what about payment? Mark asked while they waited for Alex to recover during one of the breaks. Contribution-based or an even split? Everyone in the room looked to Alex at the same time. I guess contribution-based, he said with a shrug. Well, I know you guys wanted to be with us more. You were doing jobs that already pay you. Seems fair to let us keep a bit more of the loot for the rifts we ran while you were doing that. Olivia and Sarah looked at each other and shrugged while nodding and agreeing. After going through a few of the more mundane items, Mark held up a small pouch that clinked like glass was within. Oh, guys. I know what this is. He gently tipped the pouch over as 3 small, circular-shaped items dropped into his palm. Skill tokens. These are going to be huge. Alex nodded with him. Yeah, these are probably the most valuable things for our team. I looted one of them, but I'll pass on it. I have a lot right now, and I'm a bit overwhelmed with the stuff I'm trying to learn as it is. Mark looted one, and Sarah looted the other. I think it's most important that you two each get one. You're the lowest level with the least number of skills. Olivia, are you okay if I give the token to Sam as well? Sam looked sheepish as Olivia shrugged. I don't want to get all of the good stuff, he said, clearly feeling self-conscious about getting 2 things that the dark-haired woman could have gotten herself. No worries, I have already gotten 2 of them through work. Besides, I'm with Alex. I need to focus on leveling and developing the stuff I've got. I feel like too many skills could be a bad thing. Sam didn't seem to be put much at ease, though he did accept the token as Mark tossed it to him. Sarah and Mark, it might be worth it for you guys to hold onto your token for a few days. We've got to look into that a bit more, but if they are just normal skill tokens and not one of the ones that's bound to a stat type, it should give you a skill that fits you. It could be worth it to wait until you've chosen a class before you break the token. Wait, who looted this? Olivia said, her attention fully focused on the far table. She held up a small black token that looked like a domino. What is it? Mark and Alex asked at the same time. A class reset token, Olivia answered. These things are really rare, and I've only seen one so far with the guild. Apparently, you can crack it just like a skill token, but it will strip your class and give you a prompt just like the one you got at level 10 to choose different options for your class. Whoa, so you wouldn't need to wait until you hit the threshold to change? She nodded. But from what I understand, you only use this if you're looking to change class types altogether. The system won't offer you the class that you're changing from, and it won't offer the evolution path either, so it can't be used as some sort of shortcut. The discovery of the class reset token caused a stir. After a brief discussion led by Olivia explaining its rarity and potential, they almost all agreed that it should be kept for future use, rather than going into the sale pile. As they continued sorting, the process became more efficient. Potions and mana stones were divided equally, ensuring everyone had essential supplies. The group naturally fell into a rhythm of fair distribution, and Sarah used her laptop to track major items and their estimated values. Alex watched Sam grow more confident in his choices, and by the end, he was easily deferring items to his teammates, who could better use them. The sorting resulted in 3 main categories. There were personal keep piles, team resources, and a decent-sized sale pile of crafting materials and redundant items. When they finished going through the pile, each member stood excitedly beside a small pile of their own loot and items. Alex looked down at his personal stash and grinned, excited for one item in particular. E-rank item introduction to spellcasting. Rarity common type manual. I've really been looking forward to getting into spellcasting. At least now, when I want to get into it, I don't have to buy a manual from the auction house. Mark picked up his own manual. The physical training regimen of the Iron Kingdom seemed promising. Even at first glance, it seemed to focus more on methods for training and developing a strong constitution rather than high strength. The other manual of note was Olivia's. Yeah, the manuals are pretty big. I wouldn't have thought about getting one like this, but since it's here, I can see how it would be a great fit for me. This will definitely improve my scouting skills and will help me make some maps. E-rank item fundamentals of cartography. Rarity common type manual. In the end, they distributed the mana stones based on contribution among the group. While it didn't seem like a lot over 3 weeks, they'd moved at a pretty leisurely and safe pace through their rifts, and that was also only looking at the raw mana stones gained. If they were to sell more items or trade for mana stones, they'd have gained far more money. The group laughed as Val dove into his small pile of stones, chomping down on one while seeming to bask in the feeling of laying on a pile of pure crystallized mana. Alex felt proud of how smoothly the entire thing had gone. Each of them had prioritized the group benefits over their own gain, and while he hadn't thought that there would be any problem, he'd seen far too many games where people in social situations only wanted to look out for themselves and their own personal gain. Well, Alex said, I'd say this was a successful loot party. We're better equipped, have backup resources, and should make a decent profit. Not bad for 3 weeks of work, huh? The others all agreed, and a sense of accomplishment clearly settled into the room. They began packing up their new items, and the conversation naturally shifted toward the challenges ahead in the final week of the team's event. As they finished organizing their loot and Alex began to put items into his bag, Olivia cleared her throat. I've got some guild news. The new headquarters is almost complete, and they're planning to host the final team's event ceremony their next week. Alex noticed Sarah shift uncomfortably at the mention of going to the guild event at the end of the competition. Olivia must have caught the look as well, as she quickly added, Sarah, you can come too. Though I can warn you guys a little more than others, Alana will almost certainly use this event as a time to bring in some press and recruit some new guild members too. Mark chimed in, speaking of the guild, any word on that Hunters Association criticism? Olivia sighed. Yeah, they're not thrilled with our expansion and the use of intermediaries to get through the safe zone checkpoints, but it's all playing by their rules, so I don't really see what they can say about it. But honestly, we're just trying to establish a stable network. She glanced at Alex, which reminds me, they're talking about potentially sending a team to Europe. They'd send a few peacekeepers and some of our stronger members to help establish a branch in Belgium. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that intentionally with me here? Alana made it clear that I could share it with the team you included. I think she wants to make it clear that we're not making shady deals with another country or something, just attempting to expand and make branches. I'm not reporting stuff you tell me to other people. Sarah shrugged, repeating her previous statement. It's not my job, and the moment they start to pressure me to spy on friends is the moment I leave. If it's a big deal, I'm sure the Hunters Association has other, more reliable ways of finding things out. The room fell silent for a moment as they processed the information and the large step that the guild was about to take internationally. Alex broke the silence. Well, let's focus on what we can control, yeah. We've got 1 week left in the team's event, and then the celebration at the new HQ. I say we aim for 3 more rifts, push our limits a bit, and maybe make these loot parties a more regular thing. Enthusiastic nods all around. Great, Mark said while pulling out his phone. But first we need a team photo with all this sweet, sweet loot. Everyone, get in. They huddled together in the middle of the semicircle of tables. They were still surrounded by most of the small piles of distributed treasures. As Mark held up his phone, Alex looked at his friends and was just in time to see Valthurian's head pop up from over Olivia's shoulder and enter the picture before the flash. Mark and Sam cheered after the picture, and Olivia chased Mark around the living room, telling him to let her see the photo. Sarah walked over to him as Val joined the chaos and held up her laptop. Just in case you wanted to see the full list of the distribution, I sent it to your email, too. Loot distribution by team member. Alex. Wooden shield, common E rank. Introduction to spellcasting, common E rank. Bundle of 3 mana recovery potions, common E rank, 27 mana stones. Valthurian, 27 mana stones. Mark 1 skill token. Heavy club, common E rank. Chainmail shirt, common E rank. Iron helmet, common E rank. Basic iron or chunk, common E rank. Basic combat forms, common E rank. Physical training regimen of the Iron Kingdom, common E rank, 27 mana stones. Sarah 1 skill token. Wooden bow, common E rank. Leather vest, common E rank. Bundle of 4 minor healing potions, common E rank, 13 mana stones. Olivia. Iron dagger, common E rank. Steel bracers, common E rank. Rabbit meat, common E rank. Fundamentals of cartography, common E rank. Bundle of 2 agility potions, common E rank, 10 mana stones. Sam 1 skill token. Ring of magical control, uncommon E rank. Essence of dewdrop, uncommon E rank. Shimmering leaf, uncommon E rank. Bundle of common herbs, common E rank. Herblore 101, common E rank. Bundle of 3 focus potions, common E rank, 27 mana stones. Group stockpile. Class reset token rare. Straight sword, common E rank. Basic spear X2, common E rank. Standard crossbow, common E rank. Padded boots, common E rank. Sparkling gemstone chip, uncommon E rank. Bundle of 4 minor healing potions, common E rank. Bundle of 2 minor fortitude potions, common E rank. Bundle of 3 stamina booster potions, common E rank. Sell pile. Beginner's guide to ornamental glassblowing, common E rank. Bag of grain, common E rank. River clay lump, common E rank. Cracked bone fragment, common E rank. Small vial of mineral dust, common E rank. Dull crystal shard, common E rank. Rough animal hide, common E rank. Bundle of 4 swiftfoot potions, uncommon E rank. Okay, Mark said as he dropped his pack on the floor of the foyer and held his hands up in the air. As our own celebration for completing our final rift of the team's event, I do hereby declare that a night out is in proper order. Alex scoffed, but Sam was the first to speak up as he walked past Alex to the stairs. I can come this time, right? You said I could. Yes, you can come. Alex asked Jasper specifically last time we were there. He said they've got plenty of food and non-alcoholic stuff for you, Mark said. Yes, he dragged out the last syllable before turning to dart up the stairs. Alex checked the time quickly on his pocket watch before calling after him. We won't leave until around 7, Sam. If you need to grab something to eat, just ask Gabby. They could all hear a muffled okay before his bedroom door closed. A night out could be fun, Olivia said as she bumped into Alex playfully as she took off her outdoor boots next to the door. Alex nodded with a smile, though internally he wondered at the amount of stress he might be feeling if it weren't for Parallel Mind. At least with the skill, he was able to be practicing and thinking through magical problems while doing mundane tasks. Hanging out with friends isn't a mundane task or waste of time. He chastised himself as they gathered their bags, and all began to ascend the stairs to take showers and unwind for a few hours before going out. I'll text Sarah and see if she wants to meet us there, Mark said, phone already in hand. Sounds good. Alex and Olivia turned left at the top of the stairs while Mark turned right to head to his room. They went to his room to wash away the sweat and dirt from their most recent rift. After they entered the room, Olivia slid under his arm and got close to his face. Stop being distracted, she said playfully. Alex felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Half of my mental stats is still more than I ever had before the integration. You have my full and undivided at-weight that doesn't technically work here. Does it? It kind of is divided. Olivia laughed prettily before creating some space. I just wanted your attention for a second. I've got something for you. Oh. Wait here, Olivia said. He felt his pulse pick up as he could guess where something like this was going. But his expectations were dashed as instead of heading to the bathroom, she walked out of the bedroom and down the hall. Alex stood alone in his bedroom, glancing left and right uncertainly. He scratched the back of his head, bewildered. Is this where someone jumps out and says I've been punked? A few minutes went by before he heard the rush of bare feet across the carpet in the hall, and Olivia reappeared in the doorway. Raising an eyebrow at her, he raised both hands. What are you doing? He asked, glancing at the object in her hands. Well, I know it's a bit lame and I swear you better not laugh, Olivia said as she fidgeted with the small black object. Okay, no laughing, he said and gestured with an X over his heart. It was clear that the black object in her hands was a gift of some kind, and Alex's stat-enhanced brain immediately jumped into thought, thinking about what it could be. A manual maybe. I gave her one. Maybe she feels the need to pay me back with one of her own. What would I even need to learn, though? Maybe it's a skill token. I just need to keep studying, not get more skills. The black box is too thin anyway. The skill token from the AG came in a case much thicker than that. In the few seconds that it took Olivia to work up her courage and close the last few steps between them, Alex's mind had run through 100 scenarios of what she wanted to give to him. She held out her hands and presented it to him. Looking down, Alex saw a picture of them together. He realized Mark must have taken it before they entered a rift. He studied the stylized photo and wondered whether she or Mark had edited it. Their pose was striking. Olivia stood close to him and her hand was on his chest as she gazed past his shoulder at an angle toward the looming rift. The image made it look like he was dramatically positioned between her and the rift and appeared perfectly calm and composed. And even though there had been many people around them in that moment, the edited black and white photo showed just the two of them alone in the forest clearing, with the gray shaded rift casting ominous shadows around them, though they both stood in the light. Live. I love it. This is awesome, he said. Really? She asked. Normally so confident and forward, Alex found it adorable how she seemed less comfortable than he was with the thought of romantic gestures. It made his own embarrassment at his earlier thoughts die down a bit. Really, he said while giving her a kiss. Where do you think it should go? He stepped away and walked to the table next to his side of the bed to set it up, angled toward the bed and doorway. Perfect. She gave a snort. And then all you ended up getting was a picture. Noel, yes, but I like it a lot. My head's been a little too full of the adventuring life, rifts, quests, and skills lately. Well, good, I'm glad you like it. Do you like it enough to let me take the first shower? She asked sweetly while giving him a hug. He laughed again. Yeah, go for it. I'm going to check on Gabby and Edwin while I wait, so take your time. She gave him a peck on the cheek before moving to the bathroom. He looked at the photo one more time with a smile before walking downstairs to the staff rooms. An hour later, Alex found himself seated at the chair behind his desk. He felt clean, and for some reason was feeling quite optimistic about how the last few days of rift delving had gone. He smiled to himself and let out a deep breath before leaning forward. Where to start? Where to start? He pulled up his status screen and glanced over things. He felt some frustration that he hadn't made much progress in his overall level in the last 4 weeks, but he knew that he'd made some great gains in his skill levels and understanding how to use them better. Not only that, but Sarah's made some decent progress and Mark has really made a good leap. Looking at his blue status screen, Alex pushed the thoughts aside. Bound items, unique E-rank growth item Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. He drummed his fingers against the desk and knew that Ritual Insight had recently come off of cooldown and that it was approaching the peak of novice proficiency. Easy place to start, I guess, he mumbled to himself as he stood and grabbed one of the notebooks he'd been making scribbles and notes in as he improved his modified ritual circles. He flipped through the pages and realized that it was the wrong notebook before walking to the bookshelf that had his own books on them and grabbed the correct one. I really need to start consolidating this stuff into one main notebook. Looking at the small list of rituals he had available to himself, Alex considered where he wanted to progress. Gust Ritual. Concentrated Heating Ritual. Heating Ritual. Cooling Ritual. Weight Reducing Ritual. Weight Increasing Ritual. Binding Ritual. Sound Dampening Ritual in Out. Explosion Ritual. His go-to ritual lately had been the Gust Ritual, especially since it required no materials and synergized well with his wand combat. During his time in the last few weeks of using Ritual Insight on cooldown, he felt like he was getting a better feel for the skill and wanted to begin thinking about the direction he'd like to push the skill as it came closer to its advancement. After all, pushing the limits and uses of a skill had proven to be the best way to gain the last several levels. I suppose I could just go for more and attempt to push harder with the skill's activation. Hopefully that would lead to the skill generally giving me more information with each use. But what if instead of all at once, I tried to hold on to the moment of learning and got a similar effect? Could I make my own observations during that time? Is that possible? Still standing, he closed the notebook and walked to Sam's room. When he knocked and Sam answered, he asked him for help. "Hey dude, can I get you to watch me for a second? I'm sure this will either work well or it won't work at all, but just in case." "Yeah, of course," Sam said as he followed Alex back into the office. Just like they had with the testing of parallel mind, Alex sat on the floor with Sam behind him. He found a comfortable position and focused on the notebook in his lap. He felt that while testing this new method of using the skill, it would be best to use it on a ritual he already knew rather than a brand new one. "All right, ready?" "Yep," Sam answered. Alex looked at the gust ritual on the paper and activated Ritual Insight. However, unlike he usually did, he attempted to mentally push down on the skill. Rather than allowing its activation to come out as a torrent and to be over in a matter of seconds, leaving him with the knowledge magically in his head, he pushed his will and intent on the skill to slow the rush. There was a bit of resistance, and then the skill began to slow. He could understand the knowledge as it was brought into his head. Visualizing the effect seemed to help Alex even more, slowing the process to something that was easily digestible. Picturing a hose of water, where the hose was the skill and the water was the granted knowledge, he pressed his will down on the hose to pinch off the flow or at least stem it. The skill had never hurt him before, likely an effect of the skill being system-controlled and performed. However, he felt that there was almost no pressure at all on his mind as he did his best to hold down pressure on the insight skill. "Wow," Alex breathed as the skill came to an end. "All good," Sam's voice was tense behind him. "About 2 minutes, that's great. I don't see there being a huge benefit from this right now. I gained the same knowledge, but if I can extend the time longer and longer, then perhaps I'll start gaining more knowledge." Alex thought out loud and felt like he had another idea just at the edge of his mind. "I'm going to head back to my room for a bit. It's already 6. Don't forget we leave in an hour." "Wow, right." He looked up at Sam and gave him a smile, his mind still spinning with the new knowledge from the gust ritual. He felt an urge to go out into the woods behind the house and practice with it and tamper with the ritual, though he knew it was something he'd likely get sucked into. "I just don't have the time for that right now." Instead, he decided to practice with one of his other skills for the next half hour before he knew he'd need to go get changed and ready to leave with the group. "Might as well get comfortable," he said as he stood from the floor. Valthurian came into the office holding something in his mouth gingerly. Alex smiled at his bond and spoke up to him as he sat. "What do you have there, buddy?" Val's tail wiggled back and forth as he hovered in front of Alex and proudly presented the can he held in his mouth. Alex's face went deadpan. "Val, seriously, don't encourage him. He's literally making fun of you," Alex explained. Despite his words, the feeling of pride that came through their bond made him lower his head into his palm. "There are so many other things he could call you. You don't want to be a soup can." "Soup can, Val," the little bond chirped. No, he could call you, a little mana noodle soup." He bumped the can with his snout. "Shit, that is still soup." He could just call you a baby dragon," Alex said while snapping his fingers. "That's literally what you are." "Baby dragons are so much cooler than soup cans." He nodded his head and sent through feelings of complete and utter confidence. "Dragon," Val said the word as if trying it out. "Yep, go tell Mark that's what you are. Then roar at him like this." Alex tried to make the sound of a lion or what he might imagine a mighty dragon to sound like. Valthurian cocked his head and moved backward from him a foot or two. There was a long pause before he nodded and turned in the air, his blue wings and tail moving fluidly in the air in a graceful arc. As he was exiting the office to find Mark, Alex heard his companion speaking out loud as if practicing. "I'm Dragon Val, roar." The amphipter was saying the word roar as Alex had described the sound rather than actually making the sound. Alex groaned loudly and tried to call after him, but he was already gone. Mark is never going to let that go. Maybe I need to find a YouTube video of a dragon and show it to him or something so he understands what the sound is and what they look like. Shaking his head, Alex pushed the thoughts aside and looked at the soup can on his desk. Shrugging, he created a small heating ritual under it and began to heat it up in the can. While it warmed, he split his mind and allowed half of his consciousness to begin practicing Mirage, while letting the other focus on practicing small parts of the runes he'd begun learning with Evan. Man, doing 2 things at once is amazing. Mark looked at Sarah. "This is pretty messed up, right? If someone can get in and out of 2 safe zones, they must be registered with the government somehow." The reporter continued, "This development is particularly alarming given the government's recent crackdown on unauthorized power usage and registration protocols. The ease with which the killer appears to be operating raises serious questions about the effectiveness of current security measures. Can I turn it off, Mark?" Sarah asked, her voice sounding tight. "It's all anyone's been talking about at work, and it's just so gruesome." Mark turned it to a different station. "Yeah, it's heavy stuff. Let's focus on the celebration for today, huh?" In the backseat, Alex sat with his eyes closed, his mind split between two tasks. One part of his consciousness was deep in focusing on the cycling technique he'd been doing daily. The spinning of his mana had gradually increased, though it still wasn't powerful enough to push impurities to the edge of his core like Yura had told him to anticipate. The other part of his mind was engrossed in mana-shaping exercises he'd created for himself over the past week. The new exercises were modeled after those Yura had taught him, but instead of ritual components, they were designed to help with mana rune patterns that were used in setting the rune. Evan had given him the patterns to the two runes that he felt comfortable teaching, which were the activation rune and the spark rune. While Alex couldn't create either of them himself yet, the mental exercises and mana shaping would help lay the groundwork for his future plans and progression. The car fell into a comfortable silence for a time as they neared the new guild headquarters site. Soon, Mark pulled the vehicle into the busy parking lot, and they could all hear the sounds of laughter and cheering. "Whoa, there's a lot more going on here than Olivia let on, huh?" he said. Alex leaned over in the back seat and looked through the front window between Mark and Sarah. He was stunned to see such a large amount of development had happened in the month and a half since he sold the Rift information on New Year's. "No kidding, this is crazy. Seriously, this was all woods when Sam and I left here. I'm sad he didn't come with us. I barely got to see him this week," Sarah said. "Well, you've been too busy helping out at your fancy job," Mark said. "Though even with you and Olivia having to work, I feel like fourth place is still pretty damn good." Yeah. I told you I was sorry I couldn't help more in this last week, but things have been crazy at work. Director Matthews wants me to be at so many of these meetings to observe people's aura that it's actually getting to be a bit frustrating. It's not what I signed up for anyway. I'm glad he's getting to spend time with his parents. I think it will really help him keep healing from his time in the Rift. Yeah, it's been great to see their relationship grow. I'm surprised that they seem to understand the changes he went through in there. It's a lot to recover from, that's for sure. Mark looked over his shoulder. "Just him?" Alex raised both hands. "I'm doing fine, seriously. I was only in there for what felt like 2 months. He was in there for almost 2 years. Also, they only kept me locked up for a day. Sam had it way worse." Mark's reflection in the rear mirror tightened, but Sarah spoke up first. "I know it was horrible. Just don't keep pushing aside your own healing. You have a tendency to shove it down and just focus on other things now. With all of your plans and supercharged willpower, you just keep pushing on for days." Alex rolled his eyes, and when he refocused, he saw Mark nodding along with her. He rubbed his eyes and knew that they had a point, particularly with his recent use of parallel mind through the night. He was beginning to feel a bit stretched thin, and he realized he might not just be pushing himself to grow for the sake of power, but also to distract. All right. We can talk later, Sarah. You can put me in touch with one of your coworkers from before the integration. As long as they don't work for the Hunters Association, I'm happy to talk with one of them. For now, let's park and figure out what's going on with all of this. I thought it was just a celebration. There's got to be 100 cars here." The paved parking lot was huge, and large sections of forest had been leveled to even allow for parking in dirt areas off of the paved lot. When they found a spot to park and piled out of Mark's SUV, Alex looked into the back and called for Valthurian to join them. "All right, buddy, time for the cloak illusion. And remember, tone down the flashiness this time." "Understand, Val will make best cloak." The air shimmered as his companion wrapped around his shoulders and let both wings drape down diagonally from his left shoulder on either side of his body. As the illusion settled, it suddenly looked like Alex was wearing an elegant blue cloak with subtle gold trim. Alex sighed. "I said tone it down. Can you make it brown instead? At least then it'll just look like I'm wearing some normal cloth." "No, Val is blue, so cloak is blue. Brown is not Val color." "That's not how colors work, Val. Just because you're blue doesn't mean everything blue is Val color." Val's tone took on a stubborn note. "Nope, everything blue is Val. Val is best color." Mark and Sarah burst into laughter as they waited for their conversation to end, and Alex pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine, keep it blue, but can you at least make the trim less sparkly?" The gold trim dulled slightly, and Alex nodded in resignation. "That'll have to do." At least in the drive-up, we saw some people with capes and armor on. The group began walking toward the main set of buildings when Mark pointed out 2 news vans parked in closer spots. The new Adventure Guild headquarters sprawled across several acres, with buildings connected by brick walkways. It reminded Alex of some of the fancier college campuses he'd seen. Construction crews were still working at the edges of the property. The sound of their equipment mixed with the voices of the crowd heading toward the buildings. Where there used to be forest, Alex now saw freshly cut stumps and construction trailers lined up along the tree line. People kept streaming in from the parking lot. Some wore uniforms and directed traffic, while others wore business clothes or just regular street clothes. The guild has uniforms now. Check it out, Mark said, pointing to a group in matching shirts. The words future guild member were printed across their chests. Someone's already cashing in. This is like a college campus tour, Alex said. He watched as a guild member in a fancy uniform took pictures with some kids nearby. Looks like Val fits right in as a fashion piece, Sarah said teasingly while nodding towards some attendees wearing colorful robes and cloaks, likely looted as system rewards. As they made their way through the crowd, they saw a large banner with the top 10 teams listed. Their team was listed in a box with their 5 names, and Mark gestured toward it. 4th place. Man, if we'd been able to just clear a few more rifts this last week. Hey, considering our team was brand new to this, I'd say we did pretty well, Sarah said. Alex was sure he could hear a hint of competitive disappointment in her voice, though. Yeah, and the two of you literally only had a couple of levels to start with. Now, you're both close to your class selections. We made huge progress and you got some big gains. It might not feel like a lot compared to my growth in the other rift, but I'm serious. It took Olivia more than 2 months to hit level 12, and she was doing this stuff every day and as her job. Mark, the fact that you're 9 in under a month of pushing is pretty wild. That's not even to mention that we're moving and fighting a lot more like a team now, too. There were nods from them both as they kept moving through the opening campus area. They passed a table laden with various magical items for showing as examples. Unfortunately, this included several glowing mana stones. Suddenly, a scaly blue tendril snaked out from Alex's cloak and snatched one of the stones from the table. Val, Alex hissed, but the stone had already disappeared beneath the cloak's folds. He laughed nervously and waved to the table, giving a quick apology and pressing his hands down on the edges of his cloak. Mark quickly pulled a stone from his backpack, which held his spatial pouch, and placed it on the table. Sorry about that, he said to a nearby attendant, who looked confused but shrugged it off. We really need to work on his impulse control, Sarah muttered as they moved away from the table. Alex nodded and felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Tell me about it. At least he's getting better at blending in, mostly. As the 4 of them approached a small crowd forming on one of the sidewalks that entered into the campus, Alex used his uncovered heavenly eye to scan several people. Suddenly, he realized what was happening. Some of these people aren't even awakened. What, seriously? Yeah, when I try to analyze them, nothing happens. On top of that, they don't have any mana leaking from their skin. Oh hey, newcomers, come on up. A short woman with brown hair waved with a smile. The 3 of them looked at each other and there was a brief pause. Then Alex shrugged and walked over. Are you guys here for the tour? We're actually a team here to watch the podium event, Alex said. What's happening here? He scanned her and saw that her name was Jennifer. She was only level 3, intellect as her highest stat, and a plethora of other information that he didn't need. The girl's breath caught when she saw Alex's face. She brought her hand up to cover her mouth, and her eyes went wide. Alex noticed how she looked between his normal eye and his celestial one before catching herself staring. She recovered pretty quickly, but her voice was higher than before. People have been arriving most of the morning, and the main event hasn't started yet, so you're not too late. Our guild members are sharing stories and experiences from the team's event in the main building before the actual awards for placements are handed out. In the meantime, the moderators of the Adventurers Guild have asked that we give tour to anyone interested. She smiled brightly and nodded to the group of 10 or so who were standing nearby. Would you like to join us? We were just about to begin. Alex looked at Mark and Sarah and agreed after receiving a shrug and a nod. They waited a few more minutes and their small group stood apart from the others. Alex caught a few strangers staring in his direction and he did his best to ignore their looks. It's something I've just got to get used to. It really doesn't matter what they think. Despite knowing what he was thinking was the truth, it didn't stop him from turning to Mark and Sarah so that his back faced the others. You know, if you stopped scowling, the scar in the eye might not look so intimidating, Sarah whispered conspiratorially as he watched a group of 2 teenagers from the corner of his eye. I'm not scowling. Yeah, you are, Mark said with a snort. Alex forced his brow and forehead to relax after realizing that he had in fact been scowling. I just forget that my face has even changed sometimes. Being at the new house is so nice and secluded, and you guys are all used to the changes, it's easy to forget. Mark and Sarah shared a look. I wouldn't say that we're used to it. It definitely makes you look more serious, and your demeanor has changed a lot overall since returning. Sometimes, Sarah said, if it weren't your voice and the normal way you speak coming out of your mouth, I really would think you were a different person. Mark nodded in agreement. Alex grumbled a response and heard the guide speak up to call everyone to follow their lead through the new headquarters. Jennifer, as they learned, was a guild member and newly awakened. She led them around and Alex kept catching her sneaking glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking. Every time she did, she'd stumble over her practiced speech a bit. He could tell she was trying hard to stay professional, but it was clear she had questions she was dying to ask. Damn. I mean, I know the scar and eye look a little wild, but it can't be that distracting, right? she continued to lead the group, floating around like a bubble of positive energy. She pointed at several management buildings, built in a modern fashion that reflected the morning light. Alex was impressed by the sheer amount of work that had been finished in a short amount of time. Jennifer guided their group past a carefully positioned guild banner. Alex noticed the crew of cameras and an interviewer doing a segment with their group and the banner in the background. From there, it became increasingly obvious to Alex that the tour, or likely the entire event, was choreographed. Their guide told an exaggerated tale of how the guild had promising members enter and scout epic rifts for them, before giving a brief description of how valuable an epic rift would be for the guild. She led them past some painfully staged groups of guild members training in a nearby open space. They moved in a tight formation and swung fake swords or practiced flashy fire skills. Good Lord, Alana, is there even a real celebration? Or is this all just one big PR campaign? They passed another group of guild members doing some kind of rescue demonstration. One guy floated in the air using wind magic that looked way more ostentatious than it needed to be. The others called out lines about teamwork and being prepared that sounded rehearsed. This is nothing like the real thing. He remembered how messy and scary actual rift combat was. They're making it look like some kind of game. Alex was beginning to feel a bit miffed when his train of thought was interrupted by what Jennifer was saying. And here we have the Grant Training Facility, their guide announced with rehearsed enthusiasm, named after the wonderful family who previously owned this land. In fact, she brightened. The Grants are here today with their recently returned son, Samuel. They've been incredibly supportive of the guild's mission. Alex's step faltered. Beside him, Mark perked up. Did she say Sam's here? Mark whispered, nudging Alex. Through the building's massive windows, they could see Sam with his parents, surrounded by a small crowd of interested onlookers. The teenager looked simultaneously uncomfortable with the attention and happy to be near his family. Mrs. Grant kept one hand on Sam's shoulder as she spoke to the group, her sandy blonde hair and bright smile matching her son's. Look at him trying to hide behind his mom, Alex said with a small grin. Sam was fidgeting with the neckline of his hoodie, which was a nervous habit they'd all grown familiar with, though they had seen less and less of it in the last couple of weeks. Mark let out a poorly disguised snort. Oh man, heroic efforts. Is that what we're calling getting yourself trapped in a rift now? Alex elbowed him in the ribs. Shut up. Sarah shook her head, her expression a mix of amusement and disapproval. I can't believe they're advertising his power like this. A rare healer. Might as well paint a target on his back, though I suppose that's the point, showing off their valuable new member. Yeah, he said he had someone pretty aggressively try to recruit him at the hospital a week or two ago. I can't imagine this is going to help very much, Alex said, wondering if he should speak to Alana on Sam's behalf. Alex responded with a skeptical snort and looked to his left as one of the tour group members spoke up. Actually, could we meet them? It would be amazing to hear their story firsthand. Jennifer beamed. Of course, the Grants have graciously agreed to speak with visitors today. Let's head inside. As their group filed into the building, Alex noticed Sam hadn't spotted them yet. The teenager was nodding politely at something an older woman was saying, though his eyes kept wandering to look at other spots in the room. Alex focused on a thin thread of mana, directing it towards Sam. Need an escape plan. Sam's head jerked up, his eyes going wide. Alex, where? Look for the enormous dude waving like an idiot. Sure enough, Mark was already standing at his full height, grinning and waving both arms above his head like an overexcited parent at a school play. Several people in the crowd turned to stare at him or shuffled away to make some space, but Mark seemed entirely unbothered. Sam's face lit up when he spotted them, relief washing over his features. He quickly covered his mouth to hide his laugh at Mark's antics, though his shoulders shook with the truth. You're going to get us kicked out, Sarah muttered with a smile of her own. What? I'm just being supportive of our local celebrity healer, Mark said, still waving. Hey Sam, great job being heroically rescued by Alex. Really stellar work, Alex groaned. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Not a chance, hero. While Sam remained with his parents on stage, Jennifer led their group onward with the tour, and Alex, Mark, and Sarah followed along, curious to see what other parts of the headquarters would be revealed. As they moved through the final sections of the complex, Sarah began grumbling under her breath. Alex wasn't sure what had gotten under her skin, but he waited for her to voice her thoughts. Doesn't this just feel kind of sleazy to you guys? Ah, he answered, realizing that the way that the guild was going about the event frustrated her. Yeah, a bit. I mean, seriously. Everything is so staged, even some of the powerful people are stationed near the entrances to make their success stories more noticeable. The Hunters Association doesn't do PR stuff, Mark said skeptically. Wait, how can you tell who's stronger? Alex asked. He wondered if she picked up an analyze skill or something similar through her work. Their auras are just bigger. I've started to realize that means someone is usually stronger. Usually, Alex asked, interested. He was focused on their conversation, but he let his eyes wander to passersby and couldn't help but wonder at what some of these people had gotten as their trait and skills. Well, Sarah said, giving him an odd look from the corner of her eye, there is always an outlier. Some people might be really strong and not have a huge aura, so I'm trying not to judge things from the size too often. Mark snickered and Alex smirked as he heard Sarah scoff so hard that he could almost hear her eyes roll. Alex assumed she was referring to how he kept his mana pulled into his skin. Sarah seemed to believe that mana and aura were connected in some way, though no real connection had been made through her testing. He changed the subject back to her complaint while shrugging. It's not all that different from anyone trying to sell something back when things were normal. Tech startups courting investors would set up entire conference centers like this. It's the same thing with college campuses attempting to impress potential students and their parents. Everyone is doing their best to sell what they have. Mark nodded along, recognizing many of the same tactics they'd coached clients through during their previous job being used at the New Adventurers Guild tour. He's not wrong, but I hated those asshole tech startups. It felt like the modern used car salesman, you know. Before the system, there were clients of ours that would spend millions just to look half as professional as all this. Alex let his eyes sweep the crowds again before turning back to Sarah. It does feel a bit shady. Hell, it is a bit shady. They're literally trying to create something out from under the supervision of the government. Even we came here today expecting a ceremony or celebration for the top 3 teams and maybe get a participation trophy or something for being in the top 10. Instead, they've turned it into this whole recruitment drive. Okay, but why? More money. Sarah followed his eyes and scanned the 100+ people walking around as if the new campus were a state fair. Power, Alex said simply, thinking back to his many talks on the topic with Yura and wondering just how much of it would apply to the new world that was being created on Earth. It wasn't long before their tour had ended, and they were guided through the entry and welcoming area and into the main part of the Grant training facility. The 3 of them stopped and looked around when inside the large, high-ceilinged building. Damn, Alex was impressed. It looked more grand than some professional sports stadiums he'd seen. The gym floor was split into sections by temporary walls and banners. Some areas had chairs and podiums for award ceremonies, while others had training mats and equipment on the floor. A few spots even had screens showing highlights of news clips as guild members emerged from rifts that closed shortly after. Alex watched the different types of people moving between stations. Some wore adventurer gear and moved with purpose, barely glancing at the basic stuff. Others huddled in groups, pointing at everything with wide eyes and shocked whispers. They saw some labeled basic rift safety protocols, monster classification and recognition, and equipment requirements and usage. Several others focused more on combat, and Alex was interested in seeing what sort of information they held. Sarah snorted as she looked at the informational sections and tables. Could have been nice to have this before our team started weeks of rift delving. In their defense, the building wasn't finished. Mark said, "Let's split up and go look at some different stations," Alex suggested while he continued to scan. "I call dibs on equipment requirements and usage," Mark said while holding up his hand and immediately stepping off in the proper direction. "I'll go to team formation and communication." Alex nodded. "All right, then I'll go look at basic rift safety. Let's listen in for a bit and then meet up at basic combat stances and techniques." His friends nodded before wading into the crowded areas around their sections. "Man, there's so much going on here. I wonder where Olivia is. I definitely need to give her a hard time for this. She has got to know this isn't my kind of thing." As if to accentuate the point, a group of 3 teenagers walked by, and one was not so subtly pointing at Alex while whispering to his friends. "Val, stay close," Alex murmured. No snatching anything this time. He felt a slight tightening around his shoulders and knew that his companion had heard him. Besides the stations they'd noticed earlier, he noted the names of a few more banners as he moved through the building. There were others like understanding your stats, rift currency and trading, and basic mana control. At the mana control station, a guy in guild gear was showing off by floating a ball of water, while 24 people watched like it was the coolest thing they'd ever seen. Alex had to remind himself that for some people this might be their first time ever seeing magic in real life, and that he'd been constantly exposed to the changes in reality over the last several months. There was a moment of pause as he thought back to the sheer awe he'd felt as he looked up at the 2 suns that seemed abnormally large within his first rift, or how surreal it had felt to be standing in the middle of the city one moment, and a single stride later, to be standing in the middle of a meadow and towering forest of pines. He walked toward the rift safety section and stopped near the side of the group. Just getting through the milling crowd had him bumping into strangers and being jostled around, and he worried that someone might elbow Valthurian. He didn't think it was likely that they'd injure him, especially with his constitution being almost 40 after his advancement. When he could hear what the woman presenting was saying, he realized they were finishing up a discussion on rift time dilation. "You're saying that if I go into an uncommon rift, I'll live twice as long?" a man was asking. The woman nodded with an exaggerated smile. Exactly, sir. As I said, each time the rarity increases through uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary, the time-stretching effect will be multiplied by 2. A common rarity rift will have the exact same timeline as Earth, so there is no adjustment. Someone else raised their hand, and when he was acknowledged, he asked, "What happens if my family moves into a rare rift? If I leave for supplies, would they age 4 times faster in the rift?" No, no, don't misunderstand, sir. All of us, because we are natives of Earth, will have our life expectancy maintained with this timeline regardless of the rift that you enter. However, that means they will experience 4 times the amount of time you're gone. Alex could see the top of the man's head as he nodded hesitantly. The presenter was good and must have seen his hesitation because she gave him an example rather than moving on to the next question. To stick with your scenario, sir, suppose you and your family moved into a rare rift. If for simplicity's sake, we say that you would all live 100 years here on Earth, then in the rift, your family would live for roughly 400 years, and that's not even accounting for how magic and levels affect your lifespan. If you were to leave the rift for a month, let's say, while you were gone, your family would feel like you had been gone for 4 months. He could see the theoretical light bulb go off in several faces around him. The presenter fielded a few more questions about how or why this works. He found it interesting that she, as a member of the guild, used some of the terms he'd heard Yura use. She referred to the rifts as broken worlds that were brought to Earth by the system. Since the rifts are there for the humans of Earth and are meant to be explored, our bodies are anchored in a way to Earth's timeline. Alex was just about to leave as someone was asking for more details on the technicality of how it worked, and the presenter was attempting to end the topic as to not confuse some people further when he stopped. She neatly moved on to her next topic, and it interested him as well. Now that you understand how to prep for a rift, how quests are assigned within the rift, and how the time-stretching effect works, we will talk about what happens at the end of a rift. She smiled and paused for dramatic effect. The presentation continued, and Alex was interested to hear how rift closure worked past the rewards that were given, and that an exit appeared near them when it was finished. Since he hadn't tested it, it was news to him that there would be limited time for them to step through the portal before the rift destabilized and closed permanently. When someone asked, she apologized and said the guild sources were unsure what would happen if the exit wasn't taken. So what she's saying is that they don't know if the world collapses or if just the portals are closed permanently. Sarah had brought up that thought within the first week of them closing the rifts. While it wouldn't matter to them all that much while closing common rifts that seemed to only contain basic beasts and monsters, she had posed the question about closing the epic rift that Alex and Sam had been in. If it really does collapse, would everyone in that rift in Tianluo die? There were fewer questions in this section, and when Alex felt like he'd had his fill, he began to walk toward the combat class, until he heard her next topic. Damn it. He turned around and walked back to listen to her talk once more. Mark and Sarah will come to find me here if they need me. Rift breaks are possibly the most terrifying aspects of the rifts. Since they've appeared on Earth in the last few months, there have been just over 100 reported rift breaks. It saddens me to say that these are only the ones that have been reported. In some of the larger states in the middle of the country, rift breaks have been more common of an occurrence, due to the population being more spread out. We can assume that there have been more rift breaks and will still see more as time goes on, and more rifts remain uncleared. The crowd, including Alex, was completely entranced. They'd all seen the reports of rift breaks and knew how devastating they could be. One of the largest threats that a rift break presents is that we don't know exactly when it will happen. In the first month or two of rifts appearing, there were several breaks as the government attempted to contain the rifts rather than explore them. While it's the smart choice to act cautiously, it has been confirmed that the cause of a rift break is from a rift not being culled. She raised her hand to stall a question. Culling is the term that the guild is using to refer to the fighting of monsters. The term is pulled from the quests the system assigns and is the main factor preventing a rift break. The longer that a rift sits and the monster population within increases, the more likely it is to break. When a break does happen, only a portion of the monsters from the rift are able to leave. Think of them being released in waves, where each sequential break causes a larger wave to enter Earth. She took a few questions before ending her presentation with a sales pitch that Alex felt was quite effective. This is the main goal of the Adventurers Guild. We want to aid people in this crazy time. Those who join must be awakened or be willing to awaken because our goal is to close as many rifts as possible. This team's event that we're celebrating today is just the first step in our goal to aid our planet in fighting back these monsters. We want to train and equip our teams to cull and close rifts all across the country to prevent any more of these breaks from occurring. We fervently believe that the best way to do this is by putting power in the hands of the people, rather than a centralized body like the government. We want you to have the power to do what's needed and keep yourselves safe. There was a bit more fluff toward the end about how to proceed with signing up, but Alex turned to walk to the combat class before he was sucked into whatever she spoke about next. He could hear a round of applause for the presenter when he was a ways away. I am surprised that Mark and Sarah didn't come find me. I wonder if the combat class is really that good. He wove his way through the crowd and found it easy to find his tall friend, even in the dense throng of people. Hey, what's up? How's the class? Man, I'm glad Val is staying so quiet. I'll need to make sure to give him a special treat later for being so good. This has got to be stressful for the little guy. Alex, hey. This is kind of weird, right? Mark asked as he pointed to one of the instructors at the center of the mats. An eyebrow instinctively rose as he saw Rylan demonstrating some fighting techniques for a group of 5. Rylan is one of the instructors. That doesn't seem like a great choice for such a public event. Alex thought back to the obnoxious scene he'd seen on Christmas Eve and the 2 other run-ins that he'd had with the man since then. I'm surprised, too. I wouldn't have thought that he would be the type to teach anything. Sarah was watching the tall blonde warrior closely, and Alex knew she was analyzing his body language and how he interacted with the 5 people he was teaching. He's been at it for a while now, just answering questions and demonstrating some different attacks with various weapons. I really wouldn't have even thought this was the same guy, Mark said. It was pretty clear he was trying to start some crap that time we ran into him at the manhwaetap. Alex watched as Rylan showed a defensive stance to his group. A large golden disc hung from his neck that looked far too gaudy to be in the setting they were in. Even more strange was seeing him teach instead of trying to intimidate someone. Alex was glad that his friends had seen him still acting in such a way at the bar. Others in the guild, Alana especially, seemed to be fooled by the front that Rylan was putting on. When he corrected a younger guy's stance, his voice was calm and not at all condescending, nothing like the hothead from the tournament. Keep your weight centered, Rylan said, demonstrating a simple block. Most monsters are stronger than you think. Better to deflect than try to stop them straight on. His students watched closely, obviously impressed. One of them tried to copy the move and nearly fell over. Instead of getting annoyed, Rylan just showed it again, slower. Maybe the guy actually isn't so bad around everyone else and he's just got a bone to pick with me. Are you Alex? The question startled him out of his thoughts. 3 teenagers stood nearby, staring at him. The girl who'd spoken could barely stand still, she was so excited. Yes, holy crap, I told you guys. Alex realized that it was the trio from before and that the boy who'd been pointing at him earlier was practically bouncing on his toes. We saw your tournament videos and that fight with the fire guy was so cool. Can you sign this? The girl thrust a guild flyer and pen at him. Please, we've watched all your matches like 100 times. What, all my matches? Alex stepped back, bumping into Mark. Your face looks way more badass now, another kid chimed in. Did it hurt when? Dude, you can't just ask that. But what about his eye? It's all glowy and stuff. Does it shoot lasers? Can you show us that move where you? More people started turning to look. Alex heard people saying his name and phones started coming up for pictures. Sarah moved closer, trying not to smile while looking a bit worried. Wait, you guys were one of the teams in the event. Of course they were, Dumbo. They're so strong, I bet they were first. Is it true you fought in the epic rift that my guide talked about? The questions came faster, the crowd growing. Alex felt his cheeks burning. Mark, laughing is seriously not helping right now. Seriously, I'm just here too. Is that the guy from the tournament? Mom, it's the guy from the video. Can I get a picture? Alex looked desperately at Sarah, who tried not to smile while stepping closer. Mark finally stopped laughing long enough to put a hand on Alex's shoulder. Didn't know you were such a big deal, Mark teased. Should I be asking for your autograph too? Before Alex could tell Mark exactly where to shove that autograph, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Alex. The crowd parted as Olivia pushed through, and Alex had never been so glad to see her. Until. Oh my God, you're Olivia. The first girl's voice hit a pitch that probably hurt Val's ears. What the actual hell is happening? Alex looked around, feeling like he was the only one who thought this situation was completely absurd. He looked at Sarah, but his attention was pulled past her as he saw a familiar face looking directly at him. Rylan and Alex made eye contact, and the larger man's expression darkened. His eyebrows drew together while his head tilted forward menacingly, making it clear the guild trainer still harbored his anger. Alex felt Valthurian tighten slightly around his shoulders, sensing the tension. He placed a calming hand on what appeared to be his cloak, hoping to keep Val from doing anything rash. This celebration just got a lot more complicated, Alex thought, trying to figure out how to navigate the sudden attention and Rylan's apparent hostility while keeping Val under control. The crowd's excited chatter faded over time. Mark and Sarah played as bumpers for Alex and Olivia, helping to give them some space from the crowd. Even though the crowd had thinned by half, there were still a fair number of people keeping their distance and watching them with interest and casting glances at Alex. Olivia caught his eye and gave him an apologetic smile. Duty calls, she said, and leaned over to give him a quick peck on the cheek. Aren't you at work? Alex felt his face flush. Well, yeah. But they're not going to get mad at me for showing you affection. Besides, she looked around conspiratorially at those men and women standing around, watching them. I've got to stake my claim on you so none of those other girls get the wrong idea. Alex relaxed a bit at the joke and smiled down at her. Sure. Get out of here. Aren't you at work? He asked the same question again, but with the change in tone, it sounded very different. The corner of her mouth turned up as she started to walk away. Looking back at him, she called, "Try not to cause any more riots, okay? Yeah, because that was totally my idea." Olivia's laughter trailed behind her as she wove through the crowd with practiced ease. Alex watched her go and admired her graceful movements, still impressed by what a high agility stat could do. Well, hey Alex, if it isn't the man of the hour. Alex turned to see Rylan striding toward him, a broad, genuine smile on his face. The taller man extended his hand to shake as if they were old friends. Just like at the bar, Alex tried to scan the man but wasn't able to see anything at all. Oddly, when he pushed with his will to break through the barrier like last time, he was unable to. The mental wall seemed significantly stronger than before. Quite the fan club you've got there, Alex. Didn't realize you were such a celebrity. Don't come over here and act all buddy-buddy, Mark said while stepping closer to Alex. Ryland's smile didn't falter. Always time for old friends, right? He turned and spoke to one of the potential guild recruits who was still standing close to the group. You know, Alex here was one of the first to really get crazy strong. Did you see him in the tournament? He even beat me. A murmur of excitement rippled through the small crowd that was still gathered. Someone from the group Ryland had been teaching followed him over and spoke up. Hey, you two should spar. Show us how it's done. Oh, that would be so cool. Now there's an idea, Ryland said with an eager shine in his eye. What do you say? Give these people a show. Sarah moved to Alex's side as several people cheered and spoke in a quiet voice. Alex, you don't have to. Now, Ryland interrupted her. Let the man speak for himself. Unless he glanced at Sarah, then Mark, and his smile took on a sharper edge. Well, I suppose it's natural to want advice from your friends even if they are weak. You guys are what, 5, 6? Mark bristled, not rising to be bait to correct the warrior. He and Sarah had continued to gain levels during the last several weeks, and Mark was level 9, while Sarah was just behind him at level 8. He ignored that in favor of challenging the man more directly. What does that have to do with anything? Ryland spread his hands, speaking loudly. Seriously, I didn't mean anything personal by it, of course. It's just, well, in this new world, strength matters. If you want to protect people, you need power. Real power. He turned back to Alex. Right. From the corner of his eye, Alex saw Mark wince at the statement and knew that it hit a bit closer to the big man's feelings. All Mark ever wanted to do was to protect people, especially his friends. Some of the younger people in the crowd murmured in agreement, though, and nodded along with Ryland's words. However, at a glance, Alex could see a few of the older people or current guild members furrow their brows. He felt a flicker of anger at how easily Ryland swayed them and how he dismissed Mark and Sarah. To people who didn't know their history and didn't know Ryland outside of this event, he likely seemed very reasonable. Before Alex could respond, Ryland was speaking again. So what do you say? Let's show these people what some real awakened combat looks like. For their own good, of course. It would serve them well to see what higher level fighting looks like. Last time we fought, you were a good bit higher level than I was. Now that we're more even, why don't we go all out? The training facility is enchanted for such things, and the potential recruits and new members could see what 2 different combat archetypes look like if you use your magic. The crowd grew more excited by the description of a potential all-out spar. Several people called out encouragement for the fight, and many more people began to return to the area. Valthurian tightened slightly around his shoulders, and Alex could feel his bonds tension and uneasiness at the number of people and noises around them. The skittishness amplified as a loud sound on the mats caused Val's tail to twitch. Alex took a deep breath and centered himself while sending feelings of that same calm reassurance and confidence to Val. Look, Rylan, Alex said, keeping his voice level. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not here to put on a show. There's nothing to gain from us fighting. He looked at a few people in the crowd who seemed disappointed. If you want to see what Awaken can do, join the guild. Train. Grow stronger. But do it to protect people, not for attention. That's about all of this game I'm willing to play. He began to step away, Mark and Sarah flanking him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall as a demonstration of an ice skill shattered 2 mats over. Valthurian, already on edge, flared his wings in surprise, ready to fly up to the rafters if needed and create space. The illusion of Alex's cloak shimmered and broke, revealing the evolved worm. Gasps and screams erupted from the crowd nearest Alex. In a blur of motion, Ryland charged forward, his greatsword already loaded on his shoulder for a heavy downward slash. Monster, he roared as he swung down. Alex's hand flew to his spatial pouch, drawing his giant in a fluid motion. His body slipped into the willow branch sways, and metal rang against metal as his blade connected with the heavier momentum of the greatsword. He was able to redirect the blow by several inches rather than stop it, letting it slam into the unprotected wooden floor of the training center. Vibrations were sent up his arm at the clash, and Valthurian screeched but pulled his wings down and made himself smaller, rather than flying away. "What the hell?" Mark shouted, stepping between them in the brief pause. Mark was slightly taller than Rylan and more solidly built, but the rich man seemed to be more muscular in his shoulders and arms compared to their tank. "You know, that's Val. We all met at New Year's and you saw him, remember? You even tried to call him a monster then, too." Rylan blinked in confusion. "Val, but wait, it's so much bigger now, and it didn't have wings, did it?" "Bullshit," Alex growled. His anger flared, and his grip on his sword's handle tightened with his enhanced strength. He clenched his jaw further and had to force down the anger as he felt his bond quiver and glance back and forth at the crowd and Rylan. Valthurian's wings ruffled, and there were feelings of fear, shame, and anger coursing through their bond from Valthurian. "How was I supposed to know?" Rylan said. "I saw a monster and reacted. That's what we're supposed to do. Protect people and fight monsters." There were some murmurs of agreement and shrugs from the crowd, and Alex wanted to yell at them all. "You're so full of it," Sarah said with narrowed eyes. "You're trying to provoke Alex." "I'm shocked. Seriously, did you get this bit from some B-rate villain movie? Grow up." Rylan shrugged his large shoulders, unbothered, and set his greatsword's point on the floor. "I'm just doing my job. If he can't control his pet, maybe he shouldn't have it out in public." Valthurian bristled at being called it, and his leathery wings rippled once more as he adjusted his shoulders. Alex felt his anger rising. He knew Rylan was manipulating the situation to play on the crowd, but that attack was strong enough to cause real damage to either Valthurian or himself. There was no doubt that Rylan was just a petty and cruel person. The dismissal of his friends and the attack on Val caused his blood to boil, but he pushed it down. Forcing himself to take a deep breath, Alex rallied his enhanced willpower and pushed the feelings to the back of his mind. He was surprised at how easy it was to do. He wanted to think through the provocation clearly and let his thoughts run through the scenario quickly. Walking away was clearly the safest choice. There wasn't really a question there. There would be some repercussions from going that route, but if fewer people paid attention to him, he didn't really care. Being a popular public figure wasn't something Alex had ever wanted. The largest downside to this was that ignoring Rylan and trying to do his own thing was clearly not working, and this would only add fuel to the fire and allow the obnoxious warrior to continue doing what he was doing. "If I walk away, he's going to just keep harping on our difference in strength, the benefits of melee, and more people are going to follow him." Alex considered his own capabilities honestly and thought through their last fight. Alex had won, and even though it had been close, he hadn't been using several of his largest strengths. Since returning home, his level might have plateaued, as Rylan liked to point out, but his skills had sharpened. He developed new rituals and been in more combat while getting to test out the newly developed abilities. The risk came with losing. It would not only strengthen Rylan's position, similar to walking away, but would weaken his own. But Alex felt that the risks were minimal. Rylan was loud and aggressive, pushing others around and generally barking at people about how strong and fearless he was. Alex had a feeling that he was greatly overestimating his skills, while underestimating Alex's from not seeing him fight all out. "You know, I really hate a bully. I think a demonstration would be pretty good for these new people." There was a satisfying hint of surprise on Rylan's face, as if he hadn't been counting on Alex accepting the invitation to spar. Alex put away his giant and pulled out the wand and notebook he'd been using over the last few weeks. Valthurian seemed to sense the shift in mood and uncoiled from his shoulders while taking off into the air. Yes. Let's move to the mats then," Rylan said and gestured to the nearby training area. "Someone activate the protective enchantments. Fight is to 3 strikes, lethal damage, or yield," he called out. A shimmering dome of magical force sprang up around them as they squared off on the mat. Alex felt a surge of determination through his bond, who circled overhead. "Are you okay, buddy? You don't have to fight in this one if you don't want to. Fight, prick." Alex nodded and sent through feelings of approval. "Together then. Let's see that new skill of yours in action, huh?" As the shield pulsed 3 times before flashing green to signal the start, Alex's mind raced through combat scenarios. Unlike their first encounter, he now had a better read on Rylan's style. In terms of raw stats, Rylan now had the advantage, and that favored his aggressive, momentum-based fighting style with his enormous greatsword. The training area offered limited space, which favored Rylan's direct approach and worked against his own hit-and-run trap style. "All right, Val, 2 fronts of attack, okay. You focus on keeping your distance and wearing him down. I'll trap and finish him." Alex activated Parallel Mind the moment the barrier flashed green. With one focus, he tracked Rylan's movements, and with the other, he began sketching a concentrated heating ritual to aim at the warrior. High and low attacks, so he has to divide his attention. Val screeched in acknowledgement and sent through feelings of fun and enjoyment as he shot several mana darts down at the big man. Rylan blocked the first bolt and charged forward with surprising speed, marking the use of a movement skill. His greatsword was held low, positioned for an upward slash. Instead of moving backward, though, where his long weapon would have an overwhelming advantage, Alex stepped into the space at Ryland's right side while stowing his notebook. Now, on the weak side of his sword grip, Alex twisted his hips quickly to strike forward with his shoulder and an open palm directly into the man's solar plexus. That made the large man stagger back several steps, and a faint aura around him shimmered red, acknowledging the first strike for Alex. But that wasn't what he'd been working toward. Instead, it was the 2 staggered steps back that Alex had been patiently waiting for. He removed a small pouch from his waist and tossed it with his free hand onto the waiting ritual under Rylan. The man's eyes widened as it lit up in Alex's mana sight, and a concentrated beam of high energy shot out from under Rylan's feet, creating a pillar toward the ceiling. Due to the dome-like enchantments, it stopped several feet short of causing any damage. Confident that he'd caused lethal damage, Alex slowly lowered his wand. This proved to be his first mistake, as the warrior came barreling out of the fire, completely unscathed and covered in a perfect, golden bubble of light. A shield of some kind had activated and blocked the attack. On the back foot, Alex activated Feather Step and dodged at the last moment as the heavy greatsword carved through the air where Alex's neck had just been. Running and shooting, that's all you've got. Rylan said through gritted teeth as he recovered his stance. He glanced sideways at the crowd, seeing many of them cheering or watching on with muffled noises. Alex sent a wand bolt toward his head during the momentary distraction, though it was deflected with ease. Just being strategic, Alex replied as he stopped moving and maintained spacing between the two of them. Ryland's eyes narrowed and he let his eyes flick to either side, where there might another invisible ritual in waiting. He recognized the danger of letting Alex finish what he was crafting and charged forward once more. He feinted left and then spun in a tight circle, using his shoulder as a point of leverage to hinge the greatsword on. Alex wove between the following attacks, using his split consciousness to weave his next ritual on the ground. It was challenging to stay within reach of the large blade, dodge, and slowly move in a desired direction so that the hulking opponent would follow. Getting tired yet? Alex asked with a teasing smile, hoping to bait Rylan. His swings were becoming increasingly aggressive as Alex dodged, and he was trying desperately to end things quickly. Alex waited and watched for the moment when he'd overextend. Val swooped in again and forced Rylan to divert his attention. The moment he swung upward to ward off the amphipter, Alex completed his ritual and pulsed his mana through it with satisfaction. Threads of mana sprang up from the ground and wrapped around his feet and calves. Unlike the previous time he'd used this against Rylan, it now incorporated elements of Alex's advanced mana thread skill. This caused more than double the number of threads to emerge and ensnare the other man's feet, legs, and even his hands, pulling them down toward the ground. Rylan strained against the bindings, and his face went red with the effort of breaking out. Despite his enormous strength, the threads held him firm, and he couldn't escape. Alex saw mana gathering in the man's body and raised his wand to point at Rylan's head. As he'd promised him before, Alex didn't offer the larger man the chance to yield. The bout would be decided by lethal damage, and Rylan would be forced to admit he lost publicly to a mage who was lower leveled than he was. As he pushed mana into his wand through mana infusion, however, Rylan's expression shifted from anger and frustration to smug calculation. He stopped struggling and instead planted his feet firmly on the ground, activating a skill that went off instantaneously. A flash of crimson and violet energy pulsed from his body. Through the celestial eye, he saw mana patterns that seemed abnormally chaotic. Whatever it was, it disrupted his own mana in the threads, and Rylan's hand flashed up to hit Alex's arm. Some kind of skill that breaks restraints. Alex reacted instantly and activated his movement skill to create distance. But Rylan had been anticipating that, using his own skill, which had much faster movement at the start of the skill, to cover the ground between them. The fist connected with Alex's stomach. It was placed so that the air was knocked out of his lungs and disrupted his concentration. "I've been trading and training too," Rylan said malevolently. "I'm impressed with your strength, considering your levels haven't really moved, but I keep telling you mages are weak." Rylan's voice held a note of genuine superiority. Gasping for air, Alex tried to recalibrate his mind. He had committed to an attack and the bindings had failed, but he still had options. He reached for. Val screeched overhead and dove toward Rylan with a glowing body. The bonded creature sensed Alex's distress and moved to attack Rylan. Alex saw the danger too late. As Val approached, Rylan's eyes and main arm flashed with the use of a skill in his mana sight. The greatsword flashed upward. Time seemed to slow for Alex. He saw the blade arcing toward Val's outstretched wing. He tried to shout a warning, but his voice didn't seem to work with the lack of air in his lungs. His mouth opened, but all that came out was a ragged gasp, and he could feel his face turning red as he tried to suck air into his lungs. There was a sickening sound of tearing flesh. Valthurian crashed to the ground with a screech of pain that reminded Alex of the impossibly loud noises that the boars in a rift had made. He felt like his heart might stop at the sound, and as he tried to call out again, only a groan escaped. Ryland's boot caught him in the chest before he could reach his companion, pushing him back to the ground. The larger man positioned his greatsword just above Alex's throat, easily maneuvering it with one hand. "Yield," Ryland commanded. His voice carried across the silent training facility, and everyone watching the exchange was in shock at how quickly it had started and ended. The impossibly smug smile on Ryland's face may have sent Alex into a fit of rage, but Alex barely heard him. His eyes were fixed on Val. "I yield," he croaked, a bit of spit escaping his lips as he pushed the words out. Before Ryland removed his blade, he crouched down, still one foot on Alex's chest. "Oh, I almost forgot." He showed Alex the necklace he was wearing, with a large sun emblem around his neck. Up close, Alex could see complex designs of runes and patterns inscribed on the surface. "Magic does have its uses. I bet you couldn't even see my status this time. But here I actually want you to see this." A small window appeared between them for a brief moment, so only Alex could see the words. Ryland Voss level 33. Class Tyrant. "See what real dedication can do," Ryland smirked. "You've plateaued more. Better step up your game." As soon as Ryland removed his blade, Alex rolled over and used Feather Step to quickly cross the distance to his bond. "Here," Ryland said while pulling a health potion from his pouch, "for your pet." Alex ignored him, reaching for his own potion. He went to pull off the top, but Mark's hand caught his wrist. "Wait," Mark said urgently. "The potion will heal it, but it'll be scarred. The membrane, if it heals wrong, he might not fly right again. We need Sam." Sarah was already moving. "I'll find him." Val keened loudly, and the pain came through their bond clearly. As Alex came closer and touched his scales, he hissed and jerked reactively. Despite his reaction to pull away and the pain, the worm was sending worried pulses through their bond, more concerned with Alex's defeat than his own injury. "Teesh, sore loser," Ryland scoffed before walking away. The crowd began to disperse and several people stayed near, seeing blood on the mat and the group with a reputation defeated. "Can't even accept help gracefully." Alex ignored the words, focusing on Valthurian. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, carefully examining the torn wing. This time his companion didn't pull away. While the wound was bleeding, a deep red that almost seemed purple, it wasn't bleeding too heavily. Still, even the sight of any blood on Val's new and beautiful wings made his stomach churn. The guilt at staying, accepting a fight, and Val getting hurt was heavy. "Not fault," Val said out loud. Mark squeezed Alex's shoulder. "Sam will fix him up. He's tough, aren't you, Val?" Val's tail flicked in agreement, though Alex could feel his pain through their bond. They waited together, Mark keeping the remaining onlookers at bay while Alex comforted his injured friend. Ryland walked away, and a large group of people gravitated after him. Alex felt a mix of anger and burning shame in his chest. He looked down at Val as his blue tail curled around Alex's wrist. "We should go," Mark said. "Get Val somewhere a bit quieter and where it will be easier for Sam to find us." Alex nodded. "I'm going to pick you up, Val. Be strong, okay? We're going to take you to Sam for some healing." Carefully, he gathered the injured creature in his arms and made his way toward the exit of the building. He could feel the eyes of others on them as they went and knew that whispers followed after them. "I'm sorry, Val," Alex murmured. "I shouldn't have agreed to a fight. This was stupid." Val's tail was still wrapped around Alex's wrist, and he squeezed it gently. "Fight okay. We stronger and get stronger." Alex felt a lump in his throat. Even injured, Val was trying to comfort him. He realized then that it didn't matter what anyone else thought. The shame of a public loss hurt his ego, but the thought of Val being injured or permanently crippled pushed all thoughts of himself aside. Sam and Sarah arrived moments later. In a heartbeat, Alex could see multicolored, ethereal leaves falling around the baby dragon as Sam activated his rejuvenation skill. He rested his hand gently on Val's scaled back near the shoulder joints and whispered to the beast. Tentatively, Val flew in the air, stretching his wings. After a few exploratory flaps and an offered mana stone, the little glutton was cooing happily and twirling in circles in the air as if nothing had happened. Sam shifted uncomfortably as he stood and moved next to Alex's side. "The podium part of the event is starting soon. Alana asked earlier if you guys were going to be there." "No," Alex said firmly while he watched Val stretch his wings in another loop, holding the mana stone in his mouth. "I don't need to watch Ryland's team get their first place trophy. Our contribution points are already in the app, and honestly, I'd rather spend the time training." Mark nodded, his usually easygoing manner replaced by a hardened and serious face. "Yeah, watching that guy get congratulated after the crap he just pulled. Hard pass." "We earned 4th place fair and square," Sarah added, "but I think we've all had enough celebration for one day." "You're right, buddy," Alex said, managing a small smile while he continued to watch Val fly around. "We'll get stronger together, and it starts with me pushing myself." He felt determination well up in him. It quickly overtook and squashed down the guilt. With it came a renewed surge of anger at Ryland and a plan to push his powers to a whole new level as soon as they got home, even without gaining levels. "Sam, are you still coming back with us?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, my parents still don't want me coming to the safe zone yet or working at the hospital until some of this stuff blows over with the murders." Are you sure we can't talk them into coming and staying with us? Alex pressed. Sam shrugged. My mom actually wants to. She thinks it'll be safer with you guys, but my dad keeps saying everything will be fine. The only people being targeted are Awakened, so he says they're not in any danger, just me. But why do you ask? Okay. Well, let them know the offer still stands. And I have an idea on how to gain power and I want to try it. I want you to watch out for me just in case it doesn't go well. I don't like the sound of that, Sam said. Mark and Sarah looked at each other. Alex. Front door of the large mansion swung open to reveal Edwin. The white-haired and mustachioed butler watched the weary group as they climbed the stairs. Alex walked in first, and despite the tiredness that had settled over him in the car home, he felt excited at the prospect of pushing forward. All right, I think I've got it. He spun around, nearly colliding with Mark. Mark steadied Alex with a hand on his shoulder. Whoa there, buddy. Got what exactly? Sarah stepped in with a hesitant look of concern. Alex, why did you want to wait until we got home to discuss whatever your ideas are? It freaks me out that you're asking Sam to be present for whatever it is. Well, it's about the hang-on. He paused, collecting his thoughts. Sorry, my thoughts are still going at full speed, but I think my mind is tired. Probably from running that skill all night every day this week, Sam said. Yeah, just Alex trailed off. Look, I've got 2 theories that I want to run by you all. It's important. Mark and Sarah exchanged glances before Mark spoke up. Maybe you should get some sleep first, dude. We can talk about this in the morning. Alex nodded, surprising them all. You're right, I should sleep. But can we just discuss the ideas real quick? I promise, no actual attempts or magic tonight. I just want to explain my thoughts while they're fresh. The group shared another look before agreeing. They all followed Alex to the office, and the familiar, calming space was a welcome change from the hectic environment earlier in the day. Sarah perched on a stool near the table and pulled her cardigan closer around her shoulders and chest. Mark leaned against the bookshelf, preferring to stand, while Sam sat cross-legged on the floor between them. Alex took a deep breath and did his best to center himself. He focused his thoughts and forced his mind to organize itself. Okay, I've got 2 theories that I've been working through, but the second one is probably the most realistic to pursue right now. All right, Sarah said in a cautious tone. Let's hear them. Alex nodded, his excitement tempered somewhat by his fatigue. The first theory is about combining runes with rituals. I think I could use runes to replace the reagents that I've been using with rituals. It could make them way more convenient to use, and if the concept works, there are so many different directions that I could take the concept. Mark raised an eyebrow. That actually sounds pretty overpowered, but I'm guessing there's a catch. Yeah, Alex admitted. We should probably wait for the workshop to finish out back first. The potential for, unexpected results is sort of high. I have no idea how they interact, and if I do something wrong or there needs to be tweaking to the ritual circle I'm using, there could be some sort of backlash. Like explosions, Sam asked. Alex chuckled. I don't think anything that dramatic, Sam, but definitely not something I want to try in the house. Remind me to tell you later about that one time I turned my apartment into a shooting range for my wand. He shook his head. That's why it's just a theory for now. Sarah nodded, relieved. Okay, that makes sense. What's the second theory? I think I've figured out how to use the heavenly eye to scan a ritual in a better way than the last time. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone reacted at once. Sarah and Mark spoke up at the same time, Mark straightening from his leaning position against the wall. Sam leaned forward and was shaking his head at Alex. Alex, Sarah began. She spoke hesitantly, as if not wanting to start an argument. Are you sure that's wise? After what happened last time. Dude, come on, why? There are so many other ways you could get stronger. I know, Alex said quickly, but hear me out here. I think I understand what went wrong last time, and I've got a new approach. It involves using parallel mind to split my consciousness and approach it gradually. Plus, I think I can combine it with ritual insight in a way that would lessen the load on my mental energy and maybe even be more powerful. Mark frowned. That sounds pretty complicated. And like a lot of I thinks and an if is thrown in there. It is, Alex said through a laugh, but I think it's my best shot at getting a substantial jump in power. I'm not focused on gaining levels. That would mean I have to go into higher level rifts, likely without you guys. I don't want to do that. I want us to do that together. And once you all catch up, we can keep going up as one. But this is a way to expand my power base for where I'm at. This is just you being frustrated with losing to Rylan, Sarah said, though it came out as a question. Alex shrugged. That definitely didn't help, but I've been sitting on both ideas for a week or more. As far as I can tell, the theory is sound. I'm trying to do this right by talking with you guys about it and having Sam here this time. I've been playing so passive and not taking any risks, but I really just feel like that's not the world we're living in anymore. Sam leaned forward and his voice was eager. I think it sounds like it could work. I'll definitely feel better if I'm here, and I'm getting better at healing, right? With my new passive, I can probably stay calm and keep my trait going the whole time. Sarah shot Sam a look, then turned back to Alex. Okay, walk us through it, slowly. And remember, we're not doing anything tonight. Sarah nodded grimly. But now, Alex continued, I have parallel mind. I can split my consciousness and approach it gradually. It should significantly reduce the strain if my willpower is reduced, and I can be a lot more aware of what's happening since I've done it once before. And how does your ritual insight play into this? Mark asked. That's the key, Alex said, clapping his hands together for emphasis. Remember the wind ritual I grabbed you for last week, Sam? When I tried to use the skill slowly, Sam nodded, and he continued. Well, I figured something out about the skill. Usually I use it instantly, and it dumps all the information in my brain at once. But with the wind ritual, I tried using it slowly, and it lasted for about 2 minutes. Why is the longer time important? Because I think it changes everything. See, ritual insight gives me hints on how to improve the ritual. The heavenly eye, on the other hand, scans the ritual exactly. I can see minor discrepancies and really know the ritual better. Here, look at the description. Ritual insight allows the ritualist to gain insights into the functionality of a new ritual and potential enhancements for a known ritual. He paused to make sure they were following. My theory is that if I can know the ritual while still using ritual insight, there's a chance I could continue to gain insights over the whole time rather than just in that instant. Sarah shook her head. Alex, this sounds incredibly risky. Last time you were hospitalized for 2 days. 2 days, she emphasized. Mark rubbed his chin. I see the logic, but Sarah's right. The risks are big. Sam, however, leaned over and stood up. I think it'll work, and if anything goes wrong, I can heal you, no problem. Alex held up his hands placatingly. I get what you guys are saying. That's why I wanted to talk it through first. I promise to be careful. Tonight, I'll just set things up and think through the process more. No actual attempts. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. To be honest, I'm exhausted from running parallel mind every night this week. It might be part of why I acted so rashly with Rylan earlier. I probably shouldn't have let myself be baited in the first place, but damn, I definitely thought I would beat him. I didn't think he'd already have reached D rank, and I got caught so off guard by whatever that crowd control breaking skill was. The admission seemed to soften his friend's expression slightly. This is meant to be taken slowly, and as a test, Alex continued. I won't push it too hard, just see if it works. If it does, then I want to try it with one of the advanced rituals from Yura's manuals. Understanding one of those and the layering of those more complex rituals could give me a huge edge in magic. The level gap between me and people like Rylan might not matter as much then. A heavy silence fell over the room at the admission. Alex knew it was shocking to his friends to see him lose as well, especially so thoroughly. Finally, Mark spoke up, his tone light with a quip. Well, if we're doing this tomorrow, you should definitely get some sleep. And don't forget breakfast, it helps the brain in the morning. The tension broke as they all chuckled at Mark's practical advice. All right, Sarah said while pushing up from her stool. We'll talk more in the morning. I won't do anything tonight, promise. I'm trying to get better about the whole rushing into things without telling my best friends thing. Mark and Sarah nodded as they walked out of the office together, while Sam seemed to beam at the inclusion of Alex's best friends. He practically bounced as they walked from the room. Alex felt excitement pushing his tiredness to the side. He knew he should rest, and his mind felt exhausted, but decided to review some of his notes before heading to get some sleep. Standing, he walked to the shelf to retrieve one of his ritual manuals and pulled out some paper and a pen. One moment, Alex was resting his head on his left hand while scribbling notes with his right hand. Then, the very next moment, he felt someone gently shaking him. Alex, Olivia said softly. Alex sat up, looking around. He felt pressure on his left cheek, as it had been pressed on his forearm pillow on the desk. Come on, let's head to bed. She grabbed his hand and urged him to stand. He looked down at his notes, still trying to remember when he'd fallen asleep. Man, I must be more tired than I realized. When did you get here? What time is it? Just past midnight. I had to stay at the event for a while, but came over after we had everything shut down. I just got here and Edwin told me you were up here working still. Giving a tired chuckle, Alex gestured at the notes. Well, I was working. She nodded. I really want to hear about what happened, but you need sleep. We can talk in the morning. Come on. All right, he said. She guided him into his large bed and walked to the bathroom. The last thing Alex heard before drifting off to sleep was the sound of the door clicking closed and his shower turning on. The sun filtered through the office windows and Alex stood behind his cleared desk. A stack of large paper sheets lay in a neat pile in front of him, ready. Sarah, Mark, Olivia, and Sam were positioned around the room. They all wore mixed emotions on their face, ranging from concern to anticipation. Even Edwin hovered near the door, his usual calm and stoic attitude showing his worry by the way he paced to check on many things around the upstairs. Alex picked up the pen in front of him and began to draw out the ritual circle on the paper. It was different than many of the ones he'd been using lately. Rather than the smaller, modified ritual circles he'd been using for his own purposes, the one he planned to use for the test was a standard ritual. What are you going to do the test on? Mark said as he watched his friend sketch the complex diagram. You've been pretty vague about it. I was only vague because I wasn't sure, but I decided to pick a ritual I haven't studied yet but have been wanting to. Why? Mainly because if I'm starting with no knowledge of the test, it should give me a better idea of exactly how much information I get. I want to see how much I can learn and improve, starting from almost zero. Anyway, this is an alarm ritual schematic from one of the novice ritual manuals. It's like the traditional wide area rituals, meant to cover a bit of space instead of the smaller rituals I've been using lately. An alarm? Olivia asked, sounding interested. Yeah, well, you remember we talked about making this place more secure. Hopefully this works, and I can ask you to come test the security sooner than we thought. He gave her a wink and then continued drawing. Sam's chimed in, that sounds pretty cool, like a magical security system. So you're not just testing the method, you're aiming for practical results too, Sarah said. That's the plan. Just remember not to push too hard, Mark said. Think of it like lifting weights. You have to know your limits. You're not just going to step up to a world record bench press in your first week in the gym. Alex nodded and then closed his eyes. He activated parallel mind, feeling his consciousness split. Opening his eyes, he looked down at his drawing. With one half of his mind, he initiated ritual insight while pushing inward against the skill to slow the information to a trickle. Simultaneously, he activated his heavenly eye with the other half of his focus and carefully probed the mental barrier that was presented by the schematic. At first, the sensations were overwhelming with two streams of information flowing into his mind. They were both separated and intertwined at the same time. He forced himself to relax and let the knowledge wash over him from both skills. It took a lot of concentration to push in on the insight skill and slow its rush of knowledge, while the other half of his brain pushed outward on the schematic itself, forcing the mental powers of the heavenly eye to yield information to him. Long, tense moments ticked by. His eyebrows drew together, but he felt no signs of distress or fatigue this time around. He went until he felt both skills beginning to slow, and he tore away the top sheet of paper and began drawing rapidly on a fresh one. His hand moved as quickly as it could without losing the accuracy needed for the ritual dimensions. This time, the ritual had changes to it, compared to the first one that he'd copied from the manual. It's working, he murmured. The cycle continued. Alex absorbed information through ritual insight, then used the heavenly eye to scrutinize the new patterns that he'd drawn. This, in turn, sparked fresh insights from his class skill, which led to cyclical refinements. After what felt like both a long time and no time at all, Alex set down his pen. He blinked and let his parallel mind skill end, as he felt that his class skill wouldn't be able to continue any longer. That was incredible, he said, staring open-mouthed at the drawing. The ritual schematic was far more complex than anything he'd worked with before, yet he understood it in every detail. It was even more complicated than the weight-reducing ritual, which he'd used the ritual insight skill on more than once since he'd gotten the class. There were different mechanics to the ritual, such as a trigger mechanism and a brilliant pattern in the center to contain mana over time. Sam rushed forward first. How do you feel? He cast rejuvenation on Alex before he could even answer. Alex grinned, feelings of triumph coursing through him despite the mental fatigue that he could feel. I'm fine. Tired, but nowhere near like the last time. Guys, this changes everything. Mark whistled as he walked up behind Sam and looked over him at the drawing. That looks way crazier than anything you've shown me before. It is, Alex confirmed. I feel like I've gained weeks of study in just a few minutes. It feels almost like cheating. It's so effective. Sarah's relief was palpable. I'm glad you're all right. Olivia nodded and walked around to his side of the desk. Be careful with this, but you shouldn't feel like this is cheating. You're using the tools the system has given you. Granted, it's in a little bit of a weird way, but it clearly works. He snorted. I'll be careful. I want to try this again in a few days when ritual insight is off cooldown. I think I can make the attempt on Tuesday. With my trait and these skills, the possibilities are endless. Now, I just need to figure out which ritual I want to try next. Alex sat in his desk chair, leaning back and staring into the space over his hand. Several books lay open on the surface in front of him, their pages filled with a mix of runes, notes, and the occasional ritual sketch. His eyebrows came together subconsciously as he concentrated on the thin strands of mana hovering above his hand. He guided them through the air with all of his willpower and used slight twitching movements of his fingers to help nudge them into the correct positions without disturbing the flow of the others. The thread glowed in his mana sight, and he did his best to keep the moving threads within the practice outline for a rune that he'd created. His downtime and focus had been shifted almost completely to learning the patterns for the activation and spark rune. If he could understand and master the pattern required to set the rune, he could begin his tests to supplement the runes into the modified rituals when the workshop was ready. Maintaining the exact angles and curves within the confines of the rune was something he found somewhat challenging, but his control over his mana made that part of the exercises somewhat easy. It was more daunting to keep over 10 threads active at once and have them flowing next to each other or in different directions, as the pattern demanded. He felt his control slipping as he directed one tri-folded strand to turn the corner of the rune, and he felt his concentration waver. Dropping the exercises, he released his breath and let his head fall back on the chair. Frustration welled up in his chest, and he knew that he still wasn't anywhere close to being able to utilize his full willpower. While he thought through the issue, he idly used 2 stands of mana to practice one of the willpower games that Yura had shown him. It's just too slow and requires too much focus. If this was in combat, even with practice, it will take too long unless I'm actively able to use all of my willpower. Alex thought through the problem. He knew that what was slowing him down the most was attempting to combine multiple threads to fill the rune size requirement to maintain its proper dimensions. But those dimensions are that size because the manuals are anticipating people to inscribe and etch them into an item, right? What if I just made it smaller? He turned the idea over in his head, leaning forward and flipping through several pages. He found the section he'd been looking for and frowned. A rune size is not merely an aesthetic choice, it governs the mana it can channel, the effect it produces, the size and power of its effect, and the challenges of its creation. Larger runes are reservoirs of power, capable of creating impressive effects. However, they demand greater energy and precision to activate, often sacrificing efficiency for magnitude. Traditional training teaches students to leave runes at their intended size. While increasing its size might have a larger or flashier effect, the cost may not be worth the price. It's most effective to stick with the established theory. Leaning back, he thought through the section and how it only seemed to mention an enchanter's desire to make the rune larger. If he considered the pros and cons of making a rune larger and assumed that they would be the reverse of making one smaller, he could assume that it would be a weaker effect from the rune but likely cost less mana. That seems better for me anyway. I'm just not sure that I want a wimpy effect from the rune. Unless no, I'm thinking about it wrong. I don't need the rune's effect to be strong. While the rune will add some power to the spell, it's not the rune that's providing most of the power. It will be the modified ritual circle. The rune is just there for its intent and concept to slot in the catalyst node. I'll have to test it, but if size doesn't matter, could I just write them in at a smaller size based on the proper patterns? He had the mental image of writing the runes in a thin, almost cursive-like font within the catalyst node. If they were just wide enough to allow for the proper setting mana flows, then he may only need a few strands to write in the rune. That could increase the speed he could write them, as well as the mana cost. A soft snore from the corner drew his attention. Valthurian lay curled on the higher section of his cat tree, oblivious to Alex's tense focus and theory crafting. Alex chuckled softly at how his companion barely seemed to fit on the cat tree after his transformation, especially with a portion of the platform being taken up by his small stash of mana stones. He stretched his arms over his head, and as soon as he shifted, he saw one slitted golden eye slowly open and look at him. The door creaked open at that moment, and Mark's familiar grin poked through. "Hey man, got a minute?" Alex nodded. "Of course, what's up?" "What? Duh, of course, man. I'm happy to help you guys. It's almost all I could think about in the rift. I was an idiot for not telling you sooner. The least I can do is help get everyone set up and caught up so we can keep going together." Mark's smile faltered slightly, and he rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, about that I've been thinking. I want to keep pushing myself, maybe join a few other groups for some rift runs, see how I stack up, that kind of thing." Alex felt a twinge in his chest and wasn't sure if it was jealousy or nervousness that his friend might get hurt. "Oh, why do you feel you need more of a challenge?" "It's not that," Mark said quickly. "It's just I don't want to always rely on you and Sam. You guys are like training wheels, and I mean that in the best way possible. But I need to see what I can do on my own." Alex nodded slowly and did his best to take in Mark's words without feeling a bit of a sting. Part of him wanted to insist on staying together and for Mark to wait until Alex could join him, but he knew what his friend was feeling. "I get it," Alex said finally. "You're right. We can't always be joined at the hip. It's good for you guys to branch out. I just want you to be safe." "Absolutely. If I'm being honest, there's so much I want to do here with my magic, and I feel like going out and jumping into rifts right now is only going to pull my focus from that." They both laughed, and Alex felt a burden he hadn't even been aware he was carrying lifting from his shoulders. "So got any specific plans in mind?" Mark, still grinning, answered. "I've got a few leads on some groups running E-rank rifts. 2 people reached out to me already just from our team being in the top 5 from the team's event. It seems like a tank position is just as needed in real life as it is in the games." They both got another laugh out of the crazy situation that they and their world were now in. "Sounds solid. Just be careful, all right. Keep me posted, and ask Edwin for at least 1 health potion to take with you. I'm honestly less worried about me being with you than I am for Sam not being there to watch your back." "Will do, boss man," Mark said with a mock salute. "Don't worry. I'll be back to show off my gains before you know it." As Mark moved to leave, the door swung open again, revealing Olivia. "Am I interrupting?" Mark shook his head. "Nah, I was just about to head out. Catch you later." As the door closed behind Mark, Olivia's demeanor shifted. "We need to talk about the Ryland situation." Alex sighed and gestured for her to join him at the desk. "I've already seen a few things on the forums." "How bad is it from your side?" "Could be worse," Olivia said as she sat. The video footage of the incident has helped quell some of those nasty rumors that popped up yesterday, but there's still some chatter. It's just weird. I've even seen the video. I wasn't there, and knowing you too, I'm sure things were a bit tense, but this stuff seems so blown out of proportion. The things people were saying about you don't even make sense if someone has ever met you before or have even watched the video. They're just wild, and there are so many new people that don't know you that I guess some of them are willing to believe what they hear. Alex ran a hand through his hair. Great, just what we need, more drama. Speaking of which, Olivia continued, I'm supposed to officially reprimand you. There was a brief pause as they looked at each other. Consider yourself reprimanded. Alex snorted. Glad to see the guild taking this so seriously. Olivia's lips twitched. They are actually, I'm just not. I know you well enough to know that you're not out there throwing your weight around. She paused and then added, and for what it's worth, Rylan got officially reprimanded too. Ilana did it herself publicly, with other moderators and peacekeepers present. He was pretty sour about the whole thing. Really? Alex couldn't hide his surprise. Yeah. Regardless of how things started, the video clearly shows him trying to attack Val off the mats, plus him pinning you down and continuing to say something while you were done fighting and trying to get to Val. She shook her head. Even without the audio, it looked bad. It was clearly too aggressive for what was supposed to be a friendly match. But, Alex asked, feeling the word hang in the air, I just see two people not willing to back down. I wasn't there, so I'm guessing he had to say some pretty nasty stuff to get you worked up enough to agree to a fight. But can't you just ignore him? Be the bigger man and all that. She added the last part with a weak smile. Yeah, and I know I probably should have. He just really seems to press my buttons is all. I don't think I feel like I'm being crazy and just reading into his shit sometimes. But then the next moment, I remember that Mark and Sarah were there and clearly saw it too. He's weirdly good at gaslighting the hell out of the situation, and even watching the video on the forums, he looks like he's being pretty respectful. Even offering a health potion after the fight. I'm the one that looks like a sore loser for pushing his hand away, but the audio just isn't there, and they don't know the backstory. There was a pause before Olivia broke the awkward silence. You know, someone mentioned that this whole thing feels childish. They bet the Hunters Association doesn't deal with people butting heads like this. Nah, they're probably dealing with the same stuff. Alex laughed. I feel like any people getting power and wealth like this are going to butt heads. Did you hear about their success with that rift break though? Saved an entire town out in the Midwest. Yeah, Olivia nodded. Between that and international travel getting reopened to the public, it makes our squabbles feel pretty petty in comparison. Alex raised an eyebrow at her but took the hint. Yeah, he said. He drummed his fingers on the desk and felt a question that had been nagging at him rise to the surface. You know, I've been thinking, what if we just left the guild? Olivia's eyes widened a bit. What? Left? Where is that coming from? Honestly, I'm tired of the political bullshit. Tired of Rylan constantly popping up and either taking digs at me or making tension for literally no reason. I'm tired of spending mental energy on things that don't actually matter when we could be focusing on getting stronger. You'd think that my home and the guild would be places where we could go to relax and decompress from the dangers of a rift, but it honestly feels the opposite. And going solo would solve that. She crossed her arms and tilted her head to the side. The words sounded a bit harsh, but Alex could see the genuine concern and curiosity on her face. Maybe, no politics, no popularity contests. It'd just be us focusing on what we want. It's not really that simple though, she said while shaking her head and causing her ponytail to swing back and forth. The guild gives us access to secured rifts. You know how many independents get ambushed leaving a rift or entering one. I've seen a lot of stories about people getting robbed or even killed for their quest rewards. Her voice dropped. 2 peacekeepers in Utah had to help a team last week after they got cornered by some thugs in an unaffiliated rift. One of the women in the group lost her arm. Alex's jaw tightened and he looked down at the desk. I'm not saying it happens all over the place, but often enough that I even hear about it. She stood and moved to the side of the desk near him and leaned against it to sit on the edge. Then there's the information network we have access to, the forum and the auction house too. We'd lose access to gear, resources, training, and the ability to sell the things we get. We could find other ways. Sure, with 10 times the effort and 100 times the risk. Her eyes softened. Look, I get it. Rylan's an ass. But leaving the guild because of one person, there's got to be a good way for us to separate ourselves from him and those like him, while not cutting ourselves off from a huge community of like-minded people. He's strong, and there are going to be tons of people stronger than you and me who are total assholes with the way that the world is going. I don't really see a way around that, other than us getting stronger ourselves and acting as a counter to people like that. Alex sighed and ran a hand through his hair. You like it there, don't you? I know you don't like the Hunters Association, so if we leave, we'd definitely be independents. I do like it. A small smile crossed her face. I believe in what Alana's trying to build. Yeah, there's drama, but they're constantly trying to fix problems that weren't anticipated. things are changing fast. Like, did you know that in the training area there were runes and enchantments to prevent you from getting cut badly, but they hadn't anticipated bonded companions in there yet, since we've only got like 2 other people with them. Those adjustments are already made to the sparring area. She shrugged. Plus, I'm good at my job and I wouldn't want to go do it for the government. Alex thought through her points and nodded in agreement. You're right. Leaving now would be short-sighted, but maybe we should start thinking about how to be more self-sufficient. Not totally independent, but at least less dependent on the guild. Shore up those weaknesses, you know. That's always smart, Olivia agreed. Just don't let Rylan drive your decisions. Before all of this, would you have ever thought about fighting someone to settle an issue? Alex blinked. No, actually, I wouldn't, so why start now? Ignore the prick and let's keep focusing on our own team. She reached over and squeezed his hand. You've got your own power. Focus on your rituals and research. Keep getting stronger. Let Rylan live out his power fantasy, and I can almost guarantee if you do that you'll pass him anyway. Another silence fell between them, and he could tell by her posture that there was something else. So he waited, knowing that she'd tell him when she was ready. It only took a few more moments before she stood and walked over to Val's tree. I'm going on that European mission for the guild, the one I mentioned a week or so ago. That's great. They're not wasting any time on the travel restrictions being lifted. What's the problem? Rylan's going too, she said, looking over her shoulder to watch his reaction. As one of the strongest in the guild, the moderators have asked him to go as a show of strength and prove that the guild is a force that could help them if there was a branch over there. Alex felt his jaw clench. Okay, well, that sucks. He's not even a peacekeeper, but going to be a rep for the guild. There was a swirl of emotions in Alex's stomach. As he thought through them, he was surprised to note that part of him didn't want Olivia to spend so much time with the man. But more than that, it was that Rylan was turning into some sort of guild figurehead, and that it had likely been his own loss that solidified his position as such. When do you leave? He asked, pushing his personal feelings aside. I trust Olivia and have no worries about something happening there. Will someone as selfish and power-hungry as Rylan really look out for a team overseas, though? What is Alana thinking? Wednesday, she replied, which works out since that means I'll be here for your test tomorrow. Alex leaned back in his chair and processed the information. The thought of Olivia working closely with Rylan set his teeth on edge, but he knew she could handle herself. Be careful, he said finally, and keep an eye on him. I don't trust Rylan as far as I can throw him. Olivia nodded, standing up. I will, and Alex, don't let this distract you from your test. Focus on what you need to do. She walked over and gave him a kiss before saying she was heading down to the gym. As she left, Alex turned to look out the window. The upcoming test with his ritual, Rylan's inclusion in such an important mission overseas, and Mark's decision to branch out things were happening fast, and Alex wanted to reel everything back in. Prick mean. Oli, be safe. Noodle. Both Alex and Olivia laughed, and he could feel hunger and interest come through the shared emotions of their bond. After Olivia left for the gym, Alex took a moment to reset his thoughts and shake off the big emotions that had surfaced during their conversation. With the test the next day, he didn't want those distractions clouding his mind. Moments later, the door opened as Edwin entered with a small box. He set it on the desk and said, Master Moore, the items you requested. Edwin gave a slight bow before leaving, and Alex sat back again to look at the bell. Time to switch gears for a bit. I can't keep pushing much further with the runes until the workshop out back is finished. With his trial run having gone so successfully with the alarm ritual, Alex was excited to begin testing it and learning more about its limitations. He had grand ideas about setting up magical protections around the house. Standing, he palmed the bell and moved to the other side of his desk. He activated Mana Thread to begin laying out the new and modified ritual circle. It only took a few seconds for him to make one that was 5 feet wide and lay the bell in the catalyst node. He placed a mana stone in it as well to keep it running and felt his excitement rising as he pulsed his mana and activated it. The bell was consumed, and he watched it for a few seconds. Nothing happened, and to his normal eye, it looked like there was nothing there at all. Even to his mana vision, it only appeared that there was the faintest outline of the ritual circle. It didn't glow like a normally activated skill. For a second, Alex thought he'd done something wrong and that it hadn't activated. He crouched again and reached his hand forward to touch the faint outline he saw through his heavenly eye. As soon as he did, a loud sound began to blare throughout his office. The beeping was something that reminded him of the fire alarm in his old apartment, and he panicked as he tried to figure out how to make it stop. Valthurian jumped up and flailed his wings around wildly, clearly startled by the sudden noise. It took a few seconds of fumbling around for Alex to pulse his mana through the ritual once more, finally causing it to fall silent. He let out a breath of relief and started laughing as Valthurian swooped down and began harassing him with his wings. After placating his companion and getting him to settle back on his perch, Alex relocated to the backyard to avoid disturbing anyone else. He went through several tests with the ritual. Having touched it directly the first time, he started by stepping over it and then even tossing several items up into the air and into the circle. Each time the ritual went off, and Alex realized that it was clearly activated by something crossing the threshold of the ritual. It was after the fifth test that Sam came out to see what Alex was doing. Just seeing what it can do and how it can be used, Alex answered. Why do you sound bummed? It's just not quite what I was hoping for. He chewed on the inside of his cheek in thought. I wanted to use this to potentially set up some magical defenses for the house, but I don't think it'll work. Why? Sam asked as he picked up one of the silver bells from his box. Well, it just makes the noise and alert locally. Meaning if I set up this ritual at the front of the driveway, I'd have no way to know it was going off from my office. I'm guessing if I want something like that, I'll need to make some sort of two-part ritual that is connected, but I haven't seen anything like that yet. That makes sense. So what is this used for then? I'm guessing it would be good to put around something you wanted to keep protected or around a small camp or tent in a rift. So if we were staying inside of the ritual and didn't plan to leave, we would know immediately if something crossed the threshold into the camp, but there is still a lot of value for me here. Sam rang the bell as he listened to Alex talk. There are actually two big things I can get from this ritual though. The first is that it's threshold activated. Before, I had to manually activate my rituals with a thread. So the fact that this will allow me to set one like an actual trap, and I don't have to be there, is huge. The other thing is that it somehow dulls the mana signature once it's set. This should make them a lot harder to see, even if someone has a mana sight skill. While that does sound really useful, Sam said. What's this for? He picked up the second item within the box. Oh, that's just a different catalyst that I want to try. The bell works as an alarm, but I think that I can use the cat's eye gem to do something more visual. Maybe an alert and blinking light if I don't want the loud blaring noise. Something to get to later, for sure. Neat, he answered with a nod. Here, want to help me with a test? I was going to make the ritual small and see if I could put it on a surface horizontally. Then if I activate it, the threshold would work from a much further distance. Then I could almost use it like how lasers are used in expensive alarm systems. If it works, I could maybe put it across a doorway or something. Yeah, sounds cool. Sam stood and wiped his hands off. Alex directed him to move a few dozen feet away before they continued testing the limits of the ritual. Alex's fingers traced the pattern he'd drawn on the large sheet of paper in front of him. The ink had barely dried, and he thought through the process before him. Mark and Sam talked quietly while seated on stools by the larger table to the side of the office, and Olivia paced back and forth on the other side of his desk. Shame Sarah couldn't make it, Mark said. She's been working a lot lately. Alex nodded but didn't look up from the ritual schematic. Yeah, she said that work with her client has turned into something more involved than they originally thought, but she seems more excited about that than sitting in on meetings. So what's the plan this time? Olivia asked. It's one of the rituals from the advanced ritual manual that Yura gave me. It's actually a utility ritual that's used in combination with some of the body tempering rituals that are in there. It's used to draw in mana from the surroundings and into whoever is in the central node. Bless mages, Mark said while winking at Sam, who bumped his shoulder. Valthurian chose that moment to fly from his perched spot and land on Alex's shoulders. As he passed over Mark and Sam, he let his tail flick out and tapped Mark on the back of the head. Hey, you little. It's actually meant specifically for people who aren't mages. Alex interrupted him before he could start chasing the small dragon to be around the office space. Really? Mark asked, rubbing the back of his head where the tail had made contact. It's meant to pull in more mana for the person, but also to continually power the ritual for body-tempering warriors who might have lower mana reserves. I guess some of the body-tempering rituals can last a long time, and you have to stay in them as long as possible. Sounds challenging, Olivia said, though her interest seemed piqued. I'll save you the details for now, he said while shaking his head and returning his focus to his present trial. The memory of his success with the alarm ritual flickered through his mind. He knew it was a small victory, and the one in front of him would be twice as great if it worked. He couldn't shake the gnawing fear that it would be harder or that he'd fail in some way. You must push through adversity to reach new heights. One of the sayings Yura had passed along to him in their discussion of warriors and leaders from each different world. He knew the risk was dangerous to push things, and that he should be taking them as slow as possible. But after his recent loss and the words from Yura's example of a warrior who had reached the peak of power, Alex felt the desire to push past his own limits. He firmed his resolve and looked to his friends and let them know his plans. I'm going to push harder this time, he said. His voice was firm and he set his mind on the task. I need to see how far I can go. Sam, I'll need some healing from you, but I won't push as far as that first time. Olivia looked concerned and he held up a hand placatingly. There were tentative nods all around, and Sam stood from his stool to come and sit in the large leather chair that Alex normally sat in. He put the teenager behind him and within arm's reach, waiting for the moment he needed healing. Alex closed his eyes to center himself and push away the last bits of his self-doubt. Opening them, he activated Parallel Mind, then splitting his focus activated Ritual Insight and the Heavenly Eye, just as he'd done before. The same surge of power coursed through him as the skills activated, and his brain began to absorb the information and analyze the ritual at the same time. As the skills bounced off one another, Alex pushed slightly harder on the outward pressure with his ocular enhancement. Their synergy intensified, and he felt the knowledge come faster from both directions. He tore the sheet away and let his years of practice with art take over and drew the new schematic as quickly as possible. Both skills continued to cycle from one to the other, the influx of information coming at a dizzying rate. His eyebrows drew together in stubborn concentration, and he felt a cold sweat begin to run down his back as he struggled to keep pace. He drew the ritual again, though he felt a need for change before it was even completed, tearing the sheet away and letting the improved version pour from him. Each iteration of the schematic was more refined and complex than the one before it. The physical strain of his intense focus manifested in trembling fingers and aching in the muscles between his shoulder blades and neck. Just as he began to wonder if he should stop, he saw a blue screen appear in his vision. It was almost enough to break his concentration, but he clamped down fervently on both skills and saw the words on the screen just before they were dismissed from his mind. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title. You gain Title Journeyman Ritual Knowledge. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title. You gain Title Gifted Mage. Congratulations, Parallel Mind has leveled up. Congratulations, Awakened. You have leveled up. You have 3 free points to distribute. Congratulations, Ritual Insight has leveled up. Mentally, Alex grappled with the torrent of magical theory and practical applications flooding his mind. It was like trying to drink water from a fire hose. The volume of it all threatened to overwhelm him, but he felt a feral grin spread across his face as his mind processed the titles he'd gained and the potential payoff from his gamble to push harder. Alex, Olivia's voice sounded distant and laced with concern. Trying to cut the skills off, he realized it wasn't possible, not with a serious amount of backlash to his mind. Sam, heal him, a panicked voice called. He barely registered it, pouring every ounce of willpower into maintaining control over the spiraling skills. The surrounding room faded, his entire being focused on the dance of mana and knowledge in his mind. There was a critical choice to be made, and Alex felt a sense of fate weigh on him. The skills teetered on the edge of chaos and threatened to slip and break beyond his control, regardless of his effort. He strained and knew that he had to make a decision. Did he back off and let the skills end, taking the mental backlash that would accompany it? He felt that the effect would be immensely painful and potentially crippling, even beyond what Sam could heal. Or did he push through? He could risk it for a chance of a greater understanding and attempt to ride out the storm of mana and information. Though if he wasn't able to hold on, there was an escalating sense of risk. The world narrowed to a pinpoint, and all sounds faded from Alex's mind. He felt like he was standing in the eye of a storm. Nothing existed but the ritual and its possibilities. There was more than one notification to pop up as he continued, though his mind couldn't register the words, even as they floated in front of his vision. The effort was monumental, and his hand continued to fly across the paper, recreating the schematic with a level of intricacy that bordered on the impossible. There was a point where he had to stop attempting to keep up with the flooding knowledge and progression of the two skills. Any processes of his body and mind, not focused on holding the two skills in place, threatened catastrophe. The memory of Yura's words echoed through his mind again, and with gritted teeth, Alex made his choice. He pushed harder against the skills, holding them in their place. One side of his mind pushed inward on the Ritual Insight skill, slowing its use. The other pushed onward, analyzing what he could from the ever-changing ritual pattern. As the skills tapered to an end, a surge of comprehension washed over him, and he registered the system notifications that filled his vision. One of them, the last to appear, stood out above all the rest. Congratulations, Parallel Mind has leveled up. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title. You gain Title Adept Ritual Knowledge. Congratulations, Ritual Insight has leveled up. Congratulations, Awakened. You have leveled up. You have 3 free points to distribute. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title. You gain Title Expert Ritual Knowledge. Alex's mind reeled. Expert. The thought barely formed before his body gave out. He felt himself falling, but the sensation was distant. Suddenly, he realized Sam wasn't behind him anymore. The young healer was beside him, breathing heavily, tears on his face and swaying from side to side. Alex's mind struggled to right itself. He struggled to piece together his surroundings. I'm on the floor now. He didn't remember falling, but couldn't feel the hardwood beneath himself. Mark and Olivia's worried faces swam into view above him, blocked by floating blue windows. Their lips moved, but he couldn't make out their words. Darkness crept in at the edges of his vision. Despite the bone-deep exhaustion, a part of Alex knew he'd survive this. His mind and core felt whole, only his mind felt exhausted to a point he didn't realize was possible. It wasn't the same sense of crippling backlash that he'd feared if the skills had ended prematurely. He was certain that would have killed him. A very far-off and faint sense of triumph washed over him. Was it worth it? As the darkness overtook him, he reflected on his actions. The strain had been immense, but the knowledge he had gained felt monumental. He'd pushed beyond what he thought possible, and while the consequences were severe, they weren't as dire as they could have been. The only bit of regret he felt was that his friends were worried about him, and he couldn't put their minds at ease until he woke up. Just as the darkness consumed him entirely, a system message appeared crystal clear before his consciousness. Warning, abnormality detected. Awakened one has obtained knowledge beyond the scope of current planetary integration parameters. Alex felt like a bucket of cold water was splashed over his consciousness. But as he did the mental equivalent of sitting bolt upright, his vision stayed black. Before he could react further, another message materialized, processing course of action. Diverting resources to solution. Processing. System deemed to transport awakened anomaly to integration leader, Overseer Istriel, for final judgment. Panic gripped him as he felt his mind being pulled through the surrounding blackness. There was a sickening feeling as he realized his consciousness and something more were being pulled away from his body and earth. No longer feeling triumphant or ready to embrace the darkness, he tried to call out to his friends. Nothing came of it, and Alex could only surrender as he was drawn into the void. It was impossible for Alex to tell how long he had traveled. It could have been minutes or years, though his sanity remaining intact made him lean toward a shorter time span. There were no stars. He had no body or source of mana. There had been no time in the last 3 months since he'd had his mana sight where his eyes had not at least seen something when open. Even at night or in the darkest of caves, his heavenly eye could see some mixture of mana. In this dead space, however, there was nothing to be seen. Even as he let go of and attempted to push out his own personal mana, nothing changed. His mind floated, disembodied, through the endless space of starless night. He spent some time where he was panicked, others where he was excited at the prospect of what was happening, and more yet where he was bored. In his state of limbo, he attempted to access the system to see his gains, but there was no response, and no new blue boxes appeared. The first sensation that returned was pressure. Not physical pressure, but a weight that pressed against Alex's very soul. It started as a faint brushing sensation, barely noticeable, then built to an insistent pounding that was impossible to ignore. Colors bled into existence. They were otherworldly shades, not the familiar hues of Earth. They defied his ability to describe, and they moved in swirling patterns that morphed into shapes that hurt to look at directly. The sensation only lasted for a moment before his awareness snapped into focus. Stood, or rather, existed in an enormous chamber. The walls stretched upward before disappearing into white gold clouds that matched the building's construction. Windows floated untethered by the walls, and each showed a different scene on the other side. It took him a moment to realize that the windows were portals, and he could see an immeasurable scene through them. Wars, celebrations, cataclysms, they all played out in tandem as he spun in a slow circle. The scale of it made Alex feel less than insignificant. Then he saw them. 2 figures dominated the impossible space. They towered over where Alex's consciousness hovered. It was hard to tell their size, but each was several heads taller than where he floated. Their forms were vaguely humanoid, but that's where the similarities ended. A woman lounged on a throne that seemed to be made of yellow crystal. Her skin shimmered with constellations, and her hair was a deep black that he couldn't quite tell if it was real. Her eyes were slightly lidded, as if bored, though where a normal eye would lay. Instead, solid beams of golden light spilled out. Opposite her, a man prowled the chamber like a caged beast. His form was less stable, shifting between different figures. One moment he was in the form of an older man looking furious, the next a young boy, and when he turned his back on the feminine figure, he assumed the form of a composed woman. The sheer presence of the 2 beings threatened to crush Alex's mind. His mind reeled and he attempted to scream out in pain and fear, not able to fully process what he was seeing. A familiar sight appeared in his vision. He tried to close his eyes and gritted his teeth, but without a physical body, he could do nothing. In a panic, he tried to dismiss the system windows, but they didn't budge, so instead, he read, "Warning, divine presence detected. Initiating soul protection protocols. Filtering divine essence to sustainable levels for mortal constitution. Warning, extended exposure is not advised." The system's intervention was a lifeline. It allowed Alex to maintain some semblance of coherence in the face of such overwhelming power. Even with the protection, he felt like an ant before giants. Neither of them acknowledged his arrival, and they continued their conversation. The shape-shifting figure rose his voice and spoke in a volume that felt like it should make reality itself tremble. "You're being selfish, sister." The man's words dripped with disdain. "Your integration set still has so much potential for chaos. Just let me play with one world." The woman didn't even bother to look at him. Instead, her attention was fixed on the myriad viewing portals surrounding her throne. Next to her figure, they looked to be the size of oval mirrors, though how they moved and shifted around the edges reminded Alex of the rifts. You exhausted your allotment far too quickly. Your reckless games destroyed half your breeding stock before they could even reach maturity. Poor resource management on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine. Allotments. Breeding stock, they're talking about worlds like Earth. The man's form rippled with energy, and in the next moment he was an immense man with a portly belly and beard. He pointed his finger down at the reclining woman with a chubby finger, spittle flying from his mouth. They were weak. At least I tested their limits. The herds need culling sometimes. They need to be pushed. And what do you have to show for it? The woman finally turned her gaze to the man. Her eyes swept past Alex as if he weren't even there. Quick progression, yes, but how many of your worlds have successfully joined the wider worlds? My methodical approach might seem slow to you, but I have the highest integration rate among us. There's a reason my worlds thrive while yours. Bah, what do I have to show for it? I have 3 kings while you have what? 1 queen. If you want to argue about contribution, my dear sister, I have significantly more than you. It's not always about our own personal gain, she responded, though even from his own vantage, Alex could see her shoulders stiffen. She waved her hand, and Alex saw an entire swath of portals vanish from existence. His thoughts raced. This woman is Istrel. The system had mentioned meeting the overseer, but the scale of their discussion was mind-boggling. If she truly is a god, what did she just do? Annihilate several worlds with the wave of her hand. The man's form shifted again, but this time to a skinny figure without a face or clothes. Personal gain, that's rich coming from you. You've always been too cautious, too afraid to push their boundaries. Our purpose is to cultivate strength, not coddle weaklings. Istrel's eyes flashed, the beams growing brighter for a fraction of a second as her eyes narrowed. Our purpose is to prepare them for the wider worlds, Grimalkin. Your methods leave nothing but ash and dust. 3 gemstones from the slaughter of millions of planets does not make it worth it. Of course it does. You know that the gain from queen to king is worth trillions of pawns. Alex's mind reeled. Grimalkin, the casual way that they discussed entire worlds and civilizations sent a chill through Alex. Suddenly, Grimalkin's gaze snapped to Alex. A cruel smile spread across his face as he changed his appearance once more. Speaking of weaklings, what have we here? Before Alex could react, Grimalkin's hand shot out in the shape of a claw. Reality warped around it as he seemed to reach for Alex, and the pressure from before returned in full force, despite the system's interference. Warning, direct divine interference detected. Diverting resources. Unable to maintain stability, the system's messages flashed rapidly before him. Alex felt himself unraveling, his consciousness beginning to fragment at the building pressure. Enough, Istrel's voice cut through the pain. The pressure vanished immediately. Grimalkin's face shifted from a smirking child to a matronly woman. Come now, sister, one little mortal hardly matters. The system would have only brought it here if it were breaking things within one of your integrations. Let us see how strong its spirit is. You forget yourself, brother. These planets fall under my jurisdiction. By the pact, the lives of its inhabitants are mine to end or spare as I see fit. She didn't look away from her sibling, but waved her hand in Alex's direction. After the pressure from Grimalkin and from seeing her swipe away dozens of portals with the same gesture, Alex felt the need to flinch scream. Nothing escaped his incorporeal form, however, and Alex was reminded of a night terror where he was awake, but unable to speak or control his actions. System, handle the situation as your directives allow. Just keep the yields within expected parameters and send it back on its way. With that dismissal, Alex felt himself being pulled away. The divine chamber faded to be replaced once more by the endless void. Warning, awakened anomaly in critical physical and mental condition. Restoring stats to normal levels. Analyzing situational parameters. Processing potential solutions. Option 1, full awakened reset. Processing. There was a pause as if the system was thinking about the outcome of the option. Alex waited, feeling that an awakened reset was not a good thing for him. While he'd be starting over with more knowledge than he started with, he was at the forefront of his planet's awakened. If he were to restart now. Rejected excessive data loss, conflicts with primary directive of growth. Option 2, quarantine subject. Processing. Rejected inefficient use of resources. Option 3, terminate subject. Processing. There was another pause. Oh no, 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 no. Alex's panic spiked, and his thoughts bucked frantically. Rejected conflicts with primary directive of growth, wastes resources. Relief flooded through him, though it was short-lived, as he saw the text continue to grow within the blue box. Option 4, memory suppression. Processing. Selected necessary to remove prohibited knowledge and potential for damaged mental and soul faculties. Knowledge targeted, knowledge of gods, ritual schematic knowledge. Memory suppression, prohibited knowledge, fuck. His thoughts were cut short as the next option appeared. Option 5, Ocular Enhancement Removal. Processing. Rejected ocular enhancement earned through hidden quest and is now a bound item. It was going to take out my eye, redirecting focus on secondary cause for anomaly. Option 6, Skill Removal. Processing. Selected optimal for prevention of future reoccurrence. Skill Targeted Ritual Insight. Option 7, Title Removal. Processing. Selected removing titles related to unacceptable growth parameters. Alex felt as if he was beginning to hyperventilate despite not having lungs. The restrictions on his movement and ability to communicate were frustrating, and he felt more helpless than he had ever before in his life. No. Something rose within Alex, a desire to fight and retaliate. He thought back to the feeling of Yura spreading out his presence across an entire city, and how that was dwarfed by the gods, how even the system could do nothing before their power, requiring the intervention of another being of equal power. Alex imagined his lungs, chest, and throat, and unleashed an enormous yell of raw power. He pushed out with everything he had against the thing that bound him to this place. There was a moment when he felt his restrictions slipping, and a tugging sensation that he knew would lead him back to his body. Just before he could begin to follow it, the system clamped back down on him, restricting aura output, recalibrating E-rank restrictions to high D-rank restrictions. As the restrictions held him back in his original voice, Alex felt exhausted. He felt as if he were a toddler thrashing in the arms of an adult. Final Anomaly Assessment. Anomaly has attained B-rank magical capability through expert ritual knowledge and loopable skill combination. Timeframe, 4.2 months. Current progression assessment, 873 above projected growth curve. Projected impact of this growth on planetary integration, power concentration in singular entity, 98.7. Planetary dependency on anomaly's abilities, 94.3 probability. Overall planetary growth reduction projection, 87.9. Integration failure probability, 91.2 probability. Conclusion: subject's accelerated growth creates unsustainable development pattern across integrating planet. Knowledge skill retention conflicts with primary directive of growth across integrated population. Calculating. Suppression of bare minimum knowledge and rewards to keep within peak growth parameters. Initiating memory suppression. Suppressing adept ritual schematic knowledge. Suppressing expert ritual schematic knowledge. Suppressing deity interaction. Initiating skill removal, removing ritual insight. Initiating title removal, removing adept ritual knowledge. Removing expert ritual knowledge. Alex's mind raced, and he felt the panic begin to rise again as he saw the messages fly by. Thinking back to the previous messages, Alex tried to push outward again, desperately looking for a way to speak to the system. He thought back to the feeling he'd had when he yelled out and directed his focus on his desire to speak and communicate. He pushed and felt as if the thoughts were coming through loudly, as if he had said them himself. Wait, what about the primary growth directive? If you take my class skill, and the knowledge that I worked for, then you're stripping me of my earned growth and what I risked my life for. His frustration built, and he pushed harder. All of the anger and subdued feelings of inadequacy that had built over the last several weeks fueled his determination. I just used the tools that you gave me. I earned those things. What's the point of any of this if I push myself to the brink for the sake of progression only to have it taken away because you think I've grown too fast? The blue window winked out of existence, and Alex thought for a moment that he hadn't been heard. The system hadn't ever responded to his remarks and questions on Earth, so he knew it was a long shot. Compensation options generated. Option categories based on past, present, and future self. Choose single option from one of the following categories. Unlocks latent artistic potential and increases creative thinking. Social acuity passive skill, gain heightened awareness of social cues and improved interpersonal skills. Focused discipline passive skill, enhance your ability to concentrate and maintain productivity. Present self options, ritual resonance passive skill, develop an intuitive understanding of ritual magic, allowing for faster learning. Mana conduit passive skill, your body becomes a natural channel for mana, increasing your capacity and control over magical energy. Arcane wand epic item, gain a powerful wand attuned to your magical signature. Future self options, several future self options include a modification for time-gated progression to prevent recent issues from repeating. These abilities have been marked with a runic apprentice epic item, an ancient teaching spirit tool designed to guide practitioners through the art of runic magic. Progression gated by rank. Elemental affinity trait, develop a natural connection to one elemental aspect. Enchanter's insight active skill, gain foundational knowledge needed to begin crafting magical items. Progression gated by increasing skill proficiency rank. Damn. Alex's consciousness drifted into the black space, devoid of stars, weight, and any sort of breeze. He felt that his consciousness should be close to collapse and felt an urgent need to figure out what part of his memory was missing. The memory of combining two of his skill uses was clear in his mind. Pushing through the loss of control and accomplishing the combination was a little hazier. However, things became clear again as he was pulled through the void, and then things get blurry. Even as he focused on it, Alex could tell that there was something there at the edge of his mind, but then it slipped from his grasp. The next thought is of the system contemplating how to handle his combination of the two skills, and it began to show him options for how to proceed. It took some of the ritual knowledge and two of the titles that he gained. Worse yet, it had taken his class's active skill so that there was no chance of him repeating the combination. He performed the mental equivalent of a deep breath, refocused his will, and pushed the thoughts aside. I can't afford to make a wrong decision after what I just lost. His eyes skimmed over the past self options. Enhanced creativity passive skill, unlocks latent artistic potential and increases creative thinking. Once he might have jumped at a chance to boost his creative skills. Now he really only saw the benefit of the skill in the second half, with the bit about increasing creative thinking. His old life felt distant now. Looking at social acuity, Alex scoffed internally. It was yet another thing he may have gladly accepted before the system was introduced into his life. He'd gone through a lot, and while he still wasn't confident in all situations, his faith in his own abilities had grown drastically. What were awkward social situations compared to life and death combat? Focus, discipline, passive skill, enhance your ability to concentrate and maintain productivity. This third option caught his eye for a moment. He thought about how that might aid in his concentration and ability to split focus with his parallel mind skill. However, the more he thought about it, the more redundant it seemed. His own discipline and focus were increasing at an almost alarming rate because of the jump in his willpower. And that was on top of the fact that Yura had told him that, for the time being, he was gaining it so fast that his body couldn't utilize the willpower to its full effect. These options, they're not for me, not anymore. In a way, it made sense to him. They were made for an old Alex, the one who'd spent his days hunched over at a desk, doodling in his free time and fretting over client and manager feedback. That Alex was gone. With a mental sigh, he turned his attention to the remaining options. The present self options all had options he felt required more serious consideration. Ritual resonance caught his eye, but in a way, it felt like a weak consolation prize. Damn, they're all weak consolation prizes. Ritual resonance passive skill, develop an intuitive understanding of ritual magic, allowing for faster learning. While it would help him continue to learn ritual magic, he didn't feel like it would replace the knowledge and skill that he lost. While he knew that he could continue learning ritual magic without the skill, even without the combination, it was still a large factor in his current understanding of the magic. The bitter taste of having lost something, taken without choice, to the system was still all too present. Without the main class skill that was helping me advance my rituals, do I need to start looking into other kinds of magic more seriously? I pushed myself to the edge past the edge, for that schematic now it's just gone. He pushed on to the next option. Mana conduit passive skill, your body becomes a natural channel for mana, increasing your capacity and control over magical energy. This one tempted him for several reasons. Increased capacity and control fit with exactly what he was going for in his build. The increase in capacity would be nice, though Alex felt like, for the most part, that weakness was patched in his bond with Valthurian. While control was something he was going for, it was also something he had an abundance of. His same logic from the earlier passive skill came to mind. More ideally, this would be something like a big increase in magical power or potency, rather than even more control. Also, if this passive requires a certain capacity and control to obtain, wouldn't I naturally be able to get it? He felt that choosing something that, by the system's own classification, his present self could likely obtain might waste his already meager compensation. The arcane wand made him pause, and he read it more than once. An epic item. My nicer spatial pouch and Sam's staff are both rare items, but those are the only rares that I've seen. I can only imagine how strong an epic rarity combat item would be. It would undoubtedly be strong, but it felt like a crutch. It wouldn't help him grow and learn. As he thought about it more, he noted that the description didn't show him the rank of the item, which would likely play a big role in the item's power. If it's an E-rank item, will it matter how rare it is? It will still be E-rank, and I'll be moving into D-rank soon. With a mental shake, Alex moved on to the future self options. These were the most intriguing by far. He noticed the asterisks and time gating mentioned in the descriptions. Understanding dawned on him. He realized it was the system's way of preventing another incident like the one that had just occurred. wary of him gaining power beyond what the integration should have. It instead gated things by certain milestones in other areas of his growth. Surprisingly, he found himself appreciating the safeguard. At least that way, he wouldn't be at risk of losing anything that he gained. He focused a bit more on the description of the item, hoping for additional information. With his intent focused, it granted him a slightly more detailed version of the prompt. Runic Apprentice Epic Item, an ancient teaching spirit tool designed to guide practitioners through the art of runic magic, progression gated by rank. The first option immediately caught his attention. An ancient teaching tool. He assumed it might be some kind of book or manual of some kind, though he was unsure of how it would be gated from giving him more information. What would stop him from continuing to read further? Would more pages appear in the book or item as he hit the next rank and the restriction was lifted? Elemental affinity seemed like an extremely strong option, especially knowing that Olivia had won for Shadow and how much it strengthened her magic in that area. Is there something like a raw magical affinity? Alex hadn't leaned his build into any one specific elemental area, and he liked that he was flexible. So far, he wasn't restricted to one thing or another, and the versatility and utility of his modified ritual circles felt valuable. Lastly, there was Enchanter's Insight. Similar to the first option, he focused on it for more information. Enchanter's Insight active skill. Gain foundational knowledge needed to begin crafting magical items. Progression is gated by increasing skill proficiency rank. It seems similar to the Runic Apprentice item, though more limited in scope. One offered aid in learning enchanting at all ranks, while the other offered a path to learning runic magic at the pace that the skill was leveled. He weighed his options, but found himself drawn back to the Runic Apprentice. It promised not just knowledge, but a tool used in the past by others to learn. The time gating, rather than feeling restrictive, seemed like a built-in safeguard against overreaching again. Alex wondered how likely something like this was to happen in the future. What's the point of advancing if everything I gain is able to be taken from me? It doesn't make sense to avoid pushing myself to break through and progress if it's all at risk. He let himself think through the events again, and remembered around the hazier part of his memory that there was a section shown by the system's final calculations. It had shown itself to be well outside of whatever its anticipated growth curve was, and even though it didn't elaborate, it somehow calculated that he gained the overwhelming magical power of the planet with his combination, and that the planetary dependency on Anomaly's abilities was over 90. Worse yet, he felt a metaphorical cold sweat break out on his back as he remembered the final line of the calculations, the one that said it would lead to a 91 probability of integration failure. What is it even doing to calculate something like that? Is it saying I'd try to take over and fail, or that people would become so dependent on me that we'd fail? A mental shudder ran through him as he tried to shake off the eerie feeling that he'd nearly brought doom upon every living being on Earth. Refocusing his attention on the choices at hand, worried that they might be taken from him if he took too long, Alex made his choice by directing his will toward the Runic Apprentice option. As he did so, the void around him began to dissolve, and that same constant tugging at his consciousness returned. He felt himself start to pull along the line and move significantly faster than his first trip through the space. Bright flash of light engulfed his consciousness, and in the next moment he was back in his body, squinting his eyes against the flash. He found himself on the ground, an amulet clutched in his hand tightly to his chest. The first thing he noticed was the absence of pain and exhaustion that he expected. His body felt renewed, as if he'd just woken from a restful sleep rather than from a harrowing magical trial followed by a trip through the cosmos. As he opened his eyes, concerned faces swam into focus. Mark and Olivia hovered nearby, their expressions showing a mix of worry and relief. He heard a sigh and then crying to his side as Sam rested on his knees. The younger man slowly lowered his head and put it against Alex's shoulder. "Alex," Mark exclaimed. "Are you okay? What happened?" For a moment, Alex was disoriented. The memories of the endless black space and the system's intervention rushed back to him. It was overwhelming, and he blinked rapidly, trying his best to reconcile the events. "I'm fine," he managed. How long was I gone?" "Gone. You collapsed and passed out for maybe a minute or so. Sam said there wasn't anything in your body to heal. We were terrified." Mark leaned a bit closer to Alex and looked at him with a serious intensity that made Alex want to lean back. "But then you just woke up," Olivia finished. Alex sat up slowly, marveling at how normal he felt. Unlike the first time he'd used the Heavenly Eye, where he was so mentally exhausted that it required several days of bed rest, he felt no aches or fatigue this time. "Whoa, buddy, be careful," Mark said, moving behind him quickly to put a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, really. You wouldn't believe what just happened," he began, then paused. He was unsure of how to explain the events that he'd just experienced. How could he express with just his words the strange void and the system's intervention? He felt a sense of frustration. "I lost something," he said, but he opened his hand slowly. There in his palm was a small golden amulet that looked almost like a coin on a chain. He used his heavenly eyes ability to scan items and felt an intense stabbing pain in his head. When he cried out, Sam and Mark both jumped. Alex quickly covered his eye and the side of his head, pressing gently against his temple. Damn, that hurt. What happened? I'm not really sure. I tried to use my eye, Alex said. I swear to God, I would hit you in the back of the head if I wasn't already worried that you were injured, Olivia exclaimed. Alex gave a half-hearted chuckle, feeling the pain in his head subside. I need to tell you guys what happened, Alex said. His voice regained some strength as he spoke. Something big happened. Something way bigger than I thought was even possible. Mark slid a muscular arm under Alex's and gently helped lift him into the chair that Sam had been sitting in during the ritual experiment. I feel like that says a lot coming from you, especially after what you just went through a month or so ago. Mark was serious, and he watched Alex intently as he began to recount the brief trip, options, and choices he'd been given. So you lost your ritual insight skill, the titles, and the knowledge you gained from the skill combination. Olivia asked softly when he finished. Yes, but it only took 2 of the titles. I still should have the journeyman one and gifted mage, and it took my skill, but I did get something from the system in return. He paused. Even though he wanted to sound positive, the words came out as bitter. I'm just not sure how worth it will be. Alex held up the amulet in his hand for them to see and laid it out on the desk in front of them. All 3 of their heads leaned forward to get a better look at the item. What is it? Sam asked. The system said it was an epic item. It's called the Runic Apprentice. The description said that it was meant to help me learn runic magic. To be honest, though, I thought it was going to be a set of books or something. I'm not sure how this is supposed to help. That's why I tried to scan it just now. Alex scratched the back of his head as he looked down at the amulet. So you're saying that the system took away your cheat-like skill combination and then gave you an item in return, Mark said, skepticism clear in his voice. Alex shrugged. I guess so, but it specifically said the compensation would need to be within integration parameters or something like that. His thoughts drifted temporarily to the earlier prompts the system showed about how to handle his situation. He felt a small wave of nausea as he remembered it had almost decided to kill him outright or remove his eye. The cold sweat also returned as he thought about the system's final calculations. Yeah, I think the gains were just way outside of what should be possible. Expert is supposed to be B-rank knowledge, right? So I basically found a way to be under level 30 and gain magical knowledge classified as level 90 to 120 power. There was a pause of silence before Mark burst out laughing. Alex, still reeling from the seriousness of what had happened and how things could have gone, looked at him incredulously. What's so funny, dude? The world got turned into a video game and you pissed off the developer enough to nerf you. No, not even a nerf. You found an exploit and started using it. When Mark made the relation to the video games that they'd played together, along with a full belly laugh that was clearly meant to relieve the tension in the group, Alex couldn't help but give him a small smile. Mark wiped away his tears, and even though it was said in good nature, the next sentence pulled much of the joy from the thought for Alex. Damn man, normally, when someone is caught using an exploit, their account gets banned. Dude, Sam said, and his tone seemed to catch up with Mark and make him process what that might mean in the analogy and this situation. Alex felt a bit defensive. I didn't know it was an exploit. Damn, I just used the tools that the system gave me. Either way, the options for this item's category would be time-gated so that I couldn't get knowledge stronger than I should have at the moment, which I guess is the whole reason that the system decided to intervene. The system said that having expert knowledge and the ability to repeat the combination was like 900 past the integration parameters or something crazy and was likely to make the integration fail. Mark whistled low. Dang, that's crazy. There was a sobering pause before Mark gave a guilty smile and shrug. Guess that makes sense why the item is epic, huh? That's huge, dude. I know you lost the skill, but I haven't even seen an epic anything on the auction house. I mean, I've only seen 1 or 2 rare items show up there. As they discussed the implications of what had happened, Alex felt frustration begin to creep back in. He couldn't help but think about the combination of his class skill with the heavenly eye and how he had believed it would be a smart way to leverage his abilities. He groaned and shook his head when Olivia poked him. That skill was helping me gain an enormous bonus for the progress I've made with the modified ritual circles. It's basically the entire reason I pushed so hard to evolve my mana manipulation into mana threads to begin with, Alex said. He couldn't keep the disappointment from his voice. It feels unfair to have them taken away just as I'm starting to really understand their potential. His friends exchanged concerned glances, and he knew he was complaining about something that he couldn't change. It's not just about losing the skill, Alex continued while rubbing his temples. It's the knowledge I gained. I pushed myself to the limit for that, and I didn't even get to see any of the improvements for the advanced schematic. Even worse is that the system can actually take something away like this. It doesn't help anything to whine about it, but damn, how do I turn this around? I get it, man, it's a big loss. Alex sighed and looked at the amulet on the desk. The runic apprentice item was supposed to be compensation, but at that moment it felt inadequate compared to what he'd lost. "I know this epic item is valuable," he said as he scooped it off the desk. "Right now, I'm just trying to wrap my head around where to go from here. Should I step away from rituals?" Olivia leaned forward. "You'll figure this out, I know you will." She reached over and gingerly rubbed his back and upper shoulders. It was only then that he realized how tense they were and how hunched over he had been. Deciding to reassess his status screen, he pulled up the window and quickly allocated his free points to see his gains. Bound items, unique rank growth item Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. Alex focused on the information for the titles to appear next to his status. The system didn't remove the 2 levels I gained or the level increases to Parallel Mind. Title, Journeyman Ritualist. A ritualist who has proven their worth through consistent success and deeper understanding of magical formations. Their knowledge surpasses novice practitioners. +5 to all stats. Title, Gifted Mage. This title recognizes those rare individuals who completely master a magical concept beyond their rank. True potential often manifests before power catches up. +10 to all magical stats. Good God, he mumbled to himself. Another blanket increase to his stats was a major boon for someone like him, who was restricted by his trait. The greedy part of him, though, couldn't help but let out a sigh and wonder at how large the stat gains would have been if he had gotten the other 2 titles. No point in moping about it now. I'm getting close to D rank with the 2 levels that I got. I guess I need to start looking into my options, he said so that the others could hear. Maybe I should consider changing my class or finding a way to make the most of this new item. I was already thinking of how I could potentially combine the runes with the rituals. Whoa, changing your class seems pretty drastic. The system was really specific when it took my skill, and just like I thought, it only took the skill and not the class. I just don't know that it's going to be worth it to keep the class without the main active skill. I'll have to decide if it's worth using something like the class reset token or maybe just keep this class, because I think I'm pretty close to hitting the advancement threshold. Then I could use the evolve function to get something better like Sam did. As his friends offered suggestions and encouragement, Alex found himself teetering between frustration over his loss and a tentative curiosity about the possibilities ahead. The path forward wasn't clear, but he was already beginning to consider how to adapt and believed that he saw a clear path forward. He selected the Gifted Mage title as his currently displayed title, appreciating how it looked on his status screen before closing the window. As he turned the amulet over in his hand, running his thumb across its surface, he felt his interest growing. A part of him was eager to dive into runic magic and discover just how worthwhile this exchange would prove. It's about time I start trying to combine these 2 kinds of magic. Alex woke slowly, his room dark from heavy curtains drawn across the windows. As consciousness returned, so did memories of the previous night. Olivia had spent the evening with him and her departure had felt bittersweet. She'd stayed late, making sure the system had truly healed him from his ordeal. Though he'd wanted her to stay, they knew she needed to return to her apartment and pack for her overseas trip. It grated on his nerves to think of her working alongside Rylan. While he understood the mission's importance, the thought of someone like Rylan representing the guild irritated him. Alex briefly considered staying in bed, claiming that he needed to rest. He knew it wasn't true, though the system had perfectly healed both his body and mind. With a sigh, Alex pushed himself out of bed and walked over to his closet to put on a pair of sweats. Once dressed, he headed downstairs. As he passed his office door, Valthurian heard him and slipped off his perch on the cat tree to follow. Another realization didn't quite hit him until he reached for the coffee pot and registered that the kitchen was also quiet. By this time of the morning, Mark would normally have been awake and sitting at the kitchen counter. Instead, his large friend was prepping to leave later that afternoon to meet up with another team. The absence of Mark's friendly morning chatter seemed to dampen the mood even further. After a few minutes, the rich smell of coffee filled the air, and Alex reached into his pocket to feel the amulet that the system had given him the day before. He had tried several times with Olivia to test different activation methods or attempt to get the golden item to interact with them in some way. They tried different things, ranging from him putting it over his head to infusing mana into it, and nothing seemed to work. He rubbed his thumb across the surface and idly sipped on his cup of coffee as he looked through the glass wall and into the courtyard. Through the window, he spotted Sam working diligently in his garden despite the cold weather. The sight of the young healer brought a pang of guilt to his chest. Sam seemed to be keeping his distance, and Alex couldn't help but wonder if the teenager was upset about the way things had gone in his attempt to combine the 2 skills. The memory of Sam's tears resurfaced, and Alex wasn't sure if Sam was angry at him or blaming himself for thinking that he hadn't healed Alex well enough. He made a mental note to talk to Sam later to reassure him he had done more than enough. He continued to sip his coffee and inspect the amulet's surface. Setting the mug down, he angled his body so that the surface of the item would catch the morning light coming into the courtyard window. Upon closer inspection, he could see dozens of very small and intricately carved runes etched into the surface of the pendant. Alex sighed as he thought about what he'd recently gone through. Losing his ritual insight skill felt like a major setback for his magical abilities. He now understood what Yura meant about the dangers of depending too much on structured magic. Without the skill's ability to instantly give him knowledge, learning and changing rituals would now take much longer. He would have to study and test things the traditional way, slowly, and be careful to stay safe while doing it. Did Yura know that skills could be taken away? Is that why he encouraged me to go down the route that he did? Frustration bubbled up as he considered the implications of losing the skill. He had made a big push with the effort to combine the use of his ritual insight and the heavenly eye, hoping that the two together would allow him to push his progress further and faster. The result, though, seemed to be the exact opposite. Feelings of inadequacy began to creep back in as he felt like he'd taken one step forward, only to take 2 steps back. But as he looked around his new and lavish kitchen and down at his old coffee mug holding what used to be his morning lifeline, he felt the stubborn bit of determination push down on that frustration. Even in this situation, Alex refused to entertain the idea that he was hopeless. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the runic apprentice amulet. If I can unlock the secrets, it could be the key to learning the last bit I need to use runes and rituals together. This brought him back to the dilemma he'd encountered the previous night. The amulet didn't appear to work, and he was determined to find a way to make it function. He downed the last bit of his coffee and set the empty mug in the wide double sink. Alex imagined finding a way later that afternoon to use the training item and becoming skilled with runes, combining the 2 kinds of magic and solving all of his problems. He may have lost a powerful skill, but in its place, he felt he may have gained an opportunity to create something unique. As he moved from the kitchen, Alex scratched the top of Valthurian's head. "What are you going to do, buddy? I go friend." Valthurian said before twitching his wings back and forth and giving a single powerful downward push to lift off into the air from his coil on the counter. He's getting much better at using subjects in sentences. It's going to be crazy that soon he'll be speaking full thoughts. God help us all. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he activated Feather Step and in a single stride was at the top. He knocked on Mark's door as he heard grunts of exertion coming from the other side. The sounds went quiet and Alex stood patiently for several long moments before the door opened. "What's up, dude?" Mark asked as he casually leaned against the doorway with his arm at head height. Alex grinned, as it was obvious that Mark was attempting to block as much of the view to the room beyond as he could. "Just wanted to see how your preparations are going. Need help with anything, not unless you have a larger spatial bag for me." Alex bent forward at the waist to look under Mark's raised arm and spotted an enormously overpacked rucksack on the bed. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he spotted the old, worn-out military-issued bag. "Well, glad you're at least preparing. Did you already fill up your pouch?" "Well, yeah, it's got all my food in there. It's amazing that stuff doesn't spoil inside the pouch." Mark scratched the back of his head. There was a moment of silence as Alex just stared at Mark, waiting for him to list more items that were taking up space in his spatial bag. When they just stood there staring at each other, and he realized Mark would not say any other items because there weren't any other items but food in the bag, Alex covered his face with his hand and laughed while shaking his head. "Never change, Mark. Never change." Mark gave him a grin that stretched from ear to ear, and Alex waved while heading to his office. "I'm going to try and figure out how to get this amulet to work. Be safe out there, dude. It still makes me a little nervous that Sam and I won't be there to watch your back." Mark waved his hand dismissively and puffed out his chest. "Nah, don't worry about it. You gotta let me stretch out my wings. Plus, this party I'm joining is already pretty good. Devin and 3 people in his party already have their class. They just need a tank, just you wait. When you see me in a few days, it'll be me asking you to take a look at my class options with me instead of Sam. I have no doubt. Make sure you say bye to Gabby on your way out," Alex said. Alex moved to his desk and sat down in the comfortable chair behind it. Holding the amulet in his hand, he used mana infusion to pulse mana into the runic necklace. Just as before, nothing changed. There were no outward signs of change, and Alex couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. From what he understood about runes and enchantments, all that was needed was to add mana, and he felt the same should be true for an item such as this. Tentatively, Alex activated his heavenly eye and attempted to use the scan function once again. As soon as he began to feel the sharp pain in his head, he abruptly ended the skill. In frustration, he tossed the amulet onto his desk and leaned back in his chair. There was a firm knock on his door, and Edwin stepped into the office. Master Moore. The butler put his arms behind his back and nodded his head respectfully. "Is everything all right?" "I'm fine, Edwin, just trying to figure out this amulet." An idea struck him then. "Did you happen to get any of those extra skills we were talking about?" When Edwin nodded in the affirmative, Alex's mood brightened. "Did you happen to get an analyze or scan skill?" "Indeed, I did," Edwin replied. I felt the various utility skills could greatly aid me in my duties. Having the ability to scan not only items but potential guests arriving at the door seemed like a worthwhile use of funding. Alex nodded and waved his hand. I wasn't concerned about the funding, but I am impressed that you're thinking of this in such a practical way. I haven't been really thinking about my empty skill slots, but they're sort of just dead weight if they're not filled. Since we know that it's easy to replace one skill with another, I don't see a reason for us not to at least try and fill up everyone's skill slots with things that are potentially useful, even if it's something a little more mundane or just for convenience. The longer-term goal, though, is going to be to find a way to do everything without the skills. For now, they can act as a crutch and a stepping stone, like Yura said. Alex reached over and grabbed one of his notebooks from the corner of his desk that he used to take down random notes and to-do items. After scribbling down a quick reminder, he looked back up at the older man. We should look into getting you and Gabby some more utility skills, or at least I could get a list from each of you on what you might want to get to help you out. Alex thought on it for a moment and realized that he was potentially talking about directing something that should be extremely personal and might shape a person's future. Oh, sorry, Edwin. Just putting the offer out there, there's no pressure for either of you to accept. You're more than welcome to fill up your skill slots however you like. I know that you have a life outside of work. Edwin raised an eyebrow. Master Moore, I would encourage you to take more command of a situation like this. Both Gabby and I are full-time and live-in employees. While it is generous of you not to want to control our every step of progress, it would greatly hinder my abilities if I were to take you up on your offer and get skills unrelated to my duties. After all, the reason that we were hired and awakened was to serve the job. For us both, this is a passion and a way of life. Alex pursed his lips and pushed them to the side. I get what you're saying. I wouldn't want you to go and get skills completely unrelated. I just don't feel comfortable directing that for you, though. Let me think on it some more. I guess the only reason I'd feel okay with it is the same reason I just mentioned. If I have you get skills for the job that you don't like long-term, it should be very easy to switch them out to something that you'd like. Edwin didn't say anything further, but Alex thought he saw the man's brow tense slightly. Don't worry. There's got to be some sort of middle ground we can find that makes sense. For now, though, do you think you could use your scan ability on this? I'm still having some strain after yesterday. It only took a few moments for Edwin to scan the item and share the screen with Alex. D-rank item, the Runic Apprentice. Rarity epic. Type spirit tool amulet. I wonder how a spirit item differs from a normal item. Have you heard of anything like this? I haven't seen a spirit item yet. Indeed, I have, Master Moore. Give me a moment, and I will retrieve the articles we have printed off for our on-premises files. After Alex nodded, Edwin smoothly stepped out of the room. Alex could hear his shoes clicking on the wooden flooring of the hallway. He could feel his excitement beginning to build, and he hoped that the article Edwin had saved contained instructions for how to activate the item. As he waited, he felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out to see several texts from the last 2 days. He had texts from John Riley, Ian, and Alana asking about him and the fight at the guild event. He couldn't suppress a smile and felt some of the earlier feelings of isolation begin to flee. He responded to each of them quickly, giving an affirmation that he was all right and there were no more issues. It was good to remember that there were more people who knew him and cared about his well-being outside of his small bubble. Edwin returned with 2 small packets of paper and laid them out, side by side, on the desk in front of Alex. Of course, sir. I should also inform you that the contractors should be finished with the workshop in the next few hours. Did you still want me to reach out to Miss Voss to inquire about enchanters? Very well. Edwin nodded once more before walking back out into the hallway. Alex quickly read through both articles, his eyes widening as he absorbed the information. Spirit items weren't merely enchanted objects. They contained varying levels of spiritual consciousness. The first article explained some items housed simple spirits that guided their functions, creating semi-autonomous tools. The rarer and more powerful spirit items, however, could contain fully sentient beings. There could be an actual person in there. Alex stared at the amulet with newfound interest. The system had called it a training item, but this opened up entirely new possibilities. If this was one of the rarer types with a sentient spirit, he wouldn't just have a tool, he'd have an actual mentor. According to the articles, spirit items differed from normal items in just 2 major ways. They were both more resilient to damage, and they required significantly more mana to rouse the spirit from slumber. Is it really that easy to wake it up? Just more mana. How much more mana? Alex focused once more on the pendant and used mana infusion. This time, instead of a pulse, he poured his mana into it. He took his full mana pool of just over 700 points and steadily pushed it until he felt just at the edge of a headache, putting almost 500 total mana points into the amulet. Alex frowned down at the small bit of metal. All right, game on. Valthurian, can you come up here, buddy? Alex sent the thought toward his companion and felt feelings of affirmation come back through their bond. It took less than a minute for Valthurian to enter the office and wrap himself around Alex's shoulders. I need your help. Can you give me your mana? I need to keep putting it into this necklace here, Alex said as he held up the item for his companion to see. I'll let you pick between a cookie or some mana if you're able to help me wake the spirit up. What do you think? Where Alex mana? Why Val mana? I'm all out. I need you to help me. You have the best mana. Alex scratched the top of his companion's scaly head, hoping that the compliments would help. Yes, Val mana is the best mana. I help. Alex was stunned to see the little beast nod its head up and down and send through feelings of smug satisfaction. Pleased with the help he was getting, Alex just shook his head and gave a short laugh. As the mana flowed into him, Alex continued to channel mana into the amulet. He thought idly on what sort of spirit might be contained within the necklace and what sort of training it might offer him. Originally, he thought it would just be some sort of book set or tool, but the fact that it was a spirit item meant he could potentially have a sentient mentor, which would be unbelievable. It took close to 5 minutes of constantly infusing his mana into the amulet before Valthurian was tapped out. His small, serpent-like head drooped down as if exhausted. Oh, come on, you're done already. Let's go get you a cookie and let you recover some of your mana. When we're both back to full, we'll go at it again. How much cookies? You're ridiculous. You can have 1 cookie for each time we spend your mana and then a mana stone when we're finished. Val's head popped up and he fluttered his wings excitedly. From his spot on Alex's shoulder, that meant Alex got slapped in the back of the head twice before hunching his shoulders and ducking his head, forcing the amphipter to get off his shoulders and fly the rest of the way to the kitchen. Alex slumped deeper into the extra reading chair in his office. Several times over the last hour, he had relocated within the small space to change the environment as much as he could. Now, though, the weight of the amulet hung heavy against his chest. Valthurian floated nearby, and his usually energetic attitude was dulled significantly from their constant channeling of mana through the early afternoon. Val hungry, the little creature grumbled. His voice was barely above a whisper. Alex's fingers twitched, and he forced himself not to grab his phone and attempt to do something to distract himself. His excitement had tapered off long ago, leaving him feeling bored and frustrated at the amount of mana required to activate the spirit item. Soon, buddy, Alex murmured, I think we're close. If I realized it was this expensive, I probably would have just used a mana stone or 2. He took a deep breath and channeled the last portion of his mana into the artifact. As he pushed his mana into the piece of metal clasped in his hand, he concentrated on the steady stream that was being devoured. For a moment he thought he could sense a subtle change, and then he felt an ancient and powerful presence stirring from within. Alex leaned forward, feeling some of his earlier excitement return. As he felt the consciousness begin to rise up, Alex grew more and more excited. It became apparent that the spirit within the amulet was much more than just an unthinking spirit item. It was clear how smart and powerful the spirit was, to where Alex actually withdrew for a moment, worried and shocked at the breadth of the mind within the item. Wow, this is really going to happen. I'm going to get an advanced runic teacher. This is perfect. Come on, he whispered. Wake up. The air in the office seemed to freeze, and Alex could feel the muscles in his back and shoulders tense in anticipation. With little to no fanfare, a voice resonated in Alex's mind. It sounded deep and gravelly and dripped with a sense of weariness. There was a great, long sigh within Alex's mind. Great, another one. What kind of novice has the system dumped on me this time? Alex straightened in his chair and tried to ignore the slight shakiness in his limbs and the gradually creeping migraine from hours of borderline mana exhaustion. I'm Alex Moore, he said aloud, unsure of how he could best respond to the disembodied voice in his mind. Who are you? My name is Melis Torvin. The voice in his mind paused as if expecting some amount of recognition. When none came, a bitter laugh followed his words. Used to mean something runemaster of the 7th sphere, the wandering scholar, all of that. Bah, forget it. Not like any of that matters on this backwater world. It's great to meet you, Melis, Alex said, nodding his head out of habit despite the lack of a visual presence. He couldn't help but look around, curious to see if there would be some sort of floating spirit watching. I've been excited to learn about runic magic since I received the amulet. A sensation of skepticism washed over Alex as if Melis were examining him from within. Eager are you, and how long have you been awakened? It doesn't seem like your foundation is very well established. You must be a prodigy of unparalleled talent for the system to grant you an artifact of my caliber. Alex hesitated. About 3 months, maybe 5 months if you consider my time in an epic rift. A groan of disbelief and exasperation flooded through the mental link. 3 months. By Grimalkin's balls, is the system on some dust? Melis's voice grew louder in Alex's mind. In my day, one would study for years before even touching an enchantment, let alone wielding an artifact like myself. Alex felt the immediate need to be defensive despite not even being sure what the spirit meant. Well, our world is changing fast, and I'm just trying to keep up and adapt. The system took one of my skills and some knowledge that I had, and in exchange, you were my reward. Right. Melis's tone dripped with familiar weariness. So what makes you think you're different from the last 1,000 kids who thought they were special? You really think you can learn what I know in a few months when, back in my day, people used to spend decades just learning the basics? Alex took a breath to rein in his frustration. Did I just really get back in my day by an ancient spirit? There was some amusement from Melis, but Alex pushed ahead, ready to explain his theory and how he hoped to use runes in combination with modified rituals rather than the traditional way that they were used in enchanting. But before he could speak, Melis's voice cut through his thoughts once more. Hold up, kid, don't bother answering that. Melis's voice carried the weight of countless similar conversations. Let me guess you've got an entire speech prepared about how different you are. Save it, just. Tell me what you can actually do. What's your status look like? Alex frowned but settled back into his chair, preparing for a long conversation. He glanced over at Valthurian, who was eagerly attempting to stick his head inside the Oreo flap to grab multiple cookies out of the tray. Sighing, Alex ran his hand through his hair. This skeptical old man wasn't quite the mentor he had been hoping for. Still, he was determined to make the best of the situation and felt that not all hope was lost. Perhaps Melis was just a potentially strict teacher and not one who might actively try to waste his time. Alex thought back to his time with Yura and Hao. When they'd begun to train together, the wise Celestial had started with an assessment of his current skills in order to create a custom training. All right, Melis, I'll tell you about my status. He started explaining his levels and stats, but Melis wanted to focus on the skills Alex had gained and what he knew about magic so far. Changing gears, Alex went over what he had learned about runes from Evan and his own studies in the Foundation's manual. There was a moment when Melis seemed impressed to a small degree at how quickly Alex had leveled, though when Alex explained how he had met the mana spinners and had gained levels rapidly while running from the Shadow Sect, he snorted in derision and all but dismissed Alex. Yeah, fascinating stuff, Melis interrupted, his voice heavy with familiar cynicism. Oh, you stumbled face first into power like a drunk finding the ground. And yeah, stumbled is exactly the right word. Alex bristled. I've worked hard to get where I am. Sure you have, brat. A tired sigh echoed through their connection. Look, let's get something straight. This isn't a full-time thing. If you want my help, you've got to charge up the amulet. System says I have to teach whoever I get stuck with, so I'll show you the basics. Nothing fancy, nothing advanced. You'll learn the proper way to use runes. Then as you progress, you get to learn more. That's the deal. Got it. Alex's brows came together, and he felt his fist tighten at his side. The spirit had gone from grumpy to interested to now outright sarcastic and rude. Alex wondered if it was too late to try to trade the item in for something different. Melis immediately began droning on about the fundamentals of runes, his tone suggesting he expected Alex to be overwhelmed immediately. Alex listened intently, but as Melis delved into the story of the first rune, he couldn't help but interrupt, hoping to save them both some time. Melis, this is really interesting, and I do want to learn this stuff, but I have a theory about combining runes into my modified ritual circles. I think we could. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Melis's voice cut through Alex's mind as he was interrupted from his lesson. A theory. After 3 whole months of fumbling around with magic, Alex pressed on, some of his enthusiasm returning and taking over his caution. Yes, let me show you my notes. See, if we integrate runes into the structure of these modified rituals through the catalyst node, I think I could potentially amplify the effects and totally get rid of the need for. Enough, Melis thundered, causing Alex to wince at the interruption and the sheer volume of the spirit's voice in his head. Listen, hotshot, I've watched entire civilizations burn, seen countless geniuses just like you turn themselves into ash because they thought they were too smart to follow the rules. But sure, you've got it all figured out after 3 months. I'm not saying that I've got it figured out, I just... Yeah, spill out your theory if you want. You're only wasting your time, kid, since the mana in the amulet is running out. But I'm telling you, I've heard this same thing before. Wait, you've heard of someone putting runes and rituals together? Melis snorted. No one I've known before was stupid enough to even have the thought. I'm saying I've had students who come in with huge ideas, thinking that learning runes their way is going to solve all of their problems. Looking for some kind of shortcut to power, rather than learning the basics and proper theory. Alex fell silent and felt the sudden urge to take off the amulet and throw it across the room, but he pulled his emotions in line. I'm sure you know more than me. I barely know anything. But what I do know, and from how much I've used this magic already, it just feels like there is something there. I'm going to keep going on the theory. Fine. A dark, amusement-colored Melis's voice. Let's make a bet. You actually pull this off, and I mean actually make it work. Not just blow yourself up, I'll teach you whatever you want. But when it fails, you leave me alone for the next century. Let me get some actual sleep for once. How's that sound, genius? Alex felt his jaw drop at the absurdity of the offer. One very small, competitive part of him felt the desire to accept, if only to push himself harder and feel the satisfaction of the spirit's reaction if he won. However, he knew better than to agree to impossible terms. Yeah, no, There's no way that I'm accepting terms to a bet like that when I'm not even sure my theory will work. That's exactly why it's called a theory. I have high hopes that it will work, and I think it would work better and faster if I actually had someone teaching me. But no, for what I lost to get you, I'm not going to risk giving you my word not to awaken you for 100 more years based on a theory. There was a moment of silence before Maylis let out a grumpy humph. Well, at least you show a glimmer of sense. Maybe there is a bit of wisdom in your build so far. Alex allowed himself a small smile and found it a little strange how Maylis referred to stats as such a natural thing. So you want me to leave you to your groundbreaking research? The sarcasm in Maylis' voice could have stripped paint. Alex thought about it for a moment and realized that there was no sense in wasting the time he did have with Maylis, even if all he was learning were the foundations. No, please continue with your lesson however you'd like to. Since our time is limited, I should at least get to learn something. I'll continue to work on my theory on my own and bring it back up when I've got some concrete proof that it works. Maylis made a grumbling sound before continuing. Right, guess we're doing this. First thing you need to know about runes and try to actually pay attention is the concept of the prime rune. Suddenly, a complex symbol appeared in Alex's mind's eye. A light blue, almost holographic image of a complex rune appeared as suddenly as a system window might, and Alex instinctively ducked down to his right and rolled his left shoulder forward, anticipating some sort of blow to land. "What the?" he exclaimed. He stood up from his chair and looked around, and no matter how he moved, the floating rune stayed anchored in space where it had originally appeared as if a real floating object. Val stirred from his cookie-induced slumber. He only lifted his head for a brief moment before curling tighter into a coil on the desk, surrounded by Oreo crumbs. "Huh, never seen that trick before, have you?" Maylis' voice carried a hint of smug satisfaction. "Built that feature into the amulet myself back before." "Well, it doesn't matter now. The point is, I can show you things only you can see." Alex shook his head and crouched down to look up at the illusion from a different angle. "But that doesn't make any sense. There's no actual mana there. How is there an illusion? Because it's not out there, kid. It's all in your head." A derisive snort echoed through their connection. "Wow, that's really cool," Alex said. "What are the limitations of this ability? How else could we potentially use this? Look, it's all pretty simple. I can only show you stuff where you're looking. Can't touch anything, can't talk to anyone else unless they're wearing me, and nobody else can see what I show you. That's it, just a teaching tool, nothing fancy." Alex nodded, still a bit wary but fascinated by the possibilities. "All right, I think I understand. Sorry, what were you saying about this symbol? This isn't the actual prime rune that's been gone longer than I've been around. It's just, think of it as an echo, the basic building block of everything. Order and chaos in harmony with one another. Everything else comes from this." As Maylis began to explain the various components and concepts of runic magic, Alex couldn't help but feel himself being drawn in despite his earlier frustration with the spirit. Maylis' knowledge was clearly superior to any manual he had seen so far, and even in his grumpiness, he was a good teacher when discussing the topic at hand. Alex grabbed one of his leather notebooks and furiously took notes. Even though there was a lot of overlap with the foundations that Maylis was teaching and what Alex and Evan had learned from one of the early manuals, the biggest difference was that Maylis was clearly confident and could answer questions while showing almost interactive images. "We're about done here." Weariness crept back into Maylis' voice. "Do yourself a favor and drop this theory of yours. You've got a teacher right here who actually knows what they're talking about." "But no, you'll probably go right ahead and ignore centuries of proven methods. They always do." Alex was already shaking his head before Maylis even finished the sentence. "No, I'm sorry, but I am almost positive that it will work. It may require some more tinkering with the ritual schematics, but I'm almost positive that it will." A long, suffering sigh filled Alex's mind. "What's your willpower stat?" "Because you've got an rank rune mage telling you to drop this nonsense, and you're still dead set on cramming two types of magic together like a square peg in a round hole. You get how crazy that sounds, right?" Alex gave a nervous chuckle and told the spirit the number his willpower had recently reached. The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably long. "Well, that's absurd and definitely explains it." Maylis' voice carried a mix of resignation and dark amusement. "I don't know what you've got going on, but the system really did a number on you, didn't it? Gave you enough willpower to be dangerous. Too bad your body still isn't D rank. It's causing your mind to cling to what you want and can't keep up with your oversized ego. I doubt you're effectively using even half of that." Alex shrugged and couldn't bring himself to say anything or argue. He knew he was being stubborn on the topic and needed to grow more into his willpower, but something in his gut told him that the idea would work, even if it took a bit more time and effort. "We're done here." Maylis' presence began to fade. "You want some actual advice? Slow down. Learn the basics. I've seen too many kids like you rush in thinking they're special, only to end up as cautionary tales. Magic's not a race. You trying to sprint through it just means you'll trip harder." As the spirit's presence faded, Alex leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face. Despite Maylis' warnings, he felt more determined than ever to pursue his theory. Well, it wasn't a total waste, but I don't feel like I got enough out of that for how much mana Valthurian and I put into the amulet. He glanced at Val, who was still asleep on the desk with the flap of the Oreo container partly ajar. What do you think, buddy? Ready to ignore millennia of established teachings and change the world of magic. When he said the words millennia of established teaching, Alex did his best to mimic the grumpy voice of Meles from within his head. He paused for a moment and looked up at the ceiling before sending innocent thoughts its way. Well, not really change the world of magic, not doing anything related to cheating or two broken skills, just standard magical research. Val stirred slightly and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like more cookies. Alex laughed and reached for his phone on the main desk. He wanted to talk to Evan and share what he'd learned with his study partner and get his perspective on integrating the new concepts into what they'd studied about runes so far. He wasn't quite sure if he should share the knowledge of the amulet with Evan just yet, but so far, he hadn't done anything to appear untrustworthy. As he typed out a message to Evan, Alex wondered if Meles was still able to see through his own eyes or the surroundings, even when the amulet wasn't active. He decided that before they had another lesson, he would need to spend more time talking with the spirit to understand all the functions and limitations, but he pushed those feelings aside for now. While he respected Meles' knowledge, even if the amulet's attitude grated against his nerves, he felt it was more important to trust his own instincts. Sorry, Meles, he muttered, I have to try. He sent the message to Evan to see if he wanted to get together and set down his phone. Then he scooped up the notebook he'd used recently to take notes on his progress with the spark rune and laid it out on the desk. With his left hand, he began practicing the mana shaping exercises for the rune while his main focus was on the drawings of his most recent ritual experiment. With his increased knowledge of the ritual, he knew it was meant to be used as a supporting construct on other rituals, like the body-tempering ones that it had come from, but he felt that there had to be more he could do with it, especially if there were any slight tweaks or modifications to be made. He worked on both tasks at the same time after activating Parallel Mind. Alex sat in his office, one half focused on practicing the motions of mana for the spark rune, while the other sketched different variations of a new ritual circle design. Several piles of paper covered his desk, neatly organized and separated by wild ideas, functional concepts, and mistakes. Most pages were filled with notes and diagrams meant to test and increase the stability of the ritual circle. Valthurian floated nearby, occasionally siphoning small amounts of Alex's mana before channeling it into the amulet. Slower this time, Alex reminded his companion, "We've got all day." Val bobbed shortly in acknowledgement. After their mad dash and hastened awakening of Meles the day before, Alex had decided to come up with a new plan for waking the spirit item. Rather than the both of them pushing to mana fatigue repeatedly over the span of just a couple of hours, they would just skim the top of both of their mana pools throughout the day. It would hopefully make for a much more sustainable and repeatable process to wake up Meles. Alex returned to his work and let his thoughts drift to his session with Evan from 2 weeks before. Even though Evan was only a few years younger, he couldn't help but think that the budding enchanter had valuable insights and was interested in Alex's own thoughts. Am I only noticing that now because Meles is so dismissive? A soft knock interrupted his concentration, and Alex looked up to see Sam standing in the doorway. He immediately noticed that Sam's usual cheerful behavior was quite subdued. Hey, Alex canceled Parallel Mind and set down his pencil. Everything okay? Sam shifted his weight and couldn't quite meet Alex's eyes. I just wanted to let you know I'm going to stay with my parents for a bit. Sam, about what happened. It's fine, Sam's voice was quiet but firm. He gave a small nod and Alex couldn't tell which one of them it was for. I just need a little bit of time, and I haven't seen my parents in almost a week anyway. Alex felt his chest tight. He wanted to talk more with Sam and let him know how he was feeling, but he didn't want to push. How long will you be gone? Not sure yet. Sam glanced around the office and his gaze drifted anywhere but Alex. He gave a small shrug and said, I'll text you later though. Before Alex could say more, Sam turned and left. The sound of his footsteps fading down the hallway could be heard, and Alex felt the knot in his stomach tighten. He knew that the failed experiment and combination of his two skills had shaken Sam, but seeing him withdraw into himself hurt more than he'd expected. Sam had been gaining confidence and coming more and more out of his shell, and Alex hated the idea that he may have caused that progress to slip. He knew that Sam's entire well-being was not dependent on him or his responsibility, but he knew that he'd set himself up to be a touch point for Sam and his return to the normal world. He felt responsible for the stress that the teenager was currently feeling. Alex absently touched the amulet beneath his shirt and wondered if it was worth it. While he knew Meles had the potential to be extremely valuable, the lesson and interaction with the spirit the day before had been lackluster. He pinched the metal through his t-shirt and thought of Evan being due to arrive soon. As a tool, Meles had the potential to be extremely valuable, and Alex felt that having another perspective on Melis's teachings could be invaluable, especially from someone who was already further ahead than he was in runic theory. It was exactly that potential value that made Alex hesitate. Did he really know Evan? If he did want to share, how much should he share? He felt it would be almost impossible to speak with Melis aloud around Evan or even share some insights that the spirit could give them with Evan without it seeming suspicious. Maybe there's a way that I can test the waters without risking everything. I could phrase it so that there is no temptation for Evan at all. Maybe saying that the connection with the spirit is a skill. Or something similar to a bonded companion. He let out a sigh, not loving the idea of lying to the younger man. Evan seemed like a trustworthy person and like he was really passionate about magic, but Alex felt it would be naive to tell anyone outside of his closest circle about Melis at this point, especially since Evan worked for the Hunters Association and they'd only known each other for such a short time. He heard some muffled chatting and a friendly greeting from the hallway. One set of footsteps faded while another grew closer. A moment later, another knock came and Evan pushed the door further open. He looked exactly the same as their last meeting, wearing very similar professional clothes, a bag slung over his shoulder, his hair neatly combed to the side, and wire-thin glasses. He gave Alex a wave. "Sorry I couldn't make it yesterday," Evan said, setting his bag down. Got stuck working on a group enchantment order that couldn't wait. They fell into an easy rhythm. Evan worked through one of the modifier runes that he said was still beyond the point where Alex was. Occasionally, he would look over and watch through his own mana sight as Alex practiced on the mana-setting portion of the spark rune with his threads of mana. They'd been working for more than an hour before Evan interrupted with a scoff. "I'm amazed how you're doing that." Through his heavenly eye, Alex could see Evan activate an ocular skill and knew that he was using his mana sight ability. "You're controlling your mana like that in one hand without even focusing on it. Really, you're just sitting there looking down at the paper and focusing on the drawing. How are you able to do that?" Alex paused in his drawing and looked at Evan as his mana sight skill ended after only a few seconds. He thought about how to answer, but it didn't stop his second consciousness from continuing with the mana-shaping exercises for the spark rune. "I've got a skill that makes me really good at multitasking. So I try to keep it going so that I can learn faster." "Wow, that's amazing. I need to try and get a skill like that." Evan shook his head but didn't press any further for information about the skill. "I really don't know anything about rituals, but you said you were trying to figure out how to contain more of the mana and power inside of the circle, right? This might sound really stupid, but if there's already one circle there, could you just add two?" Alex leaned in and studied the drawing that he had been working on. "That could work. Not sure though, it would mean that I would need to adjust how the catalyst node actually sits within the overall structure. I think that would also pull more mana on its activation. It's worth testing though." They bounced ideas back and forth. Each of them had different insights, and even though they were both relatively new in learning runes, Evan seemed to hold the same passion for learning and enthusiasm for magic as Alex. As the morning wore on, Alex found himself appreciating how their styles seemed to naturally complement each other. Evan had a methodical and studious approach that balanced out Alex's spurts of intuition and leaps of progress. Alex thought back to how their teaching session had quickly evolved into something more collaborative. While Evan definitely had more technical knowledge about runes, Alex's broader magical understanding and different perspectives seemed to work well together. He thought back to their first meeting and Evan's enthusiasm about becoming study partners rather than Alex continuing to pay him for lessons. It had seemed a bit odd to Alex since, at the time, he was only entertaining the idea of stepping into runes as a passing interest in enchanting. Now, though, he felt like it was a necessary pivot for his continued progression. While Mark and Sarah were supportive, he didn't think that either of them could really engage with him on the technical aspects of magic how Evan did. Olivia was the next closest option, and while she was enthusiastic, her passion tended to lean toward combat application rather than magical theory. He thought it might be nice to have someone who could understand and challenge his ideas. The team house could use a dedicated enchanter, someone who could potentially improve the property's magical defenses, create magical items, and maybe even work with me on some projects and experiments. Alex knew it was wishful thinking, at least at the moment. As they had sent texts over the last 2 weeks, Evan had shared some details about the Hunters Association's incentives and resources that they offered to him as a budding new enchanter, and Alex knew that there was no way he could match that. Still, maybe down the line, it could be an option. Alex considered his next move. He desperately wanted to have another perspective on Melis's teachings and knew that the ability to work with someone could accelerate his progress. But he still felt that sharing such valuable information with someone he'd only known for a few weeks was risky. But really, what does Evan have to gain by stealing from me or betraying me? He's got a comfortable position with the Hunters Association and access to their resources and training programs. Why jeopardize that? He knows Sarah and knows that she's got a decent position there as well. He knew Evan shared a genuine passion and understanding for magic. He just hesitated. He thought that the worth of having an item and a mentor like Maylee's might be a temptation too hard to resist. A lot of people might reason that having a spirit item and teacher that could teach him the entire way through runes would be worth trading that comfortable position and making a run for it. Evan, Alex said while setting down his pencil. Even if it was a bit paranoid, he decided to take the cautious approach. There's something I want to tell you about. It's pretty sensitive information, though, and I'd at least like your word that you won't share this with anyone. Evan looked up from his work and pushed his thin glasses further up his nose. All right, that's an odd question. Before I say yes, can you tell me why? Well, we work for two different organizations. I'm pretty highly ranked in mine, and it's not like I'm a secret from the Hunters Association or anything, but what I want to share with you has a lot of value, and it's specifically something that I just don't want to be shared. There was a moment of silence as Evan gave it real thought. All right, as long as you haven't killed someone or something like that, or don't plan to. I'm just an enchanter, so it's not like I'm talking with people about you or my other clients. If it's a secret that won't hurt others, I'm happy to give you my word not to share. Alex continued, I recently got a pretty rare skill. It gives me the ability to communicate with the spirit of an old rune master. I only just got it and had my first lesson with him yesterday. I feel that there's a lot of potential to grow here, and I'd be willing to share that knowledge and teaching with you so that we can both grow. Evan's eyes widened. A spirit communication skill. I haven't even heard of that. Is it just what it sounds like? There's an actual spirit that will teach you. Alex gave a curt nod. He can communicate with me mentally and show me illusions of runes and their patterns. Only I can see them, but you've seen how accurately I can draw or trace something. It would be quite easy for me to share the lessons and notes with you. Alex kept the explanation simple, careful not to specify exactly how the communication or item worked. Honestly, the spirit is pretty grumpy and really skeptical about my theories, but he definitely knows what he's talking about when it comes to runes. This could change everything, Evan whispered and leaned forward. If you have someone directly able to teach Yaos how to progress with enchanting, there are so many applications and so much potential. Everyone's so limited by the manuals and written knowledge that we have so far in the integration. Alex felt his shoulders tense at the gleam in Evan's eye. He knew that the temptation for anyone to try to take such a tool would be great, and his gut reaction was that he was happy he lied. If it was a skill, there would be no risk of Evan thinking to take Maylee's away from him, no temptation. Which is exactly why it needs to stay between us, Alex said firmly. I want to trust you with this because I think we might be able to make some real progress together. But if word gets out, it could be bad for me. If we both start to make progress and your work begins to ask you where you're making such progress, I want you to keep me a secret. Evan nodded quickly. Of course, I understand completely. Evan sat back and fixed his hair, pushing it to the side. He shook his head in amazement. So you're willing to help, keep working together on this stuff? Absolutely. I was interested in that even before you offered knowledge like this. Man, this started out with you paying me, but now I feel like I should be paying you to work together. Evan's face lit up with excitement. Alex felt some of his tension ease, and they both laughed. They spent the next few minutes discussing the implications of using Maylee's teachings and how they could start to incorporate them into their own personal projects. Evan's enthusiasm was contagious, and Alex found himself wanting to rouse the spirit soon for his second lesson. The scent of fresh paint and new tiles filled Alex's senses as he stepped into the workshop for the first time. Just upon stepping in the door at the corner of the building, the rightmost wall went straight ahead, and to the left was a door that led him into the main workspace. Warm-colored light streamed through the windows, which had been tinted with bronze to prepare for a reinforcement enchantment. The main floor was bare concrete with divots that led toward a drainage system. Welcome to your new workspace, Master Moore, Edwin said. His voice echoed slightly in the large open room. Shall we begin with a brief tour? Alex nodded and adjusted his grip on the 3 well-worn leather notebooks. The one he'd been using to sketch modified ritual circles to house runes had many loose sheets of paper, and he adjusted it so that the spine faced down and no longer threatened to spill across the floor. All of them, though, were filled with sketches, calculations, and hurried notes. He had been working tirelessly over the last few days, excited to make progress on his concepts and prove the grumpy spirit item wrong. Edwin led him through the 2,000-square-foot structure and pointed out various features with clipped notes on the changes and functions. The main workshop occupies what was once the mother-in-law suite's downstairs living room and upstairs master bedroom and bathroom. You'll note the large ceilings with added and exposed steel beams. Just as you requested, they should accommodate larger projects and more industrial lighting when they ship in. Ordering some things is still very tough since the appearance of the rifts. Alex looked over and wandered toward the single floor-to-ceiling whiteboard. Definitely an upgrade from the one I got in the house, he murmured. Indeed, sir, Edwin agreed. As you can see, this room is the heart of the workshop. And this, he gestured to a massive oak table with a steel frame, is the central workstation. Its height and angle are adjustable, and there are removable surface sections as well, depending on your desired project. Alex approached the table and ran his hand along its smooth surface before placing his notebooks down side by side. It's perfect. They moved on to the materials prep area, which was previously the kitchen. There was a double stainless steel sink and a preparation counter that lined the wall. Additionally, Alex had spent extra for several temperature-controlled cabinets he envisioned being used for various reagents or ingredients in future spell experiments. And through here, Edwin continued, is the safety center. He opened a narrow, thick door to reveal a decontamination shower, emergency medical supplies, and a secondary exit. As they completed the circuit of the workshop and moved back into the main workspace, Alex felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. It was more than he could have imagined, and he hoped that after it received a few upgrades and reinforcements through enchanting or rituals, that the space would serve him well through his magical experiments and testing. "Will there be anything else, sir?" Edwin asked as they returned to the large central table. With a slight bow, Edwin left the workshop to attend to his other duties. Alex looked under the table and pulled out a stool to sit on while thinking over the events of the previous 3 days. It had been Wednesday when he first met Maylis, and Olivia had left for her trip. He and Valthurian were continuing with their more relaxed infusion for the amulet. Alex looked over to see his companion floating nearby. Through his heavenly eye, Alex could see his Val slowly infusing his mana into the amulet. Both of them were careful not to push too hard or bring themselves too close to mana fatigue. Alex figured it would be better to space out the lessons anyway, at least until he could prove to Maylis that his theory had more merit. Until then, the cantankerous old spirit had refused to teach Alex anything outside of the normal lesson plan. With them taking their time and Val's larger mana pool, Alex assumed it would put them on pace to have a lesson with Maylis, either every day or every other day. The process was far more efficient and easier on their bodies than Alex's initial and overzealous attempt. He opened the middle notebook and let his fingers trace the outline of his latest obsession. The spark rune had filled at least one part of Alex's mind every moment since his incident earlier in the week. He and Evan had spent the last 2 days refining the pattern. Even though the Young Hunters Association enchanter could create a functioning spark rune already, his advice and guidance were helpful to Alex, even if he was still skeptical of Alex's theory. The progress felt slow, but Alex knew that in the grand scheme of things, almost having the ability to make a functional rune in only 2 weeks of practice was unheard of. Alex reached into his pocket and set his pocket watch on the table within view. Closing his eyes, Alex activated Parallel Mind. The now familiar sensation of his consciousness splitting took over. In one stream, he reviewed his notes on the spark rune. In the other, he began thinking about new variations of potentially modified ritual schematics that would be able to contain the rune in a catalyst node. Time seemed to blur as he worked, scratching at the thick paper with his pencil. It reminded him of a time before monsters and magic, where he would sit at his desk in the apartment and zone out for hours while sketching or drawing repetitive patterns. After hours of work, the sound of his pencil was interrupted by a gentle knock at the door from the corner of the building. He barely registered his friend entering, but the scent of fresh coffee and warm pastries cut through his concentration. "Alex," Sarah's voice pulled him from his deeply focused state. "I thought you might need a little pick-me-up." Alex blinked and canceled his parallel mind skill, feeling the 2 halves of his consciousness raise zip. "Hey, come in." He stretched his neck and shoulders, feeling stiff from his time spent bent over the table. She came the rest of the way in, balancing a small plate with 2 steaming mugs and a plate of what looked like freshly made treats from Gabby. "Wow, this place is something else," she said. She sat on the tray and did 360 turn to take in the massive changes. Sarah pulled out a stool across the table from him and reined in her focus to look at him. "So how are you feeling? After everything that happened, I'm really sorry I wasn't there." Alex took another sip of his coffee and gently pushed Valthurian's nose away from the plate of pastries. "Don't worry about it. I'm doing better. It's pretty easy to keep busy and just focus on something else. I've got a lot that I want to work on right now anyway." "I can see that." Sarah nodded and gestured at the scattered papers in front of Alex. "Where's Evan? He's been here nonstop for the past couple of days, right?" "Yeah, he's headed home for some rest. We're making some good progress, but it's a lot of work and he doesn't have parallel mind or sleep resistance." Sarah took a bite of one of the sweet treats and quickly wiped her mouth with one of the napkins from under the tray. She studied Alex for a moment before speaking up. "Alex, your aura, it's off." "My aura?" Alex set down his mug. "What do you mean? I can see a small crack in your aura and I'm almost positive that it wasn't there before your incident." "That sounds cryptic and not good." "Yes, not good." Sarah sighed and leaned forward. "It's complicated. We've been studying auras at the association. We think it could be a mix of 3 things. We are certain that emotion and mana are involved. However, we're not entirely sure about the third component. We believe it may be a partial representation of someone's soul." "Shit, are you saying that my soul is cracked?" "From what The system taking my skill or something. Nothing that traumatic happened. He couldn't help but run his hand over his face. Nothing that traumatic. You combined two skills to the point that your mind uncovered magical properties for a ritual that was. B rank, maybe that. I don't want to freak you out or anything, nor am I still 100 sure, but it does worry me to still see that you haven't recovered even with Sam's healing. That's a lot to take in, Alex murmured. At the mention of his young friend, Alex felt a pang of sadness. Sam had yet to fully forgive Alex for the dangerous experiment from Wednesday morning, and with the last 2 days of him being at his parents', the large mansion just felt a bit more gray. There's someone I think you should meet, Sarah said carefully. A client of mine with the Hunters Association, Jonathan. He has the biggest aura I've seen so far of anyone I've met, and that even includes your own. He might be able to help you understand what's happening, and we could work on figuring it out together. Alex hesitated. I don't know, Sarah. I'm still a bit wary of the Hunters Association. Sarah let out a humorless laugh. It's a bit funny that you say that, actually. Did you know that yesterday someone anonymously reported me for working closely with the guild? Now my boss has banned me from participating in any other guild events or rifts not sponsored by a government team. What? Alex's eyes widened. Ridiculous, right? Sarah shook her head. First, Alana and Olivia thought I was spying on them for the Hunters Association. Now, my own colleagues think I might be working for the AG. I can't win. She took a long sip from her ceramic cup. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Who would even report something like that? She shrugged, but Alex could see the tension in her body language. A jealous co-worker or something. I don't know. It's more than just me, though. Tensions between the Hunters Association and the guild are still growing. The HA is pushing for more regulations, and the guild doesn't want to take it lying down. Alex slouched further on his stool. Then where does that leave us? There's not an issue with you coming here, is there? It's definitely a complicated position. That's part of the reason I think you should meet Jonathan. It would be great if someone else in an even higher position within the Hunters Association got to meet you, and it's an even bigger bonus that we might understand what's happening to your aura. Alex nodded slowly, and while he still felt uncertain, he trusted Sarah. All right, he finally said, I'll meet him, but just be careful, okay? I feel like this political stuff is going to get nasty. Sarah nodded, and he could see her gaze drifting over the scattered papers on the table. Her eyebrows came together as she noticed a diagram that was more detailed than the others. Alex, what's this? She pointed to a circular pattern. That's the best version of the project I've been working on. He grabbed the page and looked at it before sliding it across the table for her to see. The diagram featured 2 concentric circles forming a rail-like structure along the outer edge. Inside the rail, 2 intersecting triangles sat within a hexagon, creating a precise symmetrical pattern. What stood out the most, though, was the empty circular node positioned at the bottom of the rail at the 6 o'clock position. What does it do? You see that empty node at the bottom of the pattern. Alex leaned across the table and tapped the sheet of paper. That's where I plan to place the spark rune. The goal is to create a modified ritual circle with an electrical effect with no need to actually add any reagents. Sarah's mouth made a small O shape, and Alex wondered if she actually knew what he was talking about. That sounds ambitious. How does it work? At the moment, it doesn't. Most of this is still all just theory, and I haven't been able to find anything else like it, so I'm just making it up as I go. I feel like I'm really close to a breakthrough, but it keeps fizzling out, so I'm trying to mess with the modified ritual circle and adjust the shapes to hold and allow the mana to flow better. He rubbed his face again, wondering if he was tired enough to sleep or if he still had enough gas in the tank to continue working. I told you about that spirit item that the system gave me. Even the spirit within the amulet thinks that I won't be able to make this work. But Sarah drew out the word, making it clear that she expected there to be an additional statement. Alex shrugged, but I still think it can work. If it does, I'm calling it spell circle magic. Alex thought about how great it would feel to show Maylis that it could work. He got more excited as he talked about the prospect of his magic's potential. The idea is to let the ritual circle handle the mana flow, guiding and directing it through the structure. Then the rune would be there to provide more power and define the circle's effect. So you're combining the ritual circle's adaptable structure with the meaning of the runes? Sarah asked. Does it actually require any spellcasting? Seems a little funny to call it spell circle if it's only using rituals and runes, doesn't it? Alex gave a low chuckle, impressed and a bit surprised by Sarah's knowledge of magic. Well, dang, I didn't know you were familiar with any of this, but yeah. It is a little funny to combine 2 of the 3 kinds of magic and name it after the third, but the hope is that by combining the 2, it will create a more spell-like effect rather than an actual ritual or enchantment. There was a clear bit of concern on Sarah's face, and she crossed her arms while studying the sheet of paper. Alex, after what happened a few days ago, when you tried to combine 2 skills, it makes me nervous that you're about to try and combine 2 entire types of magic. He nodded slowly. I get it. It's part of the reason I haven't tried it yet, though. Something still doesn't feel quite right. I think I have the spark rune down pat, but the moment I start to put it into the current version of the spell's circle, it just feels too shaky to contain the mana I start to put into it. I want to practice more before I attempt the full thing." They went back and forth for a bit, Sarah asking various questions. Alex did his best to answer them and switched between using the physical version of his threads of mana and various paper drawings to demonstrate his concepts. After a while, Sarah gave a yawn and stood. "Sorry for asking all the questions. I hope that wasn't too annoying." "Nah, not at all. I was just talking with Evan about how trying to teach something to someone is a great way to get a better understanding of it." She gathered up the few dishes that she brought with her and prepared to leave. "Well, sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. I'll text you later, and we can try and set up a time to meet with Jonathan, okay? I think it could really help. Don't forget to sleep, all right?" Alex stared at the scattered papers across his workshop table. Each of them was covered in variations of ritual circles that he'd drawn over the past several days. The failed attempts kept piling up, but something nagging at the edge of his thoughts. He'd been running parallel mind almost nonstop for the last 4 days looking for a solution, and he knew that he was close. Valthurian, true to his nature, was curled protectively around an empty Oreo package, with his long scale tail hanging limply off the side of the table. Alex's eyes drifted to an older sketch only a few inches from Val that had 2 coffee rings staining it. The overlapping circles caught his attention, and suddenly everything clicked. That's it. Alex grabbed a fresh sheet of paper and began to draw furiously. "The foundation needs 2 circles, similar to the rail system I had thought of a few days ago," he mumbled to himself, and his pen danced across the sheet of parchment paper. Then a square in the inside for additional stability and containing the mana, before adding the modified catalyst node at the bottom. He stood up and looked down at the paper, and he knew that the solution just felt right. It felt so obvious now that he saw it, and it clicked into place perfectly. Evan. Alex rushed to where his new friend and runic companion had fallen asleep at the other end of the table. "Wake up." Evan jolted upright, and a piece of paper was stuck to his cheek in a comical fashion. What time is it?" Alex took 2 steps to the side and reached across the table to grab his pocket watch from under the cover of one of his other notebooks. "Early, but I figured it out." That caused Evan to snap out of his stupor, and he sat up straight and pulled the paper from his face. "You're sure?" Alex nodded enthusiastically and shoved the most recent drawing and completed design toward Evan while he activated Mana Thread to begin practicing the shape in the air. He could hear Evan mumbling to himself as he looked at the design. "I don't know nearly enough about rituals." "You're sure that you're sure?" Evan asked once again. Yes. "Watch," Alex said. He wove the threads of mana through the air and created the new ritual circle. 2 concentric circles formed first, and then he put a perfect square centered in the smaller one. Each of its 4 corners just barely touched that inner circle. The interior of the ritual fell into place like normal, its familiar shapes being created in the matter of a few heartbeats. Alex paused and took a deep breath to center himself. He looked at the small and extremely modified ritual circle that hung in the air through his heavenly eye. The next step was to add the spark rune itself, which was when he'd started to feel instability build previously. With great care, he used an additional thread to trace the spark rune into the catalyst node. He let out a great sigh of relief when he felt no instability. "Okay," Alex held it there for a moment, almost too hesitant to activate it. "Here we go." To his left, Evan looked uncomfortable, almost like he wanted to get up and create space from Alex in case there was any kind of magical backlash. Alex noticed it at the last moment before activating the ritual and gave the younger man a nod. Evan got up quickly and moved to the other side of the workshop and gave a thumbs up and a large smile. Alex flushed his mana into the ritual, directing it toward one of the nearby target dummies that had been set up just for this purpose. As his mana began to flow into the ritual, he made sure that the mana flowing to the thread of the spark rune moved in the exact pattern needed for the setting process. Even though he wasn't setting the rune into an item or object specifically, the pattern of the rune in the setting process was part of what actually caused the rune to function magically. The entire ritual flared to life, and its lines glowed brightly as it flashed into existence. For a brief moment, even through his mundane right eye, Alex could see the entire ritual become visible. Through his heavenly eye, he could see a bit of mana leaking out and almost crackling through the modified ritual circle. For the barest moment, it looked like it might not activate. And then, without any further fanfare, the ritual settled in place and activated perfectly. Alex stared open-mouthed at the success before he and Evan both started to cheer. Alex laughed out loud and knew that he needed to test it. He turned and walked over to the main workshop table where his spatial pouch lay among the scattered drawings. Reaching in, he removed his wand and rushed back over to the floating circle. He sent a basic mana bolt through the ritual, and it emerged on the other side crackling with electricity before slamming into the target dummy and causing a scorch mark with spreading lines of damage upon impact. "It works. Val, come try this." Hearing his name, Val perked up and flapped his wings to fly over. The wind caused several sheets of paper to flip and float lazily down to the floor. When he got to the ritual, he sniffed it twice before using his own mana bolt skill. It reacted the exact same way as the mana dart from Alex's wand. To the naked eye, it appeared that the ethereal blue and thin dart of mana appeared in existence just in front of Valthurian's mouth before taking off at speed. However, about 2 feet in front of his face, it suddenly took on an electric quality and grew about 50 in size before slamming into one of the nearby target dummies. You did it. Evan was fully awake now and grinning as his arms pumped into the air. Try again, try again. Alex couldn't suppress his own grin as he reset the ritual base and felt confident in the success. But that next time, something felt off. As he activated it and ensured that he was matching the proper flow needed to set the spark rune, the mana flow stuttered, and the ritual lines cracked around the edges before completely destabilizing. The entire construct shattered in a way that made it look like small particles of glass and mana dispersing uselessly into the air. What happened? Evan frowned. I'm not sure. Alex tried again, and again. Each attempt ended the same way. He was certain that he was doing things exactly the same as he had done the first time, though each time ended in failure. He was able to try 3 more times before he needed to stop due to the mana expenditure. Alex ran his hand through his hair. I don't get it. It seemed like it worked perfectly the first time. He brought his hand up to his mouth and looked down at the floor as he paced and thought through the process. Evan stayed quiet, having seen Alex lose himself in his thoughts many times over the last 2 weeks. Val, can you help, buddy? I need some of your mana to activate the skill to talk with Melees. Even if it doesn't work 100% of the time, if I can show him even one success, it should make the point that this idea has merit. Maybe he can show me what I'm doing wrong with the rune. I'm not an expert by any means, Evan said cautiously, but I've seen you make that spark rune 100 times. It looks perfect to me. Alex shrugged his shoulders and stopped at the table before putting both hands flat on its surface and looking over his drawings again. I'm certainly not an expert either, but I feel like I should start to charge my skill to talk to Melees. Even though he's grumpy as all hell, he definitely knows his stuff. Give me a bit and Val and I will start to pool our mana for the skill to activate. Evan nodded and watched as Valthurian flew over to Alex and wrapped around his shoulders. The companion started infusing his own larger mana pool into the spirit item that was tucked under Alex's shirt. Just before settling in, Val let out a weary sigh knowing that would be a long couple of hours spending most of their mana to discreetly charge the item. Over the next 2 hours, Alex and Valthurian worked in comfortable silence to charge the amulet. Neither of them pushed far enough to cause mana fatigue to set in, but they traded off and each took turns while the other rested and allowed their mana to regenerate. You should grab some food, Alex said as Evan yawned for the 3rd time. I'm sure Gabby's got some breakfast ready by now. Then maybe you can catch a quick nap. We won't be done for a while. Evan stretched and stood with a thankful nod. You should come too. When's the last time you ate, or showered for that matter? He wrinkled his nose. I've never seen anyone so obsessed. It's kind of freaky how determined you get. Soon, Alex promised. He knew he could use a shower, but it was easier to infuse his mana into the amulet while stationary. When it's Val's turn, I'll get up and take a shower and meet you in the kitchen. In the downtime between infusing the amulet, Alex straightened up the workshop and took a shower. He opted to skip out on breakfast, instead grabbing a bottled water and letting Evan know that he would meet him back in the workshop whenever he was ready. Once the amulet was charged, Melees' grumpy presence filled Alex's mind. What now? You can't possibly be done with the exercises that I gave you. Alex quickly caught the runic master up on what he'd been doing and demonstrated the ritual circle. Since Melees could see the flow of mana through Alex's own heavenly eye, he hoped that the issue might become apparent to the ancient spirit. Alex had to siphon a mana stone from his pouch to replenish his mana for the attempt, since he and Val had both put all of their available mana into the spirit item. The circle formed perfectly, and through dumb luck, he managed to achieve another successful activation and demonstrate to Melees how it should work. However, as he made a second one right next to it in the air, the new version destabilized despite being identical. HMPH. Melees' tone held less derision than usual. The foundation doesn't look completely terrible. I don't know much about this kind of magic, but your approach shows marginal intelligence. Alex waved away the comment, unfazed by the spirit's backhanded compliment. But why does it keep failing? I've made 10 of them so far and only 3 of them have worked, Alex pressed. My guess is because you're forcing a full spark rune through a ritual circle that can barely contain it. Melees sighed. Try a lesser spark rune instead. It's weaker, yes, but it should be more stable. Though this is likely as far as you can push this particular combination of magic. I'm a little impressed you could even force it this far. Alex ignored the criticism and doubt, focusing instead on the solution. I didn't even know there was a lesser version of the rune. Evan, who was sitting nearby, perked up as he heard Alex's words. To him, it likely looked like Alex was just speaking to the air, even though he knew he was speaking to the spirit. Can you show us? Alex asked. To Alex's surprise, Maylis agreed, showing for the first time that he was willing to flex his extremely rigid training path to teach Alex something specific. The next hour passed with Maylis projecting illusory guidelines for the new rune in Alex's mind. For his sake, Alex took copious notes and tried to replicate the mana flows and drawings as precisely as possible so he could understand what was being taught. The strokes are similar, Evan noted as he copied Alex's notes diligently, but the flow of mana is completely different for setting the rune. Alex nodded and could already see how the reduced power requirement might solve his stability issue. It's different but definitely less complex than the normal spark rune. I think with just a couple hours of practice, I should be able to give this one a try. He felt his excitement begin to build. Just try not to blow anything up, Maylis muttered in annoyance. Better yet, see if you can blow up this amulet. The two friends shared a look of determination. Even though they had different goals, they had gotten far by working together and sharing ideas. Evan was focused on expanding his enchanting repertoire and was happy to learn whatever second-hand knowledge Alex could pass along to him from Maylis. Alex was using his single-minded determination to focus on completing the necessary steps for spell circles. The workshop filled with more scratching of pens on paper as they started up their practice again. Alex traced the final lines of the lesser spark rune in the air with his mana thread and stepped back to examine his work. The simplified design, while different, flowed a lot easier than the standard spark rune. Beside him, Evan still hunched over his own attempt and notes. Alex found it funny to see his tongue sticking out between his teeth in concentration. "All right, I think I'm ready. How are you so fast at this?" Evan asked in exasperation. "I literally started teaching you this just a few weeks ago. I know you've got that spirit skill now, but you're just way too fast. Are you some kind of hidden genius or something?" Alex let out a snort. "Just higher stats. Give it a few more levels and you'll probably be picking stuff up like this too." "Doubt it," Maylis grumbled. "Some people just got it and that kid doesn't. He's a diligent worker though, that alone could take him far as long as he stays motivated. Tell him to stop comparing his work to your own. It only serves to discourage him." There was a pause before Maylis added, "And if you keep doing stupid nonsense like this, you'll be dead in a few years anyway, so he'll surpass you in the long run." Alex ignored Maylis and held out his hand to Valthurian as he drifted over and ran his forehead into his palm. He was thankful that his companion had been so willing to part with his mana recently by continuing to put mana into the amulet. They'd been able to keep Maylis around through their practice so that he could see the new attempt with the lesser spark rune. Without Valthurian providing more energy to maintain the spirit, he would have already drifted back off to sleep. "Hey, don't ignore me when I'm speaking to you. I'm your teacher and I'm telling you to take me off and put me around the young one's neck." Alex rolled his eyes and continued to ignore the spirit. Maylis hadn't noticed Valthurian in his first lesson, too preoccupied with Alex and their interactions, but after he noticed the bonded companion, there was a drastic shift in his attitude and the way he spoke about Val. It was at moments like this that Alex actually debated taking the amulet off so he would stop hearing its voice. "I'd rather hear him rant and grumble about me being useless than hear him try to suck up to Valthurian. You'll grow into quite the magnificent being, young one, the makings of true greatness within you, if only you weren't tied down to this sack of sand." Val, oblivious to the praise and attention, performed a lazy loop in the air and settled on Alex's shoulder. "Interesting how you're so nice to him," Alex muttered. "Some beings deserve respect. Others must earn it." Maylis let out a scoff in Alex's mind. Alex rolled his eyes and refocused on the task at hand. "Whatever, ready to test this." It was Evan who responded, "Hold on." He scribbled furiously at the final notes and adjustments on his own paper before setting down the pen and standing up to create distance. "Okay, go for it." Alex shook his head and gave a nervous laugh of his own. He positioned himself to face the practice dummy, and just as with the previous test, he began to weave the modified ritual circle in the air. Yes, remember precision over power. "Consistent results are the only way to begin moving forward," Maylis said. Alex's jaw tightened, somewhat annoyed at the constant commentary from the spirit who just seemed bored. Regardless, he continued to channel mana into the threads and weave the spell circle into the air. The final step was adding the lesser spark rune and pressing his mana through the circle. The difference was immediately noticeable, as the mana flow was far more gentle than the previous more powerful counterpart. The energy built smoothly and without the violent fluctuations or shaking of the ritual foundation. Alex felt his hopes begin to rise as the circle flashed into existence and settled in the air. He raised his wand and fired off a mana dart through it, though was immediately disappointed. Even though the small dart of mana continued to move after passing through the ritual circle, it lost a significant amount of its power and a single spark flew off from the bolt, but it didn't seem to actually carry the electric power along with it. When the bolt struck the target dummy, it left a mark no bigger than a coin. "Well," Evan said, "at least it worked. That can't be it." Again, Alex muttered to himself. He repeated the process 3 more times. While the spell circle formed flawlessly each time, and it had what seemed to be a 100 chance of successfully forming, each time it produced identical results. In frustration, Alex walked closer to the target dummy and pointed at the teeny scorch mark with his wand. Look, you have to see now that the theory works. Right, this is a proof of concept. I just need your help to show me a better combination of runes. That has to be the answer. I'm not sure what you want from me in this situation. Meles began before Alex cut him off. Help me make this, he said as he pointed at the smaller scorch mark once again, into this. He pointed with force at the larger scorch mark from one of the few successes he'd received with the normal spark rune. Something is wrong with the rune, and I don't think that the lesser spark rune's going to work. There's no way that this can have any kind of combat application. Meles made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a scoff. The rune's performing exactly as it's meant to. It's your ritual circle that can't handle the actual power of the normal spark rune. If anything, that's proved quite clearly by you using the lesser spark rune in the exact same formation and it working. What about it? The proportions are correct. The flow should be stable. I don't know anything about rituals, but I'm telling you the rune is working perfectly. This is what you get when you're trying to mash together two completely different forms of magic into some shoddy system. Whatever you've done to those ritual circles is not allowing it to handle the power from the rune. It's that simple. Alex rose as the realization hit him, but rituals are meant to handle a ton of power and mana. I've been making them smaller and smaller over time so that I could cast them faster and it would be more mana efficient. But if the rune has too much power, what if I increase the size of the ritual again so that it can handle that power? Oh no, Evan said as he recognized the gleam in Alex's eye. Nope. No, no, no. Alex paused and looked down at the floor before beginning to pace and talk with himself out loud, ignoring both Evan and Meles. He flip-flopped between ideas, unsure of the best path forward. If the ritual circle is too small and it can't properly contain the power, Alex continued to pace. I guess I need to test both possibilities. But which one first? Perhaps we should start with adjusting the smaller circles, Evan suggested. You know, the safer option. Alex shook his head. No, I think that first we need to prove the theory. If the smaller circles are the foundation of the problem, I shouldn't waste time trying to tweak and change them too much until we can confirm that they are actually the problem. If this works with the larger circle perfectly with the normal spark rune, then we can pretty safely guess that the problem is that the smaller rituals can't contain the power of the normal rune. And if you're wrong, Meles asked, then I just try something else. Alex gave a shrug, feeling confident that he was onto something. He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a handful of mana stones and set them out in a neat row on the workbench. But I don't think I'm wrong. Congratulations, awakened, Meles drawled in a clear mockery of the system. You've managed to decrease your life expectancy even further than my initial estimate. Val darted excitedly down to the stones on the table and scooped one up before flying out of reach as Alex gently tried to boop his nose. Alex shook his head and grinned. The smile grew further as he thought about how close he was to figuring this out and how fun it was about to be to control this large amount of magic. He raised both of his hands and allowed mana thread S to begin flowing from his fingers. It was the first large ritual circle Alex had made in weeks, but it still came together flawlessly. He did his best to keep the ratios the same as the smaller circles and adjusted one of the inner shapes on the fly, knowing that it would be more optimal to use a hexagon in its large version. He didn't hold back on the size, and as the circle continued to expand outward, Alex needed to drain a nearby mana stone to keep himself topped up. Alex, Evan said as he took several steps toward the far side of the room. With his mana sight showing them exactly how much power his friend was gathering, he knew that the large circle was going to have a more dramatic effect. That's a lot of mana. Yeah, but it's really the exact same thing. This is going to work, I know it is. Alex's grin widened. Evan, if you want to step outside, you definitely can. But I'm telling you, I can feel it even as I'm putting the circle together. This really is a lot more stable than the smaller version. Oh no, I want to watch. If you say it's going to work, I'm sure that it will, I hope. The last part of the statement was added so quietly that Alex couldn't hear it. This is either going to be amazing, Alex said, or catastrophic, Meles suggested. Alex shook his head and his focus sharpened. No, it's going to work. The logic checks out and the larger circle is more stable, I can feel it. He began to slot the final piece into place, carefully writing out the spark rune within the catalyst node at the bottom of the floating circle. At least you decided to keep me awake for this part. That way I won't be floating in the void wondering whether or not you died. I'll know for certain. Carefully, Alex began channeling mana from the stones and into the ritual circle, monitoring his flow of power carefully. Through his heavenly eye, the air crackled with energy and Valthurian darted excitedly around the edges of the massive pattern. You know, Alex called to Evan. His confidence grew as he felt the stability of the large formation, holding strong despite the power he was feeding it. I think Meles is actually going to be impressed with this one. Doubtful, the spirit grumbled into Alex's mind. Evan pressed himself against the far wall and reactivated his mana sight to continue watching. Just try not to blow up the workshop. Alex's focused expression broke into a huge boyish grin as he prepared to activate the vertical ritual. No promises. Alex looked up from where he'd been knocked back to the floor. The eastern wall of the workshop had simply ceased to exist. Where the cement walls and newly finished windows had stood moments before, there was now a jagged, smoking hole. Beyond it, a line of trees bore black marks where the lightning had carved a path through the forest. The silence that followed the deafening crack seemed deafening itself. Evan stood against the far wall, back pressed tightly against it, with eyes wide. His normally neat hair stood on end from the static discharge. Holy shit, he wheezed. Alex pushed himself up on his elbows and blinked rapidly to rid himself of the spots and afterimage of the flash. He continued to stare through the hole and at the destruction beyond. It worked, he finally said with his voice full of awe. It actually worked. Evan moved forward quickly and helped pull Alex up to his feet. That's one way of putting it. He jerked his head weakly toward the wall. Your definition of working needs some adjusting. On his feet, Alex moved forward and examined the wall from up close. Some of the wall had exploded outward, though the stone itself was singed from where the spell had coursed through its opening. Do you realize what this means? Alex turned back to Evan and grinned from ear to ear. The larger circle completely stabilized the power of the spark rune. I just need to figure out how to make a more stable, modified ritual base that is small, and it should work with less mana and a bit less power. Valthurian darted through the hole and back again, clearly enjoying the adjustment and the new entry. I'm pretty sure Edwin is going to kill you. Didn't he just finish getting this set up for you? Evan asked, but couldn't stop himself from chuckling with his next words. But yeah, that was pretty impressive. Alex ran a hand through his messy hair. I need to figure out how to control it better, of course. But damn, this proves my theory. Right, Maylis. There was a long pause, and for a moment Alex wondered if the spirit had fallen asleep in the final moments of the spell's completion. But then a reluctant grumble rolled through his mind. It would appear, Maylis said slowly, that your hypothesis about the combination of two magics was more plausible than I would have thought. Alex's grin widened even further. Coming from the grumpy spirit, that was practically considered praise. This is it, Evan. I can feel it. I'm so close. Alex moved quickly over to the desk, where many of the earlier notes and papers had been scattered from the blast. One more step and I think this is completed. You're going back to working on it right now? Yes. Alex felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, but ignored it. This has the potential to be huge. There's a lot to figure out here, and you have to admit, if I can get it working, the possibilities really open up then. Evan fed off of Alex's excitement and moved back to his side of the workbench. Well, what are you waiting for? Get to it. I'll keep working on learning this lesser rune. I feel like I'm close to getting it myself. Scorched and crumpled papers littered the work table, and many had spilled off onto the floor. Ritual diagrams and geometric shapes were hastily drawn around, or even over top of magical equations, in Alex's increasingly messy handwriting. Winter air blew through the gaping hole in the eastern wall, and beyond it could be seen the edges of splintered wood and a small crater in the ground. A line 20 meters into the woods showed trees that bore black scars where lightning had arced out of the building. Alex barely noticed the cold, at least not since he'd activated a modified heating ritual under his feet to stay warm against the late February chill. His parallel mind split his consciousness and let him maintain and monitor the ritual occasionally while he still worked. One half of his mind mostly focused on guiding mana thread through yet another experimental pattern, while the other scratched calculations and potential designs to a smaller ritual schematic. The larger circle worked perfectly, he muttered to himself for the 100th time as he adjusted his latest drawing. All I need to do is reinforce the modified ritual circle. Maybe if I learn a stability rune. No, Maylis said that the runes weren't the issue. His voice trailed off as he pressed the tip of his pen to the top left corner of the paper and scratched hard in his exact pattern down the page before pushing it off the table. Some time had passed since his breakthrough with Maylis and Evan. Since then he'd been testing, failing, and testing again, over and over in an attempt to find a solution to shrink down the ritual circles again. Evan had left some time ago, saying that he needed to head into work and would text him later, though Alex couldn't remember exactly when that was. Alex knew he couldn't wait to show Evan and Maylis the finished product and have a functioning spell circle. I just need to find the right configuration to make it work on a smaller scale. He reached for another piece of paper and he saw his hand shake slightly. Pausing, he looked at it questioningly. His eyes felt tired and his usually neat hair was stuck up at odd angles from constantly running his fingers through it. He shook his hand in frustration and figured he just needed a little bit more caffeine. Oddly, when he reached for his mug, he found it to be empty and cold. Something nagged at the edge of his awareness, though Alex couldn't figure out what it was. He looked around and noticed that Valthurian was nowhere to be seen. Val, he realized that he hadn't seen his companion in hours. He really couldn't remember how long it had been. He reached out to their bond and sensed the mono worm's presence somewhere in the direction of the main house. Alex gave a tired smile and was happy that Valthurian had hopefully found a warm place to take a nap. He wondered if he should take a nap. No time for that, I need to focus. Alex turned back to his work and willed his focus on the intricate patterns. Just a few more adjustments and I'm sure it'll work. I'm almost there. Damn buddy, trying to add a drive-through window to this place. Mark's attempt at humor fell flat as Alex didn't even look up from his work. Mark approached the desk carefully, stepping over crumpled papers. There was a pause and Mark waited several long moments before speaking up again. Hey, Alex. Alex's response was barely a mumble, and his hands continued to move on sketching patterns while the other shaped threads of mana in the air. Mark's eyebrows scrunched together. I've been trying to reach you for days. Have you checked your phone at all? Not for a few hours, Alex mumbled as he stretched out the current design and grabbed a new sheet of paper. Just need to adjust that a little bit more. And then, a few hours, Alex. Do you know what today is? It's Saturday, dude. Thursday, Alex corrected absently, starting his next schematic attempt. No, it's Saturday. Edwin said Evan left on Wednesday morning. That means you've been here for 3 or 4 days straight. There was a short pause as Mark leaned toward Alex. Jesus, dude, have you even showered? Nah. Alex's response was distant. Mark let out a large sigh and ran both of his hands through his hair as he took a step back, his usually relaxed demeanor cracking. Look, I really need your help. Something happened with the party I've been running with the last week, and… Mark's jaw tensed imperceptibly. There was a situation with the contract that I was on to close a rift for the guild. I've been working with this team that's pretty good and I could have sworn that I heard the call, but now they're saying I didn't and I'm really worried. Some people got hurt, and apparently the healing is really expensive. I never realized, because we've always got Sam around, but now some people have been talking on the forums, and they're talking about maybe I'll need to pay. No worries, I'm sure we can pay for it. Alex scratched his ear with the back of his pen before bending back down to work. How much? The room went very quiet, and despite his focus, Alex could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. 6. Hearing the answer, Alex went back down to scribbling on his parchment. 6 what? 1,000. The crack of Mark's fist slamming into the workshop table echoed through the room. The rightmost third of the table cracked deeply as the strength-enhanced blow connected with the wood. Alex jerked back out of reflex, and he canceled his parallel mind, which caused both halves of his consciousness to come together quickly. 6 people. 6 people are injured and 2 are dead. I don't want you to pay for it, damn it. I want the help and advice of my best friend. Mark's voice shook with uncharacteristic anger, and Alex could see his eyes become slightly misty. Alex blinked rapidly, and only then truly saw his friend for the first time since he entered. He blinked again and looked down at the table to see the crack along the width of the desk, and Mark's fist still indented into the wood. The worry and frustration etched across his friend's usually unflappable confidence and cheerful face sent reality crashing into his tired mind. Mark, I'm sorry, I didn't. No, I'm sorry. Mark flexed his hand and closed his eyes. He shook out the hand that had been clenched on the desk and rubbed his face. I shouldn't have. He took a deep breath. It's just been a really rough week, and when you weren't answering. Alex looked around. I had no idea I'd been here that long. Alex rubbed both of his eyes and felt his exhaustion hit him all at once. This party stuff, is it serious? Mark's shoulders slumped. Yeah, pretty serious, but you look dead on your feet. I mean like you're about to pass out. And he shook his head again. It can wait until tomorrow. I'll bring Sarah, okay? We can all talk about it then. Alex swayed on his feet and felt the exhaustion hit him in a wave. He spoke up as Mark turned to walk away from the table with his shoulders still hunched. Mark, wait. He reached out and steadied himself against the desk. That was shitty of me. I'm sorry. 3 days, really? That means what? You and Olivia have been gone for a week and a half. Mark's anger had already faded and was replaced with concern for Alex. Yeah, man. Edwin's been trying to get you to eat and check on you, but he gestured at the scattered papers. I just got so caught up in making this work. Alex looked down at his friend's reddened knuckles and felt a wave of guilt. I don't know, I was just so determined. I didn't even think that it was this bad. Really though, that's not an excuse. You needed me, and I was too obsessed with this project to even hear you. A small smile tugged on Mark's lips. Well, you've always been a little all or nothing. Remember finals week of junior year? That was different, Alex protested weakly before pausing. Actually no, it is like that, isn't it? Totally. With the crazy hair and everything, dude. Mark's smile widened into something more genuine even though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, maybe not the exact same. Before, when you'd get obsessed with things, your excitement would burn out pretty fast. This seems like a whole different level. Just don't totally disappear on us, okay? We care about you, you idiot. And believe it or not, we need you. Alex stepped forward and pulled Mark into a hug, which was something that his friend usually initiated. He felt Mark's surprise before his friend's arms wrapped around him in a big bear hug. Alex grunted as he was squeezed tight. When Mark released him, he said, Tomorrow, we'll figure it out together. As Mark headed for the door, he paused and turned back to look at Alex. Get some sleep, Alex. He paused and sniffed at his own shirt from where they'd made contact before wrinkling his nose. And maybe a shower. Actually, definitely a shower. Alex managed a tired laugh. Yeah, text me when you guys are heading over. Mark gave him a strange look before shaking his head. Man, you really are out of it. Did you forget that I live here? Mark gave his own chuckle and waved over his shoulder as he walked out and closed the door behind him. Oh right. After Mark left, Alex looked at the cracked desk and his scattered notes with new eyes. He began to gather papers with shaky hands and paused when he realized the absence of something. He looked at his right hand and realized it was the first time in several days straight where he wasn't practicing his mana shaping exercises. I really did lose myself in this, didn't I? He stacked up the notes neatly onto the table but didn't bother continuing any of them. He realized that there had to be a balance, somewhere between helping his friends and pursuing his own growth, somewhere between stagnation and progress. He touched his pocket and felt his phone as his thoughts drifted to Sam. If it really is Saturday, then Sam has been gone for over a week with his parents in the safe zone. I need to check on him too, make sure he's okay. Alex clicked off the workshop lights and knew that the heating ritual would dissipate in the next hour. He looked back into the workshop and felt a brief urge to continue pursuing his magic as he looked at the large hole in the wall. With a sigh, he squashed the drive to do so and turned to walk to the house. Now that he actually stopped working, he could feel his bed calling his name. As he made his way across the yard, the cold February air greeted him, and a fresh waft of air made it all too clear that he'd locked himself in an artificially heated workshop for the last several days straight. But first, a shower. Olivia shifted in her leather chair, studying the faces around the ornate conference table. The Brussels meeting room had a mix of modern tech and classical architecture. To her, it seemed like an apt metaphor for the difference between the old world and the new system-driven world that they found themselves in. Representatives from various European organizations filled the seats around the table. There were tech innovators, private security contractors, and different advocacy groups for the awakened. All of them had one thing in common: they distrusted their government's handling of the system integration. We're very excited about the deal between our organizations. The Adventurers Guild has experience in rift management and general system knowledge that could prove invaluable to our members, Ben Weber said. He was the leader of the German-based Rift Network. He leaned forward and clasped his hands, one covered in a glove which he'd shown 2 days before during a speech. Olivia knew it had been burned horribly in one of his first fights against a creature with acidic abilities, but we need assurance of autonomy. Our government already pushes for more control each day, and we won't trade one overlord for another. Olivia exchanged a knowing look with Rylan. The Adventurers Guild's success in America came partly from maintaining independence from the government and Hunters Association's oversight. Several heads around the table bobbed, and a woman from the French resistance movement, Claire something, spoke up. And what of the Hunters Association? We hear rumors that they're expanding their reach. Rylan spoke up, and Olivia was impressed, not for the first time on this trip, at how well he did at speaking out in these situations. She was unsure if it was his general build and power level, or that some of these representatives knew he was Alina's brother. That's partly why we're here, he cut in smoothly and with confidence. A united front of independent organizations stands a much better chance of. A sharp knock at the door interrupted him. Without waiting for an answer, it opened quickly, and a young man in tactical clothes rushed in and spoke up. Apologies for the interruption, but there is a situation. A rift just opened in Antwerp, so it's a rare D-rank rift, he said with a flushed face. Noise around the room immediately erupted, and Ben raised his voice. We can mobilize our teams. We would like to ask the AG representatives and the other nations' members to please remain here. This is something that our group should be able to handle and get under control as a demonstration of what we can bring to the table. Olivia quirked an eyebrow. Now isn't exactly the time for posturing. Not many D-ranks have spawned, she mumbled to herself. I have to agree, Claire said with her thick French accent. A rare D-rank isn't something to use as a proving ground. Another representative on the other side of the room spoke up and called out to Ben. Olivia recognized him as one of the private organizations from Spain. This isn't what we came here for. My organization's interest lies in research and development, not combat operations for another nation. Then please stay here, Ben said firmly. This is our territory and our responsibility. We've handled a D-rank rift before. From what Olivia remembered of her briefing before attending the conference, they'd struggled quite a bit to keep the monsters within the country's only D-rank rift culled and were nowhere near actually closing it. She looked over to see Jard, who was in charge of their group, raising both of his hands in a placating gesture. Perhaps we could lend some assistance. We brought with us some of our. With all due respect, Ben said urgently, while we look forward to the partnership with the AG, we don't want to receive American intervention every time something goes wrong, especially so early in our relationship. He looked at his phone and gave a sharp nod. Our teams are already mobilizing. Olivia looked over and saw Pete's jaw tighten, but both he and Rylan remained silent. She understood their restraint. Arguing with Ben in such a public setting and at a time of such high stress could only serve to make things worse. Very well, Jard said after a moment. We'll return to our hotels and wait for word on the situation, but please don't hesitate to reach out if circumstances change. Ben nodded, already clicking more messages on his phone. I'll touch base with you all tomorrow morning to discuss how the conference can continue. Look forward to talking with you all then. Ben stood and gave a quick wave to those gathered around the table before turning to the young soldier who had entered with the news. Brief me on the way. Many people began to file out of the room, while others began to cluster around and talk privately about the breaking situation. Olivia fell in step between Jard and Rylan. This is going to go badly, she said quietly. Yeah, Rylan replied, but sometimes people need to learn their lessons the hard way. They made their way back to the hotel, the tension from the meeting still in the air. Olivia and Pete both agreed, as the leads for the team on the foreign mission, to have all of their members prepare and be on standby. Olivia had a feeling they wouldn't be waiting long before that call for help came. She paced in her hotel room, idly checking and rechecking the contents of her spatial pouch that Alex had given her. Each item she called into her hand caused the familiar weight of her gear to bring a small amount of comfort. She hated waiting, and being asked to stay at the hotel rather than going to help made her feel like some kind of caged animal. She was thankful that Pete had backed her suggestion that the team stay prepared with no hesitation. Her phone buzzed, and she saw a text from Pete that they were gathering down in the lobby to wait. She went down and found most of the team already gathered. There was a clear amount of tension in the air, and Pete stood near one of the windows with his arms crossed. Rylan wasn't far away as he lounged in one of the oversized chairs, looking surprisingly nervous. The rest of their team had spread out across the lobby. Some checked their phones and others made quiet conversation, but since she was the only one to have a spatial item, she did think that most of them looked out of place with varying amounts of weaponry. Hours crawled by and they monitored what news they could from various channels. There were some social media posts and a news alert for emergency response activity in Antwerp. Then finally they were called. Jard put the call on speaker and Ben's voice came through strained, missing all of its earlier confidence. We've had some complications. Multiple teams have entered and those who have returned have almost all sustained injuries. He paused. Both the Rift quest and personal quest mentioned creatures from the night. Does that mean anything to your team? Olivia sucked in a breath through her teeth. The night. Alex's notes about the shadow serpents during his time in the Epic Rift ran through her mind, and she had gotten some information on the creatures of the night from her brief dips into the rift herself, but hadn't seen much outside of normal monsters. Early on, when Alex told her of that experience, it had been worrying, but it seemed like a far-off concern. Shadowy monsters trapped within a D-rank rift wouldn't be a concern for them anytime soon, not when they were able to cull random monsters in the cherry tree forest with the aid of the Celestial Sect members. But here she was, another D-rank rift and a group of potential allies calling for help. We're already prepared, Jard said. Send us coordinates. We'll head in your direction as fast as we can. There's a private airfield 10 minutes from you. The helicopter should be there soon to pick you up. I'm here at the site and will meet you when you get here. We'll need to coordinate with local authorities. Rylan grinned as they loaded into their vehicles. Now this is more like it. Didn't know we'd get the VIP treatment. Maybe I should think about getting a helicopter. Try not to get too excited, Pete said, but Olivia caught his own small smile. The Adventurers Guild might be powerful, but they weren't military. A helicopter ride was a first for most of them, Olivia included. The sun had begun to set by the time they arrived at the rift site. The helicopter touched down in a cordoned-off area of what looked like an industrial park. Emergency vehicles crowded around the perimeter, and their lights cast erratic shadows in the early dark. The rift itself held its characteristic blue shine, reaching above the tops of the surrounding vehicles and tents that had been set up as a small command center. Ben met them as they ducked their heads and tried to hold down their clothes and items from the spinning propellers of the helicopter. He had 2 of his own men with him in tactical gear, and it took a moment for Olivia to realize that they were Belgian federal police, not part of his own organization. They entered a small tent and then introduced the older of the 2. Commissioner De Vries. He's been coordinating local response. The commissioner's expression looked strained, but Olivia could see the activation of a skill in his eyes and assumed that he was using some sort of scan skill. His eyes widened slightly at seeing the power levels, and he spoke up with a nod. Dennis told me a lot about you all, he said in accented English. We've established a perimeter and evacuated the surrounding area. The military has been notified, but their response is slower than normal. Olivia looked around the scene and outside of the tent. She could see the local police had maintained the outer perimeter, and many civilians were looking on with interest, completely unaware of how dangerous things were inside of the rift. Medical personnel had set up several tents in a row and had a lane to allow vehicles in and out. She began to feel more anxiety in her stomach that had built during their flight in the helicopter. A very greedy part of her wished that Sam and Alex were there with her, knowing that the entire group would be safer with those two. She gave a brief shake of her head and clenched her jaw. This is about earning my own power, not leaning on theirs. What can you tell us about what's inside? She asked. The commissioner deferred to Ben, who had been receiving all the first-hand reports. It's all a dense forest environment from what we've seen so far. The trees are massive and ancient-looking, though the entire environment is so dark it's hard to actually tell. Those who made it the deepest report finding an edge to the forest, and there being a huge open set of fields before seeing a large castle with walls surrounding it in the distance. Only one person made it back from that team, no one has even been close to the actual castle. He pulled out a map that someone had sketched. The rift opens up right into the forest. The first groups had the most time within to try and look around and explore, but the last few groups that have gone in have reported the creatures are smart enough to set up ambushes near the entrance. He hesitated. They move like living shadows. A lot of them are different sizes, but they're all deadly. The personal quests ask us to kill 5 of them, just 5. From what my men tell me, that alone should tell you how dangerous they are. Pete whistled. Usually a cull quest asks for a lot more than that, even in a common rift. Exactly, Ben said. The rift quest mentions defeating the leader of the night that occupies the city, but we haven't even made it halfway there. The reports we've gotten so far show monster level ranges from 28 to 45 just in the forest area. If the rift boss is in the city, it means there are likely higher ones there as well, Rylan said seriously. Olivia studied the rough sketch and felt that it wouldn't help much. What's your current strategy? Well, we don't have enough D-ranked Awakened to even think about closing it. Right now, we just need to establish some way to keep the monsters culled. That way, the rift won't have the chance to break and cause massive damage here in the city. Ben looked at Olivia's team. If you can help us set up a sustainable defense strategy, or at the very least kill a handful of the beasts so that it's not at risk of breaking, then we should be able to maintain things even after you leave. Remember, Olivia said as she addressed the team, this isn't about proving anything. We go in, we assess, we work together. If we need to, we retreat out of the rift and form a new strategy before re-entering. No heroes and no going off solo. Her gaze lingered on Rylan, who raised his hands in mock surrender. Jarred, she called out to their political liaison, who stood back with Ben and the commissioner while wringing his hands. Can you get more information out of the teams that have already entered and have a medical team on standby in case we need it? Got it, he said. Just focus on staying alive in there. The commissioner spoke up and thanked them again for putting themselves at risk and helping to prevent such a catastrophe. Olivia shook her head. Nothing's been done yet, don't thank us like we've already succeeded, she said. She looked over her team one last time and felt her pulse begin to quicken as they all turned and made their way through the small crowd toward the rift entrance. Gravity reasserted itself as the group stepped through the rift and into the dark forest. It stretched endlessly in every direction, ancient trees reaching upward. The occasional gap in the dense foliage showed the starlit sky and a surprisingly bright night beyond. Olivia's passive skill shadow vision allowed her to see clearly in the darkness. She immediately dismissed the blue screen that popped into her vision and continued to scan the surroundings as she and the team pressed forward. She drew both of her daggers and held them up at half guard, ready to respond if needed. Several yards away, next to a tree trunk, she saw a shadow move, but there was no mana signature there, and she had to question whether it was the gentle breeze moving the canopy overhead or actual movement. This isn't right, she muttered as she continued to scan the tree line. The hair on the back of her neck began to stand up, and everything about the situation felt wrong. They'd gone in expecting an immediate ambush after the information Ben had given them, but everything was still. Pete spoke up. Anybody see anything? No, nothing, Will said. Hold here. Just monitor the surroundings for a sec. The group moved forward before pausing in their formation and looking in every direction. The area immediately around the rift was the most visible as the swirling blue light spread out around the closest sections of the forest. Keep formation, he called out to them. Terry, we'll make sure you've got that right side covered. They held for more than a minute, waiting in tense anticipation. Olivia knew these people and had trained with them for the last several months. The thought of losing any of them in this clearly dangerous rift had her on high alert. A branch snapped behind them. Olivia scanned the area and saw nothing. There's nothing, Olivia started to say, but then all hell broke loose on the other side of their group. She realized too late that the sound was just a distraction. The attack came and a massive darkness erupted from between two trees. Before anyone could react, it had wrapped around Andrea's torso and pinned her to the ground before quickly dragging her back further into the darkness. Andrea dove out for her outstretched hand, but before he even hit the ground, another shadow creature emerged and ran straight into him and continued its momentum to carry them off to the other side. Darkness exploded around the group, and a creature lunged at Olivia, but she used her shadow step ability to get out of the way and neatly sidestepped the beast as it flew by. It landed heavily on the ground right where she had been standing, and she lashed out with the longer of her two daggers, its heavy metal digging into the beast's side. To her sight, the beast looked to be the shape of some sort of panther, though 3 times its normal size and with 6 legs. As her dagger struck its side, a loud snarl could be heard before the back end of the closest paw crashed into her chest and sent her rolling across the ground. No, Pete launched himself forward, and his short sword blazed with mana. 2 more of their team, Dallas and Trey, were both pulled into the darkness with startled shouts. Olivia scrambled to her feet and looked around frantically. At the front of their group, she saw Rylan wielding his greatsword as he deflected a slash from one of the beasts before rolling his shoulder and bringing the enormous sword down onto its neck. "We need to move," Rylan said through gritted teeth, "back to the entrance. We can't fight these things. Can't even see where the damn things are coming from." A shadow lunged at Pete, and even though he brought up his sword, it still enveloped him with its multiple limbs and pinned him to the ground. It started to use its 2 hind legs to backpedal into the darkness. Olivia didn't think. She leapt forward and channeled mana through her body, using Shadow Step to appear in a tree just behind the creature of the night. She pushed mana into her daggers, and the blades glowed as she slashed at the creature's form. It released Pete with a sound like tearing canvas and skittered away into the darkness, moving more like a spider than a feline. Pete. Something cold wrapped around her ankle, and the world tilted as her feet were yanked out from underneath her. Her chest and shoulders slammed into the ground and drove the air from her lungs. Then she was being dragged backward into the darkness. "Olivia," Rylan's voice boomed. She could hear him charging after her as he yelled for Pete to pick himself up and get the rest of the team out of the rift. But despite Rylan's levels and physical speed, the creature pulling her moved like liquid shadows. Trees whipped past, and she scrambled to keep a hold of her daggers and right herself. Just as she felt she might be able to sit up and lash at the creature holding her feet, they changed direction sharply, causing her to slide, roll, and sweep into a nearby tree trunk. She felt her consciousness slip away for a moment, and she lost hold of the larger of her 2 daggers. Cursing to herself, she clutched onto the smaller remaining one and did her best to look at the surroundings as they moved by. She glimpsed the creature's form and saw that it looked similar to the one she'd seen before, like a large athletic feline, but with too many legs and white eyes. Olivia knew that she needed to think fast or she would end up like the others. Her vision swam as the creature dragged her through the dense forest. Just as she was about to try desperately and throw her remaining dagger at the creature, she heard a scuffling rush of movement overhead and a battle cry. The same sound she heard before, of tearing fabric, could be heard again as an enormous greatsword sliced through the creature's limb and thudded heavily into the ground. The monster let out a roar before leaping back. It landed with a limp, and Olivia felt her leg go wet with black ichor. She scrambled to her feet and could see through her night vision that they were beneath some sort of a hollowed mass of tree roots. Crouching low, she assessed their new surroundings. It took everything for her to not immediately take off at a dead sprint in the direction that her core was telling her the rift exit was. The area around them smelled of decay, and if it weren't for the slight pulsing movement of shadows under a nearby root, she may have missed it. "Over here," Olivia said as she moved over to the prone form in the dirt. Black tendrils were wrapped around the body of a human, and Olivia reached into her spatial pouch to remove one of the backup weapons she carried. It was a simple sword, one of the ones she'd gotten from the team's event, but it served its purpose as she hacked away at the thick, shadowy tendril. Olivia recognized the man's face. "That's Jakob from Ben's team. He was on the reported list of deceased." There was another movement to their side, and Rylan moved over to find another victim. She seemed more coherent than Jakob, and when he finished freeing her, she spoke up in a raspy voice, more deeper in others. Behind them was the exit to leave the small den, and in front of her and to the right was the tunnel that led deeper after the injured creature. Olivia looked around but saw no other bodies wrapped in tendrils. "We've got to get them out." Rylan nodded in agreement and got Jakob up onto his shoulder and started to move toward the exit. He paused and took several steps backward. "Another one of them is coming down," he called over to her. Olivia thought rapidly and helped the woman up onto her feet. "Can you walk?" She gave a shaky nod, and Olivia turned to Rylan. "We need to move these people now. I can draw it away and give you a bit of time. You just need to get them to the rift exit." Olivia Rylan's voice was urgent, and she could tell immediately that he didn't like the idea. "Look, I don't think we can fight that thing head-on. The only time I've actually been able to do any amount of damage to one is when it's preoccupied by pulling someone else. In an actual fight, these things have almost double our levels. Let me just distract it and pull it deeper into the tunnels. I think I can shadow step through its form. It won't expect that. Once I am behind it, just keep running and I'll catch up to you at the exit." "That's not." He stopped and clenched his jaw. He gave a grunt. "Just let me be the distraction. My level's higher than yours. I'll at least be able to fight it off for a second." Olivia was already shaking her head before he finished the sentence. "The goal isn't to fight it, idiot. It's just to distract it and get you 3 out. Once you're clear and moving toward the exit, I'm going to be right behind you. You know I'm the fastest of anyone on the team." There was another pause in the darkness, but they both knew that she was right. "Fine," he said finally. "Don't make me come back and save your ass again." Olivia gave a snort of derision before nodding and adjusting her grip on the short sword. Okay, huddle against the wall there, and as soon as it starts following me down the tunnel, you guys make a break for it. Rylan hesitated a fraction of a second longer, clearly wanting to join in on a fight, but without any further argument, he gathered the victims and moved against the wall and crouched down low. Olivia moved to the other side of the tunnel and took several deep breaths. As quickly as she could, without making noise, she reached into the spatial pouch at her side to down one of her 2 agility potions to increase her reflexes and speed for the next few hours. Damn, I really wish I had taken Alex up on keeping those Swiftfoot potions, instead of saying that they could go into the cell pile. Just as the creature was about to turn the corner and into the larger area beneath the tree, Olivia lashed out with the sword and then with the dagger. In her haste to turn and run, she lost hold of the dagger and cursed in frustration. She looked over her shoulder and almost regretted the decision as she saw the creature's snarling teeth and white eyes as it chased after her. The deeper she moved, the more that her night vision revealed the den's horrors with each step. Bodies lay against the walls, and she could tell that some of them were still wrapped in shadow tendrils, while others she forced herself not to look too closely at the ones that were actively being fed on by the creatures. Just keep moving, keep it following. The tunnel curved and split, and without giving it much thought, she took the leftmost path. She heard scraping and scratching as the creature began to gain ground. She used Shadow Step as much as possible to create more space and travel faster down into the tunnels. Hard-packed dirt and roots held the tunnel's stable shape on both sides as she ran on for several minutes. When she felt enough time had passed, she turned around and crouched, gathering mana for a Shadow Step as soon as the creature turned the corner. As it did, she activated her ability and stepped through its form, causing a feeling of cold to pass through her entire body. For a moment she was in pure darkness, and then she was behind it. She took off as her feet hit the ground, but not before pain exploded in her side as the creature from the night lashed out with its hind leg. Olivia stumbled and clutched at the deep gash across her stomach. Blood seeped between her fingers, and she forced herself to keep moving. She took the immediate right at every fork and turn, using as much mana as she dared to activate her movement skill. Blessedly, she reached the entrance to the den and burst out into the shadowy forest. She could see a bit easier as light filtered through the foliage overhead. She began to run once more and felt hope begin to rise in her chest before something slammed into her from behind. Teeth like ice sank into her shoulder, and she immediately felt the entire arm go numb. Heavy weight sank down onto her legs and pressed into her already aching stomach. She groaned, reached up with her free hand, and tried to scratch at the shadowy creature. It was ineffectual until her hand hit the dagger that she had sunk into its lower shoulder. She grabbed it and tried to stab upward, but before the blade connected, a heavy paw slapped down onto her hand. The cold in her shoulder began to spread, and she felt her mana being pulled away. Is this how they feed? No, she gasped and tried to wrench herself free. But all of her limbs were pinned down, and even as hard as she tried to struggle, there was no chance of dislodging the large beast. If anything, her thrashing only seemed to irritate it further as its jaws gripped tighter. Her vision began to dim, and she closed her eyes to visualize her mana. This is my mana. The thought came with sudden clarity and a fierce will to fight. I have the shadow affinity. This is my mana. Her thoughts flashed back to Ryland's use of his aura and Alex's tight control over his mana, which caused his own aura to be tight and restrained. Knowing that she was close to death, she decided on a last-ditch plan. Instead of trying to pull back, she pushed out. She forced her mana into the creature that latched onto her and pictured in her mind's eye a needle of her own purple mana diving into the sea of black. She pushed with everything that she had and could sense something begin to yield. This is mine, she snarled and shoved more mana into the connection. She could feel a sharp pain behind her eyes and knew that she was past mana fatigue and getting dangerously close to pushing to the point of passing out. But she could feel something now, a dense and thick knot of tangled shadows. She pushed her needle into the knot and began to yank and pull furiously, doing anything she could to loosen it. She pushed harder, and once she felt the knot beginning to loosen, she moved into a better position and with all of her mental might, pulled as hard as she could on all the mana. Not just her own, but all the mana touching her own. She reached out with her shadow affinity and yanked. The teeth of the creature released her shoulder and it stumbled back with a whine. A blue window appeared in her vision. New skill learned, Shadow Bind Novice Level 1. Do you accept? Yes, no. She accepted the skill and dismissed the window. Slumped against a tree, Olivia looked down at her blood-soaked shirt and pressed her hand tightly to the wound. When she looked up, she saw the creature sitting before her, waiting, patient, obedient. Alex drummed his fingers against the closed leather-bound book he had sitting on his desk. Edwin had asked him to review the financial accounts after he'd woken up from 11 hours of sleep. He'd grabbed the leather notebook to take notes and scribble any additional thoughts, though he'd yet to open it once. Edwin's neat and elegant handwriting was flawless, and his notes on expenditure and income were detailed. he contemplated offering Edwin a raise. Alex felt that without his expert assistance, he'd be hopelessly lost. According to the records, he still had $8 million in liquid assets, which was mind-blowing for him to think about. Edwin had set aside a sum of money for taxes then, after the purchase of the house, setting aside money for Sam and the 2 major construction projects. Alex had thought that it would be lower than that. It was also impressive to him was the fact that there was a record of a D-rank mana stone in holding with the guild for them, based on the accrued profits from the Celestial Rift. That means they've gotten into the rift and already looted around 50 of the stones for themselves. That's impressive, but it makes sense if Olivia already had the Unbound title. I'll have to ask Alana how they're getting in there and avoiding the sects, or if they've made contact with Yura. The thought that the guild had potentially made friends with the Celestial sect made Alex smile. His thoughts drifted toward going to see Yura and hoping that they were doing okay, and he realized that it had already been 2 months since he made the deal. That meant 2 things. He had 2 days already on hold for his slot into the rift, meaning next month would be his 3rd day and the max that he could stockpile. The other thing was that more than a year had passed in the rift due to the time dilation, which was just crazy to think about. Do I really want to go back in there? Maybe it would be worth passing the days off to Olivia. I've clearly got enough to occupy my mind here. He leaned back in his chair and yawned. He still needed to look through the separate account he'd asked Edwin to set up for the team. Those funds would serve for group needs, future projects, gear and consumable replacements, and more. They had gotten it off the ground by selling a lot of the miscellaneous items that they'd gotten from the team's event, but he still needed to look at the specifics. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Mark and Sarah poked their heads into the doorway, and Alex could immediately tell that Mark was stressed. His stomach clenched, and he'd been dreading the conversation with Mark all morning after the state he'd seen his large friend in the previous day. "What's up, guys? Come in," Alex said and closed the ledger while setting it to the side. "Hope the drive wasn't too bad, Sarah. Can I get you anything?" "I'm good," Sarah said with a small smile. Edwin offered when he let me in. Alex nodded and stood to walk with them over to the larger table to sit with them on the stools. He felt it was too awkward to talk to his friends from behind a grand desk like he was their boss or something. He gave Mark's large shoulder a pat as he walked past and sat on the far side of the table, across from them both. "How are you holding up?" Alex asked. His friend's easygoing smile was nowhere to be seen. Sarah sat on the other stool, crossed her legs, and adjusted her posture. "Struggling, man, that's why we're here." Mark laid his hands on the table and picked at the back of his hand. "I've been running with that new party for almost 2 weeks. Devin is a solid dude, and honestly, I felt a bit more needed there. Just because they don't normally have a tank, their other party members have all let me know a bunch of times that they appreciate my help, and they are pretty professional, even though they're only around levels 12 to 15. But our last run he trailed off, and Alex could see his jaw clench. Alex waited for him to continue. "Well, we got a good contract a few days ago to try and close an uncommon rift. I was really excited about it since we've only closed common ones so far, and because I was so close to hitting level 10, I knew that if we closed it, I'd get to pick a class. We had to drive a few hours up to Pennsylvania, but the quests in the rift were different. The personal quest was just to participate in killing the rift boss, and the rift quest was to kill the rift boss. There weren't any other monsters in the rift at all, just the one huge jungle cat that was lurking around. Never heard of a rift like that, Alex said with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, well, we found the rift boss, but the problem is we were setting up to attack it in its nest, and everyone was getting into position. I could have sworn Mark choked on his words and wouldn't look up from his hands. Sarah rubbed his upper back, and they both waited patiently for Mark to continue. I could have sworn I heard Devin give the signal to pull the boss. He said 3, 2, 1, pull, just like he always does on a pull. So I used charge and taunt to start the fight just like we'd planned. But then all hell broke loose. No one was actually ready, and the fight devolved. We ended up winning in the end, but 2 people were killed, and a few others were injured. Mark's lower lip quivered a bit, but he clenched his jaw and clearly wrestled the feelings under control. A few tears spilled from his eyes, but he didn't blink or wipe them away. I jumped the gun. I started the fight before anyone was ready. For the next day or two, I got a lot of hate messages and stuff in the AG app, and some people were saying that I needed to pay for all of the healing for those who were injured. Devin and his team stood up for me, saying that it wasn't my fault, but now they're not getting any more contracts either. They said that they think someone in the guild is blocking them from contracts as long as I'm on the team. He let out a deep breath to steady himself. Alex's eyebrows had slowly risen as he heard the story, and he knew that, more than anything, the idea that he'd been directly responsible for 2 people's deaths was tearing Mark up inside. They asked me this morning to step away from the team so that they could pick up a few contracts again. I don't think I can join you again either, or else you won't get contracts. What the hell? Alex blurted. Mark and Sarah both looked up. You can absolutely join me. You can always join me, Mark. Don't say stupid stuff like that. If there's someone in the guild that's blocking contracts from you, it's probably fucking Rylan. Alex stood from his stool and began pacing along the backside of the office table next to the bookshelves. Alex muttered to himself as he moved, and Mark started to speak up. You think he saw me make a mistake like that and is just capitalizing on it to make things harder for us? That seems a little over the top, doesn't it? But before Alex could respond, Sarah interrupted. She was staring at the table with her chin in her hand. Wait a second, I know you were just bashing Rylan there, but I should have made the connection when you told me earlier. Describe Devin for me. He's a skinny guy, dark hair, uses a spear. He's got a short beard. Mark looked at her curiously as Sarah nodded along with him. Why, here, Sarah said while pulling out her phone. She pulled up her social media and swiped through for a long moment. Yep, she passed the phone over to Mark. His eyebrows slowly rose, and Alex watched for a moment, but when Mark started cursing, Alex quickly moved around the table to look over his friend's shoulder at the phone screen. On the post was a picture of Rylan and a guy that fit the description Mark had given for Devin. The picture was dated back more than a year, and they were sitting on a beach together with drinks in their hands. Mark swiped through the profile and saw picture after picture of the two in various social settings, one of them on a boat, then another with them on a golf course, then another with them on a private plane. Mother F. They're friends, Alex said with surprise. Oh shit, wait, you think? Alex asked Sarah. I do. I think the entire accident was a setup. And now that I'm on this thought, it wouldn't be a stretch to think of Rylan or one of his friends being the person to call my work and make that anonymous tip about me working with the guild, Sarah said, causing Alex to curse again. So what? He's just going after everyone close to me. Alex's voice was quiet, but he had goosebumps run down both of his arms. He started pacing again and moved over to the window behind his desk. This just sounds so over the top. Just think about it for a sec, Sarah said. Think of all the stuff Rylan has done so far. Actually, let's think of the issues we've had that haven't been related to Rylan. We had trouble with that note in the system to prevent us from running rifts. Then, there were some of those rumors that Olivia said started after you lost the fight with Rylan. Luckily for that one, there was video evidence there to disprove them. Now I can't work with the guild anymore because of an anonymous tip, and Mark gets set up to look incompetent and dangerous. That's an awful lot of things going wrong to be a coincidence. But why? Mark asked. Just because you two had a fight. Because he lost. Sarah shook her head and looked over at Alex. It probably started there. I've seen plenty of people like Rylan who feel that losing face publicly is worse than any sort of personal insult, but it's more than that. Remember what you told me about Alana's story, about how they grew up in their dynamic being even more competitive than yours and Jake's. Rylan's always been about power and control. This is probably his way of isolating Alex to make him appear unstable or unreliable. We'll need proof. This feels like a stretch even to me, Alex said as he turned back to face them, something more concrete to actually show it was him. Wait, this doesn't make sense though, Mark said. Even if Devin and Rylan are friends, Devin and his party really stood up for me and tried to make me feel better. And honestly, 2 people died because of me. Even if it was a setup, that's still on my conscience. No, Mark, that's not on you. If I had to guess, Devin is definitely in on this. I'm not sure about the other people from his party. They might not know and are just trusting Devin, but you said you heard him give you the go-ahead to pull the boss, right? What if he did give it to you? He just intentionally gave it to you at the wrong time. It could have been their plan all along to get you to look like a bad tank. Who knows why they stood up for you? Maybe to make you less suspicious, or because they felt bad that things actually went as badly as they did. I can't imagine that they actually wanted anyone to die over this stupid nonsense. Maybe it escalated past what they had planned. It's not like they'd admit that it was their fault now. If anything, they'd double down on it being you. I don't know, it feels convenient to just blame this stuff on him. Even as Mark said the words quietly, Alex could see the gears turning in his head. Alex knew he wouldn't want to accept this until he saw proof. In Mark's mind, if he agreed with this theory, he would feel like he was shifting blame for his own mistake, which he just wouldn't do. Alex pulled out his phone. What are you doing? Sarah asked, going to text Alana. We don't have any proof yet, but she's been really reasonable about her brother so far. She told me after the New Year's tournament that she was going to try and keep him off our back. Even without proof, I think if I tell her what we're thinking, she'll at least be able to rein him in a little bit until we can come back with some hard evidence. I don't know, that's a lot of faith in her. You think she'll take your side over her brothers, and that's assuming she isn't in on all of this. Alex shrugged. I don't know her all that well, but I really doubt she's aware of any of Rylan's bullshit. I mean, I'm not trying to take him up on charges or anything. Last time we talked, she seemed to really understand how carried away he could get. Alana's response was almost instant, and she told him to call whenever he wanted to chat. He dialed her number and put her on speaker when she answered. Alex, everything okay? Not really. Got a minute? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. About Rylan. Shit, what's he done now? Alex laid out their suspicions, connecting the dots between their earlier struggles with getting into a rift and the more recent incidents with Mark and Sarah's troubles. Alana listened until he had finished. Alex, she said cautiously, Ryland's been in Europe for almost 2 weeks on guild business. You should know that. He's with Olivia and the rest of that team. They're handling diplomatic relations with several different European guilds to hopefully start a branch out there. There's no way he could orchestrate all of this. He doesn't have to be here personally, Alex argued. His friends. Stop, Ilana's tone hardened. Look, I know you're probably still upset about losing to him, but seeing conspiracies everywhere isn't healthy. Sometimes accidents just happen, and the one with Mark was tragic. I've been talking to several of the families almost all morning. Ilana, I'm not saying it was all him, but it is all really suspicious, you even said. Look, I have to go. If you've got some actual evidence that Rylan is behind all this, please bring it to me. But for the last few months, he's been the brother and guild member that we really needed around here. This seems really elaborate for almost no payoff. Ilana, look, I get you have a lot going on and you're looking at a bigger picture here than I am. But it shouldn't be up to me to gather evidence when I'm telling you someone in your guild, who you're pushing into a leadership role, is harassing me and my friends. What do you need me to do? Start some sort of formal complaint process. I've only been home 2 months, and there's been at least 3 or 4 incidents where he has gone out of his way to be shitty and smug. I'm trying to come to you here because you seem to understand your brother and have some ability to rein him in. The entire guild environment is starting to feel sour to me, and it's almost entirely because of Rylan. There was a pause on the other end of the line. All right, you're right, don't open some sort of complaint. He really has been changing, and I want to believe that's real. I'll look into what he's doing or if his friends are being shady while he's gone, but just try to let this go for a bit. Things are clearly tense from the podium event, and even though I know Rylan is petty, this seems like a big leap. I'll let you know what I find. I really do need to go. Take care of yourself, Alex. Maybe take a break from all this for a while. The call ended. Alex stared at his phone for a moment with his jaw clenched tight. Well, that went about as expected, Sarah said softly. I really thought she might be a little more reasonable than that, but I guess from her standpoint, it probably does look like I'm grasping at straws. I'm surprised, though. I thought she would have at least heard me out, she said, to bring her the evidence if I find anything. Is that so she can bury it? You might be onto something there, Sarah. She's right about one thing, Mark added. We don't have any actual proof yet, just suspicions. Sarah slumped down into the stool she'd been sitting on. So what? He just gets to keep messing with us one by one. No, Alex said, looking between the two of them. We watch each other's backs, make sure we're aware of what we're actually doing and what the results could end up being. In the meantime, we can start looking into some of this, and maybe when Olivia gets back, she can use some of her stealth skills to help us get something that sticks. Something that the rest of the guild can't dismiss. Mark nodded slowly and looked up from the table and met Alex's eyes. In the meantime, we stick together. If he's trying to isolate you, we do the opposite. Sarah nodded along with Alex until a thought occurred to him. Sam, he muttered and pulled his phone back out of his pocket. If Ryland's targeting each of us. He saw he had missed 2 texts from Sam over the last few days. One was just a random checkup and a picture of his parents' bloodhound. The other was an apology and a text that he would be coming back to stay at the mansion in a few days. Alex quickly sent him a text to make sure everything was okay and felt some frustration begin to rise as the text sent but never showed as delivered. He stared at the screen for a few long moments, hoping that it would update. Mark's SUV screeched to a halt in front of the checkpoint's concrete barriers. The afternoon sun cast shadows across the government installation. Its metal detectors and security cameras were a reminder of how much the world had changed. What are those even going to do? He was stepping out of the car before the engine was shut off, and several voices called over in alarm at their sudden arrival. Val, stay in the car, buddy. We'll be back soon. Sarah called out from the backseat as she gathered up her tablet and credentials from her bag. Alex, remember, she said as she slid out and caught up to him. Let me do the talking. We do this right or we'll probably make things worse for Sam and create a huge headache for everyone. 2 days, Sarah. They've had him in holding for 2 days. I know, she said. Alex could feel her reach out with her skill and attempt to soothe his aura. Stop that. Alex pushed with his willpower and mana against the skill and caused her aura to yield, negating the effect of the skill. She sighed. Then relax, damn it. That caused him to hesitate. His normally composed and responsible friend almost never cursed. He took a breath and gave her a nod. I said I'd let you take the lead here. I just can't stop thinking about his mom's worried voice from this morning. I know, we heard it too, Sarah said as she glanced up at Mark, who jogged up next to them. But it's just going to make things worse if you go in here and blow the door off the hinges. Alex thought back to Tianluo and how rashly he'd acted to prevent Sam from getting hit by the merchant. He'd acted without thought and had killed a man with connections in the city. If it hadn't been for Yura's power and influence, Alex knew he would have had many more headaches from that choice. Okay, I get it. You said he's not in any immediate danger, right? Sarah nodded. Yes, my friend said that he's just been detained and they're running into some issues getting things cleared up. They're holding him, that's all. And remember, if this is Rylan, these people likely have nothing to do with all of this. They're just doing their jobs. Her tablet chimed. My contact confirmed that Sam's being held for documentation irregularities and a class verification check. She frowned at her screen. The guard who brought him in went off shift yesterday and hasn't returned. Alex slowed, and his Converse crunched on the gravel as two guards stepped up from one of the nearby small buildings. Looked around, saw the soldiers' rifles, and reassessed the situation. Even though he'd grown stronger, he had no doubt that bullets would still be very effective against his body. The checkpoint was a maze of concrete barriers and had a chain link fence surrounding several prefab buildings. The buildings looked hastily created, and only the central one seemed to be made of any concrete materials, while the others were the kind of pre-made mobile homes that could be moved around on the back of an 18-wheeler. Alex did his best to look imposing as they followed. He wondered if he wanted to do it all by force, even though the entire situation seemed to reek of manipulation. The processing building's white lights buzzed as they entered. Even with the sun up, it was still under 50 degrees outside, and the heater inside had clearly been turned up to combat the chill. They were taken past the plastic chairs and a plexiglass windowed counter and to a meeting room 2 hallways down. There were a few chairs around a desk, and they were asked to sit. Mark and Sarah sat, though Alex felt the need to stand. He used his willpower to suppress his feelings and need for action. Instead, he leaned his back against the wall behind Mark and Sarah and watched the man behind the desk. Ms. Lee, you've got some friends in high places. My name is Captain Grant. He half stood to reach across the table and shake Sarah's hand. He glanced at Mark and Alex and said hello while settling back into his chair. I'm afraid there's not much we can do, though. He shuffled through papers on his desk before looking back up at the trio, without proper documentation and the discrepancy with his registered class. His documentation was valid last week. Sarah cut in and pulled up the records on her tablet. He's been regularly traveling to and from the safe zone for almost 2 months. He heals at Memorial Hospital. You would think that you'd be doing everything possible to get him taken care of. Alex slowly stopped listening as he looked around the small room and considered what steps he might take if he did need to get to Sam without Sarah's connections. I've got Mirage, and Valthurian is still outside. He has his newly advanced Create Illusion skill to potentially gather more information and find out where Sam's being kept. If I could get to Sam, then I could use the new oversized spell Circle with the rune to blast our way out. Even if it takes a few seconds to cast and a bunch of mana, it would feel so satisfying just as a statement of what I can really do, though I guess Sarah is right. That would likely lead to a lot of issues. Not just for me, but the rest of our friends too. It would likely cause a huge headache for the guild. But being that they were likely in this situation because of Ryland's stupid games, Alex couldn't really bring himself to care about how it might affect the organization. He forced his attention back to Sarah's conversation, knowing that the daydreaming would do him no good. Alex felt a general need to scowl at the soldiers present, feeling that they were being less helpful than they should be. The system window that appeared surprised him. New skill learned, Intimidate Novice Level 1. Do you accept? Yes, no. The offered skill was such a surprise that Alex almost laughed out loud. Am I really intimidating these people to the point that the system just offered me a skill? Remembering his recent conversation with Edwin about the importance of filling everyone's skill slots to avoid wasting potential, he hit accept even though he didn't really like the idea of intimidating people. Now that he was aware of it, he eased his posture and attempted to look a bit less threatening. Look, Sarah said as her professional demeanor cracked slightly. I've already spoken with Director Matthews. He's expecting my call to confirm Sam's release. Captain Grant glanced at his other soldiers and then back at Sarah. Just let me check with my commanding officer. He stood and disappeared through a door on the opposite side of the hallway, and the other 2 soldiers stepped out into the hallway on either side of the door to give them some privacy. Alex's mind ran rampant with the worst-case scenario, Sam bound and being held in rough living conditions, Sam broken down and completely shut down like he had been in Tianluo. Remembering the quiet and skittish state that the teenager had been in for the 2 months after his release made Alex hope desperately that Sam knew he had help on the way. Alex felt his blood ramping up, and he had to forcibly still himself twice more before the captain returned. A few tense minutes later, Captain Grant opened the door and his posture had changed completely. Guys, Sam stood. I tried to tell them. His voice was cut off as Mark crashed into him and enveloped him in a hug. It's okay, Alex said, taking a deep breath he hadn't realized he was holding. When Mark let him go, Sam looked more relaxed and had blushed bright red from their attention. How did you get me out? Sam asked, looking at Alex with a shine in his eyes. Not me, he responded while pointing to Sarah, who stood off to the side of the room, giving the captain hell. Sarah's handling it. Mark made a sound, more like preventing Alex from burning the place to the ground. I'm sorry, Sam said as he scratched the back of his head. I tried to call when I first got here, but that guy took my phone. Then everything got so complicated with the paperwork, and since I just evolved my class, they had the wrong information on file. None of this is your fault, bud. I'm just glad you're doing all right, Alex said, feeling the last of his tension bleed away. He whispered up to Alex and Mark, I think it's the new passive, the turtle's spirit. I started to feel really bad panic when they took my phone and put me in handcuffs in a room, but then I heard this really deep voice in my head. He sounded like moving rocks, and he was 1,000,000 years old, but he told me patience. Sam attempted to mimic the voice with the word. From then on, I just had to think about the voice, and I felt really calm and knew that everything was going to be fine, however things played out. I didn't do anything wrong, and I knew that if it got bad, you guys would find me. Captain Grant cleared his throat to get their attention. Please wait here. Ms. Lee, I'll go get Samuel's release forms, and we can get him processed out. Sarah agreed, but before the captain left, he turned to Alex, surprising them all. Mr. Moore, yes. I'd like to extend my sincere apology for the trouble this has caused you and your group. The Colonel is on his way here now to offer an apology and assure you all that this kind of situation will be handled differently in the future. You don't need to apologize to me, Alex said incredulously. In fact, hearing how quickly they were switching the script and asking for forgiveness annoyed Alex to no end. If they knew half of the shit Sam had been through in that rift, they'd understand just how lucky they are that his spirit isn't broken again. Still, I was informed that a direct apology would come from the Colonel. We haven't seen many people with levels as high as yours, which immediately put us on edge. Just 2 weeks ago, several of the buildings were destroyed at another checkpoint while attempting to detain an awakened who was almost half of your reported levels. Alex shrugged and was about to tell the captain just what he thought about their experiences with detaining awakened. Holding a young man captive without so much as a phone call, and without much reason at all, wasn't something he had been hoping for as one of his first real interactions with the Hunters Association and government personnel. That's okay, Sam said from behind him. I'd rather just leave and get some real food. Mark laughed and the captain nodded and excused himself to get whatever paperwork they needed done. After processing through the small mountain of paperwork, Sam got a new pass with his updated class on it. The group finally stepped out of the checkpoint building and into the late afternoon sun. Sam squinted up as if seeing it properly for the first time in days. Your mom's been worried sick, Sarah said, already typing on her phone. I promised her we'd call as soon as we got you out. About that, Mark said, jingling his keys. Where to? Back to your parents or the house. I'd rather go to the house if that's cool. I can call Mom and Dad from there. He glanced at Alex before looking away. Alex nodded and noted how Sarah's expression shifted. Of course, Sarah, can you let his parents know he's safe and we'll call them once we get home. They're welcome to meet us up there if they want. Actually, tell them that they really should come up. We have extra rooms, and with everything that's been going on in the safe zone, plus this event with the checkpoint, it might be best if we just got them clear of there for a while and kept them close to Sam. Tell them they should bring what they can, but not to worry too much. We can have Edwin get them anything else they need. Got it, she said and paused in her typing. So we can pretty much guarantee this was Rylan, right? Mark opened the door behind his seat and closed it after Sam hopped in before getting into the driver's seat himself. The timing is way too convenient to be a coincidence. I just don't really see what this gets him. Sam, Alex asked as they pulled away from the checkpoint. Did the guard who brought you in say anything specific about why he stopped you or what the issue was? Not really. He just said that there was something wrong with my pass, and then when I was in the building, he said it looked fake. He left for a while and then someone else came in and asked me the same questions again. Well, we'll figure it out, Alex said. Olivia is back in a few days and Rylan with her. She'll be our best chance at doing some information gathering without being noticed. For now, let's get you home. A bit of time passed in silence and was broken by Sam speaking up. I love helping people and all, but I need to figure out some way to defend myself. I don't want to hit things or kill things. But I can't be helpless forever. Even with you to back me up, Clearly, he was struggling to decide if he should finish the sentence. I don't want to weigh you guys down. A chorus from the entire group telling Sam to knock it off and encouragements in equal measure caused him to blush furiously and grin. Hey, you want food, right? Mark asked as he turned up the radio. Who's up for pizza? I think this calls for a celebration. Extra cheese, Sam said immediately. Group laughed and Sarah looked up to add, don't forget breadsticks this time. Oh wait, Mark, did you get your class? You were so close before you left to work with Devon's team. The mood dropped again and Sam could almost immediately tell he'd hit on a sensitive topic. Despite this, Alex was curious to hear Mark's answer. His friend hadn't wanted to talk about it before, but Sam had been gone and wasn't aware of everything that had happened to Sarah and Mark. Yeah, I did. That's cool. Right, what did you get? Sam looked left and right while trying to read the mood. Mark had been attempting to guess his class and rarity for almost as long as Sam had known him, so it was odd to see him so subdued. I got the uncommon class Defender. It fits me pretty well. I guess it's a tankier version of the Warrior class, but, well, some stuff happened with Devon's group. Some people were hurt pretty badly and 2 people died. Sam gulped and shifted in his seat. Alex spoke up, knowing that Mark was still reluctant to say Rylan had anything to do with it. We think this was more of Ryland's work behind the scenes. Turns out he and Devin go way back, and the accident just doesn't add up. Now Mark's getting blocked from some groups, even though it really wasn't his fault. Sam nodded and put his hand on Mark's shoulder from the driver's seat. You're a great tank, Mark, and you care a lot, Neon, who knows you knows that. Mark nodded but stayed quiet, and from his spot in the passenger seat, Alex could see his jaw clench tightly. The somber atmosphere clung to the group as they drove to the mansion, and Alex's mind was running through next steps and how to potentially handle Ryland taking things way too far. Is it time we left the guild? Or do we stick it out and take care of Ryland with or without Alana's help? Bass-heavy music thumped through the gym speakers, and Alex waited nervously for Olivia to get there. She was returning from her trip, and he was killing time by watching Mark and Sam spar, and using the other half of his consciousness to listen to a podcast on the current state of affairs in the safe zone. He lounged against a bench that he'd pulled over to the wall and watched Mark and Sam circle each other with one earbud in. The podcast painted a grim picture of life beyond their little sanctuary, and for the first time of his own volition, Alex's thoughts drifted to his parents and Jake. Lines stretch for blocks outside the safe zone distribution centers. More arrive seeking shelter every day and look to the Hunters Association for promised protection. But space is limited, and resources are stretching thin. Come on, man, you've got this. Mark's enthusiastic voice cut through the somber tones of the two women who hosted the podcast. He bounced on the balls of his feet with his large shield in one hand and his hammer in the other. I know I'm close to getting my earth skill just by throwing dirt on myself for a few weeks. If I'm close and don't know a thing about magic, you can definitely get something from that vine. Sam adjusted his grip on the thorny vine that he wrapped around his forearm and chest. He winced as it poked him, and sweat plastered his sandy blonde hair to his forehead. Yeah, well, maybe if you'd stop hitting me so hard, I could focus better. No way, these are just love taps, kid. Come on, you're double my level. Mark lunged forward and swung down with his hammer, and Alex could tell that he was certainly holding back on the blow. Sam twisted away, and through Alex's heavenly eye, he could see green mana pulse from him and into the vine at the moment of impact with his covered arm. Alex saw the mana fill the vine, and they jabbed into the hammer and into Sam's skin at the same time, though one was clearly more likely to give way to their barbs. Sam winced, but the ethereal leaves falling around his head told Alex that he'd be healed in moments. He's close to getting it. I feel like it's just going to take reps at this point. Military leaders are calling for increased deployment of awakened personnel to expand the safe zone territories. Critics argue that this could leave other areas vulnerable, but food seems to be the most pressing concern. Alex lowered the podcast volume and watched Sam. He had returned to his normal self in the few days that had passed since the incident at the checkpoint. He had returned to trying to mimic Mark's wit and sociable manner, only occasionally attempting a more stoic Alex impression. Love taps, Sam scoffed while ducking under another swing instead of catching it on his arm. Your love hurts, man, ho-hoo, Mark laughed. That's what all the ladies. He was interrupted as Sam took the offensive for the first time and ran into Mark, the thorns digging into both of them. When they reset, Sam had obviously taken the worst end of the encounter, despite his levels due to Mark's high constitution. Hey, that's more like it. The podcast droned on in Alex's ear, and he clenched his jaw. He glanced out of the gym's window toward the woods on his property. He'd asked Edwin to check, and the older man had confirmed that several neighboring properties lay empty. Their owners either fled to safe zones or moved out altogether. Maybe it's time to look at getting some more of that land, or extending a helping hand if anyone decided to stay instead of leave. While things hadn't quite reached the point of dystopia, Alex worried things were heading in that direction, and he'd rather plan for the worst-case scenario. With Sam and his growing abilities toward plants and green magic, he wanted to see about starting a garden, and if things grew well in the spring, potentially expanding on it to make their house more self-sufficient. Edwin had been able to act as a liaison with the safe zone and get plenty of supplies, but if they were that short on food and rations, Alex felt it was prudent to begin setting themselves up as completely independent. Shit, Sam's curse drew Alex's attention back to the mat, surprised at the language. The vine had left a decent-sized gash on Mark's arm, and Sam lowered his guard while stepping forward to heal it. Let's take a break, he said. Oh, come on. You're so close, Mark said as he lowered his shield and held his arm up for Sam. Sam shook his head. You've been saying you're close for weeks. I don't think I'll take your word for it. Mark looked offended and gave Sam a playful shove. Do you know how much dirt I've used and how many attempts I've made? Clara still gives me nasty looks for tracking that much mud through the house. Alex smiled, despite the serious thoughts of his split consciousness. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wall while thinking about the question the lead host had asked. How many more can the safe zones hold before chaos breaks out? He knew all he could do was prepare his people. But a troubling thought hit him as he thought about the safe zones failing. Would that mean that people would begin to fan out and look for their own safety? Would that happen even if the safe zone works out? Thought of people pushing out from the safe zone and coming to his little oasis to scavenge and steal bothered him. Alex wanted to help people, but if he took on that burden, he wasn't sure how many he could help before hurting himself and his friends. Alex jumped instinctively as the sound of a heavy bag hitting the floor yanked him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Olivia standing in the doorway, her dark hair somewhat windblown and the white guild jacket unzipped and showing signs of travel. Despite the obvious exhaustion in her stance, her eyes lit up when they met his. "Miss me," she crossed the room in quick strides as Alex stood. She embraced him in a quick hug and put her forehead on his chest. "God, I need sleep. We're not leaving bed for the next 3 days." "Oh really, Alex asked, and his face flushed as Mark made a catcall from across the room. Olivia laughed and turned her head to the side, giving herself enough room to look up at him. "I meant what I said. Sleep." She pulled back and winked, but said quietly enough that Mark wouldn't be able to hear maybe. "Welcome back," Mark called out as he and Sam approached. "How was Europe? Did you have to stab anyone?" "Fortunately, no, but things did get a little nasty with the rift that showed up while we were there." Olivia's smile was tired but genuine. The actual conference was just a lot of talking, so much talking. She stifled a yawn and reached out to bump her knuckles into Mark's. "I need a shower before I fall over." A blue streak zipped through the gym door and Valthurian appeared between them. His azure wings flapped with excitement as his tail whipped back and forth in Alex's face. He circled Olivia's head, making happy chirping noises, somewhere between a puppy's yipping sound and a bird's chirp. "Val," Olivia laughed while reaching up to scratch under his new snout. "I missed you too, buddy." Valthurian preened under the attention but suddenly froze in the air. His large, slitted eyes narrowed and he focused on something behind Olivia. His fins bristled and he let out an angry hiss while flaring his wings out as wide as they could go. "Stupid snake, go away, prick." He darted around Olivia and snapped at what appeared to be nothing more than her shadow on the gym floor. "Bad, mean snake, no mana for you." Alex frowned and moved forward. "Val, what's wrong?" But Valthurian was already circling back and retreating to his shoulder while muttering what sounded suspiciously like curse words. "Hey, when did you learn those words?" Olivia's smile faltered for a moment before she shrugged. "He's on to something there. It's just a long story. Can we talk about it after shower and sleep? It's all a part of the story." Alex squeezed her hand. "I actually really need to talk to you about something, but it can wait. Why don't you go get cleaned up and I'll ask Gabby to make you some food?" You're perfect." Olivia stretched and winced slightly. "I'll meet you after." Sam frowned at her tight movement and winced as she stretched her shoulder. He stepped forward and held out his hand, palm out, to face her. "Can I?" Sam smiled in response and Alex answered her original question. "Yeah, whenever you're done, no rush. I'll grab the food from the kitchen and then meet you out in the new workshop." "Oh nice, they finished it." "Oh yeah, they did, just in time for him to break it," Mark said with a large grin that caused Alex to roll his eyes. After Olivia left, Alex went to the kitchen to speak with Gabby before making his way to the workshop. The construction crew had made some progress in the last 2 days on repairing the hole in the wall from his earlier experiment. The tarps over the hole fluttered in the evening breeze, doing little to keep the space warm. It only took him a few seconds to use his mana thread to lay down one of the modified heating rituals, and he sprinkled some ash from his spatial pouch into the catalyst node. As it started to heat up, he settled in on one of the stools on the wider side of the workbench from the split Mark it caused. He opened the notebook he brought with him and began to spread out some of the notes with his latest designs. He hadn't made any progress since his revelation with Maylis and Evan, but he still held out hope that he'd be able to figure out how to strengthen the modified ritual circles. Alex lost himself in the work, sketching out several designs during the time it took for Olivia to finish her shower and grab some food. The workshop door opened sometime later, and Olivia stepped in. Her hair was still damp from the shower, and she wore a pair of his sweatpants and a sweatshirt. The sight caused him to smile, and he happily pushed his notes to the side and closed the notebook. She looked refreshed, but still carried that same bone-deep weariness in her movements. She matched his smile and moved across the workshop before settling on one of the stools next to him. She gave him a peck on the cheek before asking, "What are you working on?" She leaned across from him and pulled over one page he'd been working on, despite the fact that he'd pushed it to the side. "I love how into magic she is." Just more designs for strengthening the ritual circles. Alex leaned back and watched her study his notes. "How was the mission? You mentioned something about a rift." Olivia nodded and set down the paper. "Yeah, it was intense." She glanced down at her feet for a moment before closing her eyes tiredly. "I want to tell you about it, but maybe after I've had some real sleep." She rubbed her eyes. "Rylan handled it well. He actually saved my life." When she stopped, noticing how Alex's shoulders tensed at the mention of Rylan's name. "What is it?" "Nothing, I just..." "Alex," she turned on the stool to face him fully. "You said you needed to talk to me about something. Is it about Rylan?" Alex met her gaze and saw the exhaustion there, but also the genuine concern. A lot happened while you were gone, things that, well, they're pretty concerning, well past the simple grudge. Tell me." He took a deep breath. "It's a few things. For starters, Sarah can't work with the guild anymore. That might have been in the making for a while, but someone directly reported her and claimed that she was helping the guild. Her bosses think that she might be a spy." "What? That's ridiculous. I might not like the but Sarah's one of the most professional people I know. Hell, I think she's actually relaxed a little bit." Alex gave a snort. "Exactly. Then Mark had trouble with a party led by one of Ryland's good friends. I know this sounds like a stretch, but I think they basically set him up to fail. Mark's been beating himself up daily since then. A lot of people got hurt, and 2 people died because of the accident. There's a lot of crap going around the guild about him right now, and it's just making things worse." Alex's fingers drummed against the work table. "A few days ago, we had to get Sam out of detainment at one of the safe zone checkpoints. Some random guard said that he had issues with his paperwork and his pass, and then totally disappeared with it, leading Sam to be held at the checkpoint for 2 days." Olivia frowned. "You think Rylan is behind all this? The timing is too perfect. With you guys being out of the country, there's almost no way anything against him could stick. And there's more. Do you remember how we couldn't get into Rifts before the team event? That mysterious note that was in the AG system?" Ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. "Plus all those weird rumors after my fight with him, though thankfully the videos proved what really happened. But did you know he showed me his class evolution after the fight? His class is literally Tyrant that has to set off alarm bells in people's heads, right?" Olivia reached for his hand. "I hear you, and I know you and Rylan have a history, but the man I just spent 2 weeks with, he genuinely seems to care about the guild and the awakened community." "Maybe he does, but that doesn't change the fact that he is targeting my friends." Alex squeezed her hand and tried to look into her eyes so she could understand the gravity of his feelings. "Even if his broader goals are noble, something about me or us threatens those goals, and he is not above hurting people to deal with that threat. The last 2 weeks have made that very clear." Olivia was quiet for a moment, and her thumb moved back and forth on the back of his hand. "I trust you," she said finally. "And all of this together is suspicious. I'll look into it and see if there's any evidence linking it all to Rylan. But you don't think he'd do this. I believe that you believe it, and that's enough for me. I haven't seen everything you've seen, and I trust you enough to think I might be wrong." She smiled tiredly. "I just need to get some real sleep first." Alex pulled her stool closer, his stat-enhanced strength allowing him to do it without even exerting any effort. He wrapped his arms around her and gave her a big hug. "Yeah, of course. We can talk about it more later. It's just been pretty pressing here for the last few days, and I wanted to tell you about it." He stood, and as he pulled away from the hug, her head moved forward slowly, as if to follow him. He held out his hand and said, "Come on, let's get you to bed before you fall asleep on my workbench." Olivia took his hand with a tired smile. "My hero," she said in a teasing tone. They left the workshop together, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that things were going to get worse before they got better. Sunlight barely crept through the gaps in the curtains and painted warm stripes across Alex's far bedroom wall. He opened his eyes and savored the quiet of the early morning. Wriggling back and forth within the sheets, he marveled at the luxury of his new bed. He didn't feel tired. He felt like he'd slept and rested more in the last 2 days than he had in a long time, but for some reason, the comfortable bed and warm sheets called for him to close his eyes again. Despite the comfort, he forced himself to sit up and push his legs over the side. His muscles protested as he stretched, and he was careful not to disturb Olivia's sleeping form beside him. The scar on his shoulder pulled tight, and he remembered the fight with Naraka, the firstborn. He rubbed the spot, and then traced the slashing wound on his other shoulder from when he was ambushed weeks before that by the Shadow Sect members. Both had healed well enough, though scars still remained as slightly discolored and puckered flesh. From there, his fingers drifted to the bridge of his nose, and he felt the raised line there. "At least that one makes me look tough, or maybe like I can't dodge a sword." Behind him, Olivia stirred but didn't wake. He looked over his shoulder and saw her dark hair splayed out on the pillow and smiled. She'd spread out to occupy the space as soon as he sat up, taking up twice as much space as he had been. Slipping from the bed, he paused to watch her chest steady rise and fall. As he watched, he saw wisps of dark shadow curling around her shoulders through his heavenly eye. "We'll figure this out, whatever that thing is doing to you." Alex walked down the stairs, and as he passed his office, Valthurian stirred and followed him. The gym welcomed him with silence, and he only turned on half of the lights to keep it somewhat dim. He turned on some music at half volume and looked around, finding it odd that Mark wasn't present. With a shrug, he loaded plates on the bar before testing them and adding more plates. A wry smile crossed his face as he counted the weight when he had found something suitably challenging. A world record amount of weight for a warm-up. I guess the system has really got some perks. Alex settled under the bar, and after 2 sets, he began to feel a little bored. So he activated Parallel Mind and made his primary focus stay on his lifting form and breathing, while the other portion of his mind drifted to practicing with the Mirage skill. After having recent thoughts of a potential jailbreak, he realized it had been some time since he worked on the movements of his illusion. He'd been focusing so much on his ritual circles that some of his other training had fallen to the wayside. The illusory figure stumbled through basic walking motions a short distance away from him in the gym, and its movements still looked quite jerky and unnatural. He watched it move between one of his sets and couldn't help but smile as he saw Valthurian floating along next to the illusion's head. He seemed to be sniffing at it, and Alex watched closely in case the little glutton decided to try to begin siphoning the mana from the illusion. However, after a few minutes, he seemed to lose interest and went to inspect something else. Why is something so simple, so damn difficult? I've been walking all my life. Why can't I make this illusion walk normally? He lay down for another set and sweat began to bead on his forehead as he increased the weight and strained his muscles. Nearby, the phantom figure of his skill crashed into the squat rack, and as soon as physical contact was made, the illusion shattered and dissipated like ethereal smoke. Alex reformed it and tried again. While progress felt slow, he felt that there was nothing to do about it other than continue to practice. He kept going through the rest of a push workout, and after his final rep, he settled onto the mats in a cross-legged position and closed his eyes to focus on mana cycling. For that particular exercise, he wanted all of his focus, attention, and mental stats focused on getting the mana within his core moving. He felt the familiar resistance as he tried to guide the energy into the swirling whirlpool. He still had the same issues as before. Controlling the mana into a tight area had gotten easier, while getting it up to as fast a speed as Yura had shown him was the difficult part. Well, he did say it would take years to see results, not months. As he continued to work at it, his focus was momentarily interrupted as Val came and settled into a tight coil in his lap. He folded his wings in tight, and before laying his head on Alex's knee, he looked back up at him. When Alex gave the top of his head a few pats, Val seemed satisfied and rested his head while Alex continued to train. Alex pressed on for about 20 minutes before he felt exhausted, like he'd been attempting to push his hands against a brick wall and expected to slide it across the ground. He spent some time stretching out his muscles on the mat, and while he did, he began his practice with Mirage once again. After his workout, Alex walked quietly back into the master bedroom. Olivia hadn't moved other than to roll over and spread out more now that his side of the bed was vacant. He walked past the bed and into the walk-in closet where he grabbed a pair of dark jeans and one of his heavy-weighted black hoodies. Steam filled the bathroom as he showered and washed away the morning's sweat. The hot water did a lot to ease the lingering tension in his shoulders, but his thoughts kept drifting back to Olivia. He wanted to help, but he wasn't sure how. After he was dressed and walked down the stairs, he could smell the delicious scent from the kitchen before he had even made it out of the foyer. Just in time, Gabby's voice carried her usual enthusiasm with a little more oomph. I need a taste tester for my first skill-created magical creation. Magical creation. She gestured at a plate where perfectly scrambled eggs had a slight blue tone to them. I've only been able to make meals to boost your stats occasionally over the last month, but yesterday, I finally earned the skill that will let me make it happen consistently. It's called Cook's Creation. Try these eggs. I got them from the auction house yesterday and had to do a bit of testing, but this monster meal should actually increase your stats for a time. Alex used his heavenly eye to analyze the item and saw that the dish was recognized by the system and definitely had mana running through it. E-rank dish. Thunder quail eggs. Rarity common type, consumable food. Enhancement vitality I, agility I. I see it's got vitality I and agility. Do you know how long it lasts or by how much it will increase my stats? Alex asked as he looked at the meal skeptically. Well, I'm not 100% certain, but based on what my trait told me about the eggs, I knew that it would boost your vitality and agility for some time and was happy to see the same when I scanned it a few minutes ago. For the specifics, we'll just need to test it and see. Gabby's face lit up with excitement. Perfect timing for after a workout, don't you think? Alex looked at the dish and then at Gabby skeptically, unsure if he was willing to be the guinea pig for this particular experiment. After a long moment of debate, he shrugged his shoulders and decided to give it a try. Worst case scenario, I just get a bit sick and have to go wake up Sam. The first bite was delicious, and he wasn't sure if he was overthinking it, but he felt it made an immediate and noticeable difference. The eggs did have a slight tang to them that Alex would not have associated with eggs normally, and he couldn't help but wonder if it had to do with them being titled as Thunder Quail. This is incredible, Gabby. The seasoning is amazing. He pulled up his status screen and saw that both his vitality and agility had increased by 2, but he wasn't sure for how long the stat buff would last. Sam's been growing some enhanced herbs, and he was just telling me yesterday that his flourish skill is going to open up a lot of possibilities. Makes a difference, doesn't it? Keep experimenting and see if you can't create different dishes for each stat. This is exactly what I was hoping for when we first started talking about you awakening. He loaded a second plate of eggs. Think you could make these regularly? Already ordered more eggs. She gave a grin. Though it is a bit expensive, you might find it worth it to go gather some of the ingredients yourself. Go on, take some to Sleeping Beauty. Upstairs, Alex pushed the bedroom door open with his elbow. Olivia still hadn't moved, and he wasn't sure when she'd feel the energy to get up and out of bed. The few times she'd slept over since moving in, she was almost always up before him or soon after, though for the last 3 days since she returned from her trip, she barely left the bed. Well, I can't blame her, and to be fair, the first thing she said was that she needed some sleep. I just didn't expect it to be quite so much. Edwin was already hard at work when Alex entered his office. The butler's precise movements quickly organized small stacks of paperwork to face his chair. "Good morning, Master Moore." Edwin's posture was formal and rigid as he turned to give Alex a half bow. "I've prepared today's schedule for your review. Contractor will arrive at 10 to continue the repairs on the workshop, and the last of the items on the sale list from your team's event was sold this morning." Edwin gave a slight cough. "Perhaps, sir, it would be more appropriate to say, walk me through the candidates." Edwin's tone was perfectly respectful despite the gentle nudge. "As the head of the house, direct statements better suit your position." Alex nodded. "All right, walk me through the candidates then." "Of course, sir." Edwin produced 3 folders. "For the gardening position, I found several applicants. Most are experienced botanists or herbalists drawn by Samuel's reputation. The guild has been spreading his success and interest in plants as part of the good that he could do." Alex flipped through the folder and frowned. "These all seem too academic. I really want to try and find someone willing to work the land, not run experiments in a greenhouse. Let's try to find a farmer instead, someone who understands crops and isn't afraid to get their hands dirty. Anyway, I think Sam's got the herbs covered." He paused and his head snapped up to Edwin. "Wait, I'm an idiot. Sam's got the herbs covered, but his parents are lifelong farmers. The Grants could be a perfect fit for this if they're interested." He chewed on the inside of his lip and thought back to the day before, when the Grants had moved their main belongings to the team house and settled into one of the extra rooms. Mr. Grant had come to Alex soon after arriving and broached the topic of awakening, though to Alex's surprise, the father had been asking out of curiosity on gaining a combat class. When Alex asked him why, the answer was obvious. After thinking that Sam had disappeared a second time and finding that he was detained and out of reach, he was feeling particularly protective over his family. Alex didn't blame the man but wondered if this might be a more natural step for the lifelong farmer into the world of the awakened. At the very least, gaining some stats might help with his hurt leg or hip. "An excellent idea, sir. I'll remove the role from the search criteria and let you approach the conversation with the Grants when you're ready." Edwin moved on to the next folder. "Regarding the driver position, I found candidates with defensive driving experience. The 2 on the top have prior military experience. Are any of them interested in awakening? I let it be optional for you and Gabby, but I feel like for this position it should be required. If we're traveling to Rift sites regularly, I don't want someone to potentially be a risk." "The second candidate," Edwin said as he tapped the file. "He has former private security and contractor experience. He expressed a particular interest in the job when it was mentioned that the current staff was awakened as a part of the job. I believe that he would view that more as a bonus to the position rather than a requirement." "And the handyman." He set down the 3rd folder. "Would you like me to prioritize combat experience for that position as well?" Alex raised an eyebrow and had a humorous mental image of a combat-focused plumber pop into his mind. "No, but if they're willing to awaken, that's a bonus." "Could you?" Alex caught himself and adjusted the tone of this request. "Find someone reliable and hardworking first. Awakening potential comes second." Edwin's mustache twitched slightly at Alex's self-correction. "Very good, sir. Now, regarding the properties you inquired about yesterday. Mary has identified 3 estates within a 10-mile radius. The Morgan property includes 40 acres with a small lake. The Wilson estate offers an old manse at the top of a hill, as you had requested for anything that had a more defensible position, though it is smaller and not connected to this property. The third is the old Chester farm, nearly 80 acres, but requires significant renovation and is the furthest property to the northwest." Alex chewed on his lip. "Prices. All are well below market value. The exodus of people flocking to the safe zone has left many properties practically abandoned. The Morgan estate is listed at 40 below value, with the others even lower." Alex leaned back and considered his options. "With how things are now, should I even spend the money to buy them? People are abandoning properties left and right. Should I just go over and occupy them? Or should I spend the money so that the paperwork is official? If that's the case, I might want to wait a little longer and see if the price drops further. Tell Mary I want to view all 3 properties and meet with her about how she thinks it's best to proceed." "Very good, sir." Edwin gave another half bow. "I'll arrange the viewings. Also, as a reminder, Mr. Parker will be here at 3, sir." Alex nodded and thanked Edwin before dismissing him. Edwin left, and Alex activated Parallel Mind. With one part of his consciousness, he began the simple mana-shaping exercises in his hand, designed to help with some of his newly modified ritual circles. He performed the exercises idly while running through some thoughts in his head with the other half of his consciousness. He wondered if he should charge the amulet soon for another lesson with Meili's. He felt it had gotten pushed to the side over the last week with everything else that had demanded attention. Between the team's issues, his own training, and Olivia's return, he felt like he barely had time to focus on magical studies. But maybe I've been thinking about this wrong. Meili's demands that I complete the training in the proper order. As long as I've met his requirement for moving forward, I could always use parallel mind to take his lesson while going about the rest of my day or even sleeping. He smirked as he thought of the grumpy spirit making remarks about Alex only giving him half of his attention or mental stats, though Alex knew that even half of his stats were more than most E-rank Awakened had, especially after his recent titles. It would be plenty enough to gain the knowledge he needed from the lesson. His mind drifted back to Olivia. The story she told him the morning after her return had left him concerned. The shadow spirit bound to her was troubling enough, but the way that it drained her mana worried him more. She had barely left the bed in 3 days, being repeatedly brought down to mana fatigue by the creature's constant leeching and leaving her exhausted. The bond had a certain amount of aggression that made him nervous, and its connection to the night were both red flags that he didn't feel like ignoring. What made everything worse was the power gap, which she had told him was more than 10 levels above her own. He had been shocked and tried to say something about the concerns of that imbalance in the relationship, but she just laughed it off and made a witty comment. It worked for us, didn't it? She had said, referencing their own level difference when he'd returned, but they both knew that this was very different. It could be dangerous. She had gained levels rapidly through whatever hell she'd been through in the rare rift, bringing her up to 26, which was only 2 levels below his own. To him, it seemed almost like she'd been through something similar to his own time-dilated power leveling experience, though she had to fight tooth and nail for her levels, while Alex had largely coasted through by the grace of the mana spinners. While it was impressive, he was concerned at the cost, and wondered at the fact that the system even allowed her to bond with the creature so far above her own level. He offered to help supply her with more mana with his mana infusion, but she refused. Maybe I can make some sort of enchantment to help. Alex gave a snort and shook his head, realizing that it was only wishful thinking. He wasn't even close to creating a charm, let alone an actual enchantment or something to be helpful in this situation. Olivia had insisted that leveling up was the only answer to fixing her current dilemma. She argued that the more points in mana and wisdom she had, the easier it would be to manage the fatigue. Reaching D rank, only 4 levels away from where she was, would help her body adjust even further and reduce the imbalance of power between her and the companion. It made sense, watching her be so constantly drained and inactive in his bed. He just worried for her foundation. Yura had made a point to stress. A blue window suddenly appeared in his vision. Congratulations, Mana Thread has leveled up. Nice, Mana Thread up to Journeyman level 5. It's moving along nicely. He could appreciate that the early levels in each proficiency seemed to be easily gained from just using and practicing the skill, compared to the last few levels, where one really needed to push the skill in a desired direction to gain the required levels. His phone buzzed on the desk and startled him out of his thoughts. Lana's name flashed on the screen, and Alex debated for a moment not answering it. He still felt frustrated at her dismissal from a few days before, and with what had happened with Sam, he felt even more certain that Rylan was involved. But with a sigh, he slid the lock to the side and held the phone up to his ear. Hey, Ilana, what's up? Alex, we've got an emergency situation. Her voice was urgent, and there was none of the usual warmth and friendly banter she often made time for. I need your help. The guild needs your help. Alex sat up in his chair after hearing her tone. Ilana, what's wrong? His eyes came up as they caught the movement of Valthurian lifting his head after hearing the tone of Alex's voice. We've gotten multiple reports in the last 24 hours that there is a large settlement of people in Missouri that need our help. Missouri? Alex asked. Yes, the first report came from one of our smaller branches out there. Unfortunately, the settlement is far enough removed from the nearest safe zone that the Hunters Association is refusing to help close the rifts, at least they won't anytime soon. The tension in her voice was clear. Rifts, as in plural. Yes, exactly. 2 rifts have been breaking repeatedly on either side of the small valley. Apparently, the monster population is so thick now that the 2 groups are clashing in the valley, and our guild scouts are worried that it's only a matter of time before the horde makes its way toward civilization. Okay, so what do you need? That's not exactly within driving distance. Our branch out there is too small and they need the backup. I'm paying for a private flight for some of our top members to head west, but as I'm sure you're aware, some of our top people just got back from a long mission overseas. Can you and Sam help sub in? Yes. Who is going out there? Ilana sighed on the other end of the phone. Alex, Rylan will be there. We need his strength. Alex clenched his jaw and the silence stretched on for a moment. Really? You're going to hesitate now? Alana's voice cracked. I need you to act like an adult. Whatever's going on between you and Rylan, you're both guild members first. There are people's lives at stake. Heat crept up Alex's neck. In a way, she was right. Lives were at stake. People's lives were at stake when he played his petty games with Mark and Devon. Alex sat up straight and reined in his emotions, squashing them completely. He felt almost hollow in a way that he hadn't before, his mind calm and collected as he contemplated how to respond to her reprimand. Alana, don't talk to me like I'm a child. You know what your brother is like, and things are already well past what you and the other moderators should let them get to. We'll go because people need the help. But we really aren't done talking about Rylan, and you need to keep a tight leash on him while we're there. I'm serious. He's taken things way too far, and it's only a matter of time until I can prove it. If he tries anything here anything at all that puts my team in danger, there's going to be a serious problem. The call ended, and Alex stared at his phone for a moment. Ignoring Rylan wasn't as big of an issue in public, where he seemed to want to maintain the facade of the guild's golden boy. If anything, acting normal around him now, and not letting him know that he was behind each of the incidents could be to our advantage. Alex thought about the two rifts while slowly letting off the extremely tight hold on his emotions. He hadn't actually seen a rift break in the last few months, only heard the horrifying stories. To think that two of them were in close enough proximity to cause the monsters to clash and potentially build up a wave that could flood a nearby town. Alex shuddered and stood to go wake his friends, but was surprised when none of them were in their rooms. Confused, he made his way downstairs and Valthurian followed him. He would occasionally dart ahead and chase a stray beam of sunlight filtering in through the foyer's windows. Alex quickly navigated to the kitchen, where he heard grumbles and groans. Alex found Mark and Sarah already in the kitchen when he arrived. Sam sat in the stool near his parents, who both stood on the far side of the island countertop chatting with Gabby, who was at the stove, spatula in hand, as she prepared a small mountain of eggs and bacon. Edwin woke us up, Mark explained while stifling a yawn. Said it was urgent. I was already up, Sarah said and gave Mark a bored look. Before Alex could respond, Olivia also appeared in the doorway. She looked slightly disheveled and had dark circles under her eyes. Her normally tight ponytail was thrown up in a messy bun with several wisps of hair at the front of her head escaping around her face. I'm coming too, she said as she dropped onto the stool next to Sam and snatched a piece of his bacon. Alex blinked. Wait, how did you? Alex hesitated and could tell how clearly exhausted she still was. Maybe you should sit this one out and get some rest instead. Sam and Mark exchanged glances on the other side of the countertop. Even Gabby paused in her cooking to take a quick look over her shoulder. Alex's lips thinned into a straight line a bit at suggesting she couldn't handle it, but she was clearly not in top shape at the moment. Not happening. Olivia's voice was firm despite her exhaustion. You know what will help me more than rest? Leveling up, that's what I need, and you've got to admit this is the perfect opportunity. Alex opened his mouth to protest, but she interrupted him. Alex, I appreciate you looking out, but I'm going. The kitchen fell silent except for the sizzle of bacon, and Sam squirmed uncomfortably. Fine, Alex conceded, but you stay close to the group. We fight together. No scouting for you on this one. Mrs. Grant spoke up then. That goes for you too, Samuel. Sam nodded several times, all of them noting the seriousness in his mom's voice. Alex needed to suppress a smile, however. It was clear that she didn't quite understand her son's role on the team. Olivia rolled her eyes at Alex but nodded, and he could see her shoulders relax as she realized he would not make a bigger deal about her going. Deal. Now, Gabby, please, for all that is holy, tell me some of those magical blue eggs are mine. I'm starving. Val sniffed at the steaming bacon on the plate as Gabby set it down, though he turned his nose up to it. Mana, he asked the room. The private jet touched down 3 hours later at a small airfield in Missouri. From there, it was just a short drive to the staging area the guild had set up on a hill overlooking the valley. Alex could hear the distant sounds of combat. The inhuman roars and shrieks echoed up from the valley, punctuated by the explosion of magic. A dozen tents dotted the hilltop, and guild members moved between them quickly. As they walked into the camp, they saw maps spread across a number of folding tables, and it was clear that someone had set up a basic command center beneath a large canopy in the center of the tents. The early afternoon sun made the greens of the forest stand out, and despite the greenery near his new home, this was a stark contrast for Alex compared to the concrete jungle that they lived in. As they approached, a man gave Alex a strange look while assessing his odd attire. This way, he said, and the guild member directed them toward the equipment tent. We've got spare gear if you need it. They had come prepared, but Alex shrugged his shoulders underneath his blue cloak and thought it couldn't hurt to go look at the supplies and cover their bases in case they had missed anything. After they loaded up and turned to make their way toward the command tent, Alex noticed Olivia stumble. He stepped forward and helped grab her forearm and caught the small box of healing potions she'd almost knocked off the table. Sorry, she muttered and glanced down at the box of valuable potions. Alex held onto her arm and began to use mana infusion to help ease a bit of mana into her. but before more than a few points of mana could enter her body, her head snapped up and she yanked her arm away. "Don't." Her voice was quiet and stern. It took a visible effort, but she straightened. "I know you want to help, but I can't let the bond think that it's easy for me to just continue getting mana. If it does, it'll just keep pushing me lower and lower and force me to get mana elsewhere. It's my bond, damn it. But it thinks that it's fighting for survival and is reacting on instinct to pull the mana from me." She shook her head. "I need to handle this myself, Olivia. I already said the only real solution here is to get some more levels. Until then, I just need to keep pushing through." She reached into her spatial pouch at her side and removed the belt that held her daggers. Alex wanted to argue but gave a slight frown and kept the commentary to himself. Instead, he nodded and pushed down the feelings of worry. "She's a big girl. She's tough as hell, and if she needs me, she'll let me know. I can't keep pushing or it's going to cause an issue." He let out a sigh and saw a smile on her face, as if she was reading his thoughts. He responded with a grunt and said, "Just don't be too stubborn to ask for help. You know you'd say the same thing to me." Then he tilted his head out of the tent and toward the canopy, where the majority of movement and attention was focused. The command tent buzzed with activity as Alex's group entered, and he gently pressed a hand over his chest on the lightly fluttering cloak. Several heads turned their way, and Alex saw several raised eyebrows as they were still pulling the last of their gear from spatial pouches. Alex caught a few whispers and wondered again if it was worth them trying to be more discreet about the pouches, at least until such things became a little more common. Alana stood at a large table in the center of the massive tent with two other moderators. They looked over various maps that were spread out on the table, and she held an iPad loosely down by her hip. She looked up as they approached, and he saw some obvious relief on her face. "Good, glad you guys made it." Her eyes swept over the group, and she gave a slight frown as they passed over Olivia, but she didn't say anything else. "We're splitting into 3 teams. 3 teams, a voice said just a little too loudly. "We better be able to pick our tanks then. Wouldn't want someone jumping the gun." Alex turned to see a tall man with graying hair giving Mark a condescending look. Part of Alex found that funny, considering Mark was easily 2 inches taller than he was, and quite a bit wider in the shoulders as well. But Alex knew his friend and that the words likely cut deep, especially since several others around them nodded in agreement. "Jason," Alana started, but Alex stepped forward. "That works out well," he said. "Mark is the tank for my team. I know he's a solid tank and I trust him with my life. Find your own tank and healer." The tent fell silent, and Alex realized he'd spoken up a little louder than intended, but he didn't look away or back down. He and Jason made eye contact and locked gazes until the older man looked away. Alex looked over at Sam and saw the healer nodding in affirmation. Alex had thrown in the subtle hint about not getting heals as a jab, just to point out that Mark had as many connections to their team as Alex. People trying to treat Mark like shit and ostracize him in such a public setting made Alex's blood boil, and he wasn't above making the man sweat. Healing was a commodity and made the danger of this new world feel lessened to a considerable degree. Without access to someone like Sam, the entire mission became significantly scarier. "If we're done with the dramatics," Alana continued, "here's the plan. Team 1 will take the Northern Rift. That's Jason, Leigh, and Diana's group. Team 2 is led by Nothi, take the Southern Rift. Your primary focus will be to get in there, kill a dozen monsters or so to prevent the rifts from breaking again anytime soon, and then rush to the valley and flank the valley monsters while our third team has their attention. The third team is our big hitters and will be pushing into the valley to thin out that monster herd. That team is Olivia, Alex, Mark, Sam, Rylan, Pete, and Ian." Someone made a quiet groan and muttered about losing out on all the experience. Alana rolled her eyes and looked in that direction. "This isn't about experience. Get your heads out of your asses. The situation is serious. These monsters are on our planet. They're not trapped in a rift. They're less than 300 yards that way." She pointed to the side of the tent toward the sounds of monsters tearing each other to pieces. "If this doesn't go right, and we fail, we can always pull out and cut our losses. But the rest of those monsters are going to go down the valley and kill a few thousand innocent people." The tent fell silent once more, and several people looked properly chastised. Once Alana felt the message had sunk in, she pointed at several locations on the map. "The valley is overflowing with monsters from both rifts, with them clashing here. We need to deal with that before they spill over into the populated areas. That's why our highest level and strongest team is heading down there. Average monster level is between 15 and 20. She looked up at Alex and Olivia, and when they both nodded, she continued. "The monsters in the valley are a mix of both rifts. Half of them are from some sort of frozen biome and have large elk and bears that have broken from it, both with white and blue fur. The other rift seems to have broken from some sort of underwater biome, as there are creatures that look something similar to octopi, though the 2 front tentacles are shorter and have barbed hooks on the end. They're dangerous, and they seem to be the ones currently winning the clash in the valley. Team 3, get set up here." She pointed at a spot on the map that led into the valley. "Teams 1 and 2, stay here, and I'll tell you what little we know about both rifts." Your role is to get in and cull enough of the monster to stop them from breaking again, and then head into the valley to help handle the larger group. Alex looked at his friends as they all turned and began to walk out of the command tent. He saw Sam checking his pouch one last time, and was pleased to note that he seemed quite calm despite the impending battle. He glanced at Mark to see his best friend standing a little taller now, and didn't seem to care about a few of the looks that were cast his way. Olivia adjusted her daggers, and even though he could tell she was exhausted just by how she was dragging her feet when she walked, he had faith that she could muster the energy when she needed to. "Let's go," Rylan called as he moved ahead of them toward the valley. "We should get into position down below." He looked over his shoulder and smiled at Pete. "Let's turn this into a bit of a competition, yeah. There are so many monsters down there, we should try to see who can kill the most before the other teams join us to attack the horde." Part of Alex was surprised that Rylan hadn't leveled a challenge directly at Alex, based on their past interactions. Olivia muttered something under her breath that made Sam snicker, and Alex just smiled at the two of them. As they crested the small hill to make their way down to the opening in the valley, he started to map out the ritual circle he planned to use. There were hundreds of monsters in the valley, hinting at the fact that both rifts had had several breaks at this point, meaning that they had likely been around for some time. "I've got a few new tricks that just might wipe that smug smile off his face. I just need to stay alert." Pete followed behind Rylan as they started to make their way down the steep hill, and Ian jogged over to keep up with him. Alex hadn't seen Ian since New Year's and gave him a wave as he passed, which Ian returned good-naturedly. "Well, let's move," Alex said to his friends, and they all followed him as they began to make their way down the tight trail. Alex stepped carefully on the steep, declining forest floor as they made their way down. He heard several distant roars echo through the trees and could feel his pulse begin to quicken at the promise of a fight. "Val, why don't you fly up top and keep a lookout overhead? Let me know if we have anything closing in on us." The response was almost instantaneous as Alex's blue cloak unfurled and expanded around his shoulders to reveal wings as the illusion broke. He felt feelings of affirmation come through their bond and hunched his shoulders as Valthurian pumped his wings to gain altitude. Less than a minute had gone by before he heard Valthurian's voice in his mind through their bond. Many monsters ahead, fighting other monsters, some coming to Alex. Alex gripped his wand and scanned the tree line. "Val says that there are a few on their way breaking away from the main group toward us. Get ready but keep moving toward the valley entrance." The early March chill all but disappeared as he felt his tension rise. "Mark, you're up," Alex called on it. Mark stepped forward and rolled his shoulder before crouching quickly and scooping up a fresh handful of dirt. He rubbed in on his shield while watching the tree line, and just before the monsters appeared, he let out a whoop and adopted a large grin on his face. The first monster burst through the undergrowth, a bear-like creature with matted gray fur, and too many eyes crashed toward them. Behind it, two large shapes with what Alex guessed were antlers moved to follow. Mark slammed his shield and hammer together, and Alex watched as 3 slabs of thick earth floated up from the ground and began to float in a circle around him. "Oh heck yes, dude," Mark shouted in surprise while stepping forward and raising his shield to his shoulder, while pulling back his hammer to be ready for a strike. The new earthen skill flowed around him despite his movement. The bear was only a few feet away from them, but to offset the impact, Mark activated charge rather than simply bracing his feet. The two of them collided, and it seemed so odd to Alex to see his friend, who was larger but certainly not the same size as the monster bear, come out on top in the collision. The impact of the beast on shield rang out like a bell, and Mark followed through with his hammer and struck its skull with devastating force. Mark shifted his weight and turned to block the next approaching threat, and Alex looked at the slowly rotating shields of earth that floated around him. "Holy shit, he actually got the skill," Alex said to himself. Sam began cracking up next to him at hearing the words and called out encouragement to Mark. An arrow whistled past Alex's head and found its mark in one of the creatures beyond, burying itself in the monster's throat. He looked over his shoulder and saw Ian about 20 paces back with his bow already drawn once more, just in time to see him loose 2 more arrows in quick succession. Olivia hustled and jogged past Alex while quipping, "Save some for us." He saw her pull both daggers from her belt and felt that it was odd for her to refer to herself as us, only to remember the new bond she shared. Alex activated Parallel Mind, and at the same time, used his heavenly eye to inspect Ian and was impressed to see the progress the archer had made. Level 19. He and John must have been busy. Valthurian swooped down next to him and opened his mouth wide before firing off 2 bolts of mana toward the small group of elks that was emerging from the trees. "Val, how many more are there?" "A lot many." "Group coming," the companion said proudly. Alex had to stop himself from rolling his eyes at the vague number. However, it didn't really matter as the question was answered seconds later when another wave crashed through the trees, led by one of the strange octopus-like creatures that Alina had described. Mark held the line with his shield and hammer, and Sam was close behind him, monitoring those in close combat for potential injuries. But Alex was surprised to note that it was Rylan who dominated the field in the hasty skirmish. His greatsword carved through the monsters with terrifying efficiency, and each swing and cleave took down at least one of the rift creatures, sometimes more. Alex had to admit that he was slightly jealous of his clearly monstrous physical stats as he watched the man move like a force of nature. His swings never tired despite the blade's heavy weight. As the battle died down, Rylan looked over to their group with a smile that looked somewhat demonic as he had blood splatter covering half of his face. "That's already 8 for me." Rylan's voice carried that familiar smug edge that Alex had expected him to hide while in front of others. He stabbed the large greatsword down into the dirt and looked at the group. Mark's brow furrowed. "Some of us are actually protecting people instead of showing off." "Yeah, but I can't exactly use my greatsword in your little formation, now can I? Plus, that sounds like something someone would say when they're losing." Rylan laughed. They moved further down the hill and were already at the entrance to the valley. As Alex saw what was in front of them, he couldn't help as his eyebrows rose. He saw the hundreds of monsters fighting and battling, and knew that if even a fraction of these monsters made it to an unprotected or unawakened city, there would be massive casualties. Maybe I could knock out a few birds with one stone, get in an actual field test, clear out some monsters, and knock Rylan down a peg at the same time. "How about we make it interesting?" Alex kept his voice level and pulled all of the emotion out of his voice. "That valley is full of targets. Let's see who can clear the most." Rylan swung his sword up and rested the massive blade on his shoulder, finally showing us some spine. "This sounds like some real fun. Fine by me. No chance I'm losing to some puny mage who hasn't even hit D rank. What are the stakes? Do there really need to be any stakes other than finding out who is the better awakened?" Alex asked. "Oh, come on, you can't suggest a competition and then not actually have there be any stakes other than bragging rights. Be a man. Put something behind your words, magic man." "All right, fine." Alex paused and gave it some thought. He was tempted to call him out and have him admit what he'd been doing behind everyone's back over the last few weeks, but Alex knew he could easily lie if he wanted to back out of it. No way he'd actually admit what he's been doing. Especially since people have died as a result of this. Alex looked down for a moment and then knew what he'd ask for. "If I win, I want my pick of one of your personal enchanted items." Rylan agreed easily, and Alex was surprised. The blonde-haired warrior tapped his chin thoughtfully before speaking up. "If I win, I get to recruit one of your teammates to my team." A look of incredulity crossed Alex's face before he started laughing. "I'm not in charge of them, and I certainly don't own them to be traded like players on a sports team. They're on my team because they want to be, and we're friends. If you want to make a pass at one of them, you're welcome to at any time. Pick something else. I'm not going to offer to trade you one of my friends." Alex glanced at Sam and gave him a wink. Rylan laughed quietly and shook his head. "Yeah, a healer would be nice, but I'd pick Olivia over him any day." Silence fell over the group, and everyone was clearly feeling a little awkward, while Alex had to keep his face neutral intentionally. Rylan decided to take one last jab before naming his prize. "You haven't even seen her fight yet. She and that companion of hers were killing monsters 10 to 15 levels over their own and up a rank at that." "All right, whatever. I'll wager an item against an item then." "You can have one of my enchanted items if you win, but I want that spatial pouch of yours if I win." Alex shrugged. "Sure, works for me, but you're not getting what's in the pouch. One more stipulation, I get to cast a spell before we start." Rylan immediately seemed suspicious and shook his head. "Why would I give you a head start?" Alex shrugged again and held up both hands. "Well, mainly because I'm going to cast the spell either way. Even if you run in there and start fighting right away then, it's not my fault if you get caught in the spell. This way, one spell and then we'll go into the fight." Alex paused for a moment and saw Rylan preparing to push against the stipulation further, so he decided to turn the man's own logic against him. "I mean, if you're really as good as you think you are, one spell won't matter, right? Unless you're worried." The barb hit home, and he saw Rylan's jaw tighten. Alex could see it as the blonde-haired man gave a curt nod. "Fine, I suppose you'd need a handicap anyway. One spell and make it quick. Don't dismiss any kill notifications, we'll count them all at the end." Val circled overhead in an excited loop before settling onto Alex's shoulders. Alex looked up at his friends and gave an excited grin and thumbs up, and he realized that since most of them had been gone, Mark might be the only one who could anticipate what he was planning. Alex knelt down and began placing mana stones in a careful line in front of him on the ground. He counted out the 4 like he had done previously and paused before adding another 4 to the pile. He glanced up at Olivia, who was standing close to him and looking over his shoulder with interest. "Give me just a bit of space. This might get a bit intense." He raised both hands to move through the practice motions as the blue threads of mana spun from his fingers and into the air. He watched through his heavenly eye as the mana thread skill let him weave multiple threads simultaneously and crafted the large, modified ritual circle in the air. It hung vertically and pointed toward the monsters that clashed in the valley beyond. He looked through it for a moment and thought it was odd how it almost resembled a magical window to look through. He made sure each line connected perfectly and that the shapes were solid and connected to strands at the appropriate places. Olivia whistled. That's a lot of mana. Her comment made Ian and Pete take a cautious step back as they had walked over to see what Alex was doing. Without an ability to see mana to them, it likely looked like Alex was just holding both hands in the air. Ryland still maintained his cocky smile as he watched Alex work, though Alex had a feeling that would change shortly. Alex fought to keep his expression neutral, but excitement rose up in his chest. The ritual circle was larger than the one he'd attempted to make before by about 50, and he planned to put the maximum amount of mana into it that it could hold. Those two factors, with the addition of the normal spark rune, he expected would make a statement. I think it's time to show some people what I've been working on. He reached the last step after just a few seconds and inscribed the spark rune into the catalyst position before beginning to channel his own mana into the construct. Val, I need some of your mana, Alex said as he began to get low on his personal mana pool. Valthurian didn't say anything, but he did let out a huff before beginning to infuse his mana. His companion's energy flowed into him, and at the same time he activated his own mana siphon ability to begin drawing mana from the stones in front of him. The ritual circle began to pulse with concentrated energy, though he knew it would take more than this to set it off. Oh, holy shit. Olivia said as she took 2 steps back from Alex. Okay, that's not just a lot of mana anymore. That's everyone might want to take a step back. Ryland's expression had shifted from smug confidence to mild concern and landed on obvious worry. Almost ready, Alex said, his voice strained slightly as he controlled the large mana flow into the ritual. Val, get ready to shoot a mana bolt through the ritual when I say okay. It's only going to be active for a second or two. Valthurian performed an excited lap around him before flapping his wings in a slow and steady rhythm behind Alex and over his right shoulder. The amphipter's mouth began to glow with waiting magical energy. Okay, here we go. Alex grinned and activated the ritual when all the mana was gathered. For a split second, the invisible construct flashed into existence and became visible to the naked eye. A massive circle of ethereal blue light, crackling with lightning, lit up the entire area in a 15-foot radius. Alex's hair from head to toe stood on end, and he knew that if he could see himself, he'd look like an evil scientist, the mad grin and all. Now, Val's mana dart shot through the back of the ritual circle and transformed into something altogether different. The air crackled and split. What emerged wasn't the small bolt Val had fired, but instead a column of pure destruction that lit up the valley like a miniature sun. The beam carved a path through the monster horde, leaving nothing but ash and scattered remains in its center. The sound hit them a moment later, a thunderous clap and boom that shook the ground beneath their feet and echoed off the valley walls. Secondary arcs of lightning, each looked to be as thick as Alex's arm, leapt from the main beam and struck nearby monsters. They danced between the creatures in a chain reaction that left smoking corpses or twitching bodies. The smell of ozone filled the air and mixed with the gut-wrenching smell of fried meat. The wind kicked up around them and caused loose stones to skid across the ground. Alex's own robes whipped against his skin, and he heard several startled cries from behind him as dirt and debris pelted the group. Alex squinted against the intense light and felt static electricity dance across his skin. His hair stood straight up, and he couldn't help but laugh at his previous thought of a mad scientist, now truly resembling that picture he'd seen as a kid of Albert Einstein. The beam lasted only a few seconds, but its effects reshaped the battlefield in front of them. Where there had been monsters before, only blackened ground remained in a beam-shaped crater. The surviving beasts at the edges of the blast scrambled over each other in a panic, their previous battles forgotten. Only a few groups at the far end of the valley still fought. Through his heavenly eye, Alex watched the residual mana spark and dance across the floor of the valley like blue lightning. The trench in the earth itself had steam rising from its edges, and Alex stared wide-eyed at the damage he'd wrought. You have slain Glacial Elk level 16. You have slain Glacial Rocker level 19. You have slain Creature of the Deep level 18. You have slain Glacial Rocker level 20. You have slain Creature of the Deep level 17. You have slain Creature of the Deep level 20. You have slain Glacial Elk level 15. You have slain Glacial Elk level 14. You have slain Glacial Elk level 17. The notifications continued to roll in, and Alex needed to take a moment to gather himself as his vision was almost completely obscured by them. He looked up at Ryland's shocked face as the tip of the large greatsword lowered onto the dirt, held up only by the large man's loose grip. I think I might be winning. Alex couldn't contain the laughter as he looked around at everyone's stunned faces, including Valthurian's own. The small creature had settled on his shoulder, and his lower mouth hung open as if he was still shooting the mana bolt. Big boom, Valthurian said aloud. Alex and Mark both burst into laughter, and Alex affirmed, Yes, Val, very big boom. Good job, buddy. Through their bond, he felt Valthurian's own smug satisfaction and was impressed at his own power. Alex stood up and dusted off his knees, surveying the scene of carnage in front of him, and saw as a truly massive wave of blue motes rose slowly into the air from the fallen creatures and began to stream toward him. Congratulations, Awakened. You have leveled up. You have 3 free points to distribute. Congratulations, Awakened. You have leveled up. You have 3 free points to distribute. Congratulations, Awakened. You have reached level 30. You qualify for advancement to D rank. Upon accepting this prompt, your race will be upgraded, and your physical and magical form will undergo enhancement. Access to epic rarity classes will be unlocked. Your body's affinity for mana will increase. Do you accept? Yes, no. As excited as Alex was to see the rank advancement, it was the next notification that appeared in his vision stopped his manic laughter. He knew that he'd get the rank advancement upon reaching 30, because that was guaranteed by the system. But the fact that he'd get offered his class advancement at the same time was not something Alex had anticipated. Congratulations, Awakened. Ritualist Novice is ready for advancement. You have reached the threshold of your primary class. Would you like to advance or evolve this class? Advance. This class stays the same and advances to the next proficiency tier, improving the benefits from the class and granting a new skill in the same tree. Class Preview, Ritualist Journeyman Level 1. Evolve. This class changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. Class Preview Rare Rarity, Dual Mage Novice Level 1. Advance. Evolve. His shoulders fell slightly at the sight of a rare class being offered. No, I can't think like that. There are a few ways I can update or change what's offered here. He knew that one of them was something he could try right away. He looked back at the first notification, offering him the option to advance to D rank.